Hello everyone, welcome to today's video on data analytics. Do you know, friends, that data analytics is the process of examining and interpreting data to discover meaningful patterns, trends and insights. It involves using various techniques, tools and technologies to make informed decisions and solve complex problems across industries. Data analysts play a crucial role in turning raw data into actionable information. It encompasses data collection, cleaning, transformation and visualization. Analysts apply statistical and computational methods to uncover hidden insights and provide valuable recommendations. By analyzing historical and real-time data, organizations gain a competitive edge, improve decision-making, and optimize operations. If I talk about career opportunities, then data analytics offer a wide range of career opportunities, such as data analyst, where the job role revolves around analyzing data sets to extract actionable insights and generate reports. Then comes business analyst, where your job will be to bridge the gap between business needs and data solutions, thus aiding in decision making. And finally, there is business intelligence analyst, whose job revolves around creating dashboards and reports for data-driven decision making. Now let's talk about the salary in this industry. Salaries in data analytics vary based on factors like location, experience, and job role. On average, for data analysts, entry-level positions can earn around 6 lakh to 15 lakh per annum, whereas people with experience on their back could easily earn above 35 lakh rupees. At the end, I want to put my concluding remarks that data analytics offers promising career prospects with continuous growth potential. As organizations increasingly rely on data-driven decision-making, the demand for skilled data analysts continues to rise. And with the right skills and experience, data analysts can embark on fulfilling career in diverse industries, making it a rewarding field for those passionate about data and insights. Now, before we move on and discuss more about data analytics, I request you guys to do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon to get the latest updates. So let's discuss the agenda for this session. We're going to start with what is data analytics, and we're going to discuss introduction to SQL, database normalization, ER model, SQL operators, etc. After that, we'll also cover introduction to data science using Python, what is the difference between a data scientist and a statistical analyst. Other things that we'll discuss is introduction to interpretation in statistics, NumPy for mathematical computation, and we're also going to discuss what is Tableau. We are going to discuss the architecture of Tableau, the charts and graphs in Tableau. Moving further, we'll also discuss data analytics interview questions and data analytics roadmap.
What is data analytics? Data analytics is the buzzword you would have heard a lot about in the recent years. To put it simply, it's the process of analyzing raw data to get insights and find patterns about the information. Using various techniques and processes, the raw data is transformed into a format which could be further visualized and be made human readable. To understand the definition in an even clear way, let's take a look at this example. John, who is a digital marketing professional, is running an online advertising campaign to promote a new smart television. John starts by targeting the group of people who might have bought the previous versions of the smart TV in question. As said campaign runs, data analytics comes into the picture through the data generated whenever people clicked on the published advertisement. Now, by inspecting the data about these users' interest and their buying patterns, you might come across that many of them are interested in streaming 4K UHD video. The reason behind this might be that the new smart TV has a better streaming quality than the previous versions. Using this information, you could tune in your advertisements to focus on users who bought the previous version of the smart TV and are interested in getting 4K streaming quality. This data can also be used to attract new customers who did not go for the previous version of the smart TV but are very interested in a better version of the TV. Why is data analytics significant? Businesses use data analytics to optimize and grow by making better business decisions and finding more efficient ways of doing business. The company can build new and better products with the buying patterns and better understanding what the customers need. So how do data analytics work? The data analytics process has some components that can help a variety of initiatives. By combining these components, a successful data analytics initiate will provide a clear picture of where you are, you have been, and where you should go. Generally, this process begins with the descriptive analysis. This is the process of describing historical trends in data. Descriptive analytics aims to answer the question what happened. This often involves measuring traditional indicators such as return on investment. The indicators used will be different for each industry. Descriptive analytics does not make predictions or directly inform decisions. It focuses on summarizing data in a meaningful and descriptive way. The next essential part of data analytics is advanced analytics. This part of data science takes advantage of advanced tools to extract data, make predictions, and discover trends. These tools include classical statistics as well as machine learning. Machine learning techs such as neural networks, natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and more enable advanced analytics. This information provides new insight from data. Advanced analytics addresses what if the question. Data analytics affects every aspect of our day-to-day lives. You may not even realize it, but you probably use data analytics almost every day. Here are some of the everyday applications of data analytics. Social media stats instantly register anytime there's a visitor or a post to a page. Cell phone bills can pull up months of calling data to show you patterns of usage. Sensors monitor the changing weather and report the data to you instantly on your smartphone. Sports fans collect statistics on their favorite athletes and often use the data to form the term of fantasy leagues. Schools across the nation are involved in high-stakes testing that generates voluminous data on each student's progress. Educators then utilize data generated from extensive reports to drive their instruction. Data analytics is a growing field and will always be a top domain to get into. The average salary of a data analyst in India is 7 LPA and in the US it's $70,000. There are 27,000 plus data analytics jobs available only on LinkedIn, and there are very few skilled professionals to fill that gap.
Okay, SQL is a structured query language. The basic functionality or the basic use of the SQL is to store and manipulate the data. So simply on our drives as well, we store the data, but those data are just the rough data. It can be MP3 files, it can be a notepad file, it can be a Word file, but in the structured query language, we store the user data. We read the user data from the database itself. Okay, so SQL is a standard language for any relational database management system. So SQL is a language which is used for any relational database management tool. So currently, how many tools are there in the market, which we call them as a relational database management system or RDBMS tools? So there is a MySQL, there is MS Access, there is Oracle. I will wait. There is a Sybase, there is Informix, there is Postgres, there is SQL Server. Okay, so there are different types of tools in the market which are known as RDBMS. Out of these tools, we are just going to concentrate or learn about one tool, which is Microsoft SQL Server, this tool only. Okay, now, so what is SQL? So SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which simply means that it helps the user to store the data and to read the data from the database. Okay, to store the data and read the data from the database. Okay, so which all tools are available in the market? So these one which are highlighted, these are all the tools which are known as the relational database management system tools, which are available in the market to help the user to store and read the data from the database. Okay, so like other tools in the market, we have multiple tools, like we have tools for the databases, we have tools to design application. So we have tools to write something into that or to fetch the data from that, right? There are n numbers of tools or application in the market. Okay, to communicate with these like tools, like let's say MySQL, to communicate with this tool, we just need to learn about a technology or we need to learn a language. So to communicate with the Microsoft SQL Server, we need to learn a thing which is known as a T-SQL. T stands for transaction, SQL stands for structured query language. Remember that. Okay. So this terminology, SQL stands for structured query language, is important. The language which we use for the Microsoft SQL Server, it is known as the T-SQL. T stands for the transaction. Okay, so Microsoft uses transaction SQL Server. Oracle uses the PL SQL, which is the programming language, structured query language. Okay, so there is another tool in the market, which is Microsoft Access, which is the light version of the SQL. It uses a language which is known as a Jet SQL. Okay. Where did you learn that, Prashant? Can you see in the screen SSMS written somewhere? Okay. So why we need to learn about this language? Why SQL? Right. What is SQL? We know that it's a language which helps the user to read and write the data into our relational database. But why we need to learn the SQL? So this SQL language allows the user to access the data in the, so JET, it's just the name, right? It does not have any abbreviations for that. Okay, so Jet is just the name. We need to SQL so we can operate this tool. We need to learn the SQL language to use this tool. We will talk about that, how we are going to learn about that, which all things are there. So we will learn about it. What does this language do? So why we need to learn SQL? So because with the help of this SQL language, the users like us, like any developer or the administrator or any end user will be able to access the data, which means he will be able to read the data or write the data into my database, okay, using the SQL language. Okay, so there are n numbers of application in the market like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Now there is one more thing, Threads, right? So we will talk about that. Okay, so there are n numbers of like tools, or I will say application in the market, right? Okay, so how these applications differ from one another? They differ. Like let's say if we compare Twitters with the Instagram, those are two different things. Now we can compare Instagram with the Facebook. Those are two different things. So which means their application, their structure is different. Now the data will also be different. Let's say if we compare Twitter and Instagram. So one will store the data, which is only the comments. The other one will store the data, which is videos, which is comments, which is like the image. So all those things. So which means the application design is different. So according to my application design, I can create my own database based on my application design. So with the help of a SQL language, we as a developer will be able to describe our own data or define our own data in our databases. So SQL, if we talk about the SQL, is it compatible with any other programming language? Yes, the SQL Server are compatible with many programming language. Let's say Hive, HDFS, Hadoops, or Python, like Java. So there are n numbers of language where SQL Server is compatible with, which means we can use them. We can join the other language or use the other language so that we can fetch the data. Yes, it is possible. Okay, so this also helps the user. So whenever you want to delete the data, you want to remove some records, so you will be able to remove the records or update the records, which means modify the records into my database. We will be able to create databases. We will be able to create the structures. So these terminology we will cover in the coming slide. What are those? So these as well we will cover, but so advanced functionalities of the SQL Server we can create in the SQL Server, like the views, stored procedures, functions. So these all things we will cover in the coming slides. These are the advanced of the SQL Server. Also, we can give the permission to the users who can read the data, who can write the data, who can remove the records, who can add the record. So these kind of permissions we can give to the particular users in the SQL Server. What is SQL and why we need to learn about the SQL? Is it clear?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary goal of data analytics? And your options are data collection, data visualization, extracting insights from data, or data storage. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Okay, so let me reset my notebook. So SQL stand for the structured query language. Come on. Okay. So SQL stand for the structure. So what is the structure? So who knows this structure? It's not good, right? It's not perfect structure. Have anybody seen this structure? How many of you know this structure? What is this? You may have seen in Excel, in mathematics. Okay. Yes, absolutely. This is a table structure. In SQL Server, we have a structure which is known as a table structure. Very good. So in table, we have two things. One is the rows, one is the column. So we have column number 1, column number 2, column number 3, column number 4. So we have 4 columns, which are the vertical ones, right? And we have 3 rows. So if we say about the table, what is the table? Table is a combinations of rows and columns. Okay, so these one are the cells, or some of the programming language call it as a tuple, T-U-P-P-L-E, or you can call it cell, C-E-L-L. Okay, it's your choice what you want to call it, right? These all dot represent the rows, or you can call it cells, or you can call it tuple. Okay, the horizontal one is the rows and the vertical ones are the columns. So table is a combinations of rows and columns in SQL Server. Table is a combination of rows and columns in SQL Server. Field and record. No, fields. We can call it as a fields. We can call it as a records. Yeah, this is another thing. So remember that SQL uses a structure which is a table structure. Okay, this is a table structure. Table can contain multiple rows and multiple columns. Okay, we'll not talk about the limit as of now. So what is now we have read about the what is SQL. Now we'll learn about the what is the NoSQL. NoSQL is a non-relational database management system. Now this is different from the SQL Server. In SQL Server, we have one structure which is the table structure. Table means rows and columns. The data will be stored in the format of rows and columns. NoSQL is the next generation database management system. The use of the NoSQL database is to store the data, which is huge, okay, or like humongous in nature. Okay, we'll talk about that. Don't worry. In the form of tables, we use the structure. NoSQL database system is used to store the huge data into the SQL Server. The technology, the NoSQL technology is used to store the data, which is huge. Like whenever the data is generated in the bulk, when we say the bulk data, let's say there are millions and trillions of records which are being generated in SQL Server. Okay, so let's say somebody is commenting on a post, somebody is watching a video, somebody is like storing the documents, right? So today in the today's time, so everything is happening over the internet. So data resides over the internet, our videos resides over the internet, our like files reside over the internet. So each and everything is happening over the internet, right? So same thing like the SQL Server. If we talk about the SQL Server, there is a one more thing in the SQL, which is meant as NoSQL. NoSQL is a non-relational database management system. Remember that. Okay. So NoSQL is a non-relational database management system. The prime functionality of this programming language or this language is to store the data, which is humongous in nature. So mainly the company like the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Google collects or stores the data, like the chat GPT as well. You can take an example. So wherein the data is residing in the server, so chat GPT is able to retrieve the data, right? So now what structure we have in the NoSQL? So NoSQL, we have 4 types of structure. One is key and a value. So if there is a key, there is a value. So this is known as a key value structure in This is known as key and a value structure. So now the second structure in the NoSQL is known as column-based structure, wherein the data for this, so let's say this is a row key, this is the name and this is the value, this is the name and this is the value. It does not have a structure like a table. It is known as a column-based structure. Then we have the graph data. We'll talk about this because in the coming slides, we will see about this thing. So what is the graph? We will talk about that in detail. Then we have the document structure wherein multiple documents are being stored inside the NoSQL database. Now, to go in detail about this, so NoSQL, what is the document-based structure? So let's say there are the documents. It can be your Excel files, it can be your PDF files, it can be your anything, any files. So which structure it uses to store this data? So document-based structure uses a JSON format. Okay, in the NoSQL, it uses a JSON format to store the data. Which application uses the NoSQL document-based structure? So there is a uh, tool known as Couchbase Server, CouchDB, MongoDB, MarkLogic. So these are just the few examples. So there can be more than that in the market which supports this structure. I know about these. Okay, so the second structure is known as a graph structure. Okay, so which means that the data whichever we are storing, it is stored in the nodes in the graph to accelerate the query. Okay, so most of the time, where are these used? Okay, so most of the time these are being used in the geospatial application. Okay, like the Amazon uses it, DB uses it, IBM DB uses it. JSON is a language like the Java, like the C Sharp, like the C++. JSON is also a language. So using the JSON language, so NoSQL stores this document-based structure. Kiran Shah. So it's like a HTML tags. On the basis of a tags, we will be using this. So this you will not be using anywhere in this course or the coming courses. This is just for your understanding what all things are there available in the market. Okay. Now, if we talk about the third one, it's a key and a value structure. It's a very simple key and the value structure. It's one key has the one value. Okay, so the companies like wherein the clickstream or the application log generation or the key and the password generation, we use the key and the value store. Okay, Amazon, DynamoDB, Azure, table storage, or the Redis uses this key store structure. Okay, so then there is a wide column structure. So if we talk about this wide column structure in the SQL Server, it is like the key value with having the name and its attributes. Okay, so this type of a database stores the data across the tables that are very large numbers in the columns. So the table is having a large number of columns. So mostly where we use it, so it is used for the search sites like the Google, like the Bing. So they uses the wide column stores for the internet search where the data is so large, it's unable to scale into the application or where you are unable to use a SQL. So you use a wide column stores for the NoSQL. So which are application uses the NoSQL. So like the Cassandra, Google, Hybase, ScalaDB. So all these uses a NoSQL structure. Okay, so this is just the rough definition of these programming or these types of the NoSQL. Now, as I mentioned about a graph. So this structure is also known as a tree-based structure. Oh, this structure is also known as a tree-based structure. Okay. The upper node, I will tell you that these are all the intermediate levels. So the upper node here, we call it as a root node. Oh, we call it as a root node or we call it as a parent node. These circles are, we call it as a node. What we call it as a node. Okay, one parent can have multiple childs. These all below the root node are the child nodes. These are all child nodes. One parent can have multiple childs. So this is known as a parent and child relationship. So graph structure in the NoSQL uses the B tree or the graph based structure, which is the parent and child node structure. Is it clear? Vishnu, how the structure will be used in the SQL. Vishnu, you got the answer. So we use only one structure in SQL Server, which is table, but in the NoSQL, we have 4 different structures. Okay, so far we have understood about the SQL and the NoSQL. Now, Madhu, Sumita, column base is similar to table. As I mentioned, column base is not related to the, oh, this is a column base. In the table, we have the structure. So column based structure will be like that. This is the key. In the key, there are two columns like the name and ID column. Under that, we have the value. Okay, so still it is hard to differentiate, right? So no, it is not hard. Let me show you. This was the table. Uh, this was a table, so which has 4 columns and 3 rows. Now let's understand about the column based structure. This is the row key. In the row key, this is my name and age column, alpha 21. This is my second row key. This has row key number 2. This is name and age. You see how this is different? B22. If we talk about a table, so table may be like this, name column and age column. Okay, so like this, right? So if we talk about this column over here, so name has alpha, beta, Charlie, 3 records in the 3 different ages. Can you differentiate now? Is it different from one another or no? Can you guys see the difference? This is my table and this is a column based structure. Okay. Multiple people have the multiple keys. You can speak, right? If you have a question, you want to discuss something, you can speak. Okay, in between if you want to discuss anything. So this was just the SQL and the NoSQL. All right. So now we will see what is the DBMS. Now, SQL so far we have understood it is just a language. Now, if we see that the SQL is a language which helps the user to read and write the data into the database. Now we will talk about the software. So DBMS is a software. What is DBMS? A DBMS is a software program which will store the data. Okay, which will store the data and from where the user will be able to read the data. DBMS concept was introduced in the year 1960. Okay, the only functionality of this tool was to load the data and read the data from the database management system. Okay, the functionality of this application was to read the data. How we are able to read the data? By using the SQL language. Also, apart from reading and writing the data, this also helped the user with many administrative tasks. Like what task it helps the user with? So like taking the backups. So backup of my data, doing the performance tuning, which means checking the performance of my database, how slow my databases are. Okay, how fast my queries are being read from the database. Optimizing, which means enhancing the database queries so that it can read the database faster. Okay. So all those things. So DBMS allows the user to load the data, update the data, and retrieve the data in the data integrity. So let's say this is my table. Table has data like name and age. Every name will be stored in one column and every age will be stored in an age column. Now here, there are the different columns being created. Let's say I have to create a record for the Vishnu for you. I will create a name column. It is just an example. It can be a single record. It can be only the name record can be there. Table uses a rows and column. Here we cannot say how many columns you see here. This is a row key. This is not a column, right? This is a reference. Like this is row key number 1. This is row key number 2. This is row key number 3. Whenever the Vishnu logs in into the server, so all the details are being pulled from the row key number 3. This one on the left hand side, whatever we are seeing, we are not going to use it. This is for your understanding. If you face an interview question, so what is SQL and what is NoSQL? So you should say that the SQL uses a table structure, whereas the NoSQL uses a 4 different types of structure. Now, what is DBMS? Is it clear for everyone? So the simple functionality of this tool, which was introduced in the year 1960, was to store the data and was to read the data. Simple, read and write the data. Apart from that, it also helps the user to perform administrative tasks. Okay, like taking the backup, restoring the databases, all those things. Is it easy, right? So far, you are not finding any difficulty. So I have designed this presentation so that everybody who is having this basic knowledge as well as the intermediate knowledge will learn new things. Okay, so it's not that somebody should have a programming knowledge for that. Okay, I know some of you are from the non-technical background. Okay, so now talking about there is one thing which has added here, which is a relational database management system. Sir, I will share every material with you. Don't worry. Okay, towards the end of the class, I will share a Google Drive link from where you can download it. Tuning means like optimizing, enhancing the performance. Let's say you own a bike or you own a car. Now, suddenly the car is not like picking up the race. Maybe there is some problem with your engine. Maybe you are running low on gas, or maybe there is like some technical problem. So when you fix that problem, which means you have tuned your car, you have optimized the performance of your car. Simply when you feel like my database is not responding in time, so then you will use the tuning options to enhance the speed of your database. So our DBMS stands for relational. Now, the only difference between the DBMS and our DBMS is relational, this part over here. So relational database management system is a part of a DBMS. It is also known as the advanced version of the DBMS, wherein the primary functionality of my DBMS was to store the data and read the data from the database management system. Over here as well, the primary functionality of this tool is to read and write the data, which is stored in a table format. Okay, so this RDBMS format is only the relational. So we will talk what is relational now in a moment, so that each and every record of a table are interlinked or interconnected with one another. Stores the unstructured. Yes, we have seen that it can store the unstructured and the semi-structured data as well as the structure. So when we say about the structured data, NoSQL, non-structured query language, it cannot store the structured data. Okay, if you design your application in such a way, then you will be able to store it, but by default it cannot. It can store the semi-structured, it can store the unstructured, but not the structured directly. Okay, so now about the RDBMS, we know that this is the relational, only difference is relational. Now, before jumping to the new topic, let's discuss one thing. How many of you know about this site, which is Amazon? There is a sale as well, right, in India from 15 to 16, right? Something like that. How many of you have used it, right? So I believe most of you have used the Amazon site, right? Let's understand about the structure of the Amazon. So this is my user, let's say Baljit, having a phone number, let's say 111, living in Delhi. So I logged in into the Amazon account, which means there is an account for me. So I'm checking for what most of the time. So from this site, I'm checking for the products. Okay. So 111 me, I'm searching for a shoe which has ID 66. Okay. Now, once I have selected the shoes, I will add the shoes to the cart. So this will be my cart. So this will tell 111 in the backend, 66 having the price 7,800. Okay. With the every description of it has been added to the cart. Now, once I will go to the billing, so there will be bill. So 111 66. 66 is the ID for the shoes. 111 is my username or my phone number through which it will check. Okay, 111 has checked out a product which is 66 and paid online. PO means paid online. Now, once the bill is done, so it will be sent to the delivery team, wherein they will deliver this product 11166 delivered to the address Delhi by 1st of August. This is delivered. Now, every item here, user, product, cart, bill, and delivery, so is interconnected. They are having a relationship. How I can say they are having a relationship? I'm just taking an example of one ID. There may be 100,000 users which are connected like that. Okay, so users are connected to the products, products are connected to the cart, cart is connected to the bill, and bill is connected to the delivery. Okay, is it understandable how we can say this data is relational? Because 111, 111, 111, 111, and 111. Second relation 66, 66, 66, and 66. You see, each and every table, these boxes can be a representation of our tables. So username, let's say there are two Baljits now, but the two Baljit will be having a different phone numbers, right? So which means they are using a different usernames, or two-person cannot have the same phone numbers, right? Or different email IDs. So we cannot say they are, this is the data for the table 1, table 2, and table 3. So one data we have for the teachers, one we have the rail, and one we have the hospital. Can this data be the relational? Is there a relation between the data? Who will tell me the relation between that? One is teacher, rail, and hospital. So there are three tables. Can the teacher data connect to the rail and rail to the hospital? No, there is no relation, right? This is still a valid data, but there is no relationship at all. Okay, let's understand more examples of the relational database. Now, to talk more about the relational database, we need to see this diagram. So in the coming days, we will be creating these diagrams. This is known as entity relationship diagram. Entity means table. Entity simply means the table. Entity relationship diagram. So you see these lines which are connecting these boxes. So which simply means that, so these boxes are interconnected with one another on the basis of these lines. So person table is connected with the region, region table is connected with the other table. Now what relationship they have? So let's say that the state province ID and the state province ID on the basis of this like particular column. So we are having a relationship. Now, country region code and country region code. On the basis of these two columns, we have a relationship between these two tables. So now there is address ID and there is the address ID. So on the basis of this address ID, we are having a relationship between these two tables. Now, there is address type ID, there is address type ID. On the basis of this particular column, we are having a relationship. Now here, business entity ID, business entity ID, and the business entity ID. So three tables have the same business entity ID. So here as well, we have the business entity ID, here as well, business entity ID, here as well, business entity ID. So you see, so these tables are interlinked or interconnected with one another on the basis of a one column, which is the business entity ID. Or in another terms, you can say this can be the employee ID. Okay. The primary functionality of this tool is to store and retrieve the data as requested by the application. As we have seen this tool, right? So we have seen and we have read about this tool. The tool helps the user to store the data and retrieve the data, which means read and write operation. So help the user to perform the read and write operation. About this tool, we know that there are the many and there are several versions of the SQL Server, starting from the SQL Server 2000 till the SQL Server 2022. So is there a difference? So what all things are there? So now we will understand about it. So environment is a platform. Platform means so every tools or every application require a platform to install the binary or install the files on it. So this is my platform, which is the Windows. So we can install any SQL Server on any Windows version. So which means we can install the SQL on the Windows version. Okay, that's good. So if we talk about the Linux, so any SQL can be installed on any Windows version, right? What is the time period for the developer version? It's the lifetime. Express or standard edition has the 180 days, but developer edition is totally free. I'm using from the 2 years. Don't tell Microsoft that. So now we will talk about the Linux version. Okay. So if we talk about the Linux version in the SQL Server, so starting with the SQL Server 2017, so we can install the SQL on the Linux version. Starting with 2017, which means 2017, 2019, and 2020, 22, right? Okay. So Linux can be used as a platform, and we can install the SQL Server 2017, 2019, and 2020, 22. So third operating system, which is currently in the market, is the Mac, Microsoft Macintosh. So we cannot install any SQL Server so far. We cannot. So far, you know that the Apple and the Microsoft are the rivals. So we directly cannot install anything on the Mac operating. Is it understandable? What is a platform? Platform means Windows, Linux, Mac. So what is SQL version? We can install anything on the any version of the SQL Server. Linux starting from the 2017 and Mac we cannot. So this was the SQL Server additions. Now we will talk about the database. What is the database? We'll close this extra slides. What is a database? Okay, a database is an organized collection of data. It's an organized collection of data which is typically stored on an electronic device. So collection of data which is stored on an electronic device. It can be your hard disk drive. So we'll talk about that in a moment. So database is nothing, it's an organized, which means same types of data which is stored and accessed from an electronic device on a computer device. Okay, so what types of database we have in SQL Server? We have the different types of databases. Let's say we have the flat file structure, we have the hierarchical structure, we have the relational structure. In or like the Microsoft SQL Server, everybody knows what is a relational structure, right? So now we know that. Is it clear for everyone what is a relational structure? So you have seen an example of Amazon that is kind of a relational structure in SQL. Now, so now we will talk about the database. Now we will talk about the database. So what is a database? So we've seen that it's an organized collection of the database, which is typically stored and accessed from an electronic device. Now the first type of a database, we will see that flat file. What is a flat file? How many of you know what is a flat file? So a notepad file or an Excel file in the SQL Server, we call it that as a flat file. Any notepad file or a Excel file in your Windows are known as a flat file. Let's say this document. Okay, this document is a flat file. Okay, how this is a flat file? Because in this document, I will store the name, I will store the age, I will store the address, name, age, address, phone number of a person. As of now, this data is not readable format. No. PDF is not a flat file. Okay. So name, age, address, and phone number. So as of now, this is just the characters like N and all. Oh, okay, so you guys can see my screen, right? So there is a name, there is a age, address, and phone number. But if we read them together, these are just the words. These are just the characters like A, B, C, D. This does not make any sense. We will use a separator which will separate my value 1 with the value 2. Okay, this over here, the comma helps a user to separate the value 1 with the value 2. Now name is Alpha, age is 21, address is Delhi, phone number is 213456. Okay, name is Beta, now 22, phone number something, right? So as of now, this is just the data. Now, can we have any control on this data? When I say control, will I be able to put any restrictions on this data? So whenever we are storing the data in the notepad, there are some problems. So when we talk about the problem, the first problem which comes, it is that somebody may like at the age first, then add the name second, then add the phone number. So I cannot say anything, right? Right, I cannot control it. The notepad will not give me any error message. Okay, we cannot apply a rules in the notepad file. Yes, Ishani, you are right. Aprajita. Okay. Okay, we cannot. Right. The second thing is that whenever you're storing the data in the notepad file, one user can either read the file and or one user can write the file. It's not that multiple people can use the same notepad file and read the data or write the data, right? So this is just the limitations. So if we have the multiple notepad files, so we will not be able to create a relationships or join the files together to form or to see the data, right? So you understood about the like why we should not use the notepad file to store the data. What is the limitation of a notepad file? So it is that the file does not, or we cannot apply a rule. Multiple people cannot read the data, so others have to wait, which is a long and a pending task. Same thing. So we can have the other format, which is the Excel format. Where is Excel? Okay. So let's say in the Excel as well. So the first limitation is that number of rows. So the number of records in an Excel sheet, number of records in the Excel sheets are very less. So you see the numbers of record in rows in the Excel sheets are 10,48,576. Multiple people cannot read or write the data. Yes, it is possible if the Excel sheet is shared over the internet, as if using an application, multiple user cannot read or write the data into this Excel sheet. Over here as well, we cannot apply the rule that only that kind of data we want to see. We cannot apply a condition on the data in the Excel as well. It is not possible. It is not possible to apply a condition on an Excel sheet. Is it clear? So two type of flat file system we have. One is the notepad file and other one is the Excel file. If we have multiple Excel files, so we will not be able to join them or we will not be able to have a relationship between them. Okay. These are not, we cannot say that these are the structure. These are not having any definite structure. So a flat file means that it has a dimensions. So dimensions are here. It is like a two-dimensional, like it is having a rows and column. Manish, so PDF is not an part of a flat file system. In the PDF, like it is not appropriate to say that the PDF can be a flat file. And most of the time, like text editor window, a text editor like the notepad can contain only the data, wherein the PDF can contain an image file as well. So, or the video file as well. So, which is not appropriate. We cannot say that the PDF can be the part of a flat file family. Okay. Then we have the second type of a database structure, which is known as a hierarchical. So most of you have seen the parent and the child relationship, right? Let's take an example about the parent and the child. So the electronics are on the top. In the electronics, we have the television. Television is a part of electronics, and phone is also the part of the electronics. In the television, we have the LCD, we have the LED. In the phone, we have the iPhones, we have the Android phones. In the iPhone, we have the different versions, and in the Android, we also have the different versions, right? So these are interconnected with one another. So electronics is a parent having the multiple childs. We can see that, right? So you can see this electronics is having two childs, televisions and phone, LCD and LED. Right. So this is the hierarchical structure. So what is the problem of storing the data in a hierarchical structure? So the basic problem of storing the data, whenever we need to add the like iPhone 16 or iPhone 15, iPhone 16. So you see it has to traverse here, find the iPhone, then add a record here, which means adding a record iPhone 60, something like that. So iPhone I have added in the iPhone list. So this is very much like time consuming operation. Whenever you have to delete a record, first you have to see this thread, search it here, search it here, search it here, and search it here. Okay, so reading the data from this hierarchical structure or moving the record, which means inserting or deleting the records, is a hectic task, or it's a slow performing task in the hierarchical structure. Is it clear? So that is the reason this RDBMS comes into the picture. So that was the only reason this RDBMS comes into the picture. Okay. Now in the RDBMS, we know that what all things are there. So whenever we install the SQL now, so jumping to the new topic, which is SQL, Microsoft SQL Server. Now I will be more focused on here. So now whenever you install the Microsoft SQL Server, so two types of installation you have done. So one is the SQL Server Management Studio and the Microsoft SQL Server. So whenever you install the Microsoft SQL Server, there are three services. Okay, so there are three services there which are there. So the first service, we call it as a engine service. What we call it? Engine service. The second service is known as the agent service. And the third service is known as the browser service. Okay, so whenever you have installed, again, I am repeating, whenever you have installed the Microsoft SQL Server, you have done the two installation. One is the engine part and second one is the SSMS part. Two softwares you have installed. Everybody remember that? Right. So let's talk about the service. So what is the service? If I go to the run menu, okay, or if you go to the search menu, you will type services like this. SERVICES, right? Okay, so whenever you install, so there are only two types of installation you have done. If you check the services application on your, I would say, so this services app are there by default. This is the by default app in the Windows machine. The service is this one. I will just open this. A window will appear like this. If I go to the S keyword, why? Because I want to just learn about the Microsoft SQL Server. So whenever you install the SQL Server, you have provided a name. If you have not provided any name to your SQL Server, by default, the name of the SQL Server will be MS SQL, MS SQL Server. But in my case, while I have installed the SQL Server, the name which I have used is demo. The name of the SQL Server is demo. Okay. So what is this first service, or what is this engine service over here? We call it as an engine service. The primary use or the primary functionality of this engine service is to allocate the resources. What's resources? Like how much memory is required, how much CPU is required, how much hard disk drive is required, how much graphics is required, how much resources. So about my machine, how much resources are required to run this particular program. So Microsoft SQL Server Engine Service helps the user or helps the application to allocate the resources to the SQL Server. Is it clear? The primary use, what is the use of engine service? The primary use, you don't have to do anything, right? So about this engine service, if this engine service is start or it is not running, right? So whenever you create a database in SQL Server, whenever you add the records in the SQL Server, so which is going to take care of that space where you will be taking the database or where you will be adding those records. So the engine service helps the user or the helps the application to allocate the resources. What is the resource? Resource means CPU, memory, hard disk drive, graphics, or the storage location, those things. Okay. Now the second service in the SQL Server is the engine service. Oh, sorry, agent service. Now, as a user, let's talk about a scenario. Like as a developer or as a database analyst or the administrator or any users which are working on a database cannot work for 24/7. You cannot work 24/7, which means some of the times you will not be available when the customer or when the client needs you, right? For such scenarios, so let's say when you are off the shift, when you are not working, but still you need to run some tasks. So SQL Server agent help you. So agent helps the user to automate the task in SQL Server. It creates the multiple tasks in SQL Server, which will run in the background at a certain time. Let's say you want to add the records at 4 a.m. in the morning or 3 p.m. in the afternoon, or every 1 minute you want to insert new record. As a user, you cannot be this much perfect to add every record 1 minute. So for this repetitive task, you can create a job in SQL Server, which will execute after 1 minute. Every 1 minute, this job will execute or at a specific time. Okay, so it can be same like a reminders in your phones or alarm clocks in your phones or the calendars in your phones. So which helps the user to run a specific event at a specific time. Like something like this you will see on the screen. Okay, the same thing like this will appear. Don't panic if your screen is not showing anything of or it's blank. Okay, the left hand side is known as the Object Explorer, which is currently not available. I will go to the View menu, and there is the Object Explorer on the top. I will just click on it. So the Object Explorer come. So now how I will connect? I cannot see anything here. So I will click on this connect button and click on the database engine. So SQL Server has a variety of the services like the analysis service, integration services, Azure services, reporting service, but the only service which we will be working on or which we will be learning, so is the database engine. So you just need to choose the database engine. Whenever you click on that, so the database engine comes here. So don't panic if the server name is blank. You need to click on this drop down, click on browse for more, and expand database engine, highlight the one which is listed there and click OK. Now, there are two types of authentication in the SQL Server. One is known as Windows authentication. What is the Windows authentication? So whenever you choose this Windows authentication, this username and password is blanked out. Okay, let's understand about the basic of this one. Okay, so how many of you know about the single sign-on? Single sign-on? Let me explain you about the single sign-on. So let's say how many of you use the Google Gmail account? Most of you might be using it, right? Right. So let's say that you are using a Google account, a Gmail account. Now in the Google, so Google offers a variety of services like Google Meets, Google Drive, Google Photos, Google Mail, blah, blah, blah. Multiple things are there, right? So now, whenever you logged in into the Google email, okay, whenever you have authenticated yourself over the Google email, rest all the services which Google provides are now available to you without any authentication. So once your authentication, all the other apps which are related to this program will be available to you. Okay, now first, so this username contain two parts. One says Thelon, the backslash BALJE. So what is this BALJE and what is this Thelon? Thelon is the name of my machine, my laptop. So my laptop name or my host name is Thelon. So what is my username? Who am I? I will type a command in the command prompt. Who am I? To tell me. So this person has currently logged in into this laptop using this username. So that is the username which is being used by the Windows authentication. So the account or the user ID which you have used to logged in to your laptop is being used by the SQL server to authenticate yourself. If this account is not having a permission, so you will get a connection error. If this account is having a permission, then you will not have any permission issue. Okay. So as of now, it will give me a permission error, cannot connect. Okay. Now I will choose the second type of authentication, which is the username and the password. By default for everyone, the username will be the SA and password will be something which you should know, right? Okay. For my case, it's the admin@123. For your case, it can be the different. Okay. Now there are two types of connection. One is the SQL Server authentication and one is the Windows connection. Okay. So you see here, once I have connected with the username and password. Second, I have connected with the Windows authentication. Is it clear for everyone? This is how you can connect to the SQL Server. Now, this button on the here on the top is to connect. This is to disconnect. If you safely want to disconnect SQL Server without deleting or removing anything, you just need to click on the second button, connect. Second button is for the disconnect. And the third one is for the refresh. If you need to check anything, just highlight and refresh. So one is connect, the second one is disconnect, and third one is refresh. Any questions? Can you get in touch with them? Show them this one, show them the like scenario, like there might be some tools. So most of the time, why I'm saying that, if you are using the Visual Studio or any visuals, like there is one more tool for the Python, we use it. So if you use it, so it will give you the error message, right? But to be honest, like I do not support, they mostly support it. Okay. So they support it. The support teams help you with the installation part. So can you get in touch with them, raise a ticket? Yeah, right, right. So if you face an installation issue, so get in touch with them, see what they tell you. Okay. Okay.
Sure.
So this, yes. Okay. Because I do not have any authority to have a session with you, so that for the installation, because like most of the classes are there, and that's the reason we have a separate team for that. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Now, so this one on the left hand side is known as my objects. So these all are the objects of the SQL Server, different objects. We call it as objects in the SQL Server. Whenever you install the SQL Server, by default, there are some files. By default, there are some scenarios, or by default, there are some things which are pre-installed in the SQL Server whenever you install first time. Okay. So now where will you type the command? So command will be typed on the right hand side here. So you have to click on the new query on the top. So whenever you click on the new query on the top, so the commands will be like the notepad file. You can only enter the text, numerics, any special characters, you will not be able to yes, I know it's gone. So meanwhile, I will say, so like the notepad file, so you will be able to, okay. So like the notepad file, you will be able to enter the characters 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, D or data like that. Okay, so you will not be able to paste any graphs, paste any charts, paste any image or paste any video in it. Okay, it's just the text editor tool, right? Okay, so now we can save this file as well. If you press the Control S, extension of SQL file is .sql. Okay, what is the extension of SQL file? .sql. How many queries you can open like this new query, new query, new query? How many queries you can open in SQL Server? You can open multiple queries in the SQL Server. Let's say, okay, I will just click on new. I will say new query like this. Multiple queries I have set to the SQL Server to open. You see? Now, if I click on this, okay, so extension for SQL is .sql. Right. So what is this numbering system? Numbering system can differentiate you from the other person. So in SQL Server, how many people can connect? So number of connections to my instance of SQL Server. How many connection I can open to the SQL Server? 32,767. So 32,767 people can connect to my SQL Server and read the data and write the data from the SQL Server. How we can say differentiate this 32,000 people from one another? If we say, if you have seen a taskbar, let's say there are multiple services running onto the taskbar. There is Adobe, there is a Windows, there is something Google, there is a iCloud running on my machine, Intel, Microsoft services, phone link services, SQL services. So every services are running onto the SQL Server. Now, without any ID, my machine can say that, okay, what is this process number and what is this process number? So I will go to the details and you see there is a process ID. Process ID represents which process is in a running state, which process is in a waiting state, and which process is in a sleeping state. Okay, so process ID means simply represents the current process number. So this process 508 belong to the Adobe service application like that. Okay, you understood what is the process ID? So process ID is same like a session ID. Every time you connect to the SQL Server, so SQL Server gives you a session ID. What is my current session ID? ID equal to 56. From where we can see it? We can see it from the top or from the bottom, right? From the top or from the bottom bar, we can see the session ID. Now there are few more information on the screen. There is an instance comment. Comment is just an informational message. Comment in SQL is an informational message, which means it's a message so that whenever a user reads the program, so it will know what is a comment. What is this program about? Okay, I will highlight and I will click on this part over here. Or I can just add these two dots so that this is a comment or this is an informational message to the users. So what is a comment? Comment in SQL is an informational message. Is it clear? Far we are just typing the things which are like this. So sometimes we are commenting, sometimes we are saying this. Now nobody asked me, so sir, why the session ID is started from 56? Why not 1, 2, 3, 4? So always remember that in SQL Server, session ID from 1 to 50 is reserved for system processes, which means internal processes. So whatever the internal processes the SQL Server are running, so the session ID 1 to 50 are reserved for that. Clear? Is it clear? This is the SQL demo. I will name my database as a SQL demo. If I expand the databases as of now, this is empty. No database is there. So if I highlight this code or I will select this line and I will click on execute button. So whenever you type a command, this is my command to create database. Just showing you how to create a database. Okay.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is not a common data analytics technique? And your options are regression analysis, sentiment analysis, database design, or clustering. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Like, okay, let's say that we people, we as a human being are very much revolutionized over the past several centuries or the past few decades, right? Very good. It's a raw fact. Absolutely right. So we communicate with each other on the basis of a language. Okay, it can be your regional language, it can be your local language, or it can be an international language, like which everybody understands. Right, like in our case, we use a language which everybody understands, that is the English. Like similarly, to communicate with the machines, to communicate with the operating system, to communicate with the SQL server, we also need a language to communicate, right? So over here, the language is SQL. SQL stands for the structured query language. The language which Microsoft uses is known as a T-SQL. What does the T stand for here? So what does the T stand for? So
Transactional.
very good. So we are going to learn about one tool, which is the Microsoft SQL Server. This is the product. This is what? This is product. And to communicate, to use this product, we need to learn a language which is named as a T-SQL. T stand for the transaction and SQL stand for structured query language. Right. So I will write only transaction SQL server. Okay. So far. So we know that this tool uses this language as a T-SQL, but how we communicate, how we send information to this tool so that it can understand. We can send the information in two types. Like first, it can be either the numbers or it can be either the alphabets. Okay, we'll start with the numbers. So how many types of number we have? We have the integers, which include the minus 1, minus 100, minus 200. Okay, 2000 like that, and also 0, and also we have the numbers in the positive. Something, it can be 1. So numbers in the negative and the numbers in the positive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It can be any number. Let's say I have my phone number. Phone number is my integer, right? Everybody know that. What is phone number? Phone number is integer. So what can be my phone number? It can be the list of the digit. Let's say 7468, something like that. Right, this is a phone number and these are all the integer data. So whenever we talk about the integer data in the SQL server, integer is what? Integer is only the numbering system. So numbers, it can be in the positive as well as in the negative. Is it good? Everybody know now what is integer? So integer is a data type in the SQL server, which will hold only the data like the pay rate, salary, phone numbers, or in other terms, I will say employee ID, employee text information, something which has to do with the numerics. Okay, the data which has to do with the numerics. Is it clear? So we will come to the limitations part. Okay, so how much number? So it is like a bucket. Once we say the bucket, so in bucket, how many cups of water it can hold? Same thing like an integer. How many digits an integer can store? It has also the limit to store the number. So we'll talk about the how many digits and what are the type of the how many bytes of the storage, and two things are there: how much space it will take to store the digits and what is the limit. We'll talk about these in a moment. So far we have seen integer can hold the data, which is all about the numeric. The second thing, which is a part of a numeric family, is the float. What is a float? Okay, you got it. So most of the time it's about the percentage as well. Someone took an example. So it can be currency, it can be percentage, it can be a number which should be precise, which should be precise. Okay, which should be precise. We have integer, we have float. So can we hold the negative numbers in the float? Yes, we can hold the negative number. So how much, up to how much fractions or how much decimal point we can hold in the SQL Server float data type? We can hold up to 0.10, which means up to 2 decimal point we can hold the data, which means 88 rupees, 10 paisa, 20 paisa, 90 paisa, 26 paisa, like that. Okay, so it can be the negative number, it can be the positive number. Is it good? Everybody understood what is the float? Very. Now the third type of data type in SQL Server is a decimal. Now let's suppose that sometimes I have fractions wherein the data is like this: 78 or 4.986. So sometimes fractions are more than 2. We know that we cannot store this in the, whenever the fraction or the decimal point are more than 2 numbers, we cannot store them in a float. We use a different type of data type in the SQL Server. For that, we have the decimal data type. When we talk about the decimal data type in the SQL Server, it's our choice how much it can store. It can store up to 38 precision. What is the precision? So it can store this number up to 38. Okay, now let's count how many digits are there. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6 and 7. So total number of digits are 7. And how many precisions we have? We have up to 3 precisions. So we'll write decimal, which can hold 7 integer values and up to 3 decimal points. So you got it. So let's consider one more example for that. So one more example for that would be 4644.59845. Okay, so now how many digits are there? There is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So I will write decimal, which is the data type name, and it can hold 9 is the total number of digits. But how many decimal points we have in this 9,5. So you understood how we say about the decimals? Is it clear? Is it clear? So if you want to store the decimal which are more than, which are more than 2, so that you can use the decimal point in SQL Server. Clear for everyone? Okay, you have declared a column, let's say currency. So you know that you will store the data for the currency, but you're saying the total number of the count for that is 10, and you can go up to 5 decimal points, right? Wherein you are sure what kind of application and what kind of data which you are receiving. You are sure about that because like you don't see like you will receive the number more than 5. Now let's take about the example if this was the float only. The total number of digits you can store 10. Can you store up to 5? No, it's 2 only, where the data is not important. Okay, let's say in the percentage, we cannot say it's 98.55555%, where we know that we can bring it down to the 98.10%. So you can store the float for that. Okay, where data is not so important. But if the data is important, then you will go to the decimal fractions. Okay. 13,5. Yes, we can. How we write in float? You like it's only in decimal you have this kind of like you have to provide the name like this in decimal. but you cannot provide like float is float only. So you will type this, let's say float is my currency. And now in this currency, you will store the, yes, you can say that decimal are used in the, a decimal is a good example of the stock market, wherein the every fraction, every single percentage matters. Thank you, Ruben, to bring this up. Okay, so is it clear for everyone? Integer float decimal? Oh, 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Now we will jump to the next example, which is character. Is it clear? Now,
Yeah.
okay, before jumping to the next thing, so we'll talk about the integer. Now in the integer as well, there are three types of integer. Let's understand about them. So integer has small integer, integer, and the big integer. So what is the difference between these three types of integer? So small integer can hold the data. So it can hold the values from minus 32,000 to positive 32,767. That is the total length or the total, I would say, about the capacity of storing the data in the integer. Okay.
So this is the number of integers that can be
Right.
stored.
Right. If you have the, let's say you have 32,767 employees total in your company, then you can use this small integer as a data type. Now, what is the, if I would talk about the space, what the small integer can take, the small integer can take up to 2 bytes of data space. In the integer, small integer can take up to 2 byte of space. Okay, which is very minute. Okay, small integer can take up to 2 bytes of space. Now, second one is the integer. The integer can hold the numbers, which is like this 2147483648 in the negatives and 2147483647 in the positive number. You don't have to remind it, but you should know about it. So where we can store the numbers. So which means Indian numbers cannot be stored in this integer data type because most of the time our numbers start with the range of 6, 7, 9 and the total number which it can store it is 2 lakh something, 2 crore, 1,47,000, something like that. Okay, right? Right. In the integer data type, how much byte of data it can store? What is the range? It is the 4 bytes. So integer has a range of a 4 bytes. Okay, so it's double the size of a small integer. Then it's the integer. Then after that, we have the big integer in the SQL Server, which can hold a big number. I do not count. I don't want to count it. So it's something very huge. Right. So this number we can store in the big integer. So if you have the need to use the big integer, also it has a cost associated with it. When we say cost, the size which a big integer can take, it's up to 8 bytes. It's up to 8 byte of space. Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. So this was the size and the data which the integer can store. Numbering system was these were the only numbering system which we have for the integer, small integer, big integer, and that. So what about the float and the decimal? We'll talk about the float. Okay, we forgot. Now we should not. So float can store up to 8 byte of. So it has a range. It has a range. It can store up to 7 digit. If you have the data in the 7 digit, so it will be of 4 bytes. If your digits in the float are exceeding 7, so which can go up to 15 digit, so then the space will also increase to 8 byte. If in the float, you will store a number like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. These are 7 numbers. So the space which the float will take up to 4 byte. Once you exceed this number, which is like this, 7, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this will take up to 8 byte of data. Once you increase. Once the length of this float will increase, so it will also exceed the length. Is it clear? Clear for everyone?
Yes.
Good. Right. Now the last thing which we have discussed about the numbers was the decimal. So decimal, think about it. So decimal also has the precisions. Decimal also has the precision. If the numbering system, if the decimal will store from 1 to 9, so it will take 5 byte. If the decimal can store up to 10 to 19's number, so it will take 9 byte, 13 byte and 17 byte. I will just type it. It can go up to 20 to 28, then 29 to 38. Okay, so this is 17, this is 13, and this is 9 byte. This is for decimal. Clear? Is it clear? If you want to take a note, if you want to just copy it, just do that. Okay, so we have seen so far 5 type of numbering system we have. Which one we have? To store what?
Store the different types of data.
Numbers.
Types of data.
Data. Numerical data.
Numerical data. Absolutely right. Okay, so you all know that now using this type of approach in SQL Server, we will be able to store the data. We will be able to do what? We will be able to store the data in SQL Server. Very good. So everybody is clear about that. Anyone having any question with this data type, numeric data type? First type of thing is character. When we talk about the character by default have the 0 length. By default has the, sorry, not 0 exactly, it is the 1 length. So if you type char, it means character. Now you will store any character value in that, which means you have to use these single quotes so that you can store the string data in it. Okay, in the character by default, since like once we learned about the programming language, we know that we can store any like character values, but also we can store the any 1 to like this numeric value as well in the character. Okay, in SQL Server, this is allowed. We can also define the range of the character. Let's say character of 5 digits. I specified the range here. Character of 5 digits. 5 string values, like it can be A, B, C at the rate 1. I use the character value. I use the, this one is my, what we call it, special character, and this one is my numeric value. The total count of these digits are 5. I can use only beta, which is less than 5. It is also accepted. It should not be greater than 5. Once you will provide a value which is greater than 5, it will be the overflow. What we call it? We call it as the overflow of the character. So it will give you the arithmetic overflow error message. What error message you will get? An arithmetic overflow. Is it clear? So from character 5, so what is the maximum range of a character? Character can go up to 255 values in the SQL Server, which means your string can hold up to 255 characters. Okay. Okay, that is a length. You can go with the, by default, the character will accept only one value, and it has a range from the string. String can be anything, any value. Hello is a string. I am so happy today is a string. So you see how many words can fit into the 255. That means a string. Okay. So it can be something which stores like the, wherein we know exactly, like let's say string values. It can be my employee name. It can be my designation. It can be my department name. It can be my gender. It can be my email ID, which can be also stored in the string data type. Okay, so the string, which is the character in the SQL Server, we are talking about the data type for the strings like character. Character data types are the fixed size, which means by default, it can accept only one value and the range from which it can start. Let's say character of 10. I will, once I say character of 10 values, so now we can put up to 10 values. A, L, P, H, A at the rate 1, 2, hash 5. How many values are these? 10 values. Yes, space is also considered. 255 character values, which means this is counted as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. Know about the character. We'll talk about the varchar. So what is a varchar? Varchar by default will hold a single value. Either it can be a, either it can be 1, either it can be anything. Right. So varchar can go up to the values 655, 35. Okay. So it can go up to the value 655, 35. Okay. Which means it can also store the numbers. It can also store the, let's say, varchar of 20. Now, out of 20, I will just provide the hello. Hello consists of 5 words, right? Now the second value can be beta, which consists of 3 words. Or sometime I will just provide a single space. This is my single space. Okay, is it good? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Just allow me a moment. Okay. So whenever we are storing the data, it will take a single byte. If we say character of 1, it can take the single byte. Let's say I said character of 5 and varchar of 5. First value I provided A, L, P, H, A. How many free spaces are out of 5? Can you find any free spaces?
0.
0. Now in the second one is the beta. How many free spaces are there?
1.
Once. In the second, third one, there are 2 spaces.
2. Yes.
Right. In the third one, I will say R, O, and in the last one, I just put a space bar. Let's consider this as a space bar. Okay. Array, space bar. Okay. So this is my value. Now let's understand about the character and the varchar. Whenever you define the character in SQL Server, the memory is static, which means the SQL Server will not release this memory. Let's say we have the records in the SQL Server, which is like that. Okay, the values. You see there are some space which are being empty. This yellow indicates there are the empty space in the SQL Server, right? This yellow indicates what? The empty space in the SQL Server. The character, once you define the character of 5, the SQL Server will reserve these 5 characters. So which means this is the static memory allocation. It cannot be reused until and unless this whole row is not removed itself. Once this whole row is removed, then you mean from alpha, once alpha is deleted, then only it can be reused. Until and unless this value is there, like Tim. Tim is there, which means out of 5, only 3 characters are being used. The 2 characters are being remaining there. So which means it cannot be released into the memory so that it can be reused or to save the space. But in the varchar, this free memory can be reused and we call it as a dynamic memory allocation, which helps the user so that the one thing is it will save the space on your drives. That this is the first thing why we have the preference over the character over the varchar. First thing is that it can free up the space, which will, wherein we can say that it will save the space for the SQL server, right? For the users, it can take less space compared to that of a character. Okay. You got it, the main difference. And the second difference between the character and the varchar is the size. So the character can store only the how many digits? 255 character values. Whereas we talk about the varchar, it can go up to 65535 values. Okay. In the varchar, it can be reused. These space can be reused by the memory. So we call it as a dynamic memory allocation. We call this terminology here. This is now known as the dynamic memory allocation. Okay, so let's say that this is character of 5. Okay, this is character of 5. So how many? So character will store 1 byte per character. So how many values we have? 5 into 5 is how many bytes it will be stored. So the total bytes which will be stored for this will be 25. How many bytes it will be? How? 5, 5, 5, 5, and 5. 5 cross 5 is 25. And can anybody guess how many bytes it will be stored? Let's understand like this. So it can store up to 15 bytes of data, but it's not true. So character will take 1 byte per character value. 1 byte per character value. But for the varchar, it will take 2 byte per character value. How it's going to store? It's going to store the 2 byte per character value. Okay. So 5 plus 2 is 7. So first value is 7. The second value is 4 plus 2 is 6. So every time you store the data plus 2 extra bytes, it will take. 3 plus 2 is 5. Okay. 2 plus 2 is 4. And this one is 3. So the total sum of these are 26. Okay. So in the smaller, it will not have much difference. When we say about the 100, when we say varchar of 1000, varchar of 200, varchar of 150, so this will be like this. Okay, so the total average value like this only. So you understand. So let's say we have the character of 5. So we will take an example to understand it much better. So if this data type is clear for everyone, so then only you will have the clear understanding of the other thing. So let's say character of 100 digits you have, and the varchar of 100 we have. Let's talk about the one value. Let's say that I stored a hello in the character. So the total count of the values which it will take is the 100 byte of space. How much space it will take? 100 byte. Now, if we compare this hello, if we store in the varchar, so it will be 4 plus 2. 2 is the extra byte, which is only the 6 byte of data. Which one you will go for, character or varchar? So whenever you store a string, it will extra take the 2 bytes of data. Plus 2 for the every row. Okay, so this is, yes, 5 plus 2 is 7. Sorry, I thought it is 1 hello. Okay, yes. Okay, got it. Okay, so hello is the 2 byte per particular row. Okay, 1 byte per character. If we have boy, how many characters are there? How many are here? So 3 character values it will take. Now, if we have defined character of 100, okay, and now you will store in here documents. Okay, so how many characters are these? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Out of 9 character, but as this is a static memory allocation, it will say it will reserve the 100 bytes for this particular value. Is it clear? If we talk about character, which will have one data type, so 1 byte of character, so that will not make any difference here. So for the varchar data type, it takes 1 byte per character. 1 byte per character. Like character, like if we have hello, so how many words we have? Many characters we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we have 5 characters, which means 5 plus, remember that, 1 byte per character plus extra 2 bytes. Why it takes 2 extra bytes? To hold the length information. So whenever you store this 5 and 2, it is only 7. If you have declared something like this, varchar of 100, so it in the memory, actually, it will reserve how many spaces? 7
Only
spaces.
7.
So which means 93 character, 93 byte of space we have released into the memory so that it can be reused. Is it clear now? So when we talk about the data type in the SQL Server, by default, the date is considered as a string. So which means a single quotes are there and followed by the pattern is like this: year, month, and day. We can change it later by using functions. We can manipulate it by default. The year, month, and day is the format for the data. So now we have the Boolean expression as well, which means true or false. 1 is equal to 1. Is it true or false? Is the value 1 equal to 1? It is true. 10 is equal to 9. No, 10 is not equal to 9. It is greater than 9, which is the false statement here. Okay, we have the 7 is greater than 8, which is true. Is 8 greater than 8? It is the false statement. Right. 9 is less than 9. It is the false statement. Right. But 9 is equal to or greater than 9. One condition match here, which is true. You understood the conceptual part here?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So this is known as the Boolean expression. So in the conditional statement, or in the 5th or 6th class, we will do the conditional statement. In there, we will talk about this Boolean expression. Month, day, then a space is there, then hours, minutes, seconds. This is date and time. Clear? What is the data type name? Which one? You forgot to return that, right? No worries. So while we were talking about the data type, so by default, the data type character will take the small integer will take up to 2 bytes. Okay. SQL commands. We have 3 commands in the SQL server. So one command, we call it as a DDL command. The other one is the DML command. And the third command is the DCL command, data control language. And then we have the one more command, which is the transaction control language. Don't get confused with the data query language, or some of them call it as a select to be the part of the DQL statement. Okay. Why is Python used to interact with SQL? You can use any library, any strong language you can use. You can use this. Python is free. Mostly I would say Python is free of cost. Other language requires a license to, so that the reason which I observed the Python is totally free. Priya answering your question. So we can also use our language, right? You can also use our studio, our language to interact with the machine, but Python is strong. DDL statement are used to build and modify the structures. So we are just focusing on one terminology here, which is the structure. So DDL statement are used to build and modify the structure. As of now, it is not mentioning about the data. So DDL statement are used to build and modify the structure of our tables and other object in the database. Whenever we execute a DDL command, the effects are immediate, which means as soon as you run the command, you can see the changes onto the database. Okay. Now, what is this structure? Why we say only the structure? Let's understand this over here. Okay, so we talk it about the data definition language. So in the data definition language, this is the table. So it is used to build and modify the structure of our table. So this is the structure. So I have the name column, I have the email column, and I have the gender column. This is the structure of my table. So using the create command in SQL Server, I have enabled an item in the SQL Server. As of now, we are not talking about the data. Using the DDL command, I have created a table, which is only a structure, right? Got it? Now, using the alter command. Now the second command, which is named as a alter. The second command is the alter. Using the alter command, I can add a column to an existing structure, or I can remove a column from an existing structure. Okay, so the alter statement helps the user to add a new column, or in case you want to drop this column or remove this column, you can do that. Alter will help to modify the existing structure to add or remove the columns. Is it clear? Is it clear? Is it clear for everyone? Now there is a third command, which is whenever we say modify, what you want to modify. What is the meaning of a modify? We can only modify a thing or an object if it exists. Right. So let's say this table was created. Okay, so which had 3 columns: name, email, and gender. So now the client requested me to add a new column in this, which is named as a age. So it does not want to create a new structure in the existing structure. It want to modify that and add a column. Or client requested you to remove a column from the structure. Right. So we can remove this column. We can change the data type, we can change the name, we can change all those things. All those things we can do. Okay, we can change the context with alter. Right. We can change the structure using the word content. Either you have to, content is related to the data, but you will say we can change the structure with the alter. Okay, so we have seen the 3 commands. One is create, one is alter, the third one is drop. Only 3 commands are there: 1, 2, and 3. What does the create mean? Create means add a item into the SQL server, which means create a table, create a database, create an object, create anything which does not exist. We want to create it. Let's say you are owning an company, let's say Facebook. For Facebook, you will create a database which is named as a Facebook. With the help of a create command, you will enable an item into the SQL server. Okay, create. You are creating a structure here. You got it? Clear? Command is create. Create means you are creating a new table, creating a new database, or creating something new in the SQL server. Something new. Okay. Now let's say you have created a table which is named as a employee. You have created a table which is named as a employee. Now, using this employee table, what changes we can do on this employee table? Okay, so which means on an employee table, we can modify the columns. We have seen that we can remove the columns, we can add the columns. We are not talking about the data. We can modify the structure of our table. Okay, we can modify the structure of our table. Alter simply means the modify. Alter is a command, modify is the meaning, right? Modify is not a command. These are all the meanings. What does it mean? What I mean to say here, what is alter? There is no such difference between alter and modify. Alter is a command which means modify. Okay, now drop. Whenever we talk about the drop command in SQL Server, drop means remove permanently. Whenever you say drop, it will remove the object or database or table or any object from the SQL Server permanently. Let's say you dropped a database. Now we will talk about the create, alter, and drop. So create enables an item in the SQL Server, which can be the database, table, views, user, and indexes. These are all the objects, or these are all the things which are related to the SQL Server. What does the alter means? Alter helps the user to modify an existing object into the SQL. It can be your database, it can be anything which you have created on the SQL Server. Then the third thing in the SQL Server is the drop. With the help of a drop command, it will remove the object permanently from the database. It will remove the object permanently from the database. For everyone, these 3 commands. Now, let's say this is your phone now. we'll use a terminology. This is your phone now. Okay. In your phone, you are using two numbers. Okay. Let's say number 1 and number 2. We can alter to remove a column. Remove row is not, row is data, column. Okay. So this is my phone. I have two numbers and this is an application on my phone, which is a WhatsApp. Can I use this application with the two phone numbers? Yes or no? Either it can be number 1 or number 2. Let's take an example of a Facebook. If if your siblings are using your phones, or you have an account wherein like the Facebook, Instagram, or the WhatsApp, not talking about the other alternative ways. If you have an app, so one user needs to log out so that the new user can log in into the application. Okay. Yes or no? Yes, like Netflix. Okay. Yeah. Right. So far, let's say that as we are growing into the market and this IT industry is growing, so a client or a company supports multiple customers. A client or a company supports multiple customers. Let's say you are working for a bank. So SBI, HDFC, and the Citibank. Okay. Or CIBC account or any account or any bank. Now you are a developer. You are a developer. Now, whenever using the SQL Server, same thing. You can have one connection one time. You can have the one connection to the one time. When you are working on a query, so you can use one database at one time. Either it can be the SBI bank, either it can be the HDFC bank, or it can be the Citibank. How you will change the connection from one database to another database? So this is with the help of a use command. So the use command in the SQL Server helps the user to change the database from one database name to another database name. Always remember that when you change the connection from one database to another database, so that you want to create a new table for the SBI, you want to add some record for the HDFC, you want to remove some records from the Citibanks. So three different commands. You cannot run it on one database. You need to change the connection. To change the connection from one database to another database, we use the use command. Okay, like the same thing. It's like a login and logout. Login from one database, log out from the other database. Okay, so far we have seen the create command, alter command, drop command. So we'll do this truncate. Truncate is a part of a DML command. So, but it comes under the DDL command. We'll talk about why it's a part of a DDL statement, why it comes under the DDL. It is a part of a DDL, but the functionality is of a DML. No issues. Good, great. Okay. No. That is the only thing, right? So when you opt for a database as a service on the cloud environment, so SQL Server team, like the Microsoft, while I was working in the Microsoft, I provided the database to the customers, so they cannot see any other databases. Now we will talk about the DML statement. I was saying about the DDL statement. In the DDL statement, so we said it was about there was one terminology which I mentioned. It was used to build and modify the structures of our tables. Used to build and modify the structures of our tables in SQL Server. Now, there is a DML command now. DML command are the data manipulation language. Data manipulation language. With the help of a DML statement, we are used to work with the data in tables. Pay attention now. What we are trying to do here in the DML statement, we are only trying to use these commands for the data in tables. When we are connected to the multiple databases in SQL Server, we can write the data into the database, we can read the data from the database, or we can update the data. We are just talking about the data in the tables. Now, let's understand this. What are these three terminology? Write text, read text, and update text. Okay. Now, using the DDL command, we have created a structure of a table. This is the structure of my table. Now, this is my ID column, this is my name column, and this is my age column. 3 columns: ID, name, age column. We have in there. This table name is employee. Now, this table was created with the help of a create command, which is the DDL command. Now we will try to insert the records into the, or insert the data into the table. Okay. We are going to insert the data into the table. First thing is writing the text. Text means data. 101 is the ID, name is alpha, age is 21, which means what we are trying to do here, we are writing the data in these columns. This is the write command. So in other terminology in SQL Server, this is the insert statement. Insert statement in SQL Server helps the user to add a record into a table. Add a record into a table. So with the help of an insert statement, we can insert a single record or multiple records in a table. With the help of an insert statement, we can add a record into the table like this, right? This is adding a record into the table. Now, if you want to read the data from the table, you will use the select statement. So now with the help of a select statement, you can read a single record or all the records from a table. Okay, so select statement help users to read the records from the table. What is the purpose of a select statement? So select statement help the user to read the records from the table. Clear? Is it clear for everyone? The insert statement and the select statement. Insert is used to write. Select is used to read the record. Very simple, the normal English terminology, easy for everyone to understand these things. Now, I want to modify, let's say 103 age, I incorrectly put it 23. Instead of 23, this is now 26. What I did here, I have modified a record, right? Which means I have, so in the SQL Server, we call it as an, what we call the modify, we call this terminology here update. So update is the proper terminology for modifying a record into the table. So with the help of an update command, so with the help of an update command, we will do what? We will modify a, update means simply modify. It can be a single record, it can be a multiple records from a table. Clear? Update is used to modify a record from the table. Now, clear for everyone? Questions between the 3 commands: select, insert, update? If you want to remove a record from a table, if you want to remove, which means delete. So whenever we say the delete statement, what it will do, it will remove the permanent, the all record. We cannot say only delete 104. No. Whenever we say delete the record number 104, it will delete 104. It will delete this name and the delete the age. So which means the 3 records will be deleted. Whenever you delete a record, these 3 records, the whole row itself will be deleted. It will just not remove one particular, it will just not remove this cell, this will remove the whole line over here. Okay, so delete, with the help of a delete statement, we can either remove one record or multiple records from the table. Alter is for column and update is for, alter is, so Pratik, what is your question? So alter is the DDL command and the update is the DML command. Alter help to modify the structure of a table. We cannot say it is about the data. It means add a structure, which means add a column, remove a column. We haven't talked about the data in the DDL, but in the DML statement, we have an update command, which will modify a data only. It will not modify the column. It will just modify the data which is present in the column. So 4 statement we have done: write data, insert statement, read data, select statement, delete records, delete statement, modify records, update statement. Is it clear? So delete statement will help the user. So now delete. What is the use of a delete statement? So with the help of a delete statement, we can remove one record or multiple, which means one or all the records of a table. Clear? And we have the truncate statement in the SQL Server. Truncate statement, whenever we say, it has also the same functionality like the delete. It will remove the records, but truncate statement will remove all records from the table. The difference between the delete and truncate is that delete is slow, truncate is fast. Delete is a DML and truncate is a DDL. Delete can remove one record or multiple records from the table. Truncate will remove all the records from the table. No questions. Now we will talk about the database now. Okay, so first we will read about that. So we have seen that we write the text, we read the text, and we update that text. Now select statement. Select statement help the user to retrieve the rows from the database. Okay, if you want to read the records from the database, so it is used with the help of a select statement. Insert statement add a single record or multiple records for the tables. Okay, into the table, if you want to add the records, it is with the help of an insert statement. Update statement modifies or change the existing data in the table level. Okay, now delete statement. Delete help us to remove a single record or multiple records from the table. Truncate statement also help the user to remove the record, but truncate will always remove all the records from the table. Now, there is a merge command. Merge command in the SQL Server is part of a join statement, wherein with the help of a merge statement, we can perform an insert statement, update statement, or delete statement together. In a single statement, in a single transaction, we can run a merge and it will insert the data, update the data, and delete the data. Okay, we'll talk about this while performing the merge. Then we have the bulk insert. Bulk insert simply means that if you want to import the data from a file. So let's say application is sending the records into the file and you want to like upload that file into the SQL Server. That is used with the help of a bulk insert. Okay, that is used with the help of a bulk insert in SQL Server. So if you want to import a file into the SQL Server, so that is with the help of a bulk insert. We will do this statement as well. Anyone have any questions related to that? Whenever you create a database in SQL Server, it is not logical. Like whenever you create a database, which means it will create some files. Okay, there are two types of file which SQL Server creates by default. There are two types of file which SQL Server creates by default. One file is known as the data file, and the other file is known as the log file. One file is known as the data file, and the other file is known as the log file. Okay, now we can have only one log file in SQL Server, but we can have multiple data files. Okay, so we call it as a, by default, the file which is created at the start, it's known as the primary data file, and the rest, if you want to create more files onto the SQL Server, so those are known as the secondary data files. Okay, those are known as the secondary data files. By default, the file which is created as onto the SQL Server is a primary data file. If you want to create more data files, so it is known as the like data file 1, data file 2. So the first one is known as the primary, the rest all is known as the secondary data file in SQL Server. Sorry, yes. So whenever you create a database in SQL Server, whenever you create a new database in SQL Server, so it will create two files like the Word file, the same file. One file name is known as the data file. The by default which is created, it is known as the primary data file. And the second one is known as the log file. So We call it as a primary data file, and this is known as a log. So we can have only one log file in SQL Server, and we can have multiple data files in SQL Server. Okay, why we create more than one file? Let's say that you are working in a bank. So it will create primary data file for the year 2010. Secondary data file for the year 2011. Okay, secondary data file for the year 2012. Right, like that. So they are creating a history in which they are creating new file every year or every 3 months. So whenever SQL Server writes the data, whenever SQL Server writes the data, so if you insert a record, this is my data file and this is my log file. So whenever you write a record into the SQL Server, so first it will write to the log file. Let's say you inserted 10B living in Delhi, and insert one statement, one record into the SQL Server. So whenever you insert a record, always the insert happens in the log file, transaction log. Then once the statement says completed successfully, once you receive this message, it is then moved from log file to the data file to store this record permanently. Okay. Now, it is a lengthy operation. If you directly make the changes onto the data file and in between your query got lost, right? If your query got lost or query got unsuccessful, then it's a problem, right? So rather than that, it will just write the data to the log file, then it will push to the data file. Let's say how SQL Server, we have seen the limitations of the many file, Notepad file, Excel file. What is the limitation? How much the SQL Server can grow. Let's say this is your drive on which you are storing the SQL Server data files. D drive, E drive, F drive, any drive. The size of this is 1 terabyte, 1 TB, out of which 100 GB is used by other applications and 900 GB is free. How much space is free? 900 GB, which now means that your database can grow up to the 900 GB. Our database can grow up to 900 GB. So simply, as long as you have the space on your drive, so SQL Server will grow. Okay. SQL Server will grow. Clear? It totally depends on how much size you are having onto the SQL Server. Ben Hur Durai. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So what is the temporary storage of data? The temporary storage of data where you have heard about it. Now we have one file which is known as a data file and the other file which is known as a log file. One file is data file and the other file is log. Whenever you edit the record into the SQL Server, it will add the records here. Now what about the delete? So if you want to delete the record, first all the records are being written to the log file, then only it will be removed from the data file. Now delete operation, which means if you're removing 100 record, it will make the records entry 100 times in the log file, right? Then it will make the changes onto the data file. Similarly, truncate. Truncate will also remove the records from the file, but truncate will do the minimal logging. Here is the truncate uses the concept of a minimal. Minimal mean less. Minimal logging, which means it will write less information into the log file. If we are deleting 100 record, it will say these from 1 to 100 we are deleting. So that is the reason truncate is faster than the delete statement. This is my log file. So whenever you query the database, okay, for you, I'm answering this. This is my log file and this is my data file. If let's say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, I need to delete 1, 2, 3, and 4. So SQL Server will read the data into the log file. 1, 2, 3. Let's say out of 4 records, 1, 2, 3 are being read. Over here, these are being flagged as a dirty pages. What are these known as? Dirty pages. So you do one thing. Whenever you create a database and insert some 100 records, okay? Now you delete some records, 3 records from the table. 3 records from the table, or 3 record will not generate my space. So you insert 1000 records and delete 1000 records. You will see your log file will grow. Why? Because all those records are being written here and marked as a dirty. Once this transaction is completed, then these dirty records will be permanently removed. Okay. So this is the internal mechanism of the SQL Server. If you want to learn about this, I will help you towards that. I will show you a diagram where it will support this. So this will grow, right? So in the log file, we have the VLF, virtual log files. These are the small sectors on which the data resides. Okay. So this VLF will go into the 3 states: active, unused, and used. Active means this is currently being somebody is writing the data. Unused means it is available for the new transaction. And the third one is the state wherein like it can grow. So you can only learn about the active and the unused. Okay. The third one is like our transaction is waiting for this data to be committed, which means the transaction has been committed. Now the writer process will send these record to the. Okay, so log file is more transaction. I am confused. Don't worry. So we just talked about the log and data so far, right? Don't get into that. Indrani has the experience, so that is the reason. Virtual log files. This is just logical. This is known as a logical.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which term refers to the process of cleaning and preparing data for analysis? And your options are data mining, data warehousing, data pre-processing, or data visualization. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Very few we may see which are software products, or at least the proportion of these ML systems. Okay, so the so-called ML systems will keep on increasing. There is no doubt about it. So it's a real impact in industries. The industries are really putting this ML to great effect, and then it makes a lot of difference. It makes a really lot of difference to their business, and also it adds a lot of value to the organization as well. There is, as you go up, no, to masters and PhD, so these branches will become very blurred. For example, I am in a materials engineering department as such. Materials and materials related departments in IAC are around 10 to 12 departments are there, which were only in materials. 10 to 12 departments. One department has approximately 20 to 25 labs. That means around 200 labs work on concepts related to materials or metallurgy. Those concepts or those aspects starts from medical field, biomaterials to nuclear materials. So the spectrum is so wide. Okay, electronics industry, it will be covered. Physics, it will be covered. Chemistry, it will be covered. Okay, all sorts of people will come and pull in there. So these divisions will get blurred. So that's a very good advantage. In fact, that's how it will be in the industry also. So you will need to have that kind of very broad idea and broad background. And then after my PhD, then I got an opportunity as a core computer scientist, and then into research. So then I just thought, okay, let me just pursue my passion and then join it. Then I have joined it. So right now I am a researcher. My major research areas are into computer vision and also into natural language processing. In case if you know. So it's a broadly called as a deep learning field. Machine learning and deep learning. These are two broad categories of data science. I am into deep learning, and in the deep learning also there are some more subparts. We will definitely get to talk about it at various points of time. And then in the deep learning, majorly I am into computer vision and into natural language processing. So that is what I do. Okay. So right now, since I actually have both background from academia and also background from industry, so I also get involved in industry academia collaboration in my role. I kind of work as along with my regular core research. I also kind of love to integrate both academia as well as industry, because there is a lot of gap. So between what is happening in academia and then what is happening in industry. So I also, in that capacity, I would like to connect some of the industries, and we will make some collaborations with the academia, and then so on and so forth. Okay, we work together, we share our problems, and then we work together. So all those things will happen, and I'll continue to do that. And also in my capacity in company, so I will also teach courses, design curriculum. So industry also has actually, I don't know how many of you know, so many industries which are very very big and established ones. So they have these internally reskilling people. Okay, they have subscriptions, of course, from various edtech companies. They also have connections with edtech companies who will come directly. The resource people will come directly and teach. And also they have internal programs also. So they will design internal programs, internal curriculums, and then we teach courses to our employees. Okay, so for example, Python we teach, data science we teach, so all these we teach. Okay, so I am also kind of part of some of the activities inside the organization as well. So I do these kind of things along with a core production. Okay, if you are in a full stack or somebody was in a full stack, so when you said that I build an API around it, so we build models and then give it to our full stack deployment team or ops team. DevOps they used to call, but now it is called as ML ops, that second team. And then architects will be there, managers will be there. Okay, and then machine data science team is there. Okay, so these are different teams that you have. We regularly interact with all these teams to understand the problem and translate that problem into a solution, and then provide a solution and then deploy it. So that's a typical cycle that we follow. So we regularly do that. And also we do a very core research also as a part of our team. So we are a team very extremely energetic and also very talented team of members. All of them are from IITs, because that's how our team standard has been. And then they have the management, whoever had started the team, so they have started with an idea that we can only hire from IASC, IIT, and NIT. So only these three. So as of now, we have only IITs and one NIT is there. So we, as a part of that, we also spend good amount of time, almost 50% of time, we spend in core research also, because that is where you can really integrate what is happening at the forefront of research, and then bring in those algorithms and models, and then use it in a real production. So we almost productionize some of the research works that are published just 3-4 months ago. Okay, we directly productionize them. Of course, we take whenever there is a license available, so that we productionize them. Of course, it is not anyway commercial, because we don't give those models to commercial purpose, but internal purpose we use them. Nevertheless, we take care of, as a company policy, we take care of all those aspects. So I'm just telling you all this background so that you will have a clear understanding, especially those who are from a non data science background and even non-tech background, you will have a clear idea what is the ecosystem that you are going to have into a role that you are going to transition. So that's the major reason why I'm actually telling you all this background about. Okay. So coming back to data science roles, okay, what are the kind of data science roles that are available in industry? Okay, many roles are there actually. I don't know how many of you probably know the distinction between all these roles, but all these are there. I will just take you through each and every role now. Okay. For example, most of you know that there is a role called as a data scientist. Okay, that is only one of the role. Along with the data scientist, data scientist as a role, no, it involves very precisely. You have a data. Okay, data science has come into a prominence because now it has become a data world. We have data everywhere, and then our data is being captured. It is not actually new. Probably Facebook and then Twitter and then Google may have now popularized the term big data, and they might be using that data and capturing that data very recently. But in fact, some of the traditional industries, okay, they have been capturing their data for so many years, actually, for so many years. But they do not know what to do. But all that they have is data infrastructure is there. They are capturing entire data, anything and everything. They don't even know what to capture and what not to capture, but whatever that they can capture, they have captured. And they have captured and they have kept it. So that data is there with them. Every industry, it's not just one industry, every industry has it actually. So in fact, actually they have more than big data, but they never knew how to use that for a business value. Right now, because of the explosion or the advancements in data science, especially these advancements have started somewhere around 2012, okay, 2009, 10, 9, 10, and 12. That is when the advancements in data science field have become very significant, that they started impacting the industry a lot. Otherwise, data science is also not a new role. In fact, actually, I have done my master's in the data science. That time it is not called as a data science. I have used neural networks to solve a material problem. So we had to design a material for a aircraft. So to design a material for an aircraft, one of the part of the aircraft, so to design that, I have used neural networks to come up with which is the best material that we can use for it. So this was back in 2008. Okay, I'm telling in 2008. So in 2008 itself, people have been using all the models without, not all the models, at least the then known machine learning models, without knowing the terminology, without knowing the word data science or a big data or so on and so forth, but they have been using it. So in fact, data science is also not a new field. In fact, 2008 is very late. 1970s, 1980s were the origins of what is called as a statistical learning. So that is where machine learning has come from. So I don't know if anyone is from bioinformatics or statistics background. So they know it very well actually. So all these algorithms they will read in their courses as a part of their curriculum. They will read it. Okay, because it is basically a statistics course. It is data science is nothing but a statistics. Data science is nothing but mathematics. Data science is nothing but statistical learning. So this has been there, but the prominence is only with big data. Okay, big data is around 2009, 10. Those were the days. I remember 2009 and 10. There were some seminars have happened in IISc about the big data. Some industry experts have been coming and then talking about big data. We never understood what that is, especially being from a non-CSA background. But CSA background, CSA departments and LA departments, they know it very well because they have been researching. In fact, like the researchers are there. In fact, professors with 30, 40 years of experience in machine learning are already there in at least in IISc, I know. So that means the field is very old. What I'm telling you is the field is very old, but it has now exploded or evolved very recently, especially starting from 2010 onwards, such that the impact is very real. And now everybody is kind of, every organization is now after data science, okay, because they know that they can actually use it for a real purpose. So everybody is forming data science teams, everybody is starting creating different roles now, like data inspector, or probably a data entire data itself is a separated department, a data department, AI department, okay, so on and so forth. The different departments, they are carving out different uh, roles they are creating. They keep on creating roles actually. Even now at least our CEO has said that we will have to create one particular role related to data alone, okay, because otherwise if you try to mix it or merge it with some of the IT stuff, then the entire focus will be lost. So we cannot afford to do that. Let's take out the data altogether separately and create a vertical of data, and then some officers around it. And then now people are even talking about ethics in AI, and then you have data ethical officers, okay, and then there are laws around in Europe especially, there are laws around how you can use the data, how you can use even machine learning models, so on and so forth. There are especially some laws saying that if a model cannot be explained, it cannot be used in Europe. So explainability becomes a bigger issue, but so on and so forth. I'm just giving you some trivia around what is happening, so that you will kind of know, have some background around it. But as far as the roles are concerned in industry, data scientist is one of the role which you also know. Okay, what is the data scientist role do majorly? Data scientist, let me just give you some typical life cycle. Okay, typical life cycle of a machine learning project. A typical life cycle of a machine learning project is, you have data here, okay, my data is there, and then this data will be given by, okay, the data engineers will sit on top of it, okay. That's one of the roles which I have not told, okay. Data engineers is one of the role, okay. What they will do is, your data is sitting, because companies have been capturing that information in their servers, it is lying around. From there, they will actually extract the data and then give it to data science team, okay. That's a data team, and this is a data science team. In the data science, you have data scientists, okay. This is a data scientist, okay. This is a data science team, and then you have pure data scientists. They will take this model, they will take this data, and they will build models, okay. They will build models. Those models, they will give it to something called as, you are calling it as a full stack now, but that's not actually the correct department or correct terminology for it. There is something called as ML ops, that is called as machine learning operations, okay. So earlier it was DevOps, okay, kind of development operations, okay, but now it is ML ops, because now there is a special way to treat it. What is this particular department are ML engineers, okay. That role that is corresponding to ML ops is ML engineers, okay. So data scientist will take this data, build a model, and then he will productionize it. It has to be productionized. Then only the rest of the teams or rest of the customers or clients can use it. So when they productionize it, for example, one of the our members have told that he is building an API around the models. So they will build basically APIs and then put it in an entire system. These are called ML systems. Okay, this entire thing is called as an ML system. Okay, ML system, machine learning system. It is like a software product. It is a typical building a typical software product, but instead of building it based on some logics and rules, you will build with data models. That's the only difference. This is the difference that it will make. Otherwise, everything else is same. You write a program, you write a code around it, that code you deploy it, and then industry will use it. But even before coming to this is the so you ML ops engineer will deploy it to production. When he deploys it to production, what will happen is, since these are not rule-based engines, the performance of these models over a period of time will keep on changing, either increase, decrease, or degrade. We will talk about it why so. Okay, for example, when we are actually deploying a model, we will certify that model, saying that, okay, this is a model and this is how we have actually built it. This is what entirely had gone into it. And now this model can give you an accuracy on whatever problem that you are solving. It gives you an accuracy of 95%. We will tell that. And then once these ML engineers deploy it, data scientists and ML engineers work in sync, and then they keep monitoring it. Okay. And if you know anyone, that is called as a CI/CD pipeline. Okay. Those who are from a ML ops and DevOps background, it is called as a continuous improvement and continuous development pipeline. So that means once my model is deployed, I know we'll keep seeing, okay, I said it gives me an accuracy of 95%. Is it giving 95%? Is it giving 95%? Is it giving 95%? At a regular intervals, we check. Say a 15 days, once in a 15 days, once in a month, once in a quarter, so on and so forth, depending upon various factors. As soon as we realize the accuracy is either going down, if it is increasing, then it's okay. It will also increase, okay, just for your information. If it is decreasing, then we will try to identify why it is decreasing, so on and so forth, and we diagnose, and then we will retrain the models, taking more data or a different data, we retrain the models, and then we repeat the cycle. Okay, we repeat the cycle. This entire thing is called, it's a cycle. Okay, entire AI cycle, typical AI cycle, that's how it goes. Even before you come here, you are solving a problem. When you are solving a problem, business has the problem. You don't have the problem as a technical person. Business knows about it. Okay, what business will say is, business will come and tell you, they know that, okay, you are a data scientist, data science team, you are working on this, and then probably you may have a solution for that. And then business will come and tell you, look, this is a problem that we have. Can you please help us solving this problem? And then what business will talk is, they will talk with actually a managers or a data business analyst, to be a particular role called as business analyst. Because understanding the business problem is not very easy for a technical person, because that requires a domain knowledge. For example, if you are in a pharma industry, you require a deep domain knowledge to solve problems using data science. So that means you have to be a business analyst who is equipped with that domain knowledge. And then if you are in a fintech world, then you need to have a financial background, very complicated backgrounds, okay, very complicated. If you are in, let's say, industry 4.0, and then you are into, let's say, aerospace industry, you need to know a complete detail, and oil and gas industry, then you have to be a chemical engineer. As a chemical engineer, you have a definite advantage because you have that domain knowledge. And then for somebody said that they are from MBA, so there is also a branch called as HR analytics. So in the HR analytics, that HR background is needed to solve those problems. And then somebody said they're in supply chain. There is something called as supply chain analytics. And then you need that background information. So that background information or a domain knowledge is there with the business analyst. So what business analyst will do is, he will coordinate with business and also the team below. He has to know both, actually. He has to know how the data science works, not in very detail, but at least to a deep enough level wherein they know, okay, this is what data science can do and our problem is there. So this can be solved. Let me just now bring them together. So he will take the business problem, business analyst, and he will explain it to the team. And then data science team will understand. When that happens, it will happen with all of them, okay? Data team, and then data science team, and then ML ops team. Okay, everybody will be there, and then there will be a kickoff meeting, and then they will start and they will explain everything. Okay, and then the problem now will be understood. It will take a lot of time, actually, because most of the times, because there is one scrum master is also there. Okay, very much needed. Otherwise, industry will be asking for a monkey, and you will be giving business will be asking, give me a monkey, and you will give them a cat. And then they see that what you said, that you will give me a monkey, but you are giving a cat. And then, oh, we thought that we are giving you have asked for a cat. No, 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 that is not what we had asked for. So this entire circus will go on. Okay. To reduce that, okay, to reduce that wastage of time or understanding the problem, there are means and ways. Of course, Scrum Master will continuously drive these teams in working towards their goals. That's what will happen. So this business analyst will kind of liaise with both business and as well as the data science team and every other team, and then explain the problem. Now they will take the problem and then they will solve it. So this is the entire ecosystem of ML, a problem which can be solved by ML. This is how it will happen. Going through this entire cycle only till here, from here to here. Okay, it took us 6 months time, and then it took us another 2-3 months of time to reach this stage and move out of this stage. Okay, another 2 months, around 6 to 8 months it took us to deploy that particular model into production, and then we are still monitoring that model. That monitoring that model is one definite thing that you keep need to do, which is much more rigorous than any normal typical software systems, because there is a lot of complexity involved in these models vis-a-vis our software systems. So these are more complex systems. So that's why it also requires a complex monitoring. So not normal monitoring will not help. So if anybody is from a mathematics background, statistics background, that will definitely give you an edge. And of course, I'm sure that one of the module will be either stats or something related to math also must have been there. But even if it is not there, you can also look at it. But anyway, in the course of period, we will look at many of those aspects. Wherever we come across them, I will definitely make it a point that I will tell you all these aspects. But otherwise, typically, and then there are also times wherein we had deployed a model in 6 months, and there are also periods where we had taken more than 1 year also just to build. Okay, just to build not just one model, around 200 plus models. I think we have developed 200 plus models, and all those 200 plus models are serving only one system. Products, if they are very complicated, they will even have a more incubation time before they kind of deploy. But otherwise, industry will not wait for too long. Okay, in an industry, typically it will span from 6 months, 4 months, 6 months, and then depending upon that 1 year. So how it all depends. It depends upon many factors. Okay, how aggressive you are you a startup? Are you a established company? Your culture is laid back, or your culture is kind of something else? So it depends upon multiple factors, but otherwise, on an average, 6 months to years. Okay, but that's a typical time it will take. As I had explained, data scientist. So data scientist is one prominent role that everybody knows. But typically, what data scientists will do is data scientists will take the data and build a model for it. Okay, then when he builds a model, so he has to make some choices. What are the choices that he makes? Okay, this is the problem statement. This is the data that is there in the database. Okay, so I need such and such data. Then he will go and ask the data team, can you please give me this particular data? And then he will get the data. And then he will build a model. When he is building a model, he has a choice of array of algorithms available in front of him, which he can apply to solve his problem. So then he will take, okay, this algorithm will work better for me. That algorithm will work better for me. That algorithm will work better for me. So he will do a experimentation. He will conduct multiple experiments, all of them on computer, and then finally says that, okay, this model is performing well for me, and this algorithm is the best. So this is my final model, and then he will ship it. So that is why he is called as a scientist, because he is truly a scientist in the sense that he will do experiments because it is not a hard, it's not like a rule-based system that he is building. So that is why the science comes into picture. So he has to systematically design his experiment, conduct his experiments, and then have the results, and then those results he has to communicate. Okay. That is why he is called as a data scientist. So his role is plain and simple. He will build models, best models, and he give it back to machine learning engineers. So the next role that we have here is machine learning engineers. Okay. Machine learning engineer will sit in that department called as ML Ops, DevOps, or full stack, whatever name that industry gives. So in that department, he will sit. He will take the model that we have given, and then he will integrate that model into entire system, ML system. ML system does not just consist of only ML models. ML models are only one component of it. It has to talk to multiple components, or multiple loose pieces will be there. So that will integrate, it will be integrated. So what what ML engineer will do is he will take that model, and then he will write simply he will write an API around it, so that your communication will happen. API is application kind of interface. Okay. So it can give you that interface wherein you can send some input to the model, and then you get output from the model. That output can be used in your system wherever that you want. So that integration is what ML engineer will accomplish. So that is what ML engineer will do typically. Okay. And then other role that is available was data engineers. I said the beginning of the ML model is data. Without data, there is no ML model. So we need that data. That data is there sitting in the servers. That servers, from there, if I need to extract the data, it is in databases. Okay, you know that databases and database management is altogether a different subject in itself. Okay, even now also research keeps on happening in database management. In fact, in IISc we have a research lab which works only on database management. Not even management actually. How do you store data fast? How do you retrieve the data fast? Because you don't need buffer time, right? Nobody likes a buffer time. Okay. If you want to build applications of that fast, then definitely you need to write data very quickly to database, and you need to retrieve the data very quickly from the database. So to happen, or to ensure that it will be anyway, data will be saved to databases. Those databases have to be maintained or managed, as somebody was asking. Okay. And then one of the aspect of a data engineer is to extract the data from the database and give it to data scientists. So that is what this particular data engineer role will technically be, which is called as ETL, okay, in technical terms, which stands for extract, transform, and load process, so on and so forth. That's you may have had the SQL, okay, that is where SQL comes into picture. This is where SQL is there as a skill. And apart from SQL, there are many other things that you learn, okay, Hadoop, okay, Hive, Pig, so on and so forth. But otherwise, multiple technologies. At every place, you have multiple technologies. In this data engineer, there are multiple means multiple. I don't even know how many. At least very prominent 10 to 15 technologies are there. Even in the ML ops also, there are 10 to 15 technologies are there. Even here also, you have 10 to 15 technologies are there. Okay, all those are there. Okay, but that's a too complicated thing to go at this particular point of time. We don't even need. We can build upon slowly. You also don't have to become a master of all the sections. Also, a data scientist does not necessarily have to become an expert in database management, or he does not have to be an expert in data engineering. All that he has to know is the very basics. Okay, whatever that I need, how can that be achieved or done? He just have to communicate. If he is able to communicate that effectively to the other team, it will be advantage. Same, he does not have to be an expert in ML engineering. He just have to communicate his needs. Okay, he has to explain this model to him, saying that this is my model, this is my contract looks like, API contract. You give me this input, that will give me that output. That is how you write your API, he will tell, and he will write the API that way according to the contract that is given, and then they will finalize and then deploy, so on and so forth. Then after data engineers, I had mentioned that there is a role called as business analyst. Okay, business analyst role is very significant in the entire team. Okay, one business analyst will be there. Usually a team which is solving this problem composes of, I will tell you, maybe business analyst is also definitely part of the team. So business analyst can, he will understand the problem from the business. He will regularly be in contact with the business, and then he will communicate back to the business saying that, okay, look, this is what the result that we have, this is what we have solved, and this is what we have. Is it okay? Are you expecting something else? So on and so forth. He will be a bridge between the business and the technical team. And then there is also another role called as AI researchers. Okay, AI researcher is basically, there are two types of researchers again. One are fundamental research. Another one is applied research. What happens in industry is applied research. Applied research means you design a new algorithm. What actually researchers will do, AI researchers. So to build your model, okay, to build your model, you need to use some algorithms. Okay, to build your model, you need to use algorithms. These algorithms probably at particular point of time, you may have heard linear regression, okay, and then logistic regression, and then random forest, so on and so forth. These are the algorithms that we have. But these algorithms were invented, okay, by someone. Okay, that was done by AI researchers. Even now, AI researchers constantly in the process of identifying or inventing new algorithms. So that is what they do. In the research part, that is what they do. But in the fundamental research, these algorithms, whatever that they implement, they don't have any particular business problem in their mind, but they will invent it for a particular idea. Whereas applied research, business will directly have a problem. They will start with that problem, and then they will look for the existing algorithms. They will understand that the existing algorithms will not solve my problem. I need a tweak to an existing problem. So what they will do is they will give up more often than not, just tweak the existing algorithms. Okay, and they will use that algorithm. So most of the startups, okay, they will do this only. They will do this applied AI research. Applied AI research is take the existing algorithm and you just slightly tweak it, and then it will become a new algorithm and deploy it, use it for your purposes. That is what the AI researchers will do. Data analyst is one who again works with the data, but what he does is, instead of focusing on how to extract the data from the databases, he will work to identify the hidden insights in the data. That is why he is an analyst. He will analyze the data. He will say, okay, look, this particular data, for example, if I take HR analytics, okay, let's talk about the attrition. Okay, at that particular point of time, attrition was a big problem. All HR analytics firms or HR departments in all organizations, they wanted to build models for predicting attrition. We also had actually built, okay. That was a very hot, in-demand skill. That was just immediately after that 2021 and after that COVID, no, wherein many people had actually left. So that was great attrition. So during that great attrition period, attrition levels were approximately 25 to 30%, very huge. Almost the teams are becoming extremely unstable to maintain for them. So during those times, everybody wanted to build attrition models. So even before they build attrition models, what data analyst will do is, data analyst will take that attrition data and then he will try to identify some of the basic insights. Even before building a model and doing a forecasting, he will take the data, he will analyze, he will build something called as dashboards or basic plots. And then he will say, look, my attrition data now has increased, my attrition rate has increased by 20%, 30% now compared to last quarter. This quarter it is 30% more. How do I get that information or insight? I will analyze my data and then only then I will get the insight. Okay, that is one typical thing that data analyst. So data analyst, in a simple terms, will identify the hidden trends or hidden insights in the data, and then he will make it very clear cut and then show it to the business. He will go and tell, look, in our database, okay, we have a HR data, especially the attrition table that we have. In that attrition table, the data that we have shows us these insights, and then that insights he will present. So that is what actually data analyst will do. In the process of it, he will build dashboards. One of the, probably you may have come across something called as Power BI. Okay, Power BI is basically a data analyst tool. Okay, which will kind of builds very smart and very nice looking models. Okay, Tableau, yes, Power BI, Tableau. So those are the tools that data analysts will use. But otherwise, the core of data analyst is he will bring out those insights through those graphs. Okay, only when you plot a particular kind of plot, that information will come out. Instead of plotting a pie chart, if you plot a line chart, information will not be out. So the information will not easily come out. So that and all those decisions he will take care of it. Okay, decision. Okay, and then did I mention data architect? No, I didn't. So data architect, now I have just told these are some of the roles. Okay, and then data architect is one who will sit again in the data department. Okay, in this department only, but he is at the head of here. Okay, he's the head. He decides how the data management systems, what kind of servers that we need to have, and then what kind of databases we need to have, and everything that is related to data. Okay, he will architect. Okay, you will have architects at enterprise level, enterprise architect we call them. We have normal team level architects we have. Okay, various level architects will have, but otherwise data architect is a typical person who will decide what are the servers that we need to use, what are the databases that we need to use, all the decision making process. Okay, the designing process, that architecting process is what will be done by data architect. You have data architect in every department, you have roles also. In every department you have roles starting from below and it goes to above. All those roles also, probably I will just tell you what are the hierarchy of roles. But otherwise data architect is the one who almost sits at the top of the hierarchy. Okay, if you take the data engineer, and you have an associate data engineer, lead data engineer, data manager, data architect. Okay, these are the kind of hierarchies in every department, starting from associate position, associate data science. If I take associate data scientist, lead data scientist, and then you have senior data scientist, you have staff data scientist, and so on and so forth. But otherwise 3-4 levels. Okay, starting from junior most to senior most. Okay, you have a principal data scientist, you have a data architect here, and you have a principal data scientist here. Similarly, ML engineers also, associate ML engineer, okay, ML engineer, lead ML engineer, senior ML engineer, and then so on and so forth. ML architect also will have. Now, that is what the data architect will do. Similarly, you also have ML architects. Okay, ML architects. ML architects, again, what they will do is they will design this entire system. Somebody has to design this system, right? As soon as you have a business problem, that business problem will be taken by ML architect. Okay, ML architect will take, he will understand. In the initial meetings, usually the topmost people in every department will participate. For example, data architect, ML architect. Okay, from ML ops department, one person will come, and then all of them will sit with the business and they will try to understand. Once they try to understand, then ML architect will go ahead and then design this entire system, beginning to end, to solve it. So he will have a complete idea about all the components of it. Full stack he knows. He also knows database side. He also knows data science side. So he will kind of integrate all of that, or at least what he will do is he will put rough blocks wherever that he does not understand, and then goes to individual teams. For example, if he does not understand anything related to data science, then he will put, okay, here he will put a very rough block there in his architecture diagram. Then he goes to the data science team. Can you please help me fill in that? And then similarly, can you please help me fill in ML engineering team? Can you please help me fill in this? So on and so forth he does. But otherwise, ML architect is the one who will design that entire system to solve that problem. And then once he designs that system, after designing that system, then he will give that component, individual components to individual teams, and ensures that this particular problem will be solved by them as planned. So that is what actually will happen. Okay. That's what ML architect is. So these are the major roles. These are exhaustive roles. Okay, more or less. Of course, you have now data ethics officer and data officers are being, especially in Europe, they are there because Europe is very sensitive about this data privacy. So their ethics officers are there, and then data ethics officers, and they have data officers in general are there. So there are some new roles also that are coming up, and then many more roles are there. But otherwise, typical roles as of now, which are kind of very well understood and which are very well differentiated. These are some of the roles. And then generative AI, I do not know how many of you know. Generative AI is another branch of machine learning. Okay, Chat GPT that you must have known. Okay, that's a part of generative AI. And then you have something called as prompt engineers. You may have heard of it, prompt engineers. Okay, that's another role that is coming up with the new technologies coming into picture. But otherwise, these are the typical roles that are there in the industry, and these what they do. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I would like to stop here and would like to take any questions that you may have. Is there any pure maths and coding role? Pure maths and coding role, you are saying that is it available? Yes, it is available. That is applied AI researcher. If you want a math also, applied AI researcher. Quant jobs, yeah, quant jobs definitely there. Applied AI researcher is completely that kind of role. Even if you don't want to do any researcher also, if you are a data scientist, some data science roles will have only pure coding actually. So applied AI researcher is technically that yeah, so that's a pure quant job. I don't know if you want that particular quant job, but otherwise Goldman Sachs, which has actually, Goldman Sachs calls their data scientists as quants. It does not call them data science, but it calls them as quants actually. The role itself is a quant. So on and so forth. So you have algo trading, yes, algo trading is there. So all those are there. Yeah. Like if you are from a FANG, okay, like FANG, you know, so now it is MANG anyway. If you are in that place, and then if you are in AI research, applied research or AI research, for example, one of my batchmate, okay, after PhD, he joined Facebook London, okay, as a AI researcher. So those are the ones which will kind of pay you mind-boggling amounts. But those are very rare and niche. Okay, you also need to be that much talented and skilled. But otherwise, that industry, are you in a startup? Are you in a technical company? Okay, product-based company or a service-based company? Team-wise, okay, how much of money they have? It's all a matter of many things. But otherwise, usually data, every role will have. For example, in our team, all these out of this, we don't have a separate data team as of now. Business will give us this data directly. They will have the control of the data. Both ML engineers and data scientists are almost paid at a same level, but on slightly data scientists are always on a higher pay scale, okay, compared to that. And also it also depends upon whether your pedigree also matters. Are you from IAC, IIT, NIT? That also actually matters because companies will have a different tracks, tier 1 colleges, tier 2 colleges. So they will have a different progression tracks for each company, each college. If you are from a tier 1, your average salary will be higher. That is not told, but that's the unwritten rule, technically that much. A IIT grad in our company, a fresher, okay, fresher, we learn more than 5-6 experience, 5-6 years of experience in software. In fact, more actually. Some 10 years of software engineers also will have the same package. So the freshers will have that much. So if they are, because they are from IITs, and into data science, both, okay, like that. And if you are from a computer science and non-computer science in a data science also, that distinction will be there, but not very rigid. That's very subjective. Okay, that's very subjective. Simple answer is many factors are there, but otherwise I may have given, assuming that I have given you at least tentative role. Okay. What prompt engineering does not? Prompt engineering, if you want to understand a prompt engineering, you need to understand something called as large language models. Okay, large language models, technically, simply, it is a chat GPT. Okay, chat GPT is called as, it comes into the family of NLP. Okay, I have told you machine learning. Let me just give you that way. If I have, let's say, data science, okay, we will see, because we are doing science with the data. Okay, that is data science. And then broadly, if you divide data science as ML and DL. Okay, ML stands for machine learning, DL stands for deep learning. Machine learning we will come later, but in deep learning, no, okay, there are again sub branches. One sub branch, these sub branches are based on what kind of data that you are dealing with. If you, in deep learning, if you are dealing with the text data, that is called as NLP. If you are dealing with image data, that is called as computer vision. Okay, and then so on and so forth. You have 3-4 major branches. NLP and computer vision are the major subfields of deep learning. In NLP, we usually build what is called as language models. That models, the machine learning models in NLP field are called as language models. That means they will understand the language, they will understand the grammar. Okay, and like human beings learn the language, they learn languages. So that's why they are called as language models. And then now, recently, with ChatGPT, it has become very popular. But otherwise, this ChatGPT, precursor to ChatGPT, has started from around 2018-19. Okay, this entire research field has become very active from 2018 to 19, and then it culminated in ChatGPT. So around 4 years of research. The turnaround time is actually now very fast. It was not the case like earlier. The one which is in the labs just 2-3 years ago is becoming extremely popular in industry, especially in terms of data science. Okay, so these large language models were in labs just 4 years ago. It was there only in academia, academic research papers. It was there. We used to read those architectures only in papers, but all of a sudden it has become ChatGPT, and everybody knows ChatGPT. So these are called as large language models. These models, language models, are well known for over so many years. 30 years back, 40 years back also we had language models. But large language models are a very recent phenomena that started around 4 years ago. And these are called large language models because they have a huge mind in one sense. They can understand anything and everything in this world like that. Okay, so they are large language models. Their knowledge base is so high. Okay, entire internet is their knowledge base. Anything that is there in internet, it's not that they retrieve and give it to you like a Google. No, they have their own mind. They will understand the data that is available, and they will assimilate it and give you in their own words. That's the beauty of it. Okay, then these large language models are the ones which will ChatGPT to make it answer a right question. No? For example, right answer, it has a lot of information in it, but to get the information out of it, you need to ask a question. Only then it will give you an answer. Right question will get you a right answer. A garbage question will get you a garbage answer. To get the maximum out of large language models, you need to give these best questions. So there is a science behind designing these questions. How can I actually, these questions are also called as, in NLP terms or language model terms, called as prompts. Okay, prompt. It is called as a prompt. How can I ask the best prompt so that I get the best information out of the language model, large language model? Is all about prompt engineering. Okay, designing those questions itself is now a field that is actually very highly paid actually, very highly paid in industry, not very vogue right now in India, but abroad it is there. And India also it will soon come because everybody is now adopting generative AI. It will soon come. So that's a future skill that you need to acquire, okay, in case if you are looking for it. Yeah, that's the, so sorry, what was the question that I was answering? Yeah, data science roles, the role of the prompt engineer is this. So prompt engineer is a separate sub branch of data science. Data science to deep learning to NLP. In the NLP, so large language models now can solve many problems. For example, customer interfaces, okay, chatbots. Earlier we have a chatbot, okay, but now the chatbots are altogether different. So LLMs are deployed for chatbots, okay. They are interactive. They are kind of designed in a much more richer experience, so on and so forth. So for all that, you need a prompt engineer to solve certain questions. For example, in our team, we had internally built one large language model, okay. There to, if you don't ask the right question, then it will give you altogether a tangential answer, which does not solve the business problem. So we need to make it work. So to make it work, we had to tweak it in certain ways so that we'll ask the right question, so on and so forth. You don't definitely have to go there. As I said, for example, if you are a fresher, no, from any field, data scientist you can become. If you are a fresher, if you have some experience, then before you throw out your experience away, then you need a rethink. Is it worth, or can I align myself in the ladder using these additional skills? So that is the recalibration that you need to do. But if you are a fresher, then yes. And if you really want to go into chemical engineering only and then apply this data science, oil and gas industry is the best industry wherein all these are applied in real terms. For example, one of my batchmate, okay, who has done masters with me in IISc, is now with Halliburton. Okay, that's a oil and gas company as well. So he's now moved to US, but otherwise, in a Halliburton, he does this only, modeling only. He uses data science, and then Shell works with data science. It has its own dedicated data science team for this. And then many industries have actually. So Halliburton, I know. Shell, I know. Very specific. I have some of my friends who are there like that. Is just a certification helpful in data science? Just a certification is not helpful. You mean without knowledge? Then definitely not helpful. Definitely knowledge is more valued. Okay. In industry, you definitely need a certification. Will give you a opening, but you need to prove. It will give you a call for interview, but in the interview you need to show yourself that you know what you are claiming. Okay, only then you will be accepted. At least when I shortlist now, we don't even look for any certifications. We don't even see for certifications. I'm just telling, it's not the everywhere, but people want, let's say, masters, okay, like that, so on and so forth. And then certifications will become handy, but that alone without knowledge will definitely not. I hope you are not asking that question, but yeah. What will be the basic salary of a data analyst? Yeah, so telling that basic salary is very difficult, as I had mentioned that service-based industry, pedigree, okay, and then product company, startup, okay, established company, and then so on and so forth. It can even range from, okay, I don't know, tell me what is your expectation, then I will tell you exact numbers as well. I can tell you a range, if not exact numbers, I can tell you. Giflin, yeah, if you can tell me, I can give you the numbers also. Sir, I am also like .NET developer. Yes, yeah. So .NET developers, even now, our applications in most of the applications, all systems that we build have a .NET component. We do build with, still we have .NET developers in our team. Generally, shifting within the team will become easier. Or you can also kind of start working in, for example, .NET developers, we actually talk to .NET developers. Whenever we are writing a particular piece of code, we write it in Python. And then they want to write it in .NET because of the various integration issues.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in data analytics, what does the term correlation refer to? And your options are caution between variables, a strong relationship between variables, a lack of relationship between variables, a linear relationship between variables. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Skills that are required, or Python skills, probably even some of the libraries, whatever libraries that we are going to learn now. So which are required, and then what is the depth that is required, to which that you will have to do. So these majorly for those people, so I see there are many non-technical members also available. So for them, it will be daunting. So for example, some of the topics when they are taught, no, so it might be daunting. So you don't have to really panic. So you just have to know how much is required and what is required and how much is required. Then you can accordingly work out on that. So that is the major agenda for today. Today, this remaining required Python skills I will take. Then we will move on to NumPy if time permits. I don't want to be in a hurry also today again. So I just want to give that much time to kind of question in and then help you kind of completely. Any questions from yesterday? So yesterday I had asked you to think about yourself and then seeing you in one of these positions, okay? In the future days, where do I really fit in, or where do I want to go? Okay, so that at least that exercise I wanted you to do. So because that's very, very essential for you to see yourself, then working out a particular path or a chalk out a particular path and then trading that path will become easier for you. Otherwise, you will be totally confused and lost, and you try to master everything, which is definitely not possible. It'll be too much overwhelming, and then you are totally do this exercise. This clears out a lot of fog and then gives you a very clear vision. With a lot of experience, they were trying for a data science role or something like that. Maybe probably data architect or ML architect or some architect might be a best position. So you consider aspects like what is my experience, and then what is the role that I'm currently doing, and then if I can align myself or completely switch over. So all those aspects you consider, because if you come from a totally with an experience, you have an experience, but you totally shift completely unrelated, the HRs are too smart to say that your experience we will consider it as zero. Okay, they're all out there to cut your pay. So they will just say that no, you don't have any relevant experience. Okay, relevant experience and experience, as if your experience does not matter. So of course it does matter. Whatever experience that you may have, everything matters in the whatever job role that you're doing. But they are smart enough to just cut your pay. So you need to be very cautious about it. Okay. So, but we can't become a data scientist in the very first go. We shall follow the hierarchy of job roles. No, why you can't become a data scientist in the first go? Data scientist starts from associate data scientist. That also has a hierarchy. That is a hierarchy. That's a separate line in itself. That's all. Entry positions in a data scientist are associate data scientist. That's the entry position for a data scientist. If the roles are very, these are the scenarios where the organization has a very clear cut role. very unlikely. Most of the times they may not have these many divisions, but data science definitely they will have. Data engineer also they will have. Machine learning engineer also they will have. These three definitely they will have. For example, data analyst, they may not have. Okay. Data scientist himself will act as a data analyst. You don't even have to kind of explain to the business saying that, no, I have the skills and so on and so forth. They assume. So industry has some perception about your education, which is not always the right, actually. Most of the times it is not right. Industry does not have a proper understanding of your roles, your educational background when I say that. So when I say industry, because it's only HR. HR is the face of the industry when recruiting happens. So HR does not know most of the times. Okay, they will not know what are the very unfortunate. But if you are coming from a particular background, so what do you study and what are the skills that you acquire? They have absolutely no clue about it. So at the same time, they also do not know about the job description. Okay. Usually the way that recruiting happens in an industry is, for example, in my team, there is a role that has opened up. Okay. Let's say for data science. Then what I will do is I will request the HR to circulate this in a social media or wherever the channels that they have. In those channels, writing the job description. Okay. Most of the times the job description will be written by HR to be, it's a funny thing, but they will write the job description. Absolutely, they have no clue whatsoever what that job description requires. So they will just copy paste from previous thing, which I definitely don't require. My team is a very specialized team, and then the set of skills, even though we work in a data science problem, the set of skills that we are looking for is absolutely different. So they, first of all, they will tamper with the job description. Second, they don't understand the background of the job, those who are the applicants. And then they will filter out all wrong candidates and they will send us. So we don't find out any suitable resumes. So we will go back to HR and then we will tell that you are actually sending us hundreds of resumes, but none of them is suitable. It has actually recently has happened 2-3 times for us back to back when we had given a role for a ML engineer. So all the resumes that they had sent out to us were absolutely irrelevant. Then our manager had said, no, why are you actually going to them? So let's not go to the HR. You only directly post it and then you only recruit. So that's why you see sometimes employees themselves advertise in LinkedIn saying that this role is open in our team. If you are interested, you apply for it. So then we will only request one of the team members will only request the resumes, and then we will only filter, and then we will only do that entire processing. So these are all problematic areas, unfortunately, that are existing in the industry, but you need to navigate through it. Okay, you need to navigate through it. I will also tell you how the filtering happens at a HR level. Okay, HR will only do a keyword matching. Okay, you have a resume, they have a JD. In the JD, whatever technologies they will say, good to have, must have, okay, some so on and so forth. These many years of experience, okay, and they will strictly follow. If they say 7 years of experience, you are 6, you mentioned 6, and you are out. They will straight away take it out. They will not even think anything about it. And then let's say they will ask for Python, okay, and then PySpark, so on and so forth. As technologies, and then you have Python but not PySpark, they will not select. So they will do that kind of keyword matching. So you had probably already done PySpark, you know about it, you had worked on it, or AWS or Azure, you may have worked on all these cloud systems technologies, but you forgot to mention in your resume. Your resume will not be shortlisted. So these are very fine things, but that will actually help you a lot if you kind of ensure that your resume is cut out for that particular JD. Because usually the tendency for freshers is to prepare one resume and then send it across for every job. That does not work actually. Definitely does not work. For every job, you have to have a base resume wherein very common things like what is your education? Okay, what are your achievements? What is your work experience? What are the projects that you have done? Through that, what are the skills that you have acquired? And then how does that help the particular role? So these are some of the standard things that you have. And then how does your experience help this particular role? So on and so forth. These are the customized things that you need to modify in your resume for that particular role. So that modification part will be there. So that flexible part needs to be modified for every job. So you need to take that time to modify and then send. So that you definitely keep in your mind whenever you are applying for a new job. So write your resume for every job and then send it across. That actually helps you a lot in getting shortlisted. Okay, I'll tell you actually Python. No, so in Python, till functions is one level and whoops is a different level. Okay, so if you are comfortable with functions, till functions, most of the work will happen. Okay, in the sense that most of the roles you can handle. You don't even have to really understand whoops. Without understanding the whoops also, I will explain you individual roles in detail, but in general, let me make this comment. So in general, if you are very clear with comfortable with till functions also, Python work will happen. But there are some roles wherein that require a real proficiency of whoops, not just understanding of whoops, there are proficiency of whoops. And there are also roles which require a proficiency in data structures as well. Okay. So that's why I had particularly asked for, are you comfortable with the data structures and functions and then classes? Since anyway it is being taught now, so of course you need to definitely practice it. Without practicing, of course, you will not get a proficiency. But I'm just giving you that overall idea. So you don't have to be a master of all the concepts in Python. So you can be a master of, or at least can learn only till that particular point of time, particular concept, and beyond that you don't have to learn. For example, oops concepts. No, most of the people will get very much confused. Okay, of course, that happens to everyone, and then so that's why I'm particularly making this particular by any chance, if you kind of got overwhelmed by oops concepts in Python, you don't have to really worry, depending upon what you are really looking at. For example, some of you really don't have to worry about Python at all. Okay, to be honestly speaking, you don't have to worry about Python at all. For example, my architect does not know Python. Okay, he's an ML architect person, and then you are looking at, let's say, a data science manager. Okay, these manager roles. Okay, and then let's say architect role. Okay, ML architect. Okay, so such kind of roles which are at a manager level. Okay, so then you don't really require any Python knowledge at all. You don't even have to know anything. Okay, but you just have to know the, okay, it's capable enough to solve this problem. That much is more than sufficient at times. Okay, but if you're looking for a role like a data scientist, or looking for a role like a Python developer, or like an ML engineer, so on and so forth, you definitely require a deeper knowledge of Python, including the classes also. If you are a data scientist, you don't require classes, but only functions, till functions will do. If you are an ML engineer, then Python developer, then the understanding of Python classes is also required. Proficiency is also required, so on and so forth. So that's the major point I'm kind of trying to convey. So at this point of time, don't get overwhelmed. And also, even in fact, actually, that particular thing is applicable even for the concepts that we are going to do, the libraries that we are going to do, so on and so forth. You don't have to be really overwhelmed by these concepts in case if they go over the head. So I will just give those pointers when I actually take you through which are the things that you can ignore or at least don't have to be worried about, and which are the things that you definitely have to know when I teach a particular those concepts. So that particular rider I will always give, don't worry about that. But it's a general rider, so you don't have to really worry about, oh, I did not understand this, because you cannot understand. You cannot and also don't have to understand each and everything that is being taught, to be honestly speaking, because the field is going at a breakneck speed kind of understanding everything is very, very, very difficult. Even for us also, we are not able to catch up with the field. Absolutely not able to catch up with the field. Today we read a research paper and then implement it. Tomorrow another update has come. Simple, 1 week, not even 1 week actually. Sometimes we do see the next day also. 1 week, in 1 week another update is coming. It's impossible. It's getting really, really impossible to comprehend, and then that the frontiers of research, where those frontiers are actually, they are moving very fast, very fast. Imagine that 4 years ago there is no chat GPT, and 4 years down the line chat GPT has come. It has kind of revolutionized the industry, entire industry. Every industry is now onto ChatGPT. Every industry, every team, every company. Okay, literally every company. There is no one who is not thinking about ChatGPT now in the industry. Okay, so it is making that much of impact in 4 years. What Google had, people are saying that Google had took so many 25 years, but ChatGPT had took only 4 years. So that's the compression of the development cycle. Okay. If that is the thing that is happening, you do not know what would happen in down the line 2-3 years. Okay, you cannot comprehend. Extremely difficult. We just have to be on our toes and then acquire those new skills and then move on. There is nothing else that you can actually do. For example, we are completely almost doing away with this role, Python developer. Absolutely no need actually. Very little. Okay, most likely in few coming days, Python developers, in fact, not only Python developers, any developer role is almost null, like nil. We don't require, because ChatGPT will code. In case if you had used it, you ask a ChatGPT to code a particular program, it will code and give it to you. Among the many things that it does, okay, many tools which are now directly integrated into our IDEs, okay, which will directly write codes for us directly. Okay, Microsoft has other things, and then along with ChatGPT, there are other large language models which are now coming for only coding. So now by the pure developer role, which is almost the backbone of every software industry, is now almost overnight wiped out. Literally overnight wiped out. Bing AI has ChatGPT, ChatGPT integrated behind it. That's why Microsoft has acquired OpenAI. So ChatGPT is developed by OpenAI. OpenAI has actually published 3-4 papers, okay, before ChatGPT. GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3, and then I think 4th paper is Instruct GPT. Four papers it has published in a sequence of 3-4 years. And then 5th paper, it did not publish. That's ChatGPT. So product came out. So that's it. That's the end of the story. Before that, of course, OpenAI has done a lot of research. And then people are saying that, okay, OpenAI has become a closed AI now, because it is supposed to be open, but now it has become a closed AI. So then Microsoft has acquired OpenAI. So because they wanted to make it make their search engine competitor, at least competitor to Google. So that's why they had acquired. And then now the Bing has that ChatGPT integrated in it. So your search has become more meaningful, more sharper, more interactive, so on and so forth. There are teams in industries only on search. Okay, the name of the team is search. Microsoft has a team called search. Huawei has a team called search. Google has a team called search. They will work on how to do the search, because that's what actually all these search engines are for. So there they do this kind of research. Okay. Okay, let me just move on to roles. Okay, data scientist. Data scientist requires a strong proficiency in Python. Okay, that Python, I would say till classes, if you know a good Python, no, then it is okay. Most of the times, most of the data scientists don't require classes. Okay, we don't really require classes. But what is additional thing that he requires is he requires a in-depth knowledge of Python libraries, okay, like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, and scikit-learn. Okay, scikit-learn is essential thing because it's a machine learning library, one of the machine learning library. We may not see the scikit-learn as it is, but when we do the machine learning module, that time we will use this. So understanding of all these libraries is essential because after all, he will be building models. So when he builds models, so he will do the use the machine learning libraries. So he requires along with Python, okay, till classes, and then these libraries will become handy. Why does the data scientist require NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib? He most of the times he acts as a data analyst. What he does is when he gets the data, as soon as he gets the data, so when we go to Pandas, I will show you in detail how does he do that. So he does something called as exploratory data analysis. Okay, he gets the data. On the data, he will do an exploratory data analysis. Like he wants to look at the data. Okay, I have my data. So when I say data, so you might be thinking, I do not know what is your imagination. The data sometimes will be huge. Okay, it goes into millions and sometimes it goes into billions of rows. Is tabular data. Okay, T stands for tabular data. Okay, tabular data. That means your typical Excel. Okay, typical Excel. You have rows and columns. Okay, that's the kind of data that you have. So that's the data that you receive because you I will show you some of the data sets when we go to just next, I think pandas library. So we will work with some of the data sets. Okay, that time I will show you how a data set looks like, but otherwise it's a typical Excel sheet. So that's called a tabular data. That's one of the data that you work with in machine learning data sets. Other data is images. You have a lot of images, right? So there is a different set of algorithms that you use to deal with images. You also have videos. A lot of CCTV videos are captured. All those are kind of analyzed, okay, for your information by AI. Okay, traffic signals are now with AI. Okay, so videos are analyzed, image data, video data. Okay, and then another prominent data is text data. You have a lot of text written. So that's a different data format. Okay, text data. To deal with the text data, you have different set of algorithms. To deal with images, you have different set of algorithms. Both images and then videos have same set of algorithms because video is nothing but a series of images. Okay, so but otherwise this is a different set of data. Tabular data requires a different set of algorithms to deal with. And then you also have speech data. Speech data. So to deal with the speech, okay, you have a different set of algorithms. Okay, so these are the predominant modes. Okay, these called basically the modalities. Okay, the modes of data that the industry handles with. For example, text data. If you see everything that comes from your Twitter, mostly Twitter. Okay, so that is called a Twitter analytics. Okay, they will analyze all the Twitter data for hate speech, or maybe it is for tracking some particular individuals. Banks will track certain individuals, whether they are politically exposed or not before they onboard them, and if they have some criminal background or so on and so forth. And governments will monitor or at least screen out the Twitter hate speech content, okay, so on and so forth. That's the entire thing is called Twitter analytics. Okay, in the Twitter analytics they will do. And then even just internet that you have, for example, some of the edtech industries, they will analyze the content that is available on the internet related to, let's say, some lectures or so on and so forth, and they have built some applications around it. So that is also possible. Okay, and then anything in the text format, news articles, people analyze news articles and anything. Okay, if you see in a text, that means you are in the realm of natural language processing, NLP. This entire field of machine learning is called as natural language processing. If your data is in the form of image and video, this dealing with this entire field is called computer vision. And if your data is just tabular and then numbers, okay, then this is mostly called as, earlier it is used to be called as statistical learning, and now it is called as machine learning. Computer vision, NLP, and your speech data is also, there is, it is called as speech processing, okay? It is called as speech processing. All these three, is called as deep learning. Okay, all these three fields is called as deep learning on a higher level category. Yesterday I had told you that machine learning, deep learning. Now the ChatGPT is an offshoot of NLP, and then that particular field now is called as generative AI. In case if you kind of get to hear that, okay, that particular field is called as generative AI. Okay, generative AI. Generative AI is again a sub-branch of deep learning. It can be in the realm of NLP or it can be in the realm of computer vision. So I will just tell you what in short, what is generative AI is, because you get to hear and you come across that. Earlier machine learning models are only built for prediction purposes. Like, okay, I have this data, can I predict that? Can I predict this? Can I predict that? That's what they are used for. Okay. Now, what machine learning models are doing is they are now started creating the content. Okay. ChatGPT initially, if you remember, OpenAI initially has come up with a first paper. They have published a news article written by a machine learning model, which was absolutely same as content written by a human being. So they could not differentiate it. Nobody could able to tell that whether it was written by a human being or not. So their machine learning model started generating the content. They started generating news article. They started now generating images. They started generating videos. They started generating movies. So that entire field of generation has kind of blown up in the past 3-4 years, just past 3-4 years. So that's why another name, another field has emerged in the past 3-4 years called as generative AI. So generative AI is nothing but if a machine learning model is generating content, may it be a text content, may it be a speech content, or may it be a image content or a video content, that means you are dealing with generative AI. Doing all these three at a time, because doing one field at a time itself is huge. In fact, I did not kind of suffocate these individual fields into separate subtopics. Each field, computer vision, for example, has again separate topics. Okay, again separate topics. For example, classification, images, we can classify images into cats and dogs, for example. Very simple example. Okay, you can also do something called as, you can identify in a photo whether a person is there, traffic light is there or not. So that's called as object detection. Okay, you can also do kind of something called as segmentation. Okay, and then so on and so forth. These are the subtopics. Okay, and then if you are working in a computer vision field, you can master only one of the field, not even all of the subtopics actually, because these fields have become so huge. It's absolutely impossible to master all the algorithms. These algorithms are extremely complex algorithms, not at all easy algorithms. Imagine that you are getting that much of intelligence from a machine learning model. That means those models are extremely complicated models. Okay, understanding and getting a mastery over those machine learning models is not very easy. So you will only be working even in a subfield. Forget about working across the modalities of data. Even within a particular data, you will mostly be working on a particular yeah. So what I'm telling is, so these are the types of data that we deal with as a data scientist. When you are dealing with that kind of a data, so you need to first of all get a feel for data. To get a feel for data, okay, now I will just erase this. Okay, let's save. So now As soon as you get the data from the data team, okay, you have the data with you and you are a data scientist sitting here. So in your pipeline, what you do is something called as EDA, okay, EDA, exploratory data analysis. That's the first step that you do as a data scientist. And the second step that you do as a data scientist is, I'm just abstracting so many details out of this. And then data preparation. You prepare the data. You prepare the data. Data preparation. And then comes the model building. This is the last part. Okay, that's the last part. And then that model goes to ML engineers. Okay, model building. This is a typical pipeline of data scientist. Okay, every day he will do this work. That's what he will do. Okay, so this exploratory data is also a particular domain wherein data analyst also will do. Data analyst, as I had said yesterday, so he will look at the data, derive insights from it, and then those insights he will pass it on to the business. Data scientist, what he will do is he will do that exploratory data analysis, or he will get the insights, but that insights he will use in building the best model. So that's the only difference. But otherwise, data analyst, then whatever insights that he has got, so he will mostly focus on creating the best graphs or a best plots or a best visualization artifacts so that he can communicate. That is his end goal. But for a data scientist, he will get those insights, he will understand the data, and he will, so that those insights, he will use it for building best models. So that is what he does. So that is called as exploratory data analysis. For doing that exploratory data analysis, the libraries such as NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib, okay, they will become handy. So that's why data scientists require NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib. So data analyst also, on the same breath, he also needs NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib because he is also doing the analysis of data. So on and so on. Then for building models, he requires scikit-learn, okay, and also he requires actually something called as, let me just mention it here. Mention it here as a data center scikit-learn, okay, and PyTorch, okay, and TensorFlow, probably let me say, and Keras, okay, it requires and, okay, PyTorch, TensorFlow, and Keras, okay. Scikit-learn, okay. Scikit-learn is a machine learning library. I also said that apart from machine learning, we also have a deep learning library. Deep learning. So for the deep learning library, okay, we have 3 libraries which can handle deep learning, are famous, okay, not just the exhaustive ones, but very famous. PyTorch is one of the famous. This library is developed and also maintained by Facebook, and then TensorFlow is developed by Google, and then Keras. Keras is now a part of TensorFlow because it is acquired by Google. So those are the 3 libraries useful for deep learning. So you need to have as a data scientist, you need to have a understanding of machine learning libraries and data analysis libraries. So that's what you need, okay? Understanding of advanced concepts like OOPs and functional programming and debugging techniques in Python is advantageous, not necessary, okay? Advantageous. I will tell you a particular stream of data scientists where OOPs is kind of mandatory almost, okay? Familiarity with data visualization libraries like Seaborn, Plotly, Matplotlib, okay? Again, helps you kind of give you that insights are for yourself and also to communicate it to the higher ups. So these are again, see, in Python, so the entire power of Python actually comes from the concept of libraries. In case if you are from Java, probably you might be familiar with that libraries as well. So the power of Python comes from the libraries. So these libraries are actually meant for performing a particular task. If I want to build machine learning, if I want to visualize it, I will create a library wherein I have customly designed functions. So that if I, for example, to give you an example, if I have to plot it, okay, using the basic Python syntax or basic Python functions, inbuilt Python functions, I need to write 100 lines of code, assume that, okay. But what I will do is plotting is every day I will do it. All that it will take is it will take an X and it will take a Y and then it will plot it. I will do that, and that is always predictable. That function is always cast in stone. So then I will write a function to plot and then put it as a one liner in the library. So library consists of these specialized functions which will do that particular task in one shot. So that's, in very simple terms, that's how the library is built. But the libraries are very complicated. The libraries are actually startups. For example, Keras was a startup. Keras was a startup. And then Keras was acquired by Google. Okay. They can be as complicated as that. Okay. Even now, I don't know how many of you know Hugging Face. Hugging Face is also a library. Okay. That is also a big company now. So on and so forth. But anyway, so in short, the libraries are nothing but it gives you a custom made functions which can handle very specialized tasks. NumPy handles scientific computing, for example. Pandas handles data handling. Okay, and it has hundreds of functions within inside. Okay, that's we will go in detail. But otherwise, on a higher level, each library has its own purpose. NumPy to do scientific computing, Pandas to handle data, Matplotlib only plotting, scikit-learn doing machine learning, PyTorch, TensorFlow, Keras doing deep learning. That's it. And inside of it, again, that's almost another course in itself. Okay, NumPy is a course in itself, Pandas is a course in itself, and then Matplotlib is a course in itself. For those who wanted to know, okay, not for everyone. We don't have to break our heads so much actually, but I'm just telling you the depth of it. So to give you a boundaries of what is actually involved in it. Some are good at math. Okay, for example, if you are good at math, and then you will become a good data scientist. Okay, even without math also, most of the data scientists don't know math actually. They don't even know that data science requires math. That's a different issue altogether. But I'm just as a requirement, I'm telling you, if you are a good mathematics, you know, then you will become a good data scientist. And statistics, math, of course, both are actually almost same. But otherwise, if you are good at math, then you will become a data scientist. If you're good at coding, then you will become a machine you can look for machine learning engineer roles. If you are good at learning technologies and then tools and so on and so forth, you can look at data analyst, data engineer, and data analyst. Okay, so that's a very broad, depending on what you are. As a fresher, if you are a fresher, then if you are not a fresher, then it depends upon how much of experience that you have, and then what is your experience, so on and so forth. Then you can start aligning yourself to a data architect, and then so on and so forth, and then manager, and then all those things. Do Python require web or full stack development? So in Python, actually, there are libraries which deal with web development as well. So if you are not going into a data science project with Python, people can also go into just software engineering roles also. There you will require full web and full stack development, both. But if you are coming into data science field, then you don't require. Web development is not required. Full stack development is required if you are looking for a machine learning engineer role, because he is the one who will be in the technically working between data science team and then the full stack team, because he is the one responsible for deploying and maintaining that model. So there you definitely require, if you are going for a machine learning engineer, that is preferred. But of course, you will not be doing that. But full stack, there are again other engineers who will support you in full stack engineer. But as a machine learning engineer, you are the one who will closely associate with the full stack development team actually. So he has to now deploy it in the production. That means he has to integrate with the entire system. So he requires more better understanding of Python. So sometimes he may even deal with classes also. Okay, so not sometimes, actually most of the times he actually deals with classes. Okay, and then because he will be writing code and then he will be integrating our models and then the code around it with the code that is written by others. So he requires a very deep understanding of Python. Data scientist does not require definitely classes, not necessarily always. Okay, but some data scientists work with classes as well. That means object-oriented programming concepts. Okay, but machine learning engineer, yeah, he requires actually. And then his proficiency level of these libraries, no, not that much. He does not require actually. So scikit-learn, he does not know. For example, our machine learning engineer does not know any of this actually. So he does not require actually. It is important if he kind of understands, but otherwise not so important actually. Even though proficiency, I said it is crucial, but rather I should not actually say it's crucial. Proficiency is good. Machine learning engineer, all the understanding of machine learning libraries, okay, such as scikit-learn and then PyTorch is good for developing ML and implementing and deploying these models. Because all that he has to do is he has to install these libraries in the production environment and then he has to deploy. So if he knows how to debug it whenever some issues come in the installation process, that is where he has to know these libraries. Otherwise, he will not work hands-on, he will not do any hands-on with these libraries. Knowledge of Python frameworks and model serving and deployment, these are important, okay? Flask, okay? Django, these are very important, these frameworks, okay, for him. And then, of course, experience with the data pre-processing, how to pre-process the data, something called as feature engineering. We will come to this when we go to ML module. And then model evaluation, how to do the model evaluation, because he will be the one who is in charge of CI/CD pipeline. If those who are in full stack development, no, continuous integration and continuous development. Okay, so in that pipeline, he is the one who is responsible to see whether model is performing well or not. It requires retraining or not. Then he will say that model is not performing well. He will give that feedback to the data scientist, and data scientist will look into that. So like that. All these are the skills that are required for a machine learning engineer. Python is the most important skill that he will definitely require. Okay, to very deep level. Data engineers, no? So data engineers, for them, the most important thing is data processing. How do I process my data? That entire pipeline will be there. Starting from I will take the data from a databases till I will give it to my data scientist. So that is what he will handle. But that pipeline is a very complicated pipeline. So you cannot imagine how complicated that pipeline is, because you will have to look at how Uber works. Okay, Uber and Ola. So you go to Uber and Ola. So then you will realize their data centers, data lakes, and then they will have huge number of data architects. Ola, Uber, in fact, actually Google. Okay, Google is a master of data management actually. So you need to look at the complexity. If you really want to understand the complexity of this entire data engineering role, you will definitely have to see their data infrastructure. Okay, then you will really appreciate that. But otherwise, that data processing and that entire pipeline development, okay, where should I, how do I take the data from, where should I, there are data lakes, data stores, okay, then databases. So many things actually. So then you will take that data from there, and then what do I do? How do I create that entire pipeline so that everything will be automated? Nothing will happen actually in the production. None of this will happen manually. Okay. For example, if you are booking a app if you are booking a cab in Ola, nobody is doing anything manually. So the entire data is fetched from a database. It will go to model building. That will also happen automatically. And then model will be built and the predictions will be made. And then you will be shown that these are the ones which are closer. And then out of the closer nearest cabs available, one cab will be booked for you, depending on various analytics that they will do. Everything will happen automatically. So this entire thing, that pipeline he has to develop actually. First only they will develop that. There only that manual work is there in the development.
Once it is in the production, then it is in nobody's control. It's kind of, it goes automatically. Okay. So then entire pipeline he has to develop, and then his proficiency in libraries like Pandas, NumPy, not that important, but PySpark, for example, is very important. Okay. PySpark for data manipulation, transformation, he requires that. Okay. He requires these libraries definitely, but may not be as deep as the data scientist or a data analyst would know. Okay. Then the knowledge of frameworks or technologies like Apache Airflow, Apache Beam. Okay, very important. These are very important actually. Apache Airflow and Apache Beam. So there are these kind of techniques. Okay, and there is, I don't know if you may have a particular module for stream analytics or something like that, some data analytics or something like that. Otherwise, there is a particular module people do study only for handling this data. Okay, only for handling this data. So data engineers have their own technologies and then a suite of tools developed for them, but it's their job. They will do it. Okay, we don't have to worry. If you are a data scientist, you have no, you don't have to break your head over it. Okay, if you are a machine learning engineer, you don't have to break your head over all these technologies. It is not possible also for us to master these technologies. Then familiarity with databases. Okay, then various databases, relational databases, non-relational databases. Okay, understanding of all these databases is also very important for a data engineer. And then entire ecosystem. Okay, your data can be within the department. Your data can flow across the department. Your data will be at the entire organization level. Okay, so that much of complicated data network will be there. So handling that data network requires an extremely complicated technologies and also complicated skills as well. So that's a data engineer in itself. Okay, then data analyst. Okay, he should have a good understanding of data processing and analysis. That is his skill. His skill is processing and analysis. Okay, his main proficiency will be required in terms of Pandas, which will handle the data, NumPy, which will do the scientific computing, Matplotlib for visualization, and also Seaborn and so on and so forth, other visualization libraries. We will see in the visualization module, Matplotlib and Seaborn, two libraries we will see. He requires all those things, okay, for visualization. And then is understanding with integration with SQL, okay, because he will be also kind of getting the data in some way. He will be related. Okay, so he will also require SQL integration. Okay, some statistical analysis. This will be very helpful because he has to draw insights. No, so he requires statistical analysis. So these are some important things. Okay, then and also there are tools like Tableau, Power BI. Okay, these are the ones which are very interesting technologies. Okay, which are required. For example, here data analyst. Okay, technologies and tools. Okay, tools like foundation in Python, but only data analysis and visualization. Okay, just minimum understanding for him. The major stuff is actually the understanding business and then translating back to team and taking the output of team back to the business. So that's the kind of role that he does. Okay, proficiency in libraries such as Pandas. Proficiency is not required, but yeah, data manipulation, creating, understanding how to extract insight. So this will become very important for him. Of course, this he will not directly do. Okay, but how to communicate. Okay, let me just add. Okay, business analyst. No, as a researcher. No, so he in this particular role, technology will be very, very limited. You don't even have to learn any of the technologies. You understand the business and then communicate it. Okay, and then sometimes they will also, of course, do some analysis, data analysis, and so on and so forth, kind of overlap with the data analyst, but not so technical, but less technical. They might even tend to use Tableau and Power BI, so on and so forth. So that is why these rest of the things are written. But otherwise, most important skill for them is actually good understanding of business as well as tech. Okay, so some people actually prefer business analyst because they will get to get an overall high level view. He wanted actually a business role and shifted to business analyst role. Now he is a business analyst actually, so that he knows the entire life cycle, or at least what happens in data science. And now he is getting to know about the business, and then he will get an exposure to the different projects. Okay, as a data scientist or any other role, you will be in a particular project. That particular project can run for years together, 2 years, 3 years, so many years also. So that is also possible. So he does. Some people will get bored about it. So then he wants actually dynamic role. So then he handles at any particular point after 2, 3 projects, and then keep moving, keep exploring. So that kind of gives him a kind of kick. Okay, so so that's why he wanted to actually do that. But otherwise, business analyst is mostly that interface between the business, understanding the business problem in detail, and then communicating it back to the team, and understanding what team has developed. For example, whenever we develop a business model, we will machine learning model, we will say our model performs at 97% or 95% accuracy. Our model accuracy is 95%. So if you communicate with the business, so you will tend to talk in terms of that only, technical only. Nothing else will come out of your mouth, because you are completely soaked into that language. No? So then what he will do is, so he will take that accuracy and some other metrics, let's say precision, recall, so on and so forth. He will convert that into a simplified language. He will always make sure, first of all, every time he will ask us to prepare a slide about your model, and then give him. So whenever we give him, we tend to give him in those things. So he will modify that and then simplify all the jargon, and then he will do a different slide, and then he will say that instead of accuracy, he will say something else. Instead of recall and precision, he will say something else. So that's what business analysts are meant for. Okay, they will communicate what business needs to you, and then they will take it back to the business, whatever that you have found. That's the most important skill that they have. Okay, these technologies and everything else is not so crucial. Okay, then as a AI researcher, no, so AI researcher is also a particular field. Not many organizations will have. Okay, very few organizations can have. Most of the organizations will do what is called as an applied AI research. Applied AI research, as I had told yesterday, academics will do fundamental research, but they will do applied AI research. Most of the organizations, okay, usually they will not have a budget for R&D. Most of the startups will have applied AI research. Okay, what they will do is, there are very big organizations which will do fundamental research also. For example, Google, Facebook, then Amazon, Microsoft, they will do a very fundamental research, and they will develop very advanced algorithms, okay, which no one can actually develop. Those algorithms, all the startups will take, and they will modify that algorithm for their data, and then they will develop a model, and then they will deploy. So that is what most of the startups will do. They don't develop their algorithms on their own. They will use the algorithms which are developed by somebody else, but they will customize it for their use case. For that, customization is nothing but applied AI research. Okay. For that, and that is one that you require as a applied AI researcher. So applied AI researcher will take that research paper. Okay, they will publish a paper and also release a code in the GitHub. You need to take that paper. You need to understand the architecture, whatever they have written in the paper, and then you need to map it with the code that they have released and implement that code for your use case. That is what, as an applied AI researcher, your job will be day in and day out. Okay, that's what you will be doing. For applied AI researcher, proficiency in Python is very important. He is also a data scientist, okay, but a research data scientist kind of thing. And then his proficiency is very high in Python. Especially, he requires a OOPS level proficiency, not function level proficiency. OOPS level proficiency he requires, because when he has to customize that algorithms, okay, I will show you sometime down the line how those algorithms will look like, and then so on and so forth. So if he has to modify that, he needs to understand they will write only in classes actually. Every algorithm, every library, every code will be written only in classes. Mostly 90% of the code is in classes. So he will have to understand that class, modify that class, so on and so forth. So he requires a high level proficiency in Python. So this is one of the highly paid job actually. So there are very young people, you will see 21, 22, 23 years, and they will write a huge amounts of code, very complicated code actually. Yeah. So that proficiency in Python libraries like NumPy, TensorFlow, PyTorch, Keras is very crucial because he will be doing, because he needs to know the deep learning, machine learning and everything. Okay. Yeah, so he even knows, yeah, he even requires actually some optimization techniques, so on and so forth. Many things are required, but it's a pure R&D. Okay. All the R&D skills, okay, research and development. How do you do experiments? How do you plan your experiments? Which experiment? How do you solve? How do you break down the problem into individual components? How do you solve one by one and then systematically close in? All those things, all the analytical skills, everything will typical R&D skills. Everything will come into picture here. But as far as the Python is concerned, deep knowledge of Python till the level of and also deep understanding of the libraries also, ML and then TensorFlow and PyTorch, so on and so forth. So these Python libraries, will be created most of the times by open source. Okay, most of them are open source. General communities they will form and then they will develop. But more often they're free. Okay, they will develop and they will push it, okay, to the web, and we can download it and we can use it. Most of the times, the motivation for them, those who develop freely, why do they develop freely? That's a question. So the motivation for them is people want to get good at coding, so they will participate in these open source. You can also participate if you are interested, no? So they will create a GitHub repo for a particular library, and then if you want to develop, you can be a part of that development and you can develop a particular component of it and push it back, push the code back to GitHub, and then that will become a part of it. So you can do that. Those are the ones. But there are also commercial libraries, for example, and after that they will give it for free. For example, PyTorch is a deep learning library developed by Facebook. Facebook has developed it. Why it has developed it? Because they will do machine learning. When they do complicated machine learning, they do not have a library which can really handle that. So they have written a library first and then did the machine learning later. So since they have developed it and now it is useful for everyone, so what they have done is they have released it for free. Similarly, Google has developed TensorFlow. They have developed it for their use and they have released it. So both open source and commercial, and then all of them are free. Enterprise, so all of them are free and we can use it. So that's where the power of Python actually comes from. Particular functionality in Python, and for that we had used two Python libraries. Okay, if you know CV2, in case if you know, another one is Pill. Okay, we have used these two libraries. That code, when we had given it for integration in the entire application, it as a separate component, it has to sit, because entire code is in .NET, this is in Python, so it has to sit as a separate component. If it has to sit as a separate component, you have to write an API and then make a API call to it, so that you need to send an input to this particular code. This code will give you an output and take it back and use it in your entire pipeline system. That means that's another additional component that you are integrating. Your system becomes unstable actually. And also it takes a lot of time also, that communication, because you need to send a request, you need to wait for the response. So all those complications are involved. So then what my architect told was, why you want to do it in Python? Can't you replicate it in .NET? And gave it to the .NET team, that code as it is. And then we had a call together. We had explained what is the logic there to the .NET team. And then .NET team had explored the equivalent libraries in the .NET. And then they have reproduced that as a .NET code. But .NET, it will become very difficult to write. So that is, in Python, development is very easy because it's a high level programming language. No? So it becomes very easy to write all those codes. But of course, it has the slowness and so on and so forth are there. But of course, the development speed is fast, but the real time it might become little slow. If you're so on and so forth, it's a balance. But otherwise, yes, they are exactly same as .NET libraries. Yes. Yeah, he's a kind of, he's also one sense he's also a developer. Business analyst does not require actually. So people know what will happen. The technical concepts become so complicated, and then they don't want to handle you, because everyone cannot handle that much of technology, to be honestly speaking. Okay, because God has given us different capabilities and different inclinations. So we should not really undermine that, ignore, okay, overlook that particular concept. So if you are not good at math, you are not good at math. That's all. You will have to accept that. Everybody is not like an Einstein, okay? If you are not good at learning new things, you are not good at, but you are definitely good at something, okay? That's for sure. God has created you that way only. So when you need to identify that, what you are good at, and then you do it. In every field, you have scope for excellence. It is not that you become a researcher only, then you become excellent. Absolutely not. You be a business analyst and you can be excellent. For example, the colleague which I had told was a data scientist, and then when he moved to business analyst, he is actually a very good business analyst, to be honestly speaking, more than a data scientist. He would have done a disservice if he had been in the data science field. He's doing an excellently well, actually. He's extremely good, actually. So people will find their that inner capability, and then they will make a transition. It's all, see, once you are into company, it's all a match, supply demand, and the relationship that you maintain with others, and then availability. Because if you are in an industry, if you are ready and willing to take up a business analyst role, but you don't have the skills for it, but there is an outside candidate who is very good business analyst, he has applied, company wants to take you only rather than an outside person, because they know you and you being associated with them. Hiring becomes very easy. Hiring is an extremely costly process and very complicated. They don't want to go through it at all, so they will prefer you. So you just have to find out a right department, right manager, go and approach and say that I am interested in this, and then can you give me an opportunity? Have an open talk. They will also be open to do that, actually. So you will have the data architect. So you need one person even to just architect the data. How do I store the data? Where do I store the data? Data has to flow from which department to which department, because it all constitutes a lot. Because industries, you don't know how much of data that they will handle. In fact, they will start talking about carbon neutrality when they handle data. We will continuously get mails saying that before you send a mail, think about environment. That's the amount of impact that the data is going to have. If I send one mail, that data transfer requires some electricity, right? So that requires some plans. So that translates to so much, actually. So if instead of sending 10 mails a day, if I can reduce it to 8 mails, then that every employee reduces by 2 every day. That translates into huge carbon savings. So because of these tighter laws, so now people started thinking about all these things. I know the restrictions on printings. Okay, when you print, we will have a saying that think about printing before you really print it, whether you need it or not. But now even for emails also we are getting these things. Before you send an email, you just think about it, because the amount of data that you handle, the amount of data centers that you need to maintain, and the amount of cost that is involved is huge. Forget about the complexity of maintaining them. Even just that is mind-boggling. So Google, I do not know how many data centers that it maintains in just US alone. Okay, and then beyond US, everywhere it has data centers. In not everywhere, when I mean at geographical locations. Okay, so on and so forth. Because if you are looking at a YouTube video now, that YouTube video is not coming from US. YouTube video will be coming from the data center that is nearest to you. That could be in India or may not be in India. so on and so forth. Okay, so that's why taking out a YouTube video from internet is not so easy if it is kind of because you have to deal with the laws of other country. Okay, there everything might be allowed because the data might not be coming from in your geographical location. So these are all some of the legal complications that are involved in censoring this public so on these social websites. Okay, so that's why India is also insisting to have a data center within India. I think it is for Facebook or somebody. So that's why these people actually come and continuously talk with these politicians. Okay, Zuckerberg, of course, for business, of course, they will come. But when they will come, Indian government is also pushing actually them to have data centers and abide by our laws also, so on and so forth. All those things will happen at those levels as well. So data architect is the one who will actually architect that entire data flow across the organization. And then data science manager and director is every program will have a manager. Okay, every project will have a manager. So manager is the one basically kind of coordinates the entire project. Okay, so he will also be interacting with the business, and then he will also be interacting with the team. He or she will be interacting with the team, and then do the rest of the things. So in a given project, to accomplish that project, okay, typically the team will be so starting from data manager, okay, that project manager, and then you have a data architect, okay. You will have an architect, okay. You may not have a separate architect, okay. You will have an architect, manager, architect, and then developers, okay, and researchers, anything and anything, depending on the complexity of the projects. So, but otherwise, usually you will also have scrum masters, okay. We have one scrum master here, so we will also have scrum masters, okay. Sometimes in some places, for example, the project manager plays the role of a scrum master because not everybody adopts the agile technology, agile techniques, so on and so forth. But otherwise, technically, you will have this kind of team composition, and then business analyst, and then manager, and then scrum master, and then you have full stack developers, front end developers, back end developers. The team can grow depending on the complexity of the project. Very simple team of one person to I had worked in a team of 200 members earlier, so it can grow into that complicated team as well. So it is possible, absolutely possible. Okay, so that brings me to the end of this session. So with that, I have actually exhaustively covered whatever that I wanted to cover. Let me just drop the updated one. Yesterday I had already shared this, but I'm just sharing the updated one. So tomorrow onwards, the agenda is we will move on to NumPy. But till here, any doubts, any questions now? I have 8 years of Monica. I have 8 years of experience as a key account manager. Okay. I have also worked in Spago, okay, BI and Excel for creating dashboards. Since the same experience, use you will 8 years of experience. No, okay, it's a good experience. Yeah, so data analyst. Okay, when I say data analyst, no, so that's there will be hierarchy also. Okay, there will be hierarchy. 8 years is almost lead and above. Okay, you can think in terms of manager, lead to manager. Almost you are at a lead to manager level. So in the lead to manager level, you can look in terms of data analyst. Okay, you can look into data analyst. When I say data analyst, not an entry role, but manager level roles. Okay, anything related to this data analyst. Okay, so that would be a good alignment to my understanding. Because the reason why I may not be able to comment very concretely is because these roles are not very cast in stone, or these roles are not very clear in every organization. So organizations may have different roles. They will not have all the roles, only few roles, and then 2-3 roles will be together, so on and so forth. So trying to understand that will probably you might be the best person to do that. But otherwise, if you are handling a key account manager, you will definitely be kind of doing the business analyst as well as data analyst. You will be doing the both actually.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Tableau primarily used for? And your options are web development, data analysis and visualization, social media marketing, or game development. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state of the art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Even though it is actually taught in a data science, but directly you will not use NumPy. You will use it indirectly, but not directly. When I say indirectly, directly also you will use a little bit, but indirectly it is actually more significant, because every other library that we are going to see from here more or less is built on top of NumPy. So for example, Matplotlib, one library for visualization that we see, is a wrapper over it. And then PyTorch is built on top of NumPy. So NumPy is very significant for those aspects. Of course, there are places where you definitely use NumPy, but as a data scientist, you will not see. But as a developer, probably you will get to see that. So because whenever you develop a particular architecture or an algorithm, okay, that is where you use NumPy, because NumPy is majorly for scientific computing, okay, not for data analysis as such. For data analysis, you use pandas and then so on and so forth. It majorly supports something called as a fundamental data structure that is available, which is not available in Python, is array. Okay, that is its most fundamental data structure. So arrays and matrices. Okay, these are the two fundamental data structures that it actually gives. Okay, arrays, which is not there as a part of built-in Python, inbuilt Python. Inbuilt Python actually gives you some data structures, okay, such as lists, tuples, and dictionaries, sets, so on and so forth. These are the inbuilt data structures that are available, comes natively with Python. But these libraries, additional libraries, whatever that we are going to see, they also bring separate data structures along with them. Okay, for example, NumPy brings in arrays. Pandas brings in data frames. So these are the data structures these libraries will bring in. So, but they are not native to Python. So that's one point which I wanted to tell. And then it's a building block for various data science tasks, including data manipulation, analysis, visualization. As I said, you may not directly see it, but indirectly it is actually at the foundation of every other library. And then, of course, installation part, I think pip install NumPy is what you have to do. But I am assuming that all of you are working with Conda and then Anaconda. And then NumPy is by default installed, so you don't have to install it. And then once you install NumPy, to use NumPy, you need to import NumPy. So the regular aliasing or regular syntax that we use for importing NumPy is import NumPy as NP. So that's what we need to do. So that's a little introduction about NumPy. So the advantage of NumPy, why we need actually NumPy, so on and so forth, is NumPy is built using C and Fortran actually. So NumPy itself is built on top of the libraries which are available in C and Fortran, because Python is usually slow. Okay, it's not a fast language. It's a slow language. But it is a flexible language. So both most of the times, both flexibility and then the speed are kind of trade-off. So if you get speed, you will not have that flexibility. But if you don't have that flexibility, then you will have speed. So flexibility is less in NumPy arrays. Vis-a-vis lists, we will see that. But it is very flexible. So that's the advantage of NumPy. So NumPy is built on top of C and Fortran, which are low-level languages. So that's why it's very fast. So for scientific computing, you need a lot of speed because you will be doing lots of operations. Why do we require as a data scientist scientific computing? Because every algorithm that you will be using to build a model, no, is nothing but scientific computing. So behind that, okay, behind the scenes, when you actually run or build a machine learning model, whatever runs behind that, that's the algorithm. So that is nothing but a scientific computing. You use a lot of linear algebra, that is matrices and then arrays, so on and so forth. A lot of multiplications of matrices you do, a lot of matrix related calculations that you do, so on and so forth. So everything happens, optimizations you do, in case if you have ever gone through any optimization course. So all these happen behind the scenes, and NumPy is one library which will enable that happening. So that is why NumPy is a very crucial library. So that's why we require scientific computing, though not directly, but indirectly. For data analysis, it also has some data analysis capabilities, but those capabilities are not really so great. But Pandas basically takes those capabilities and they will build on top of it. And then by default, we use Pandas, then NumPy. So that's what some little background about NumPy is. The advantage of NumPy is some of the key concepts. No? So it's a array-oriented computing. Okay, array-oriented computing means array is nothing but, for time being, you assume it as a list, Python list, and then we will see in specific how exactly array is different from a list. But array is typically just a list, Python list, if you had already come across that list. So it's typically a list. So this is completely array-oriented programming. That means if I am planning to do a calculation on elements of an array, I don't want to do one by one. I want to do at a time. That's the requirement in certain use cases. That actually makes it very fast. Okay, that is called as array-oriented programming. Array-oriented programming versus element-wise programming is Python. If you see, if you want to take a list and then operate on a list, usually one element by another element only you can do. You cannot do array-oriented programming. That is not available. Okay, I don't know if someone has seen MATLAB or worked with MATLAB. MATLAB is also falls in the same category. So it's an array-oriented programming. But all I'm trying to convey is for everyone. So it is a very fast computing. If you want to do fast computations, you cannot deal element by element. You have to deal arrays at a time, matrices at a time, not one element by one element. So that is a major philosophy behind NumPy. Okay, some of the key concepts that you see are vectorization. Vectorization is same whatever that I had explained. So it performs actually on entire array. Okay, the operations that are performed are on entire array rather than one by one. Okay, because of that, it is very fast. On top of it, it uses a low languages like C and Fortran, and also of course parallel processing is definitely there. Because of that, it is actually fast. So that speed is the key for NumPy, because you definitely need that. And then of course you can also do some element-wise operations, so on and so forth, automatically at the array level, not at individual level. Okay, if you want to add two elements, two arrays, okay, you can add them. I will show you all the examples in the coming codes. But otherwise, these are some of the key concepts. Vectorization is one of the key concepts, and element-wise operations, and also loops. Loops by default, actually, in any programming language, they are the slow pieces of code. In NumPy, you don't even have to write loops. Most of the times, without loops, the work will happen, because there is a possibility of vectorization. You hardly see anyone actually writing loops. Okay, because they are implicitly taken care at a C level. You will be doing operation at a vector level or at a array level, but that will be implicitly taken care by C. So because at least running loops at C level is very fast. So that's a implicit loops will be there. What are the benefits? Why are we doing actually all these things? The benefits are performance, the speed. Okay,
Readability, of course, and then the conciseness of the code, all those are there, because instead of writing a loop, you just say something, and then because of that, it will become concise. For example, I'll show you all these aspects with one example. Okay. Let me just open one blank notebook. Okay, you import NumPy as NP. Okay, and then this is where the creation of NumPy array is. If you look at it, so this is the list that we are passing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is nothing but the Python list. Okay, you can pass a Python list and then use a function from NumPy called np.array, because we have imported NumPy as NP. You say np.array, and then this list will be converted to NumPy array. Okay, now if I want to square this particular array, for example, if you want to square a list, assuming that this is a list, and then if you want to square a list, what you need to do? You need to loop through each and every element and then square it, right? Otherwise, it is not possible. So let's say, for example, if I had run this and then that's squared, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's squared. But what I had done here is I had looped through it. Okay, that's where I am actually looping through it. I am going through, iterating through each and every element of the entire array, and then I am squaring and I am assigning that squared value to this squared array at that particular index. Okay, but whatever it is, I have used loops, but that is not required. If had it been list, you must have done the similar way. All that I had to do is just this. Okay, take it. Okay, array is my original array, and then squaring is nothing but double star, that's an exponent, and then 2, that's square, and then you do that, and then it's squared. So this is what I said when I meant when I said that it's a array level operation. It's a vectorization. So you don't have to deal with every individual element and go and then square it. That is not required. Like this, loops can be avoided. So it's very fast, very quick. So here you may not see the speed in small data structures that we are dealing with, but in real life, the data structures are huge actually. So whenever you deal with such kind of huge matrices, huge arrays, no, so the performance limit is very fast. I don't know, for example, how many of you are tracking this generative AI. I will just tell you why this speed is important. For example, right now the Facebook is building one model. Okay, that's a generative AI model, competitor to ChatGPT. Google also has already built it, and then Facebook is already building it. Right now, actually they are training that model. That model training will take, can you guess how many days? Not just CPUs. Okay, we don't use CPUs for computing. We use actually GPUs and beyond. And then on how many, they are running one model on 5,000 GPUs approximately. Okay, on 5,000 GPUs, that means almost 5,000 computers, not just normal CPUs, much more powerful than one CPU, but 5,000 such GPUs they are actually running it. You know how long does that model take? Yes, 1 year, Abhishek Singh. Okay, yeah. Nandagopan, yes. Perfectly, yes. It would definitely take any years, but it will right now, it will take 90 days time. Okay, for them. In 90 days, they are coming up with another model. Okay, it will take 90 days on 5,000 computers. Assume that you can only run on one computer and GPU. That too, 90 days, that too, after doing lots of optimizations like this. Okay, this is only a part of the optimization, which is array computing is only a small optimization. It starts there. They have done lots of optimizations to speed up the calculation. Where does the entire time go for them? In like squaring them, multiplying two matrices, dividing them, adding them.
These are all operations. Their only entire 90 days will take, okay, nowhere else. So if they can speed up that 90 days, almost it would have taken for them 270 days, approximately a year. So after doing lots of performance optimizations, they have reduced it to 90 now. Okay, so that is what the significance of array-oriented programming is. If array-oriented programming is not there, then building some of these models, which you are seeing ChatGPT and so on and so forth, would become almost impossible. Yeah, it's so fast. Yeah, that's what they have claimed. So we are able to do lots of optimizations. That's a engineering marvel in itself. And then they are able to now train. Its model is called as Tiny Llama. Okay, Llama is their model. Okay, they are calling this as Tiny Llama. They will release it for free, and then already they have released models for free, and so many commercial applications are already built on top of it. But otherwise, we can use it. But my point is, I am actually telling you, speed is important. It might look very trivial to you at this point of time why we need it, but that is the crux of the most of the innovations that are happening. So that speed is definitely required, and then that is actually facilitated by arrays and NumPy arrays, and then vectorization to begin with. So that's the whole point. Okay, it can also do data transformation along with this, along with scientific computing. NumPy is also capable of doing data transformations such as handling missing values and normalization, so on and so forth, everything. And also mathematical operations also it can do. For example, trigonometric, exponential, logarithmic functions, so on and so forth. And then even statistical operations, statistical calculations also it can do, like calculating mean mode, median mode, so on and so forth. So all these capabilities are definitely there, but its unique selling point is that scientific computing at a faster pace. So that's the major point. Okay, and then as I said, NumPy, the core data structure is actually called as NumPy n-dimensional array. Okay, ND array. Okay, which stands for n-dimensional array. So that array, in short, array is its core dimension, core data structure. That is what it actually brings. Okay, array, as I had shown you, it is it just looks like a list, Python list, and nothing else. Okay, so but it has some specific characteristics. Maybe I will just take you through that. Okay, what are the differences between array and list? If you see, lists are heterogeneous. They compose of heterogeneous elements, but not homogeneous elements. For example, if I want to define a list, I can define a list like this, correct? Whereas 1, 2, 3 are integers, okay, and then hello is a list, and then this is 4, 5 is another list. Okay, I can define a list like this. So it is not heterogeneous. That means the data types that are there in this list are different. These integer, I can have float, I can also have string, so on and so forth. But this is a valid construction. Okay, Python allows it, and then this is absolutely valid. Okay, for example, if you see this, my list, so that's allowed. Okay, but arrays are not heterogeneous elements. It is not allowed actually. Arrays, NumPy wants its arrays only to be homogeneous elements. Okay, that's a rigidity, because if it actually allows heterogeneous elements, no, every time it has to check what is the data type of the element, right? Otherwise, it cannot perform operation. For example, assuming that all of it, for example, if it assumes that everything is an integer and then starts adding 3 and hello, what would happen? You will get an error, right? So that's why that checking Python will do in list. Whenever it is doing operations in list, internally it will always check the D type, that is the data type. But whereas NumPy does not have to do that, because upfront it enforces you to create a array with a homogeneous elements. If you create a array, for example, if you create this, okay, my array, okay, print my underscore array, So it's a all homogeneous. And then, for example, you just type, okay, you check a data type, everything is int 32. So that's an integer array because you have given an integer array. Now, for example, assume that you wanted to tinker with this and then you want to keep that, okay? Add it. It allows. Now check this. Check the data type. Data type, it has interpreted at once. This is a data type changed. Earlier it was int 32. Now it is a string. This is interpreted as string because it has found out one string here. So it said, okay, everything is a string and converts automatically everything as string. And then now it is a string of arrays. One is now string, two is also string, three is so on and so forth. So it enforces, okay, it enforces that uniformity. So that's the major difference. Homogeneous and heterogeneous. That's one of the thing. Okay. Sizes, lists are dynamic. You can keep adding. You can keep adding elements to a list and you can keep deleting. But array is not like that. They are fixed in size. You create an array to begin with, whatever size that you want, and then you are done with it. So that another thing that NumPy does not have to do is it does not have to manage the memory every time. Okay. Should I increase the memory? Should I decrease the memory? Is this memory sufficient or not? Because it knows that upfront, this array takes this much of memory and it allocates that. Enough, done. Whereas list is not like that. You can keep extending it, add it, append it, so on and so forth, remove it, delete it. All those things you can do. So it is a dynamic in size, okay? And then of course, as I had mentioned, list is a built-in data structure. And then this is not a built-in data structure. It comes from a NumPy library. This is slower for numerical operations because of this flexibility that it is giving. So it's slower for numerical operations. So it is not meant for that. Just that it's a data structure that is meant for a different operations. And then it is very efficient in numerical operations. So it is meant for numerical operations only. Yeah. Those are the major differences between NumPy array and list. Okay. Okay. Any questions still here? So is this space okay? You are able to kind of understand and catch it. Did you get whatever? Because there are lots of non-technical background people are also there. So just want to ensure that you are able to catch it. NumPy is for scientific computing, and whatever happens behind the scenes is driven by NumPy. And then we don't actually use it directly in NumPy as a data scientist, definitely. But as a developer, you get to use it. But as a data scientist, you don't get to use it. Okay, so that much if you understand. And you can gloss over other technical details, whatever that I have told. But otherwise, get this only major these 2-3 points. That would be sufficient. Yeah. Okay. And we will do some hands-on now. So then you will also kind of get hold of these things. Okay. Right. So let's move on. Yeah. Let's look at how to create NumPy arrays. Okay. NumPy actually offers different ways of creating a array structures. Okay. For example, we can create NumPy array from a list. Okay. Let me just show you that. I will say my list. Okay. Let's define the same list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You take that list and then you take np.array and then my_list. You see it is an array. Okay. Array is created now. So that's the primary or one of the ways in which you can actually create NumPy arrays. So can you all just do this through list, using list? So you pass on that list to function called an np.array and then the array will be created. So that's array. So that array you can take it and assign it to a variable, any variable array, and then you can keep doing operations on top of it. The other way is from tuple also you can do it actually. You can take a tuple, okay, like this, and then you do the same thing, np.array, and pass tuple to that array function, np.array function. Okay.
then that is good. Then you will array will be created. Again, you can use that, assign that array to a variable and then keep using it. Yeah. Rajaram had raised a hand. Yeah. You have any question, Rajaram? Sir, first we have to import NumPy. Yes, you have to import NumPy. Yes. You import NumPy as NP because that alias is only I am using. So create NumPy array from a list and from a tuple. Can everyone do that and then confirm me? Importing is done. Everyone is able to import NumPy. Any challenges in opening that notebook and importing the NumPy? Okay, excellent. Thanks for confirming here. So any challenges, anyone? Because unless you kind of execute the codes, no, you will not get the confidence. When I am telling theory, it will be like nice and then good, but nothing will go in your head. So you have to execute it. So please open your notebooks and then import the NumPy as NumPy NP, and then do this. Okay, define a list by list, and then convert that into an array. There are also other ways actually. NumPy allows you to create its arrays. Okay, let's take, okay, there are some inbuilt functions which NumPy gives you. Okay, one function is called as np.zeros, numpy.zeros. Okay, what I am telling you here, what I am telling here is, for example, look at this. I will execute this and show you. Numpy.zeros. Okay, and then it is creating a matrix of zeros. You see, okay, let me create a matrix of 3 by 3 zeros, then probably you will be able to better see. Okay, 3 by 3 zeros. Okay, so it also gives me some default functions through which I can actually create default arrays. For example, this, if I want to create a 0, 0 arrays consisting of all zeros, so I can do that in one go, saying np.zeros and 3 by 3. Here, what is this data structure? Whatever that I have highlighted, what is this data structure? That's a tuple, correct? That's a Python. So that's what I have told you. We can convert a tuple into an array. Okay, that is what we have to pass. Whenever you are creating an array, you have to pass a tuple or you have to pass a list. So those are the two ways. Okay, here what we are doing is we are saying, if I had said numpy.array, okay, numpy.array, it would have created only a array of 3, 3, but I did not say array, just array, but I said you create zeros. Okay, zeros of 3. Then what it will do is it will interpret this 3 as 3 rows and 3 columns. Okay, 3 rows and 3 columns. Okay, it will create a matrix. So that is the default function that NumPy actually offers. So that's a NumPy zeros. And then it also offers something called as NumPy ones. Okay, another way that you can create arrays is NumPy ones. Okay, again same. So see the usage of double parenthesis. Okay, double parenthesis. One parenthesis is to define the tuple inside one. Outside one is to call the function. Okay, outside parenthesis is to call the function. Inside parenthesis is to define the tuple. Okay, so you have to use 2. If you don't use 2, then you will get an error. Okay, that's an error. It's saying can't interpret 3 as a data type. So that's a error. You will get an error because it starts interpreting it in altogether in a different way. For example, even instead of that, if I actually show you with just array, okay, you just take an array and then give only that. Okay, so you will get an array. Okay, can't interpret 3 as a data type. Okay, so you will have to put on top of this. So then it is a valid construction. Okay. Then you can, now it creates a 3 by 3 of all ones. Yeah, these 3 by 3 is why are we creating these zeros and ones? What is the fun in it? Because in some of the operations, matrix operations that you do, you need a array to begin with, an empty array, which you will fill with the different elements during the process of your logic. Okay, that empty array you need to create it. This is kind of an empty array. This is kind of an array that is starting with zeros. This you will replace it. Each and every element. Now what you will do is each and every element you will replace it with some logic over a period of time. So that's why we need actually these kind of functions. Okay. Once also, this is called as what kind of a matrix? In case if matrix algebra is okay with all of you, what kind of a matrix is this called? Anyone familiar with matrices? And probably in your high school math, whenever you kind of read it, identity matrix, right? So this is an identity matrix. Excellent. Yeah, this is an identity matrix. So in some of the operations, what we will do is we will do something called as identity operation. Let me just in real life, let me just, when I meant actually when we are building a real architectures, we need identity operations. Okay, let me just show you one architecture, if that makes some sense. Okay. Okay, do you see this? Okay, that is one layer. This is another layer. That operation is an identity operation. In that identity operation, all that you are doing is you are taking this X, whatever that X is, assume that that's a matrix. You are taking that matrix as it is, and you are adding that matrix to the output of the layer that is coming from here. And then to do that, you need an identity operation, because that as it is, X as it is, you need to use it. So you mathematically, when you have to represent it, what you would do is X plus f of X, where your X is identity matrix into X. Okay, that is what you do it. So these identity operations are used in some structures known as resonates. Okay, we probably in deep learning, in case if you come across that now, so you will see that resonate is one of the architectures. Okay, in those resonates you use that. Okay, for example, I don't know. Yeah, so this may not be a good one. I'm just looking for a good representation. Okay, probably let's see this. If you see this, no, so this is an entire architecture. Each box is a layer, one layer. So what these connections, no, these connections are identity connections. Okay, these connections are identity connections. So that is where you need to use these kind of matrices. NumPy ones, NumPy zeros. So that is where actually you use them. So we definitely need it, and then we use it. Okay. But anyway, let's move on. NumPy zeros and NumPy ones. Ones also you can create. Zeros also you can create. Okay. Let's look at another way of creating a arrays. Okay. NP. So here, what we see is np.arrange. Okay. And 0, 10, 2. I'm saying starting from 0 and then go till 10 with in the increment of start and stop. Stop is not included always. Okay, it is an excluded. And then start is included. This is a step size in 2s. Okay, starting from 0, that's my first element. Second element is add to it, increment it by 2, and then increment it by 2, increment another 2, and then increment another 2. But don't include the last one. By default, usually whenever we see the start and stop and then increment or start and stop, no, always in Python, start is included, stop is not included. That means if I increment it by 2, 10 will come, but 10 is not allowed, because that's the syntax, the meaning of the syntax. So this is also array. If you see, we have created an array. We did not use list, we did not use tuple, but we have created an array just by using a function called as arrange. Okay, that is also possible. Okay, let's look at linspace. Okay, np dot another function is linspace. Okay, you can take, okay, 0 to 10, comma, let's say again do the same thing. Okay. The syntax of the linspace is it creates an array with a linear space. Linear space means equally spaced, starting from 0 and then go till 9. Here 9 is included in this particular syntax, and then create 10 elements out of it. Okay. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 9, that is 10 elements. So I can also change this 0 to 9 and then create 20 elements out of it. So I'll get an array consisting of 20 elements which are equally spaced between 0 and 9. Okay. That's the functionality of this linspace. Okay. That's also one possibility that you have, linspace. And then, okay. Somebody had a question. No, this is not random. This is starting from 0, going to 9. Okay. Starting from 0 and going to 9, equally spaced. 0 to 100, you will get only 2. Sorry, 0 to 100, right? 0 to 100, and then you are giving only 2 elements, starting 0 and then ending 100. You are asking it to produce only 2. Right? This particular syntax is like that, sir. Yeah, this particular syntax is like that. But most of the times, no, it is start and stop only. Stop is excluded, start is included most of the times. Okay, 95 to 95% of the cases. Very few cases, stop is included. Linspace is 1. Okay, by default, it creates a floats. Okay, data type is floats. We'll come to that data types, but otherwise, you just make a note of it. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Now, let's create, we've been creating only arrays, right? We can also create matrices. Okay. For example, that's my matrix. Okay. P.array, for example. And then, so what I had done here, array is nothing but a nested list, right? So I have one list, that is 1. Okay. And let's say I also have another list, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I will create a nested list, that is list in list. Okay. That is my nested list. That is my data structure from Python. That data structure I will take, and then all that I will do is I will call a array function, numpy.array function, and then run it. Then I have an array here. That array is now 2 rows. Okay, 2 rows and 3 columns. Okay, 2 by 3 matrix. Okay, so that also I can do. Multiple matrices also I can create. Okay, arrays I can create. I can also create matrices. Okay. Now let's look at creating array directly with the data type. Okay, directly with the data type. We can also do that. Okay, we can also do that. We have a list here, and then we are passing list to the np.array. Okay, here we can pass another argument. Till now we have been just passing that list, and then we are constructing array. But here what we can do is we can also pass one argument called as t-type. T-type stands for data type. So NumPy will take different data types, which we will see now. Float is one of them. So what I will do is if I run it, so then it has created an array of floats. All of these are floats. Okay. If I say, for example, the same thing, anyway, that's an integer. So it will interpret by default as an integer. But if I say integer, so that will be integers. That's not floats. Okay. Yes, casting, correct, sir. Yes. It's like a casting. So np.linspace syntax is np.arrange. Okay, I will also give you arrange one. Okay, np.arrange. Okay, start stop, okay, and then step. That's an increment. That's an np.arrange syntax. Okay, you start at this point, you stop at this point, increment it by this every time. Okay, that's an arrange. Now np.linspace is start, okay, stop, okay, the number, okay, how many numbers you want between this start and stop, okay, number of elements, how many you want, okay. Linspace is linearly spaced, so equally spaced, all of them are equally spaced, so that's what linear is. Here in this case, okay, stop is not included, okay, is excluded. Here stop is included. Only few exceptions will be there, but by default stop is excluded. Second element. So first element, only the start is included, but stop is by default excluded. So in terms of operations, if you see, that is 0, 10, your right side bracket is parenthesis. So that's inclusion and exclusion. No, not arrange, just arrange. Did I say double R? No, just arrange, arrange. Okay. Yeah. So similar things you can do. For example, zeros, we can create a matrices of zeros and so on and so forth. Okay, which we have anyway already done it. So all those things you can do. And you can also create an empty matrix. Okay. You can also create an empty matrix. Okay. That's like empty. Okay, these numbers are empty, you see, -307 actually. Okay. Why do we create this? This is a placeholder. Okay, this is a placeholder to begin with. And why do we actually fix the data type here? Why are we fixing the data type? So that we will not have any confusion going ahead. We know that, okay, this particular array is of integers type. This particular array is of float type. So we know that, okay, like a null value. Yes, it's a null value. So empty one as a container. Later on, it's like an empty list. We start like my underscore list is equal to, okay, empty list, and then my underscore list dot append, right? So there is no append here. Okay, here in NumPy arrays, there is no append here. But you can now define an empty array. You can assign values to each and every position. We will see how to access every individual position and how to assign it. That we can do. So it's like this approximate. You can approximate it to this. Okay. Okay. So you can download that. Okay. Some of the functions, okay, that NumPy provides, these are the most important ones. Okay, most important ones, and then most frequently used. Okay, these are the ones. Okay. So let me just zoom in a little bit. You can create NumPy array creation. Okay, what are the ways? You can pass a list. You can also pass a list of lists. Okay, which we have seen. You can also pass a pandas series. Okay, pandas series is a data structure that comes from pandas. When we go to pandas, we will see that. But otherwise, you can pass on the pandas series and can create a array out of it. And then, of course, from again, df is a pandas. From pandas also you can create. We will see along with pandas data frame. From data frame also you can create. Series also you can create. These are the two different data structures that Panda offers. Okay, using both, you can convert them into arrays. That is also possible. There are all zeros, all ones. Okay, np.I. Okay, which we can run it once. Okay, np.I. So np.I is a diagonal matrix with diagonal elements being 1. Okay, that's the this is the identity matrix. What matrix is this? This is a diagonal. This is a diagonal matrix with elements 1. Okay. So you can actually create this. Here 3 means 3 dimensions. You can also create a 4-dimensional matrix. Okay. This is also possible, one of the ways. Okay. For example, where did I open? Yeah. So then np.arrange we have seen start, step, and start, stop, and step. np.linspace we have seen. Okay. And then, yeah. Okay, let's see that. I will show you that also. np.random. Okay. Okay, that is floats. But you can create random.randint. Okay. So what we can create is we can also create random arrays. Okay. Random arrays are useful, okay, for us again for certain operations in model buildings. Okay. For example, if I want to, let's say I will create a 3x3 random matrix. Okay. This is a 3x3 random matrix that I'm creating. This random matrix, what we will do is we will take this random matrix and then we will do something called as weight initialization. The random matrices that we are creating, so these random matrices that we create are useful for something called as weight initializations. So weight initializations means the architectures that we are, the neural networks that we have, the neural networks that we have, they consist of something called as weights. Okay. For example, if this is one of the neural network, okay, one of the neural network. So each box is called as one layer. Each layer will have weights of its own. Okay. Weight is nothing but a matrix associated with it. Okay. That weight, to begin with, before we train the model, that weight is a random matrix. We initialize with the random matrix. Then as it sees more and more data, then it will, the weight will be updated each time, and then it will become a perfect weight so that it can perform the task. So for example, just to simplify this, let me explain you with an example. I am actually building a neural network. Okay. What I will do is I will give a image. Okay. I'm giving an image. This image, I want to classify it as either a cat or dog. Okay. Either a cat or a dog. One of that, not anyone, but one of that. So then this image, this neural network will have different layers. Every neural network will have different layers. Okay. One layer, 2 layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer, so on and so forth. So each layer will consist of weights. Okay, weights. Weight is nothing but a matrix. These weights are nothing but matrices. Okay. What we will do is, if we have to train this neural network, what we need to do is we need to show different images, not just one image. Okay. We need to, let's say, take 1,000 images consisting of both cats and dogs, and randomly take one image after another image, keep passing, okay, keep passing these images to the neural network and let it predict, okay, let it predict, and cat and dog. So to begin with, so what it will do is we initialize these weights with the random numbers. So initially its predictions are very random because these are only random weights, so random. But we will actually, over a period of time, what we will do is, look, I have sent you a dog image, but you said it is a cat. That is wrong. We give the feedback to it. Okay. We give a feedback. Taking that feedback, what it will do is, it will update its weights. Okay. These weights, it will update. And then again, we will pass on the second image. Then it will say dog. Then that's a correct interpretation. Then we will say that's a good feedback and you have interpreted it correctly. And then we give a positive feedback. And then we give a negative feedback here. So taking that, then again, accordingly, it will adjust its weights in all layers, every layer. Okay. Then so on and so forth, it will continue doing that updating of its weight till the end of it, till the end of the training, that is till you pass the 1,000 images. So that is when we say our model is trained and we have a model which is created for doing this particular task. So then we say this weights which are initialized at a random values. Now these values are updated such that It is very good at identifying a cat and a dog. Okay. It is very good at identifying a cat and a dog. How did that happen? It happened to begin with a random initialization of weights, which we will do it by this random.random. Okay. You take a random.random and you create a random matrix of weights. These are now my weights. Okay. 0.55, 0.53, 0.9. These are my random weights. Now I will pass one image and then my weight will be updated. You are saying here 0.56 has to be there, but that is not correct. If you have a 0.6 instead of 0.56, your prediction will be much better. So update it. That's the feedback will be provided. So that feedback it will take, it will update its weight to 0.56. Here you said 0.55, make it 0.7. Here you said 0.9, you make it 1. So on and so forth. So that is called as weight updation. And then that entire algorithm is called as a back propagation algorithm. So, but in short, what we are going to do is we will initialize weights using this random function, and then we will update it. So that is where actually this particular random functions will be useful. So how is the number of elements decided? So here, for example, in random.random, so that's a 3x3 matrix. Okay, 3x3 matrix. All these 3x3 matrix are drawn from a Gaussian distribution. Okay, these are the numbers that are drawn from a Gaussian distribution. That's a bell curve, and then filled in. Okay, that's what 3x3 is. Here, rand it is again start, stop, and then the number. So that is the syntax here. So if you see here, okay, start, stop, and how many numbers you want. Start, stop, numbers. Here, random.random is size. Okay, that size can be if you are creating, let's say, only array. Okay, not a matrix. Then you just pass on this. Okay, and then you get an array. No, I want a matrix, not just an array. And then you do, let's say, 3x3 matrix or 3x4 matrix. Anything you can create. So we give start as 0 and stop as 10, but it takes random value. Correct. That's the random. So that's why it is random, right? It's not linear spaced or it is not arranged. It's a random one. All that we are doing is we are saying 0 to 10 only I want. Okay, but 10. Okay, you draw it from create random numbers between these two. Some are repeated if you see, some are repeated also. So create random numbers. It's not arranged. It's not linearly spaced. So that is why it is random. So there is a utility of these kind of arrays at particular point. For example, one utility I have right away shown you that whenever you initialize weights, you need to initialize only random weights. You cannot initialize because there is actually a research has happened in this initialization of the weights. Okay, and then one paper that was published by Xavier, which is called as Xavier initialization. He has come up with an algorithm called as Xavier algorithm, wherein if you initialize only with that method, then your training will happen faster. Training will happen efficiently. Okay, so initialization is also not trivial task. In fact, it's a very important task. It decides whether you are going to train your model in a day or in 10 days. That much of difference it will make if you don't initialize your weights properly. Okay, so if you don't initialize it randomly, but if you initialize it, let's say with ones and zeros, if you initialize with zeros, it will not learn only. Initialize it with ones, then it will not do anything. So it has to be random. I have just introduced you to the NumPy and then said that NumPy is very important as far as the background processes are concerned. So do we have to import NumPy library? Yes, you have to import NumPy library as this in Python. Okay, it's an external to Python. So you need to import it and only then you will be able to use it. So array computing is majorly to make computations faster. When I say what are the computations? Computations are nothing but matrix multiplications and matrix operations. By default, it's array operations. To be precisely speaking, it's array operations. Why am I saying array? Why am I not saying matrix? Because array can be anything. Okay, it can be one-dimensional array, two-dimensional array, three-dimensional array, and four-dimensional arrays are also there. I will show you in a while now. But otherwise, it is computations in a neural network are nothing but operations on arrays. Everywhere operations on arrays. So to make these operations faster, NumPy is created and NumPy functions facilitate all the possible options. So that's the important. So we need to import it in every time in every new notebook. Yes, in every new notebook, yes, you need to import. Okay. So I said that NumPy array and the matrix array operations are at the core of neural networks. Okay, they have to be faster, and NumPy ensures that. And then in the creation of NumPy arrays, we have seen various methods. Okay, NumPy offers various methods. We can pass on the list and create an array. We can pass the tuple and create an array. We can pass list of lists. We can create an array. And then of course, pandas series and then pandas data frame we did not see. But we can also create an array of zeros. We can also create an array of ones. We can also create an identity matrix. Actually, I is an identity matrix, not ones. Ones is actually matrix of ones. This identity matrix is 1G. The only diagonal elements are 1. That is called as identity matrix. Okay. Sorry for my mistake as well. So np.I is, we can also create NumPy identity matrix. We can also create an arrays which are arranged and linearly spaced. Okay, and we can also create random arrays and random matrices. So all these are possible. So that's what we had actually done till now. So apart from that, okay, NumPy also so here you have a method and description. You can actually keep reading this. So apart from that, it will also offer lots of functions. For example, the most frequently used functions are given here. We will anyway see all of them as well. For example, let's see. Okay. Calculating sine. Okay. Trigonometric functions. You can use all trigonometric functions are available. Okay. You can also do exponentiation. You can do logarithm. You can do square root. Okay. You can do sum, mean, standard deviation. All the statistical operations you can do. And you can also do matrix algebra. Okay, there is a separate module for matrix algebra. We will also cover that. So we will see in the NumPy itself there is another module, algebra. So it can do all that, and then it can reshape arrays. Okay, and then it can do matrix and matrix operations. It can do something called as sorting. It can do searching and sorting. All this it can do. So all these things are possible in NumPy. We will cover them one by one. But otherwise, I just kind of thought of giving one glimpse of what is capable in NumPy. So these are all possible in NumPy, and then we will look at all of them one by one. So we have just seen how to create a NumPy array. Okay, and then we have also seen what is the difference between a array and a list. Okay, now let's look at something called as array shape. Okay. These arrays also have some attributes. Okay, arrays also have attributes. When I say attributes, what are the attributes? Okay, let's define one array. Okay, let's define this random array only I am taking. I will call this as array now. Okay, that's my array. Okay, that's what I have created. Now let's look at array, and then you say dot. Okay, and then say shape, array dot shape. Okay. This is one of the attribute. One of the attribute of, okay, first attribute is shape. Arrays will have anything in general. NumPy we call it as arrays. Okay, like even if matrices also are called ND arrays. That is why it is called as n-dimensional array. Okay, simple vector is also an array. Matrix is also an array, but it's a two-dimensional array. And then a cube is also an array, which is a three-dimensional array, so on and so forth. Okay, but otherwise, okay, array dot shape. So array dot shape will give you what is the shape of that array. Okay, for example, this array, whatever that we have defined, is a 3x4 array. So let's print that array and see. Okay, that means this array has 3 rows and 4 columns. First row, correct? Second row, correct? And third row. 3 rows, first column, okay? First column, second column, third column, fourth column. So 3 rows and fourth column. So array dot shape will give you how many rows and how many columns, or even if higher dimensions are there, that also it will give. Okay. For example, if I say, okay, that Then you just print that array and then see. Okay. And then let's see the shape of the array. You see the shape of the array? 3, 4, and 5. It has 3 dimensions now. Okay. 3 rows, 4 columns, and 5 depth. Okay. Okay. If you see this, okay, let me just look at this. Yeah, look at this. Okay. It can be a one-dimensional array, which means it has only one axis. That axis is called as axis 0. Always this is called as axis 0. Okay. And then if it is a 2D array, then you have both rows and columns. Okay. Rows are represented by axis 0 or a first axis. And then axis 1 is the second axis, because these are rows, right? That is first row, second row. So that is called as axis 0. Oh, sorry. Okay, that is called as axis 0. And then columns are axis 1, first column, second column, third column. So if it is a 2D array, there it is also possible that it can be 3D array also. No, it does not necessarily have to be the data structure have to be 1D or 2D. It can also be 3D. In fact, it can be 4D, 5D also. In 3D, again, those are the rows. Okay, first row, second row, third row, fourth row. Those are the rows. So that's why axis 0. These are the columns, first column, second column, third column. So that is called as axis 1. And then it also has depth dimension to it, right? That is axis 2. Okay, that is axis 2. Okay, 1 and 2. Okay, it is 2. So that is why the shape is 432. Shape is 432. 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3 columns. 3 columns. Okay. 2 depth, 1 and 2, 2 depth. So that is called as shape of an array. That is called as a shape of array. So how do you know the shape of an array? You just take that array and you say dot shape, you get the shape of the array. Okay, that is one. And then you can also say something called as array dot endim. Okay, array dot endim. Okay. Array.endim will give you for how many axes are there or how many dimensions are there. Is it a 1D array, 2D array, 3D array? It says that it is a 3D array. Okay, that is why your shape has 3 elements in it corresponding to each axis. Okay, n dimension will give you the dimensionality of the array. Okay, ndim. Okay, dimensionality of array. Okay, shape. Okay, now it will also have another attribute. Okay, another attribute called okay size. Okay, it can also have size. Okay, size gives you the total number of elements there. Okay, how many elements are there in the array dot shape? Okay, I'm just printing this array shape. You see, array shape is 3, 4, and 5. 3 rows, 4 columns, and 5 in the depth. Then the number of elements will be how much? 3 into 4 into 5, correct? Because those are the axis dimensions. And then if I multiply everything, I will get the number of elements in this entire array. So that is what the size will give you. Okay. These are some of the attributes of arrays. Okay. Let me just copy this in this notebook itself, and then I will give you. I will reshare this notebook at the end. Okay. Okay. Okay, you can do all this actually. Okay, everything is possible, all of this. Okay. Now let's look at array shapes. Okay, particularly the different arrays that we have: one-dimensional array, two-dimensional array, three-dimensional array, so on and so forth. Okay. Okay, there are some questions. Let me take those questions. Yes, yeah, it can be called as dimensions if you don't get confused with that, but otherwise, yes. So that's a dimension. You can count it: 1, 2, 3. Those are the 3 dimensions. And then in that direction, 3 elements are there. In that direction, like 3 rows are there and 4 columns are there. 5 depth, okay, 5 whatever you call it, rows or columns or whatever you call it. So those we need. For example, okay, in this direction, 1 row, 2 rows are there, or two arrays are there. Okay, 2 arrays are there. And then let's say x-axis again, 3 arrays are there here. And then in the depth direction, 2 arrays are there. Okay, like that. So you can think of shape like that. So why are we converting to arrays? So that's what I mentioned in the beginning itself. Arrays are faster. Arrays are faster. Otherwise, what do you want to kind of use it? What the data structure that you want to use? Do you want to use lists? You want to use dictionaries? You want to use anything else? What do you want to use? Right? One data structure you need, right, to perform some operations. Let's come back to array.shape. Okay, array.shape. So I said that there are 1D arrays possible, 2D arrays possible, 3D arrays possible, 4D arrays possible, so on and so forth. For example, we have seen how to create a 1D array. Okay, pass that list or tuple and then call the function array and you will get a 1D array. That's straightforward. 2D array, how do we create it? Pass a list of lists, okay, and then you will get a 2D array, which is nothing but a matrix. Okay, 3D array, like you see 3 squares here, and then you have, okay, nested list. Even one more level of nesting has happened. Here you get a 3D array. If you print the shape of it, you will get 2 by 2 by 2. Let's do this. Okay. So you just print that. You are getting a 2 by 2 by 2. So that's a cube now. Okay. This array is like a cube. Okay. 2 dimensions in the axis 0, 2 dimensions in axis 1, and 2 dimensions in axis 3. Okay, so 2 by 2 by 2. So it's a cube, perfect cube. So like this. So it's not a cube though, but otherwise it is a cube like this. So it has 3 axes: axis 0, axis 1, and axis 2. And then it's a perfect cube. So that's a 3D array. So something like this. Okay, that's, but it is a 3 by, it's again a 3 by 3 by 2. But so you will get a perfect 2 by 2 by 2 cube. Okay. So that is what it is. So now if you look at this, okay, if you look at this, the other one is a 4D array, which is even more complicated. Okay, I will try to help you this. Okay, okay. Let me just say this. Array underscore 4D. Let's create that. Okay. Creating manually is not possible, so it will become too complicated. But I will tell you how this will get generated. Okay, if you see 4D array and then a shape of it, one more axis is added to it. Okay, which we cannot even visualize now. 3 dimensions we can visualize. Okay, one is x-axis, another one is y-axis, third one is z-axis. What is the 4th axis? We can't visualize, right? So that is not possible. But still, those kind of data structures exist. Okay, I'll tell you one analogy wherein at least you can visualize, where you can take this 4D arrays, okay? 3D arrays also I will tell you. Paint I will take, okay? Okay. 1D array is straightforward. That is your 1D array. Okay, that's your 1D array. 2D array is also possible. Okay, that's your 2D array. Okay, that's your 2D array. I am telling you how these data structures originate and then why do we worry about it. Okay, how many of you know grayscale images? Most of you, in fact, actually all of you know grayscale images. Anybody who does not know about grayscale images? So the old pictures we have now, so earlier days without any color, so those are the kind of grayscale images. If you kind of try to see that grayscale images, no, all that you have is a matrix. Okay, image is nothing but a matrix. If you take your photo, any photo that you have taken, and you look at it, okay, all that you have is pixels. Exactly, so pixels. Okay, that means it's a light intensity. Okay, light intensity. So here you will have, let's say, 0 to 256. Okay, so you have 0. Okay, and then you have 100 here. Okay, you have 120 here. Okay, then again you have, let's say, 30 here. So it's nothing but a matrix of numbers. So this is nothing but a image. Okay, that is an image. That's an image. But that's a grayscale image. Okay, grayscale image. Grayscale image. So 2D image is nothing but a grayscale image. That is where your 2D structure comes from. Okay, one of the best ways to understand these arrays is. So it is nothing but, yeah, intensity is between 0 to 255. Correct. Yeah. So then you have 0 and then 255. Yeah. Okay. So that's nothing but one of the matrices. Okay. That's a 2D matrix. Okay. Now think about the color images. Color images are a 3D images because they will have something called as channels. Probably at any point of time, if you had opened your images and then seen, you may have seen RGB, correct? RGB images. Have you heard of it? It will have something called as channels. Okay, that is correct. R channel, green channel, and blue channel. So every pixel that you see, okay, even on your televisions or something like that, every pixel that you see is generated by combining R component, G component, and blue B component, RGB components mixed, and that visualization will be created for you. So these are color images, RGB images. So RGB images are nothing but, now for representing R, I need one matrix, right? For representing G, I need another matrix. For B, another matrix I need. So what I will do is, I will arrange them like layers. Okay, that is R. Behind R, I keep another layer, that is G. Behind G, I will keep another layer, green. Okay, so that's my third dimension. Okay, RGB images are nothing but your cubes that we have seen here. So that is your RGB image. That's your RGB image. Okay, this is your RGB image. Okay, that's your RGB images. So those are your RGB images. So RGB images, colorful images, are nothing but, okay, 3D arrays. Okay, then what is 4D array? Okay, what is 4D array? 4D array is nothing but, I take, so in the example that I have told, so this I will, in the example that I have told, in the model that we have built, we have a neural network here, okay, or a model here, machine learning model here, okay, and then we are training it. Training this model is nothing but sending, let's say, images of cat and dog, okay, and then letting it predict and then correct it by feedback. Okay, that is what we do. That is what the training is. Now this image that we are passing now is a what kind of a data structure? It's a colorful image. It's a 3D data structure, correct? So that's a NumPy array, but of a three-dimensional array. But now what I want to do is, I also want to, every time that I pass, why should I only send one image at a time? That will be very slow, right? I will send 100 images at a time. That will be much faster. Or 50 images at a time. That will be much faster. So when I pass 50 images at a time, then what should my data structure look like? My data structure anyway will look like 3 dimensions for one image. Okay, one image will have, okay, let's say RGB, right? So let's say my depth is always 3 channels, correct? Because that's the 3 dimensions in the depth direction. So for example, typical size of your images is, let's say, 224. Okay, I have 224 rows. Okay, 224 columns. Assume that your size of your images. For example, if you want to see that, I will show you one image. I hope that I may have one of the image here. Okay, let me look at this image. Okay, I'm opening this image. I'm looking at the properties. Okay, in this properties, okay, go to details and you see that. You see the dimensions 499 by 386. 499 by 386. That means this is 499, that is 386. Okay, that's a matrix of 499 by 386 pixels. Okay, this is my image now. Okay, that's my image. Okay, you can see in any image and from here, and then you multiply that, and then you will get your how many megapixels is this. Okay, this is 499 pixel, 386 pixel, and then you take a calculator and then you do 499. Okay, 499 into 386, those many pixels. Okay, and then you take divided by million, so that is 0.1 megapixels. Okay, that is a 0.1 megapixel picture. Okay, you just multiply that and then you will get the megapixels. Okay, these are the number of pixels. If you want to mega, so that is nothing but 10 power 6. So you just divide it by 10 power 6 and then you will get a what is your megapixel. So usually your HD images will be more than 1000. Okay, more than 1000 by 1000, something like that. Okay, then you will have your 1 MB pixel. Okay, if you have 1000 by 1000 picture, so that will be 1 MB, because 1000 and 1000, 10 power 6, that is 1 MB. So you have 1000 rows here, 1000 columns here. That is the size of your image. Okay, and 1 million pixels will be there in that. Okay, that is what it is. Now assume that this is 224 by 224. That means my data structure will look like 224 rows, comma 224 columns. Okay, correct? That is my data structure for one image. But how many images I am sending at a time now? I am sending at 50 images at a time. Okay, I am sending at 50 images at a time. So that means these are called batch of images I am sending. So whenever you want to represent a batch of images that you are sending to your algorithm, that is when you need a 4D structure. Okay, 4D structure like this. So here you can think of this 4D structure as I have two channels, image of two channels consisting of 2 pixels and by 2 pixels, and then 2 channels, and then I am sending 2 images at a time. I am grouping or packing 2 images at a time. So that is what actually the interpretation of a 4D shape is. Okay, so this is one kind of intuitive interpretation. Otherwise it can be anything. Okay, it can be anything. It does not necessarily have to be 2 images. It can be anything, but at least for you, for the visualization to be made easier, I have given an analogy from computer vision. Okay, so is this clear? The shape of images. Okay, for example, here if you want to read this in this 4D, okay, this means that 2 layers. Okay, each containing 2 rows of 2 by 2 subarrays. Okay, you can read it this way, but that will become too complicated. Otherwise you can think of it as, okay, 2 cat images, 2 dog images, colorful. Okay, color images, 2 color images. Okay, of cat or dog or anything. It could be cat and dog also. It does not matter. 2 images, 2 colorful images. That's it. End of the story.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Maximum is 16 GB. Maximum is 16 GB. Okay, probably you can have even with 32 GB. So even with 32 GB, okay, it is very difficult to load these models. Okay, that is one aspect. First of all, even if you want to use it, loading is one aspect. Then even if you are able to load, okay, inference will take a lot of time. Okay, inference will take a lot of time. Because of that, what companies, or at least what some libraries have come up is, so they want to reduce this, okay, the data type, okay, from 64 bits to 32 bits, 16 bits, that is also actually large, 8 bits, that is also large, even 4 bits also we convert. Okay, we are actually converting those models to just 4 bits. Okay, just 4 bits. Okay, then and they will actually load it. So then the memory will come down very drastically. For example, from let's say if you take a 40 GB at a 64 precision float 64, then if you come down to 4-bit and all, then you will it will come to a very manageable size. I think we were able to load it at 4 GB. We had a I think we had a 16 GB RAM. So within the 16 GB RAM, we were able to load 32 GB model. Approximately, I think it was 32 GB model. 24 to 32 GB Google Flan T5. So that model we were able to load it at a 4-bit precision. Okay. Yeah. So there are two data types. We will come here. So in terms of Unicode, okay, string and Unicode, that's basically the Unicode data type. So Unicode and string are actually the same data type, because that's what it is. Yeah. So we will come to that particular string and Unicode distinction. But yeah. So the point which I'm trying to say is, for example, you can by default, okay, by default, if you don't define, okay, you don't define anything, and then you just see, so it is taking at a 32. For example, let's say take it as a float. Yeah, take it as a floats. Okay, 1.0. So float is 62. So default, it has actually default set. Okay, for every parameter, usually these libraries will set a default parameters. So the default parameters will be that, and if you want to change it, you can change it. Okay. But the significance of changing these data types is majorly in terms of memory management, and also majorly in terms of loading now. But otherwise, earlier it was in computations, but it is now into loading. Okay. So okay. Now let's okay, let me just come back here, and then let me show you what are the data types that NumPy can handle. Okay. Banner 4 GB, yeah, okay. So 4 GB, 16 GB, 4 GB, yeah, 4 GB, I think, yeah, okay. I think we have without, okay, how much? Okay, yeah, without different, yes, yeah. I think NumPy may have some way in which actually it can do, okay. Maybe we can check, okay. In 64 max value, yeah. So that's the maximum value that it can handle when you go for int 64. So which is huge. I don't even know. So that's like okay, we are millions, and then we are billions here, and then we are going beyond. Okay, much more. So those are the kind of values that we can handle. So that's why we don't require actually. So that's why I think he has not, by default it is not 64. By default it is 32. Yeah, 34 is okay, right? So we are millions and billions, 2 billions. I think that's okay. 32 is okay. So float is a different one, because the decimal values also take some memory, right? So that's why they had to define. But these are some standard numbers that it can handle. So we can. So what are the data types? So simply put, all integers can be handled, all floating points can be handled, even complex type data types can be handled. Okay. And then Boolean type data also will be there. We will come across Boolean type. So that is which is true and false. Okay. String data type will be there. And even date time data type will be there. Okay. We will also see how to do that. And of course, object and then time delta are nothing but derived data types of time delta is a derived data type from date time, and then object is nothing but almost a string. So we can see that, but otherwise major data types are very fixed and almost limited: integer, float, okay, boolean, and then string. And then complex, we don't come across complex at all in data science, but otherwise rest of the things we'll continuously encounter them. Okay, unless you are working in a complex mathematics, otherwise you don't require any of these data types. Okay, date time also we will see. Okay, so those are some of the data types. Let's now, for example, this we have already created, right? So integer array with a data type. So while creating the data array itself, you can define what is the data type that you want. And then float also you can say. Okay, you can also say which you want. So for example, let's see the complex one. Okay, even though that is not required, so you don't use it at all. We never come across, at least I have never come across. Okay, so that's a complex one. Okay, that's my array. Okay, if you want to check the data type, you say date type. Okay, by default it will do it, but in case if you want to define, you can also define so that you will be certain. So then object, yesterday I had told you, so we don't actually mix and match array types in NumPy, because NumPy always deals with the homogeneous arrays. Okay, whenever you kind of have a different data types, that will automatically be interpreted as a object. So that's just a saying that it is a different types of data types you have. So that's an object data type, which we don't actually, these are not what NumPy is meant for. NumPy is only meant for dealing with the homogeneous data. That is where power comes from. And then that is what it is meant for. But otherwise, technically it is possible in case if it is there. So that is possible. Yeah, so let's look at date time. Okay, date time will be slightly interesting. So let me just create one array with a date time. Okay. So whenever we want to deal with dates, now, whenever you have a data and then you want to handle that data using NumPy for whatever reason, usually we don't do that, but Pandas does it. Okay. Pandas, of course, under the hood, it will use NumPy. But whenever you want to do that, so this is what will happen. So that we can have an array with the dates. Okay. Those are now defined as the strings here, if you may have seen. So that's a string. Okay. And then you have mentioned that's a date time data type. Okay. When you have mentioned it's a date time data type. Okay. What you can do is you can do some math around it. For example, let's say I want to find out the time difference, okay, between an element which is placed at an index 3. We will come how to index an array and slice it. But before that, and then 0th, okay, that's the 0th element, same as list, okay, 0th element, first element, second element, and third element. Okay, 3 minus 0. So what is the time difference? So you can straight away do that. You can straight away do that. So you just say subtract and then you get it in time only. So that says that it is 3 days. Okay, it automatically interpreted, okay, we are in the September month and then 1st and 4th, that's 3 days. So this is the advantage of having a date time. So you can do all these calculations automatically. You don't have to worry about anything. So the time calculation and then all calculations on that date time also can be performed if you define a data type with date time. That's one. Yeah, that's what date time will be useful for. Okay, somebody has an error. Array.dtype attribution error. Array.dtype built-in method has no object dtype. Did you define array? Is it an array? But can you please check? Is it an array? Okay, for me it is coming. Okay, I will say assign it array. Okay, that's array, and then array.dtype. Okay, it's coming, right? Are you getting the error still? So for everyone, these are working. So you can take the codes from here, and then you can try this, all this. Okay, you are able to create arrays with integer, float, complex, and then let's say Boolean and then time. Okay, it's working. Okay, perfect. Yeah. It should. Yeah. Not getting it. Try restarting. Yeah, that is also possible. Yes, yeah. So sometimes it's a yeah, Jupyter Notebook is a little clumsy. Yeah, you can restart and run on. You can do that. Yeah, possible. It is possible because somehow I don't know. This always happens actually. So very weird. But yeah, Jupyter Notebook is a little clumsy. It's convenient, but somehow it is. Sometimes it gives an error where nothing is wrong. Okay, you can also check once. Harendra, right? Yeah, Harendra, you can just check once and then let me know if that helps. But otherwise, technically, it should work. There is no issue here. And then, because we don't deal with many data types. Okay, oh, sorry, we missed it, correct, right? Okay. Unicode data type. So Unicode data type, see, Unicode data type, what you can do with that, one is, for example, okay, str underscore array, okay, and then that's a data type, which is a Unicode. Then that's nothing but a string. Okay, unicoding is one type of encoding. So strings will be encoded in different ways. One encoding is Unicode encoding. That's the most popular encoding. And then other one is Unicode. I think it is UTF, Universal something. So these encodings will be there. So which effectively what it translates to is, so it can translate, it can encode. So some encodings can encode only English. That was a very old one. But some encodings can encode. I think there are 2, 3 only. I think 3 max. I think if I remember correctly. So there are only 3 types of encodings. Okay. Earlier, the beginning, very first encoding could encode only English. But later, that was extended to other languages, and also like smileys and then emojis, all those things are also there, no? So everything else. So to encode all of that, I think UTF-8 is now the one, and then that is what actually this also stands for, if I'm not wrong. So that Unicode encoding is the one which is which can encode both English and also other languages and also special characters, so on and so forth. Everything can be encoded. So that's what basically it translates to. So the advantage when you actually define that, okay, is, let's say, this kind of things. Okay, it also has, NumPy also has a submodule, okay, called character. Okay, for example, NumPy. In fact, actually, NumPy documentation is a very good place. Huh? So whenever you want to learn about a library in general, so refer its documentation. All libraries will maintain, most of the good libraries maintain a very good. Now, for example, this is the documentation that we have. See, string operations, if you go, okay, the NumPy.character is a module, okay. It actually provides a set of vectorized string operations. So we can actually do a vectorized string operation. That means we can do this operation on all the strings or all the elements of an array at once. Okay, so that is a special module is there. Okay, so that provides the string operations. What are the string operations that it will provide? Okay, addition, Okay, all the operations that can be performed. Okay, if you are kind of interested, you can actually go through all of them, but since we don't actually do that, but otherwise all these are possible. Okay, you can add on the description of that. Okay, and then you can do lower, upper, you can join. Okay, and then right strip, left strip. Okay, and then you can replace. Okay, with the old one with the new one, and so on and so forth. Split, you can do split also, you can do tiling, so on and so forth. Okay, so many are there, and then whether they are equal or not, and not equal, greater than, less than. Okay, string informations. Okay, whether it ends with find, search operations, all these search operations, is digit, is upper. Okay, okay, but otherwise so many are there actually. I doubt actually if we really should actually cover that, but otherwise technically all these are possible. For example, I'll just show you one or two. For example, upper. Okay, if you want to do upper, okay, that's what it is. Okay, let's say where is that upper here. Okay, that's how you need to do it. Okay, that's an example. He will directly give an example. You can actually go there and then read on your own. So character np.character.upper. So if you see here, you define an array. Okay, that's an np.array, and then you do np.character.upper. Okay, the C is your character array, and then np.character.upper. So that is what we are also doing. And then see, every letter here is converted to lower. Okay, and then you can also do some so you can also do this. Okay, so when you add, okay, string array, this particular word pi, okay, to everything there. Okay, and then see, that's my original array. Okay, that's my original array, string array, and then to that string array I have added, okay, space pi. Okay, that's apple pie, banana pie, cherry pie, and date pie. So on and so forth. So you can do all these operations. Okay, these are all possible string operations. Okay? You can actually go through this if you are interested, but NumPy is usually not meant for doing any of this. But I have never seen any official GitHub codes or official codes released by any companies actually using NumPy to deal with strings. Okay, but they use matrix algebra a lot because that is what it is meant for. But otherwise, technically, it can be done. If you are interested, you can definitely explore more. So this is a place where you can explore more about NumPy if you are interested. Okay, very nice documentation they have given, very elaborate. Everything and anything is there technically. So these are submodules. Okay, universal functions is a submodule which we will see. The picture that I have, image that I have shared yesterday is all about universal functions. Okay, that is one submodule. And then C types is basically for interfacing the C code. And then FFT is another module that is Fourier transforms, which we don't use again if somebody is from electronics and digital signal processing. So then that is what Fourier transforms is all about. And then you also have a linear algebra module. This we use extensively. At least this, most of the NumPy users use it. And then matrix library is also there. That's another submodule. Random is submodule, which we have seen. That is why we say np.random. Every time we say just np dot, okay, array, np dot exponential, np dot log, so on and so forth we say. But whenever we are using a submodule, then we need to do np dot that module dot and function. So that's the usual notation. Okay, usual notation is, okay, first library, okay, library to you go to module, okay, and then module to method. Okay, those are the things. For example, my library is NumPy, and then my module is random, and then my method is also, let's say, random. Okay, randint. Let's say my method is randint. So that's how I call that. Okay, so that's a hierarchy of calling any method in any of the libraries. So this is applicable across all the libraries. So these how we actually call it. So that's what that notation means. Whenever you see something like this, you can understand, okay, NumPy is my entry folder, random is my subfolder, and then integer is, this is a method inside that, or it could, that's what overall it actually means. You can actually get to see from here. This is not very clean. The reason being, it is now NumPy GitHub is not clean. I will show you with the pandas when we go to pandas, and then when we go to scikit-learn. So I will show you how clean actually the libraries are. For example, let me see if at least one of them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So for example, these. Okay. I don't know because these are there. At least see. These are all polynomials. Okay. The polynomial module. Okay. In the polynomial module, you see all of them are individual methods. So functions, methods. So if you want to call them, open and see. Okay. You see these are methods from here, and then classes also must be there if they have written any classes inside of it. Otherwise, all this. So if you want to call or if you want to use any of them, the normal notation is np.polynomial, and then you use, let's say, this one. Okay, if you want to use legendary div and leg div, you can use that way. Okay, and then because this will be made available at init.py. Okay, init.py, you will have all this. Okay, so you will have all these made available. So for example, if I want to use now polynomial, so that means from polynomial, I am accessing that polynomial. For example, I will just show you here. Okay, np dot. Okay. So I can take tab. Okay, if you can take tab, all possible options will be there. Okay, I just typed P and then I am taking tab. So then I got this. You see polynomial here, polynomial there, and then I am taking another tab, and then I am seeing. So you see this, all these options here. You see all these options here. Okay, you see all these options here. Okay, they are coming from there actually. So these are all coming from there. So you can use, let's say, polynomial. Let's say you can use polynomial. Okay, it says that. Okay, it says that module numpy. This is a module numpy.polynomial.polynomial. It is coming from, because I have locally installed this entire GitHub. Okay, whenever we say pip install, this entire folder will get installed in your local system. So that is where here I have installed site packages till here that, and then you are accessing that NumPy polynomial, and then polynomial.py is what you are accessing. So that is what it actually means. So this is a general organization or a general reading of any GitHub code. So not required for everyone, but in case if you are interested and curious to know what exactly has gone into that particular code, and then you want to use it. Technically, most of this is what we are accessing. Okay, so technically what people will do in most of the startups is they want to use a polynomial function that they have written here. For example, they want to use, let's say, a line one polynomial. So they will directly go here, and then they will take that code as it is. Either if they want only that code, or if they want this entire file itself, so they can take a file as it is or a part of the code as it is. That they can do. So for those purposes and for those people, if you are working in either a startup or if you are working day in, day out with GitHub repos and codes, so for you, it will be useful. Others you can safely ignore. But otherwise, on a higher level, whenever we are saying this, you know that this is the organization of the code, and then we are accessing a library, first one, second one, a module, third one, a method, usually. Okay, so that is the, you can also have next level and next level also, but Python kind of has ways to avoid that. Usually 3 levels is where people go, because if you go to next level and next level, you can keep subfolder and subfolder and subfolder, and then you can go on, but that does not make sense. So that's why while organizing a project itself, people will organize it in a sensible way. And if that is not possible, then there are ways to reduce this going down. Okay. So next topic is just some basic array operations. Okay, you can do. So for example, let's say we will define two arrays. Okay, I am defining an array 1. Okay, array 1 is NumPy dot array. Okay, and then I have, let's say, 1, 2, 3, and then my array 2 is np dot array. Okay, and then I have 4, 5, and 6. So those are my two arrays. Now, if I add array 1 plus array 2, which can be done directly, I don't even have to do any complicated stuff. Okay, for example, if I do a list, okay, I have a list here. Okay, if I want to do the same thing with the list 1, 2, 3, I have my list 2. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Those are my lists. Okay, what I want to do is I want to add list 1 and list 2. When I say add list 1 and list 2, my intention is to add them element by element. Okay, add 1 to 4, add 2 to 5, and add 3 and 6. That is what my intention is. But that cannot be achieved in without loops. That cannot be achieved in NumPy list. Python list. If you want to do that, then you need to write a for loop. So in mathematics or in vector algebra or linear algebra, all that we want to do is this. We never want to do this concatenation, right? Who is bothered about the concatenation? Then you are doing a mathematical operation, no, right? So that is the reason. So that's what actually this array computing is all about. So you can just simply do that. Array 1 plus array 2 and array 1 minus array 2. All operations you can do. So all these operations you can do just as it is, and it will be done at a element by element level without using the loops. That's all about, that's the power of NumPy. So I just thought element wise arithmetic operations, I just thought I will bring this particular point one more time so that you understand how easy or how powerful that NumPy will become. Okay, fine. So let's move on to indexing and slicing. One-dimensional array, two-dimensional array, three-dimensional array, and even four-dimensional array. So we have complicated things. So we'll start with just one-dimensional and two-dimensional, and then rest will be straightforward, or at least it's an extension of it. Okay, let's see with this. Okay, let's define an array. Okay, array. Okay, again array 1 I am defining NumPy dot array. Okay. I will define a larger one so that we can do some operations. Okay, that's my array. Okay, rather let me say array. That's my array. On that array, now it's again same. The indexing starts from 0. Okay, the indexing always starts from 0, and then you can select. Okay, for example, if you want to select an element at any location, for example, array. Okay, and then you, let's say, access, if you want to access an element here. So my indices are starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. It starts from 0. So this will be 4. If I want to access 4, so what should my index be here? What should I give? Okay, 4. Okay. So 3 we have to give, because this is 0, right? This is 0th index. That's the first, second, and third. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 8 till 8. It will go till 8. Okay, it starts from 0, just that only. Okay, so if you want to access any element, you just give that. That's all. There is no rocket science here. Very straightforward. Okay, and then if you want to do negative indexing, okay, array, okay, you do -8. Okay, let's say, let me start with -1. Okay, array -1 is the last element. Okay, -1, it starts from here. Okay, then starting from there, -1, -2, -3, so on and so forth. Okay, it is -9. Correct. Okay, so now you see -1, array -1. Array -1 is that element. Let's see array -2. Okay, array -2. -2 is 8. Okay, look at -3. -3 is 7. Okay, now come back to -9. Okay, that's the first one. So that's a reverse indexing. Okay, or negative index. So both can be done. Okay, you can access the element either positively Start from the beginning or from the end. Both can be done. Okay. Then you can also have a slice. Okay. This is only accessing an individual elements, but you can also access, okay, sub array. Okay. You can also create a sub array. For example, I want to create a sub array starting from 1 to 5. Okay. 1 to 5 means array. I need to give a starting index and then I need to give a end index. Okay. Which will not be included. That means if you give 6, the index, it will take only 6 minus 1. Okay. That is what it will do. So let me just slice this and then see. Okay. That slicing has created another array. Okay. This is a sub array. Okay. And then the way that I have sliced is starting from 0, which is included, and then end index that is not included. That means 6 is not included. So that means 6 minus 1, 5. Only till 5 it will slice. So that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is what my slicing is. So 0th index, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is my subarray. Okay, that is how you can actually slice it. And then you can also slice doing this. Yeah, so okay. Let's look at this notation. Okay, let's look at this notation. Okay. For example, if I don't have this 0, okay, and then I will have only the end. If I don't have start, okay, start by default is taken as 0. So I can also do this. Okay, which means effectively this is this and okay, this are same. Okay. Okay. You can have only end but not the beginning. So if you don't have the beginning, that is interpreted as 0, and then the slicing will happen like that. And the same you can do. For example, array, I will start with second index, and end I will not keep anything. That means it will go till the end of the array. So starting from second index, that is 0th index, first index, second index, that is 3. Okay, starting from 3, and then you will go till the end. So that is also possible. Okay, and then yeah, minus 1 is nothing but anyway. Yeah, so let's do this also. Okay, this is also interesting one. Okay, let's say 2. Okay, and then till minus 1. Okay, if you start from 2 and then negative indexing, you can do that also. Okay, same negative indexing, when you do that, 9 is not included. Otherwise minus 1 represents the 9, right? So but that is not included. Only till before that it will be included. Okay. Then yeah, this also you can do. Incremental you can do. For example, let's say in this, okay, you can have a start. Okay, you can have a start index, and then you can have a, let's say, end index 9, and then what is the step size, that also can be done. So starting from 0, okay, which is 1, and then increment it by 2, that means 0th index, okay, and then not first index but the second index, and then so on and so forth, okay, till that 9th index. Okay, 9th index means it will do till, here it is taking till the end. Okay, in this case, okay, this is also included. Okay, here it is included. Okay, start, end, and then stop. Okay, here this 9th is also included. That index 9 is also included. We got that. Okay. So selects with index m through n. Okay, exclusive with increment p. Yeah, it should be exclusive, no? Let me just define that. Yeah, let me just define one more time array. If I had defined it correctly, it has to be exclusive. Okay, that's my array. Sorry. That's my array. So if array 0 to 9, okay, 0 to 9, yeah, that's of course, yeah, correct, correct. That's correct, excluded, yeah, that's excluded. Excluded, yes, it is excluded. 9 is excluded because it is going only till 8, no, not 9. N index is, for example, if I say, let's say, do that 8, okay, do that 8, okay. So 8th index is nothing but that one, okay, 9th value. So it is excluded and then only that. Till 7 it has given. So 2 minus 1, okay, this one minus 1 is which index, okay, minus 1 is nothing but, okay, 8th index, okay, this you can also write it as, okay, array, okay, 2 minus 1 is nothing but 8th, right? Okay, that is what this is, okay, minus 1 is nothing but 8th, okay, that's the one. If I want to reverse this, okay, minus 9 minus 8, if I have an equivalent of this, okay, minus 7, so on and so forth till, and that will be minus 1. So that is nothing but array 2 and 8, okay, array 2 to 8. So array 2 to 8 will be, that's my 0, 1, 2, okay, starting from 3, 8 is, okay, till here only, okay, 2 to 8. So 3 to 8, okay. So you just count this, okay, for example, you count this, we have written 1 by 1. For example, let me just do it here, that will be easy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, okay, that's my array, okay, that's my array, that's my array, that's my array. And then my indices are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, okay, that's a positive indexing. If I want to do negative indexing, it starts from here, that's minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, okay, minus 4. That's my array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 6. So that's my positive indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9. That's my negative indexing. Okay. So now look at this. So array 2 to minus 1. Okay. 2 to minus 1. Minus 1 is nothing but 8. I can convert that to 8. Right. So you can say 2 to 8. Okay. You can say that as 2 to 8 also. So when it is 2 to 8, you see starting from index 2, okay, which is included, that is 3 has to be there, and 8, okay, which is excluded. That means till here only you will have it, okay. 3 to 8, only till there you will have it. That is what you are extracting. So what, like now what we are doing is 0 to 8, okay. That means 0th index is included, 8th index is, okay, 0th index, okay, starting from 0 to 8. 8 is not included. So that means till 7 only you need to take. So till here I will take, okay. My array will be from here to here now, but I will start from 1 and then do a step of 2. That means skip 1, 1, 3, 5, 7, and then if I have to skip 1, so I'll have to go there. So it will not go there because it will stop here only. So 1, 2, 1, 3, 5, 7. So if I make a step, these 3, so skip 2 every time. So 1, 4, 7. So 1, skip 2, and then go to 4, skip 2, go to 7, and then stop here. 1, 4, 7. Okay. It is excluding the 9th place in the previous array, having only 9 elements, because 0 to 9 is going to be 9 beyond. So before going to this, no, I will just add one more thing here. So let's see this. Okay. So in this array, what I had done is we had taken, let's say 0 to 9, and then we had taken 1. Okay. Then let me take that. So that will start from 0th index, and then it will go till 8th index. So 8th index is nothing but the end. So it will cover everything and it will get everything. Now, instead of this, okay, instead of this, what I'm doing is I'm just taking this. So the way that you read each column, I just pay attention here. How am I reading this each column? So before this column, whatever it is there, that's start index, right? And before this column, whatever that is there, that's end index, right? And then that's the step. When I say plus, okay, this is positive step. When I say positive step, you go in the positive direction. That means start from left to right. Okay, that is what it means. When we say -1, it means actually start from back. Okay, go in the reverse direction. That is what the sign means. Okay, let's stick to positive right now. So now in this column, this is the starting index. The number before the second column is the end index. Okay, and then the last one is the step. Okay, that is what it means. Now what I am doing is I will just take that out. I will just take that out. Okay, now do you see what has happened? This is the first column. Whatever number that is there before the first column should be the starting index. So what is the number that I have before this? Nothing. When it is nothing, what does that mean? Excellent. 0, right? Start from the beginning. And then I said the number before the second column has to be the end index. So do we have anything? No. So what does that mean? That means go till the end. End index is full the end of the array. Okay. And now what is the step that I am giving? 1. Okay. Now execute this. It's nothing but same, right? As it is. Same. Okay. Instead of saying this, okay, if I don't have any number, so I can do that. Now, this is +1. That means go from the positive direction. Start from the left and go till the end. Now, same thing, okay? That is what this is, okay? Now, if I execute this, what I am saying, when I say step size is -1, that means you start from the end and come to the beginning. My starting index is the beginning, end index is the end. Okay, but now my array is not 1 2 3 4 5 6 9, or you can think in terms of either you can reverse the array, or you can actually think in terms of, okay, start from the end and go from one end of the array to the other end of the array, because that is what these columns means. Okay, go till the end and go till the end. Okay, that is what they mean. Okay, so start from the other end of the array, go from one end to another end, increment by a step of 1. Okay, that means I will start at 9, increment by a step of 1, that is 8, and then increment by a step of 1, 7, 6, so on and so forth. Or you can say that, okay, start from the end, decrease by 1. Okay, 9, decrease by 1, 8, decrease by 7, 1, 7, 1, 6, so on and so forth. So you can think in any other way. Okay, but otherwise, that is what this actually dot notation means. So did you get the point which I'm trying to say? So this is nothing but the variant of this, wherein we had removed the explicit indexing. That explicit indexing I have removed. When I had removed that explicit indexing, that becomes a double dot. So did you all get this point? So that is why it's a reverse indexing. That's why it reverses the entire list, or even in the list also that happens. Okay, in Python lists also the same thing happens. You have a list, okay, my list, okay, and then let's say Apple, and then you have banana. Okay. Then you have guava. Okay, let's say you have that. Now, the same thing, what I will do is list, okay, and then double colon, and then minus. Guava, okay, banana, and then apple. You can also do this, okay, lst dot. It should actually, okay, list dot reverse, that should work. I think, can you check? I think some of you, it might work for you actually. So, okay, can one check? It might work actually. This will work for you also. Or let me just see this, okay, because sometimes this will, but anyway is not there, okay, that list dot, okay, let me see. Okay, I think, yeah, this, what it will do is it will actually does that in place only. Yeah, it will does that in place. So that reversing, actually what it will do is it will reverse in place, okay, that original list only it will modify. It will not create another copy of the list. This particular function, it will actually modify the original list itself. So that's why original list itself will become reverse. But otherwise, the point which I'm trying to say is, okay, reverse a list, okay, without using reverse keyword, okay, reverse method. That's a question, okay. Whenever they say that, that's an interview question, so you can use this. Okay, fine. Okay, let's this is okay. Let's move on. Yeah, this we have seen. Okay, now let's look at indexing and slicing in two-dimensional array. So that's indexing and slicing in one-dimensional array. And then let me add this particular point. Okay. Okay, let's move on to 2D arrays, accessing 2D arrays. Okay. So we can now just take one 2D array. Okay, let's take the 2D array. I will just say array, okay, and then let's print that array. Okay. Now print that array. So if I say the shape of the array, okay, it has two, maybe we will do 2 by 2 to begin with, then it will become at least easier for you to visualize it, okay, then we can extend it. So array.shape, it's a 2 by 2 matrix, okay. Now, for example, if I want to access this, okay, typical indexing of a matrix, okay, typical indexing of a matrix, IJ indexing of a matrix, okay. We have that, okay, that's our matrix, okay, that's our matrix, okay. My rows are, okay, that's my first row, I, okay, my second row, okay, J, and let's say my first column, I, and then second column, okay, that's mine. So this element is represented by I comma I, right, I comma I, or let me give you proper numbers only, that's my 0th index, right, in terms of index we will deal, okay, 0th index, that's my first index, correct. So here that's 0th column, okay, and then the index of that column is 1, okay, this element is 0 0, correct, the element that is there here is 0 0, the element that is here is first row, that is 0, column is 1, 0 comma 1, and then the element which is in this cell is row, that is first row, column is 0, 1 comma 0, so it is 1 comma 1, okay, yeah. So that's the standard notation, and then we have to access in the similar manner, okay. So let's go there, okay. Did I define that? Okay, array, yeah, array. So now let's take, okay, array which is at 0 0, okay. 0 0 is nothing but here, right, and then you can take 0 1, okay, and then if you want to get this, that's set in the diagonal, that's 2 2, okay, 2 comma, okay, that's index out of range, so that's 1 1 because it starts with 0 indexing, no? So that's 1 1. Okay. So this is straightforward. Okay. This is straightforward. Okay. And now let's take actually the entire entire row. Okay, entire row. If I want to, this is my matrix. Okay. If I want to now slice the entire row, okay, entire row. So all that I need to do is array, okay, 0th row. Okay, I'm not giving any columns. Okay, so that means everything is only that entire row. Okay, 0th row. Okay, that is what. Sorry, that is what this will do. And then this, if you see, sir, but by the image you showed earlier of the 3D array, this is confusing. 3D array, this one, this image that you were saying, this is confusing. Which is confusing? Can you please elaborate? Yes, yeah. So this one you are referring. So then what is the confusion, Vedant? Can you just elaborate? Now this versus this is just a 2D arrays. We are only dealing with now 2D arrays. We are not going to the 3D array now. Okay. So what we are seeing here is how to slice or index a matrix now. Yeah. So these we are only looking at a matrix now. We are not looking at a 3D array. We are only looking at a 2D array. Correct. Here also, see, these are rows, right? So this is your axis 0. Okay. That's your axis 0. Okay. That's always your axis 0 because these are rows. Okay. These are your rows. So perpendicular to that rows is axis 0. Okay. And then these are your columns. So that is your axis 1. Okay. Same notation. Everywhere it is same notation. And then whatever that you have in the depth direction, okay, that is your axis 2. I think, yeah, that's clear, right? So no confusion there. Yes, yeah. Okay. Now I can do, okay, let me then create one more. That's a 3 by 3. Now I have made a 3 by 3. Now I can do entire one row, okay? Or if I want to slice this, so I can say 0th row, first row, second row. Okay, that's my second row, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Any question here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Thanks. Yeah. So then that also can be done. So we can also do, okay, this is now one row, okay, and all columns. For example, 2 is this, right? So instead of that, I will say second row and then all columns. Okay. Same as this. Okay. Same as this. Because what I'm saying here is, which is my row, okay, the thing that is before this is row, okay, and then the columns, okay, that entire thing is also same. And then we can also do this, okay, we can also do array, so all rows, and then you take any column, okay, that is what this is, okay, 3, 6, 9, that's column, okay, that column, all rows, okay, array, all rows I am selecting, comma, and then I want only this first row, that is 258. Okay, you can do that. Then we can also do, for example, now let's look at this particular one. Okay, only get a certain sub array, sub matrix actually. So, okay, array. Okay, I will do in rows. Okay, that is my rows. Before comma is rows, after comma is columns. Okay, before comma, I am starting from, I need a 0th row and first row. After comma is columns. I need a 0th column and a first column. Okay. Which will give me what? Okay. Which will give me what? So for this, okay. Before comma is rows. After comma is columns. Okay. This will give me what from this array? That is my array. From here, what will it give? 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 4, 5. That is my 0th row. Okay. That's my 0th row. Correct. That's my first row. Correct. First row and second row, and the columns, which columns are included? First row and second row, but columns, all columns are included. Oh, okay. One is excluded, right? Yeah, sorry, one is excluded. So let's do this. Yeah. So let's do that. So 1, 2, 4, 5. That is 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah. Only first. Correct. Yeah. So end index is always excluded. Yeah. 1, 2, 4. So now it is 1, 2, 4, 5. So that means 0th and first index. Okay. So what did I? Yeah. First and second. Correct. This is fine, right? So end index is excluded. Okay. End is excluded. Beginning is included. Please 105. Okay. 105. Okay. Here before comma is rows, after comma is columns. Okay. Before comma is rows, after comma is columns. Before comma, which rows that I want to select? All. Okay. And then all rows. Okay. When we actually have this notation, no? So all rows. Okay. And then only. Okay. Only when we say this, actually, sorry, it's only the second column. Okay. So who had asked that? Shubhangi. Okay. Yeah. So here when we say kind of this, no, sorry, I think I kind of confused. So 369, right? Okay, let me just print that. Okay, 369. Okay, yeah. All rows, yeah, correct. All rows and second column. Correct, yeah. So all rows, second column is this. Okay, 0, 1, 2, second column. And then you take all rows, that is first row, second row, third row. So that is what it is. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that is consistent. All rows and second column. So this one, all rows and first column, 0th column, first column, and you need to take all rows. Okay, all rows, 1, 2, 3, all rows. So before comma it is rows, after comma it is columns. Yes, the last will be excluded. If you give range, yes. If you give range, last will be excluded. Yes. If you don't give range, yeah, that is that column only you are referring. That is correct. Yeah. Okay, so then let's move on. This one, I think this will be clear. Okay, so that is also same as that. And then you look at this. Okay, you look at this. That will be even more complicated. Okay, let's look at that. Okay, 3 only we have. Okay, let me see this array. Okay, and then comma. Okay, let's say stub size we will take 2. Okay, stub size we will take 2. So what does this mean? I am referring to rows. Before comma, I am referring to rows. In this rows, okay, my starting index is and ending index. That means go from one end to the other end. Okay, everything. Okay, let me see that. So, okay, start everything, but you skip. Okay, all rows. Okay, all rows. And then you skip you take it in alternative. For example, let me just do this. Let me draw 3 by 3 matrix here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, start index, all start index is nothing. Okay, because this column, whatever that is before the column, that is a start index. And then end index, we don't have anything, so that means all. But you go in stubs. Okay, that is 1. Okay, then these are columns. Okay, we are referring to all columns. Okay, and then start index is nothing and end index is nothing. And then when we, but in step of 2, okay, we need to skip one after the other. Okay, so then if you do that, okay, then you see our 1, 2, 3, our array is, let's print our array. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's write it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So which row should I take? I should take, okay, everything. My starting is 0 and I need to go to the end, but I need to skip one after the other. Okay, my starting is okay that 0, okay, 1, okay. I need to skip here, and then that is also selected, and that is also selected, and then I need to these for rows. Okay, sorry, these for rows. Okay, in the rows you start here. Okay, you start here, you skip that, and you take that. Okay, that is what for rows is. Okay, these are the rows. Okay, start here, this row you take, this row you take, don't take this row. Okay, that is what it means. Okay, that is what this means. Okay. In the columns, okay, you start from 0 and don't take this and take that. Okay, the intersection is that and that. Okay, so that is what 1379 is. So which rows to select? Whatever that is there before the comma is rows. Okay, which rows to select? I want to select a row starting from index 0 to last index and go till the end. But alternatively, columns also start from the beginning column and go till the end column, and then you exclude, you skip one. Okay, skip one. So that is what it means. Okay. So the look at this. I will explain it from here only. The data. So if you are able to read that before comma colon is there, that means you take all rows. Okay, and then in the columns you take 0th column and 3rd column. Okay, this is actually much easier, in fact, actually. So data, all rows that is there before. So you take all the rows, but only select from 0th column and 3rd column. So those are the elements that will be sliced. And then next one, you take data, okay, and then if you say first row and the 3rd row, that is what before comma is. So you can also have another array or a list kind of thing, wherein you can define the indices, first column and 3rd column, first row and 3rd row. After comma, that is it referring to columns, 0th column, that is 0th column, and 3rd column. Okay, wherever that intersection happens, take only those elements, and those are the 2 elements that will be extracted. Okay, so that is one way of indexing. So the other way of indexing is you can also use booleans. Okay, boolean indexing also can be done. So in the boolean indexing, what you can do is you can say using true and false also you can do. For example, here in this you say np dot, that is also called as masking. Okay, this is using boolean, it is also called as masking. So you take the data and then all rows and then comma, and then whichever columns that you need to take, there are 4 columns. Okay, don't take this column, that is what false means. Take the true means take the first column with index 1, take the column with index 2, don't take the column with index 0 or 3. Okay, don't take the column with index 3. That is what it means. So we can also give, instead of indices, we can also give a boolean mask. Okay, boolean mask, false true, we can do that. Okay, so that is another way of doing that as well. So that is also possible. Okay, these are the different variations in which actually we can slice. Okay, this much of slice, if it is too much of confusing and it is over the head, but at least I'm hoping that you all may have got the concept of step and concept of rows and columns, and then how do we slice that. So that much, if you are able to get it, you need to practice a little and then wrap your head around it, and then you will be able to easily grasp that. But otherwise, it is nothing but a row and column and then give the index and then extract it. So majorly at that time. So 122, this one. Okay, this one is in the rows. I am taking starting from index 0 to 2. Okay, which means I will just write okay, take index 0, comma 1, comma 2 to begin with first. That is what this means. 0, comma 3 means 0, 1, 2. Okay, then 2 means skip 1 in between. Okay, that is 0, comma 2. That is take these rows. That is what it means. Okay, this is clear. First step is clear. This step is clear. And then similarly, 03 means 0th index, first index, and second index. We need to stop there, correct? That is columns, okay? And then step is 2. Step is 2 means you exclude 1 in between. That is 0, 2. So 0th row, okay, second row, 0th column, second column, okay? That is 0th row, second row, 0th column, and then second column. So that is what it is, 0, 2, 10, 12. Okay, so then we will stop here. So that's all about accessing and then indexing. Okay, so in terms of terminology, probably you see, no, so there is something called as fancy indexing. Okay, integer indexing. Okay, that is integer indexing, fancy indexing, and Boolean indexing. Okay, sorry. So these are the terms for indexing and slicing. These are the technical terms, but otherwise we have done this one. Okay, so integer indexing, okay, those are the integers that we have used. I think fancy Boolean indexing is true and false also you can apply, and then you can select. I think this is fancy indexing. This is fancy indexing. NumPy, so the major capabilities of NumPy are array creation and modification. Okay, modification we will see, array creation we have seen. So it can create arrays of different dimensions, 1D, 2D, 3D, and then it can modify them as well. And then it can also perform mathematical operations and logical operation on those arrays. Okay, mathematical operations means like it can do exponentiation, it can do addition, subtraction, and then it can apply any trigonometric functions, so on and so forth. So all the mathematical operations it can perform. And then it can also perform some linear algebra operations. So linear algebra operations means operations on vectors, okay, calculation of inverse, calculation of determinant, and calculation of power of a matrix and rank of a matrix, so on and so forth. Okay, linear algebra, why that calculation of linear algebra is important? Two aspects. One, arrays are nothing but weights in our neural networks. So which means we will be behind the hood of all our data science, we are dealing with arrays and matrices. So which means we are dealing with NumPy. And then that's one place where linear algebra will become important. The other place is computer vision. I said every image can be represented as 2D array and 3D array and 4D array, so on and so forth. So in the field of computer vision, which deals with images and videos, linear algebra is very crucial. So those are the two places where linear algebra is there. And then that is where the NumPy capabilities, especially that are related to linear algebra, will become handy. And these fast Fourier transforms, FFT. So if anybody is in signal processing, so all the related functions and methods are also available in NumPy. And then statistics. So all the functions that are that can be done in statistics, like calculation of mean, median, mode, so on and so forth. Everything is also available in NumPy. NumPy can do the same thing. And then random number generation. So random number generations are also important in machine learning. So at times I think I remember mentioning that we need to initialize the weights of a neural network. Whenever we need to initialize the weights of a neural network, random initialization is one of the best way of initializing. So that is where the practical utility of random numbers will come into picture. So we can create matrices and tensors of random numbers. So that is what it is used for. So we can create random numbers, draw that random numbers from different probability distributions, and then create those matrices filled with these random numbers. And then polynomial mathematics. Okay, polynomial mathematics means solving linear solving system of equations, optimization. So all those aspects can even be accomplished within NumPy. So NumPy is a whole package. Okay, as I had said, it is a scientific library. It can do many things. Okay, this is the entire whole capability of NumPy. So let me see if there are any questions. FFT will be, in fact, actually all these are actually out of the scope of our syllabus. Okay, in fact, I will only be touching upon these things. FFT is totally out because that is nothing related to machine learning. No, so this is not at all there in the scope of the syllabus. So I doubt if I can really go into that. In fact, remaining aspects only will take actually so much of time for us. This is one, but entire full textbook is covered here. You are correct. Our undergrad linear algebra textbook is covered in this full. That's only one textbook. Even FFT also, of course, it's another textbook. Math statistics is another textbook. Polynomial mathematics probably is a textbook. Okay, but otherwise, yes, you are correct. Yeah. Yes. Any signals. It does not have to be radio signals, Vishesh. So signal, even in fact, image is also a signal. Okay. So we'll convert, but we will use actually in terms of radio signals because you want to convert that to time frequency to time domain to frequency domain. So that conversion of one domain to another domain and then doing operations in a particular domain so that we remove that noise from that data and get sense out of that data majorly. That is what actually signal processing is all about. So that is what it is used for. Every data is a signal. Every data. Text data is a signal. And then even image data is a signal. Audio is a signal. But we know only audios as signals, but not just that. Okay. Every data is technically called as signal because that has information. So signal processing means we will process those signals because every data will have noise. For example, I will give you a simple example. Let's say, so for example, let's take, okay, let's say Ganga is, okay, the largest river, okay. In this, if you see, if I have only Ganga and then largest river, still we can make sense out of this sentence, right? That means both is and the are kind of noise, and this is the signal. That's the signal. If you look at text as a data, text as a signal, and then if you want to look at information and noise, that's a noise. So what we do, even in training our algorithms and in the data processing, we eliminate these words. So if anyone knows NLPs, there are something called as stop words. These are the stop words, and we will delete them. That's one. And then in signal processing in image one. So for example, if you take image, I said it is nothing but a array. It's nothing but a matrix, okay, which has a pixel values, which is intensity values. So this value, this is one value, that is another value, that is another value, that is another value, that is another value, so on and so forth. Okay, but all the values will not convey information about the image, right? Okay, all the pixel values do not convey information about the image. Some pixels are redundant. For example, let's take a dog in the background, or then dog is more significant and semantic information, and the background might be not that significant. In that case, everything that is belonging to the background pixel is a noise. Okay, that needs to be removed. That needs to be processed. So in the image case, the pixels which are not relevant to us will become a noise, and everything relevant to us will become a signal. So so on and so forth. In audio also the same. So you can extend it, but otherwise the point is every data is a signal, and processing that is a signal processing. But predominantly what we know about is processing audio signals and whatever that radio signals. That's what we know. But otherwise, every data is a signal. Yes, of course. Yeah. Military encryption. Yes. So those are, of course, not the, of course, there are, of course, applications in applications of ML even there. Okay. On networks, telecom networks. Okay. One of my junior is a faculty in IIT Tirupati. So he is working in signals. 5G, 6G, okay, telecommunications. So there they started actually implementing machine learning concepts starting, I think, almost 4 years ago, So this field, even in telecommunications also, they started applying all machine learning techniques. I think, yeah, he was actually doing almost, I think, some 4-5 years ago. So all this in encryption, everywhere actually, everywhere. No asymptotes, no asymptotes. It's an engineering mathematics concept used for signaling. Yes, yeah. Okay, fine, yeah. But anyway, you have a complete package that is available and all that can be done. FFT actually, FFT packages are there actually, not just in NumPy. NumPy, in fact, it is not there. FFT package is a package written in C to be begin with, and then NumPy has taken that C package and then had written a wrapper around it, because FFT packages have been there from long since. Okay, even from Fortran and then C, I think FFT is there. In fact, FFT, I remember that even in microscopes, okay, processing the images that are coming out of the microscopes, we use FFTs. Yeah, so many things. But anyway, those are the capabilities of NumPy. So in case if anyone is interested in any particular module, you can, of course, the place to go is go to documentation, okay, NumPy documentation, okay. Let's say, for example, you go there, okay. Discrete Fourier transforms. These are all the ones that you can do, okay. So this much is available. So you can actually go through all this actually. So if anyone is interested in anything else, so you can go to that particular linear algebra, go here. I will cover linear algebra a little bit because we might be needing it. And then random number, go here. Okay, testing support, you can go here. So all these are different sections. Okay, all these are different sections. You can go to those different sections and then you can read more about it. I will cover certain aspects and then in some detail, but others I will just mention and then move on. Okay. Now let's look at array manipulation. So array manipulation, this particular image we had seen last time. We started with the creation of arrays. So this almost we had covered, except the pandas one. Pandas one probably we will have a look at it when we take the pandas. Okay, using all of this we had already created, and then remaining things we will see now. Okay, remaining all the remaining aspects more or less we will cover now. Okay. And then here the important array manipulation functions almost the same, but some organization. Okay, for example, these are the functions which we'll talk about reshaping. Okay, these two. These are the 2-3 functions. Okay, that talk about 2 functions which talk about here at least flattening arrays, and these are the 2 functions which talk about reducing the and expanding the axis. Okay, and then these are the functions which talk about shuffling the axis. Okay, and then these are the functions that talk about joining the array. These are the functions which talk about splitting the array, and these are the ones which kind of modifying the elements of an array, and these are the functions which deal with sorting, and these are the functions which deal with searching, and these are the ones which deal with duplication. So I have just tried to kind of arrange them in categories so that it will become easier for you to grasp. Otherwise it is kind of mess all over the place. So, but it is not actually complete, but it's a part is available. Maybe I will try to do some more, which anyway, by the way, I have already updated. Maybe let's see tomorrow. I doubt if I can actually do any modifications, but at least ultimately I will do the modifications and then add content possible, and then I will update. But otherwise, you can of course go back here to the documentation, and you can of course read everything about it. But otherwise, on a high level, so what are the names of the functions and what they can do? So that is available here, more or less the same. Okay, this is also of course the same with more detail about syntax a little bit here and there, and then so on and so forth. But anyway, these are all actually duplicate information. Okay, so that you will kind of see this is this and this, all of this is a duplicate information. And then here we have everything with examples. Okay, let's start with the array reshaping. Okay, There is some function, there is something called as np.reshape. Okay. So before that, how many of you had gone through the notes, and then how many are now comfortable with axis and then dimensions and then shape and size? So these are some of the characteristics of a NumPy array that we have discussed. Okay, shape and size. NumPy array has two things called as shape and size. So everyone understands what is a shape and what is a size. What is the difference between shape and size? Okay, scales shape is 1. Okay. Graph paper shape is 2. Correct. Yeah. Rubik's cube shape is 3. Yes. Perfect. Yeah. I think, yeah, Vishesh has size defines number of elements. Correct. Yes. Rudra Patel. Yes. Very correct. I think you are also almost very correct. In fact, you are correct. Yes. Aryan shape is whether it's a rectangle or a square. That is correct. Size tells me whether elements make what shape. Okay. That's a little vague, Aryan. But otherwise, more or less, that's the correct answer. So the correct answer is, so let me just show you. So Vishesh and then we have another answer, Rudra Patel. Yeah, so they have the answer actually. So let's say I have defined an array. Okay, array 1, I am calling it as. Let me define array 1 dot, okay, shape. Okay, array 1 dot shape. So it shows 10, 1. That means it's a 1D array or 2D array. That's a 1D array. That's the shape. Correct? That's the shape. Shape means how many axes are there. Okay, let me just do this. Array 2 is equal to np dot, I'm just jumping a gun, reshape. Okay, 5 rows, 2. It's okay that I have array 2. Okay. Okay, that has to be a tuple. np dot reshape. Okay. Oh, sorry. I need to give array 1. Okay. Now array 2, okay, dot shape. Let me do this array 2. Before that, let me print array 2. Okay, that's array 2. So I have taken array 1, okay, 10 elements. Those 10 elements, if I print array 1 also for your visual inspection. So that is 0 to 9. Correct? Those are the 10 elements. And then I can create an array using arrange function. And then array shape is, that's a 1D, that's 10. And then array 2, I have reshaped it to 5 rows into 2 columns. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 5. And then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on. Array 2 shape is 5, 2. So now shape means how many dimensions are there. That means here 2 elements are there in that tuple. Okay. That 2 is shape. Correct. Okay. Then in this, that shape. Then let's look at array 2 dot size. Okay, array 2 dot size. So array 2 dot size represents what? So now 10. That means how many elements are there overall? Okay, overall 10 elements are there. How did it get? Array 1. So the dimension 1 has 5 elements, are 5 in that direction. And then array the dimension 2, next other dimension, has 2 elements. So 5 elements in one dimension, 2 elements in another dimension. So 5 into 2, 10 elements altogether. So that's how we can arrive at the size. So shape represents how many axes are there. Okay. And then size represents, this is where the 5 is size now. Okay. 2 is size in that direction. So 5 and 2, the number of elements in that tuple. Okay. That's the dimension. Or you can, otherwise you can also have, okay, ndim. Okay. That's another function that method that we have. So which will print 2. So that means 2 dimensions are there. What are those 2 dimensions? These dimension 1 and dimension 2 are axis 0 and axis 1 in NumPy literature, NumPy jargon. So I will show you this this picture which we had seen earlier. So axis 0 and axis 1, I had told you, you always remember axis, which is axis 0 and which is axis 1. Okay, it's always fixed. rows are axis 0, okay, because in the matrix notation we always mention rows first and columns next. So rows is axis 0. So since these are rows, perpendicular to that is called, that axis is called as axis 0, okay, that is axis 0. These are columns, perpendicular to that is axis 1. So this is axis 1, this is axis 0. Don't get confused, because from now onwards, whenever we are manipulating using that functions, we are continuously define on which axis I want to do that modification. So axis 0 is this way, axis 1 is this way. So this picture, you just keep it in your mind, that always axis 0 is this way, rows, axis 1 is columns, and axis 2 is depth, okay, and then axis 3 is another dimension. But otherwise, that is the standard notation, and that's the notation that NumPy keeps following. So first dimension is axis 0, second dimension is axis 1, third dimension is axis 2. So here you see in the first dimension 1, 2, 3, 4 rows are there. That is why it is 4. In the second dimension, that is axis 1, there are columns, right? 1 column, 2 columns, 3 columns are there. So that is why it is 3. And in the third dimension, 1 column, 2 column, 3 columns, 2 columns are there. That is why it is 2. So that is what the shape represents. Somebody had a question. Yeah, that's the representation of tuple in Python. Python, correct? Yes. Sir, then why is it showing after 10 in line number 3? 10 in line number 3. You mean this now? I think it has become 9. Okay, this one. Okay, this one, comma. So comma, that's a representation saying that if there is nothing, that means it's only one-dimensional array. So you can actually check that array dimension if you want. From here, array1 dot end. It will return only 1. So it does not mean that if there is nothing, it does not mean that there is 1. Okay. It means there is nothing actually. There is nothing, there is nothing. But I understand your confusion, because it's little counterintuitive, because whenever there is nothing, it's 1. Correct. But that's not the case in NumPy. Okay. This particular shape and then size and then axis. Okay, keep that in mind. So because we will be using that a lot from now onwards. Let's start with reshaping of the arrays. Okay, we can do a reshaping of the arrays. So reshaping of the arrays means we can have one shape, and that shape can be reshaped. For example, right now I have actually shown you one example wherein I have defined an array, 1D array. That 1D array I converted to 2D array using the reshape function. Okay, the syntax for this reshape is you need to provide. Okay, there are 3 ways, at least 2 ways in which you can do. Okay, we have already defined array1. Okay, array1. So one syntax is np.reshape. Okay, we can use the function np.reshape, and then you can define the array which you want to reshape, and then what is the shape that you want to convert it to. You can pass it as a tuple here. Okay, that will be a tuple. Okay, and then third one, you can define what is the order. Okay, order, I don't want to spend time here. Please ignore it, because we don't actually use it. Okay, one of this you can define. So one refers to column operations, a column major. One refers to row major. One refers to C refers to row major. I think F refers to A refers to column major. We will see when, I don't remember, but we can check that. One refers to, I will show you what actually that means. But otherwise, these are the this is the syntax of it. Okay, that's the syntax. Okay, that's the syntax. You can pass all these 3, and then what you get out of it? You get out of this a reshaped array. Okay, so let's see this. Okay, I am defining my array again. Array. Okay, np.arrange, np.arrange, and then I am defining 10 elements. Okay, let me print that array. That's a 1D array, because there is only one square bracket. If there are 2 square brackets, then it's a 2D array. Okay, those are 2 square brackets. Those are 2 square brackets. That means 2D array. You can look at the beginning of, when you print it, you can look at the beginning and you can look at the end, and then you will know whether it is a 2D array, 3D array. Okay. Okay, then that's 2D array. So that's a 1D array. Now this 1D array I can reshape. Okay, let me do that reshaping. np dot reshape, that's the syntax. Which is the array that I want to reshape? This array, right? Okay, I will give that array. And then what is the shape that I want to convert to? Since there are 10 elements, while reshaping, you always have to ensure that before reshape, after reshape, the size has to be same. That means if there are 10 elements to begin with, even after reshape also, only 10 elements will be there. So if you give a different reshape, then it will throw an error. So since 10 elements are there, I want to reshape it to now 2 by 5. Okay, that means 2 rows and 5 columns. So that I can give. Okay, then order is equal to, let's say I will give C. Okay. Now the way it does is, it will take all the row major, that means starting from row 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that it will keep it in first row, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the remaining it will keep it in the next row. So that's what the reshape works. So let me just do this with a, I think it's a A, that's my memory. Okay, that's not, this is a Fortran. So F is the column. Okay, look at this now. So 2, 0, okay, and then 1, okay, 0, and next element is put in the column 1. Next element is here. Next element is here 3, and then 4 and 5. It's a column major. 6, 7, 8, 9. So these is called as a row major. That means all the elements in a sequence you put it in the first row, and the remaining elements you put in the second row. Usually these I had never seen anyone actually defining order when they have when they are reshaping. So it's mostly it is not required. That's also the default. Okay, by default order is C. So if I do that, so that's the default order. So usually don't worry about it, but just for the completion sake I had mentioned. But otherwise order is the syntax is this, and then reshape just use this stuff only. So reshape, and then that will reshape. So you can reshape it to anyone, not just 2. I want to now reshape it to 3. So can this be done? The size before and size after will be same. If I do this, can this be done? You have it. You see now it's a 3D array. You look at this. So 3D array, 3 square brackets are there. So 3D array. So as long as the size remains same, reshape to any dimension is possible. I can reshape to just 2D. I can convert it into a 2D array. I can also convert it into a 3D array. I can also convert it into a 4D array. Look at that. That's a 4D array. So look at this. Those are 4 square brackets. That means that's a 4D array. Okay, order. Okay, that's why I said order is, you can give any C or A or F. Okay, C means that's the default order. So that's a row major. That means all the elements in that sequence, usually the arrangement happens in the sequence. So it will take the first element, put it, second element, put it, third element, put it. But where do you put it? Do you put it in the rows or do you put it in the columns? So C means put the elements which you are taking from the array in sequence in the rows. So that means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So take first element, put it in the row. And then second also put it in the row, because that's a row major. So that's what this order is. And then when you change that, F, okay, take the first element, put it here, but take the second element, arrange in the column, but not the row. So it's a column major. So put it in the column. Then again here, because that's where you have to go, right? So if I kind of draw, so that is how the movement will happen. So for example, that's the reshaping. Okay, after reshaping, if it is the case, then my reshaping goes in this direction, followed by from there to here, followed by that direction. That's a row major operation. Column major, okay, in the column major, okay, if that is the case, then my operation goes this way, and then that way, and then this way, that way, and this way. Okay, that's the column major operation. So that's the difference between row major and column major. but we don't use it. As I said, I had never seen any code which is actually using order. So in all professional codes, I think I had so many codes. Okay, so many codes. Nobody uses this. I had never seen till date anyone using it except the documentation part, though. Yeah. A is actually even, I don't know, that's a Fortran. If I remember, actually the Fortran based ordering. I think it's very specific to that Fortran language. Okay. So A, C, A, okay, and then F. Sorry, you said A, right? I think F. Yeah, A and C, correct. Yeah. So that's one. Okay. And then you can also do this. Okay. For example, let me just print the array once again. Okay, array. Then array dot directly you can do the reshape. Okay. You can do the array dot reshape, and then let me just print the array first and see. Okay, array. Okay. Array dot reshape. Okay. 5, 2. Okay. You can do this also. In the previous case, I had used, okay, np.reshape. These are the two possible ways. Okay. np.reshape. Okay. And then use the remaining syntax. Or you can also do array, which you have already created, dot reshape. So here you only pass only the shape and order in case if you require order. So here you pass array, okay, shape and order. Okay, this is a kind of function call. This is called as a function call because we are using a library function np.reshape. This is a method. Okay, array dot reshape. Okay, this is a method because whenever we say dot notation, that's called dot notation. Okay, array dot. That's array is an object now. That's the convention in everything. So everywhere you see a dot next to something, that means that's a object. In Python, actually everything is an object. So for every object, there are some methods or attributes associated with it. So that method is reshape. So you can even call it as a method. Okay, method of an array. So which is again array is already, since array is already passed, in very simple terms, since array is already passed, so you only have to pass shape and order. So those are the two ways in which you can reshape. Okay, that's about reshape. Okay. Let's look at resize. Okay, let's look at resize. Again, we have the same array. Okay, I have an array. Okay, now what I want to do is now the syntax of okay, the syntax is okay np dot resize. Okay, and then you have again array comma, sorry, okay, shape. Okay, array comma shape. Okay, array comma shape. Okay. Then let me do array dot resize. Okay, and then okay, numpy dot resize, numpy dot resize array comma, okay, 5 okay. So that does the same thing. Okay, it's exactly does the same thing. There is no problem. Okay, now okay, there was something. Sir, actually, I want to ask, suppose we have a 1D array having 5 elements, then is it possible to convert or issue? So, okay, I will define that. Okay, Arendra Singh. So, array is equal to numpy dot arrange. Okay, you can do that as well. So, 5, you execute it and then you will get it. Okay, array dot reshape. Okay, 5, 1, 1. Okay. So you can reshape as long as your size of the array before and after reshape matches, then there is no restriction. You can convert to not even 3. You can convert to 4, not even 4. You convert it to 5. You can convert it to whatever number that you want. Okay. So which has a different meaning. Okay. What does it mean? And what does it mean? That has a different meaning. Okay. You can understand that meaning only in the context of the problem that you are solving. For example, till 40, I have given you an explanation what each and every dimension means in the computer vision parlance. So that will have a different connotation in the NLP domain. That will have a different notation in another domain that you are solving the problem. But otherwise, you can go on and on. You can convert to any dimension, provided you have a sizes matching before and after reshape. Okay. Then resize. Okay. Let me just come back to resize. Okay. Resize, if you see, it does the same. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me just do, because we have defined array this. So this array it is taking now. So let me take that array to 10 now. Okay, let me do that. Okay. 5 by 2. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to do same as reshape. Okay. But now with the resize, as the name suggests, the size can be changed. In the reshape, shape can be changed, but in the resize, size also can be changed. Size can be changed means size means the number of elements in a matrix or an array. So the number of elements can also be changed. That means I have now, the original array has only 10 elements. Now what I want to do is I want to do 6 by 6 and 2. So how many elements will be there in this array? When I reshape it, 12 elements will be there. But the 12 elements is not allowed, right? Because I have originally only 10 elements are there. But 12 elements, if I do it, resize will accept that. Reshape will throw an error, but resize will accept that. What does it do? It will take 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then it again starts from the beginning, 0 and 1. And then it fills in. So it repeats actually. So resize, you can change the size also. Okay. Here, you can change the size also, which is not possible. Okay. Which is not possible. Okay. In reshape. That is not possible in reshape. But that size can be changed. If you do this as a reshape, it will throw an error. So it will throw an error saying, okay, np.reshape takes one position argument, but 2 were given. Okay, sure, shape, okay, not shape, reshape. Okay. So it will throw an error saying cannot reshape an array of size 10 into shape of 6 and 2. That is not possible because you have only 10 elements here and you are asking it to shape it to 12, which is not possible. That is what it is saying in simple terms. So, but otherwise that is not. But resize, no issue. It will repeat it. So that's why there is no problem with resize. So it will resize only directly. So that's the difference between reshape and resize. Okay. So that's about reshape and resize. So till here it is clear. Yeah. So the use of it is always, I know, use of it, Madhusmita. So the use of it is multiple. Okay. We cannot actually tell exactly what it is unless we really look at some of the codes which will directly use it. Okay. In deep learning, for example, I will give you a very vague but a very hand-waving answer to that. Every operation, whatever they have defined here, they have defined all these operations. That it is built because there was a request from the users. So that is why they had built these functions. So that means that operation at one point or other will be useful in manipulating those arrays. So definitely that will be used. Maybe if maybe in the next class or some class, I will show you maybe one particular code library, okay, written by some any professional people, okay, let's say Google or maybe Microsoft or somebody. Okay, I will show you probably the maximum functions whatever they had used. Okay, if I get some much of time, then I will try to do that. But otherwise, all these are used. Okay, resize, I have seen people using it. Okay, in the context of some operations wherever they require, and many more. Okay. No, in this at least resize, so there is no control over what elements that it can repeat. So it can only repeat starting from 1. Okay, it can only repeat starting from 1. Beginning. Okay. So where it is used and what is the application of all these functions that we are actually doing, maybe if you can hold on for a moment, or you may have to hold on till you actually do any deep learning thing. But otherwise, at this point of time, I know that's a very legitimate question. This is a particular question that comes every time. So what? So what? That's the natural question that comes. I can do this. So what? So because that we will not be able to understand unless we really deep dive into that particular application where this NumPy is being used. That is usually the deep learning. And then unless we know deep learning, we cannot understand NumPy. But at this point of time, I would encourage you to consume this as just a facts. Okay, don't worry about the application, but just consume them as facts. Okay, take that, say that, okay, this can be done, this is how this can be done, this can be done, and this is how this can be done. That much you do, and then remaining things I think will become clearer slowly as you get more and more knowledge about other machine learning as such. Okay, so that's about resize and reshape. So then let's look at flattening of the arrays. Okay, again, okay, flattening of the arrays. Flattening of the arrays is nothing but, okay, converting to 1D. Okay, converting from, okay, higher dimension to 1D. Everything will become 1D. Everything will become 1D. Okay, everything will become 1D. That's what flattening. Again, we have two functions. Okay, one is called as np.flatten. Okay, and then another one np.travel. Okay, another one np.travel. Okay, these are the two things that we have. Okay. Okay, flattening can be done by np.travel, and it also can be done by np.flatten. Okay, in fact, this also can be done actually. np.reshape, that also can be done. Okay. You have an array. Okay, let me print that array.shape. Okay, and then we are flattening that array. Okay, using the ravel function, and then let me print, okay, flattened array as well. Okay, that's okay. I need to print that. Print array.shape. So you see that's a 2D array, which is 2 by 3, 2 rows and 3 columns. Okay, that's why 2D array. And then now after flattening, you see everything is flattened. That means it is converted to 1D array. Okay, it will take again in row major, which is if I actually print array, let me print that array. Okay, row major. When it is flattening, it will not flatten 1 and then 4, 2 and then 5, not in the column major, 3 and 6. It does not do that. It will do 1, 2, row major 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then 6. That's the order of the elements. Okay, that's row major. Every time it's actually that one. Okay, and then here also I think you can, if I'm not wrong, you can define that actually. Order is equal to, okay, order is equal to, let me see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, column. Yeah. Yeah, you see that also that can be done. 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6. 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6. So as far as the syntax is concerned, np.flatten array. Okay, and then you can also do order. You can do that order. Okay. Same again, two ways. You can call it as a function, NumPy function, np.flatten, or you can also call it as array.flatten, okay, as a method of the array object. Okay, here you need to define order. Okay, that you can do. Okay, that's of course I am talking about Ravel, right? Okay, so in the Ravel also, sorry, I am talking about Ravel, right? So Ravel, okay, it's the same. Okay, np.ravel, okay, array, and then order. Okay. So that's Ravel. That's about Ravel. So let's look at flatten. Okay, that's let's look at flatten. Okay, array dot I'm just using this, okay, array.flatten. Again, let me see the array, the beginning array that I have, that's a 2D array, correct? And then I can do array.flatten, which will again flatten the array, okay? That's also can be done. Then array.reshape also can be done with -1, okay? That also kind of flattens, okay? Array.reshape and then -1. So the -1 actually represents here, you calculate the number of elements, all of them are there, and then reduce that to one dimension. On your own, you would kind of decide and then do that. So that's -1 actually means it's flattened. In very simple terms, it kind of flattened. So that is what that -1 represents. Okay, there are 3 ways in which you can actually flatten the arrays. So the flattening arrays is very frequently used, actually, very frequently used, because that will reduce array of nested arrays. So if you see this as a nested arrays, okay, the nested arrays will arise in multiple places, okay, but all the nested arrays you had to convert to a single array and then perform operations on that, okay. Maybe at one application, at least this application I know right away, flattening of the, so application will be in calculation of accuracy of a model. So whenever we are calculating accuracy of model, we tend to do the flattening of the arrays before we calculate the accuracy, because your ground truth and also predictions are usually be nested arrays. Okay, nested arrays. So those nested arrays you need to flatten them. You may not understand what is a ground truth, or if you understand, but actuals and predictions. Okay, my actuals and predictions. You need to. We will probably take this up again when we do machine learning. But otherwise, it is useful. Okay, all these are useful. Okay, flattening will reduce the dimension to, yes, 1D, not any dimension. It's by default, it is 1D. That is what flatten is meant for. Okay, fine. These are the, that's all about flattening. Okay, then transpose. Okay, transpose again can be achieved in 2 ways. Okay, I have an array. Okay, let me print that array. And then I'm transposing the array by np.transpose. That's a function. Okay, and then I am doing passing the array for which I need to transpose. Okay. Look at that array, and then let me print transposed array as well. Okay, that's a transposed array. Look at the transposed array. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the rows. So transpose will do rows into columns and columns into rows. Okay, but vice versa. But otherwise, 1, 2, 3 row will become a column. 4, 5, 6 is another row that becomes a another column. So that is what the transpose do. The transpose can also be achieved both as a NumPy function. Okay, that's a NumPy function, and then also as a method. Okay, array.t. You can also do. You can take array and then do capital T, which stands for transpose, and then it will do the same thing. Okay. Then one point at least I will show you here, because thinking of transpose. Okay, you need to think of transpose as, I know that the transpose will be taught as a, okay, transpose is taught as a interchange, okay, interchange of rows and columns, okay. But now let me show you that will be very limited view, that will fail actually, because for example, let's say I have an array, okay, and then I am actually creating np.arrange 24, okay, 24 elements I'm creating, okay. Then array dot reshape, I'm converting it into a 3D array, okay. That's I am calling it as, let's say, array 1. Okay, I'm calling that as array 1, array.reshape. Okay, when I want to convert that into 3D array, that's 24 elements are there. maybe I want to do 4, 3, 3. That's 4. No, I cannot do 4, 3, 2. I can do it to 4, 3, 2. Correct. 4, 3 is 12, 12 is 24. So let me print array 1. So I have array 1 of this. Okay. I will print array 1 dot shape. Okay. Let me print the array 1 dot shape. Now, what I will do is, that's the one. Okay. Look at the reshape. What does reshape mean now? Reshape in a 2D array, I can understand. Like you are converting rows into columns and columns into rows. But now, what does actually this mean in a 3D? That particular thought process or that particular concept becomes a little clumsy right here. What do you, because which are rows and columns, if I want to interchange only rows and columns, that means 4 will become 3, 3 will become 4. That would be the definition. But what should I do with the third dimension? I don't have an answer for that, right? So that's not the correct view, okay? Transpose. Now let's do the transpose now, because we are doing in a different way. We have 6 possibilities. Yes, perfect. Yeah, we have 6 possibilities. We have actually 6 possibilities or more than that, I think, because 3 places, each place 3, 3. I think we can have more. Okay, I can have 4 or 3 or 2, correct? But anyway, let's not get in there. But otherwise, let's see. So then let's look at that. Yeah, 3 factorial, I think it's correct. Vishesh, I think whatever that might be correct. But anyway, let me not get into that. Even I'm not in a mood to think in that direction right now. So array dot shape. Okay. Array dot shape. Yeah, 4, 3, 2. And then let me do the transpose. Okay, let me do the transpose. Okay, array dot 1. Okay, transposed is equal to array 1 dot t. I'm just using the method 1. Okay, and then array 1 underscore transposed. I will just take the shape of it. I just need the shape of it because I want to show you just the shape. I don't want to show you anything else. Do you see now? 4, 3, 2 has become 2, 3, 4. Okay. All that it has done is it has interchanged the axis. Okay. This one 2 has become first, and then okay 4 has become last, and then it is in between 3. Okay. That's an interchange. Okay. That shuffling of the axis is the thought process you need to think about. Okay. What is the shuffling of the that shuffle is what actually more correct way of understanding transpose rather than just row and column interchange. Okay, it's not just row and column interchange. It's a shuffle actually. So it's a shuffle of axis. It's a reverse. Yes, it's a reverse actually. So it will take from this side. Okay, it starts from the end. Okay, that will become the first, and then 3, and then 4. It's a reverse of the shape. Okay, it will take the reverse of the shape. Whatever the shape that you may have, it will take the reverse. For example, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I will convert it into 4D array. Okay, I will convert it to 4D array. So that's the one. Let me transpose that and show it to you. So then it will start from the end. That will be the first one. And it will take the next one and then put it in the next place. Take the next one, put it in the next place. Take the next one, put it in the next. So that's how the transpose will happen. So it is actually a transpose is a in the categories which I had defined here. Okay, I had defined, let me see if I had shuffling axis here. So the shuffling of these axes, it will come under that operation. So you also have some other functions, roll axis and swap axis, which I'm not even covering yet. I have seen swap axis, maybe people using sometimes, and roll axis also seen, but very vague. But transpose, yes, transpose on a regular basis, I have seen that people using it, but I don't want to go into that at all. That's not even possible also. So let's stop there. And then those are the different possible functions that are available. You can dig deeper into it, and if you want to see, you can check. Okay. So that's all about the transpose as well. So yeah, so that's all I wanted to cover in the transpose. So we'll take a break. You transpose again. So transpose again, what will happen? From the dimension you see, okay? From the dimension. So this is the transposed array. Okay, I can transpose it. So what will happen? Last one will become first 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then 1. That is nothing but the original array. Okay, let me just do that. Array dot run. Okay, I'm just jumping the gun. Array dot transposed. Okay, I'm just doing the shape like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fine. I have transposed it, and then here itself as a method I can again find out the shape. Okay. Okay. Let's look at joining the arrays. Okay. Let's look at joining the arrays. Some of the functions related to joining the arrays. Okay. In joining the arrays, no. So we have majorly two functions called as stacking. Okay, two operations, stacking and concatenation. So stacking and concatenation are the ones which will be used for joining. Okay, joining of arrays. Let me now. So those are the functions that we have got, stacking and then concatenation. Okay, so let's see. I have created two arrays here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, two arrays. Let me just execute this and then print the array 1 and array 2. Array 1. Okay. Array 1. Array 1. Okay, that's my array 1. And that's my array 2. Okay. Okay, that's my array 2. So those are my two arrays. And then when I am stacking, okay, I can use np.stack. Okay, whatever arrays that I have to pass, okay, I am passing in a tuple. Okay, array 1 and array 2. And then that will stacking will happen. Let's look at the stacked array. So that is one array. That means technically one row. This is another row. And then if you see stacking 1, 2, 3, one row and other row. So it has actually stacked it. Don't save. Okay. So that's my array 1, correct? That's my array 2. Okay. Now it has stacked along which axis now? After stacking, if I use np.stack, okay, np.stack, it has stacked along which axis? I will show you that stacking. Okay. So after stacking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that means all that it had done is it has just joined this way, correct? What is this axis? If you remember, yeah, that's 0th axis. What is this axis? Axis 1, correct? Okay. Now let's see. Okay. Now np.stack, what I will do is I will give axis is equal to 1. Okay. Look at the stacking. So it has stacked other way, correct? So 1, 2, 3, okay, and 4, 5, 6. Then that has become stacking along a one axis. So that's axis 1. Okay. If you do axis 0, so that's called a vertical stacking. And then so you can actually pass the axis also here. So you can also pass the axis here. So 1, 2, 3. Default is 0 currently. Default is 0. You can also pass the axis and then you can control along which axis it is actually doing it. Okay. That is one. Let me define actually a 2D array. That will become even more clearer. Okay. Array is equal to, array 1 is equal to np dot np dot arrange. Okay. Array 1 dot reshape. Okay. Py command. Axis actually, Shubhangi, so axis actually controls in which way you are stacking. So here, if you see axis is equal to 0, so that's why that's a row-wise concatenation, right? So it has taken 1, 2, 3, okay, and then 1, 2, 3 it has put, okay. So that's concatenated along the row. That's a stacking along the row. So this way it has concatenated. If you had seen the axis as 1, okay, axis as 1, so that's concatenated along the column axis. So it has concatenated that way, 1 and 1. So that's how do you actually stack them? Okay, do you want to stack along the row or you want to stack along the column? So that's what it actually controls. So that is why it is 1, 4, 1, 2, 3 is now column. Then axis 0 and 1, and then if you have let's say it depends on your shape. It depends on your shape. Okay, I understand this. I will define actually with 2 and then show you the difference very clearly with the 2D. So 2D will become actually clear. Okay, let me just do this with the 2D. So np.array. Okay, that's array 1. Array 1. Okay, let me print now array 1. That's my array 1. Okay, that's my array 2. Let me print that array 2. Okay, that's great. Now do this. Okay, look at this. So I am just taking this as it is. Okay, that matrix as it is. That's my 2 by 2. Okay, and then I just have to attach them like this. That's my axis 0. Okay, that's my axis 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what axis 0 will be. Okay, now let's look at axis 1. Okay, 0, okay, 4, and then 1 and 5. Okay, all that you need to do is you it's a little, so 0, okay, 1, and then it's 4 and 5, okay, and then 2 and 3 and 6 and 7. So you can actually attach them by columns. Okay, this will be little confusing, but let me do the similar thing. This is not actually a vertical stack. Okay, there is something called as vertical stacking. Okay, np.vstack. So related functions to stack are np.stack, which will by default just stack them as it is. Okay, but otherwise, then what will it do is, if you do access, so it is actually stacking 0, 1, and then 4, 5, 2, 3, and then 6, 7. But let's say the similar, at least something similar to that is, let's say vstack, which actually stacks, okay, which actually stacks, okay, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that is exactly this along axis 0. Okay, now I will do related one, h stack. Okay, another one, h stack. Okay, v stack and h stack. So you see this 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. So that is, you take this matrix as it is, and then other matrix like this, and then put them side by side. Okay, along the axis 1. That is a concatenation along axis 1. So this is a stacking along axis 0. So v stack and h stack are actually axis 1 and axis 2, but this here axis 0 and axis 1 are actually not. Axis 0 is okay, at least it is stacking vertically, but axis 1 is not doing along one axis. So but the function for that is h stack and v stack. So those are the two functions. So this is doing it in a slightly different way. Even I did not realize because I have used only v stack and h stack of the stack. Yeah, this I have not even seen. This is the first time even I am actually observing this. But otherwise, okay, let me just summarize on stacking. So the joining we can do np.stack. Okay, with the stack we can actually pass both axes as well. But along with that, h stack and v stack will be there. So h stack is doing along axis 1, v stack is doing along axis 0. D stack will do along axis 2. Okay, 0, 1, 2. Okay, and then we also have we'll not let's not get into D stack, because D stack, at least I have not seen a D stack, but it will do along Z axis. Okay, because you will also have 3D shapes, whatever that you want to know. So if you have a 3D array, then what if you want to join them along the depth direction? So then you need to use a np.dstack, or you can use a np.dstack. That's all. I think you cannot use anything else. So similar functions are NumPy concatenate to join them. So let's look at so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that is fine. Access 1. Okay. So say 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is doing, I think, fail. This is doing at least as expected. Concatenate is doing same as h stack and v stack. Okay, when you define an axis. So it's equivalent to np.concatenate. This is equivalent to then np.hstack. So that's equivalent to np.hstack. So this is equivalent to np.vstack. So these are the various functions that are available to join your arrays and matrices. So hstack, vstack, okay. And then np.stack, np.concatenate. So all these we can use. Sir, we have just okay. Those arrays need to have the same shape to be stacked. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, Madhusmita. So whenever we are stacking, no, so that's a good point. Thanks for bringing that up. So whenever you are stacking in the direction, okay, in the axis which along which you are stacking, no, so there the dimension has to be same. The size has to be same. That size of the dimension. For example, it's I am stacking along 2. Okay, I cannot actually stack. Okay, this I cannot stack. Okay, for example, this, and then this I cannot stack along this direction. Okay, because it's a 2 by 2, it's a 3. Okay, along this I cannot stack it this way. All that I can stack is in this direction, in whatever axis, along whatever axis that you are joining. In that axis, the dimension has to be same. Okay, it has to be 2 by 2, and then it can be actually, see, if it is a 2 by 2 matrix, okay, you can join, okay, if you are joining along the rows, so then you can have these 2 rows and 2 columns, right? You can have actually 3 rows and 2 columns. So that has to be same. This has to be same. Because you can have a matrix like this. Okay, let me just bring up a new one. Okay, that's my 2 by 2 matrix. Okay. So I can, that's a 2 by 2. Yeah. Let me take a 3 by 2. Okay, I have 3 rows, okay, and 2 columns. That I can join because that's a 3 by 2. 3 by 2. Okay, you are joining along axis 0, right? Axis 0. So the other dimension, okay, in the other dimension, that's in the axis 1, that has to be same. This has to be same in the other dimension, not in the 0th dimension. In the other dimension, it has to be same. So then you can join. So it's also intuitive, and we can see that, right? I cannot join this and this. 2 by 2, and then I cannot join this. 1, 2, and 3. That I cannot join, because I can join this, I can join this. This will be hanging. So that is not possible. Repeat axis 1. This is axis 0. Okay, this is axis 0. So in always this is axis 0, and that's always axis 1. Okay, so when you are actually doing a concatenation along axis 0, the dimension along axis 1 has to be same. Okay, because whenever you are joining, these are the ones which will be joined. No? So that's why it has to, the other dimension has to be same. When you are joining along axis 1, so this is the axis 1, right? Okay, that's the axis 1. So whenever you are joining along a particular axis, other dimensions in the other axis have to be equal. Are they equal? 2 and 3, they are not equal, so that will fail. Because I'm not actually using rows and columns. The reason being, you need to think in terms of now 3D arrays and 4D arrays, because that's where actually the NumPy power comes from. So then how do you define it? So that's why I'm not using the language of rows and columns, just for your information. No? Because what about, for example, let's say 2 by 2 by 2, okay, and then let's say 2 by, okay, let's say 4 by 2 by 2, okay, the other one. Now you want to concatenate both of them along axis 0, okay. Is it possible or not possible? These two I want to concatenate along axis 0. Possible, because look at the all other dimensions now. That is not just one, there are two. So that's why I'm not using rows and columns. So that is possible. But any of them are different, okay, 4, 2, 3, then that is not possible because they are different. Because this dimension will be hanging. It is 3 here, that is 2 there. So the size is different. So that will be hanging. So that's why you need to kind of scale it up to from 2D to 3D and 4D. So thinking in terms of axis will help you to scale up rather than thinking in terms of rows and columns. Okay. So to join, that's a good point. Actually, somebody had brought that up. Huh? Somebody had brought that up. So Shubhangi, thanks for bringing that up. So that's an important aspect. So let's say you have a matrix or an array, whatever you call it. You can do np.split, which will actually split them, okay, into the number of parts that you want. So you pass that array and you tell it how many parts that you want to split into, and then you define the direction in which that you want to split. Okay. You see the splitting along the rows, because that's what axis 0 means. So then you have two arrays created, array 1 and then array 2. So which is 1, 2, 3 and which is 4, 5, 6. Because we are now that's my array. Okay, that's my array. I am splitting axis 0 means along this. I want to make it into 2 parts. So that means I need to just cut it here. So that's one, that's second part. So that is 1, 2, 3 is one part, 4, 5, 6 is another part. So you can also do, for example, axis 1, and then you can say want to split in 4 parts. That will throw an error because that is not possible, because when you are splitting this way, the number of elements are available. So array split does not result in an equal division. That equal division is not possible. So you say 3, then it is allowed because you have 3 columns which it can do. So again, here also you need to make sure that the number of splits that you are mentioning is possible or not possible. Okay. So even here along axis 0, I can make 2 splits, but I cannot make 3 splits because there are no 3 rows, right? So array split does not result in an equal division. So you can do 2. You can make 2 splits because along that dimension, along that axis, there are 2 rows that are there, but not the 3 rows. Yeah. The size is 2. Okay, 3 parts. Okay. So for axis 2, the stack would be for axis 2, yeah, axis 2, I will just show you visually, then that will make intuitively easy if you look at the 3. Okay. Okay, look at this. Okay, that's the cube, right? That's the cube. So along axis means I have another cube. So I have another cube. This is one cube. I have similar cube, another one. So those 2 cubes will be joined here. So right after this row 4, 5, 2, 8, you will join another cube. So that is what will happen in axis 2 joining. Okay, if you have a cube here like that, that's my cube 1. Okay, that's my cube 1. And then let's say that is my axis 0. That's my axis 1. This is my axis 2. Okay, I just tilted. So I have another cube. So I will be joining this way. So I will join this like this. I will join this. So that's the joining along axis 2. I can do that. So this is my axis 0. And then I have axis 1 there. Okay, I have just tilted the cube so that you can see 2 in front of you. So that's 2. So you can do that. So it's like joining 2 cubes. Take 2 rubric cubes and then attach it. So that's it. Fine. So joining and then splitting. Then sorting and arc sorting. Okay, let me do that. Sorting and arc sorting. So sorting and arc sorting. These are we will see actually. You can actually go through the notes. Notes is more elaborate, and in fact, actually, this is the best. Okay, this is the best definitely. And then you please go through the notes, because covering each and every function in the class will be next to impossible. Okay, it's not at all possible, because we will be sitting on this only for the. So for example, this one. So you see, these are the torch functions. These are the functions that are coming from torch: arrange, linspace, randint, random, reshape, transpose. We have already seen all this, right? So you don't have to kind of learn this PyTorch. Of course, you have to learn the PyTorch for all the different gamut of things it offers. But otherwise, this particular part of manipulating the arrays will be almost, you don't have to learn it, because it's almost same. Okay, almost same. So that's why I'm actually going a little deeper into, especially axis, what is axis 1, axis 0, and then what is shape, what is size, and then joining. While joining, what does this mean when we pass axis options, so on and so forth? What does it do? So that's why I'm spending some time here, because learning further libraries which are built on top of NumPy, especially PyTorch, will become very easy, because PyTorch, if you become a data scientist at one point of time or other, you will definitely encounter a PyTorch. Okay, so, and then TensorFlow as well. So that's one reason why I'm spending little time here, but I will not, we can move a little fast now, because we have covered the major ground. So I think we are okay now. My original array is that, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, squeezing, after squeezing, it's still 1, but extra brackets that are there, no, they have gone away. In one sense, if I look at the shape 1, 3, 1, after squeezing, my shape is only 3. Okay, what has happened? What does the squeeze do? What a squeeze do is, whichever dimension is 1, it will remove that. That's what actually squeeze is used for. Okay, and then it will give you just a flattened kind of array. Okay, it's an array of arrays, are kind of a nested array, and then you are getting a very flattened array. So if the dimension is 1, then only it will do. I'll repeat. Let me just take one more array. Okay, np.arrange. Okay, let's say 10. Okay, then array 1 is equal to array dot reshape. I will do it into 5, 2, 1. Okay. np.squeeze is the command. Okay, np.squeeze. Okay, np.squeeze, and then I am giving that array 1. Okay, which is in 5 to 1. So the resultant shape would be only 5 and 2. Okay, it's a 2D array now, because there is only one dimension where the size is 1. So whichever dimension has a size 1, that will be squeezed out, and then we will have only this. So here there are 2 dimensions along which the size is 1. So both of them are squeezed out. So squeeze will just squeeze out that one dimension along any axis, either axis 1, axis 2, axis 3, axis 4, any axis. If the size along that axis, these are called size. Okay, these is called 1, 2, 3. This size. Okay, the size along the axis 1 is 2, 3 here. Okay, the shape, the way that you read the shape is, okay, along axis 0 the size is 1, along axis 1 the size is 3, along axis 2 the size is 1. So along any axis, if the size is 1, that will be removed. So here you see, along axis 2, my size is 1, that is removed, and my shape is, if you look at the shape here, it's only 5, 2. So 5 to 1 will become 5, 2. No, it will not squeeze. No, it will not squeeze. That's why, no, it did not squeeze, right? So 5 to 1, only 1 is squeezed out. 5 and 2 are still remaining. Okay? Sometimes the major point why is the nested list will be there, nested arrays will be there. No? Those nested arrays are a problem. So you need to kind of reduce it that away so that array manipulation will become easier. Okay, then you can concatenate, you can do various operations on that. So, but this will be a resultant of some process in the algorithm, this additional access. So that will be squeezed out. And then you take that out and then you use only 5 by 2. So that's the reason why this particular function exists actually. I know that's a very vague explanation why it exists, but still that's the best that I can give at this point of time. Okay. Expand is exactly opposite to the squeeze. So it will add a new dimension of 1. Okay. It will add. Okay. So it is useful. So this is the point. Okay. You need to align the array with another array for broadcasting and other operations. Same actually. So that's what I was actually telling you. So this squeezing and then expanding, they are useful because you want to do broadcasting, you want to do broadcasting, I will explain you, broadcasting and manipulation, array manipulations with the similar shape of arrays. So that is possible. So let's take that one. So array, it's a 1D array now. So I am actually expanding that array. Here you can define where you want to add that one. Okay. Now you can see an expanded array. That expanded array is now a 2D array. If you see, that's a 2D array. Elements will not change, only the shape will change. Okay, 2D array, that's a 2D array of 1 by 3. So if you want to, if you change it 1, expanded array will be this 2D array, but this way. Okay. So it is adding shape 1. Okay, it's adding 1 to it. Initially it was just 3, and then if you look at this shape, okay, shape, it's 3, 1 instead of 1, 3, it's 3, 1. If you define only 0, and then it is 1, 3. So where you want to add that extra dimension? Do you want to add it in the beginning, or you want to add it after that? So that is what it actually means. So you can tell it. Okay, squeeze and expand are just that. Then let's go to sort. Do you think that we can cover sort? Sort and arg sort are there, but okay, let's see. Okay, sort. Okay. Reshape, in the reshape, we are not removing the axis, right? In the reshape, for example, 1 is there, that we are not removing. But here in the squeezing, we are removing that, right? You cannot add and remove axis in reshape. That one, deleting of that 1 is what actually the squeeze and expand is all about. There in reshape, you cannot do that. You can, of course, yeah, you can create an additional axis. Let's say you can take a 1D and then you can convert it into a 2D where you are adding additional dimension, but that dimension has restrictions in the way that you add it, right? So it has to be compatible with the size of the array before and after, and so on and so forth. But definitely it is not 1. So adding that 1 and removing that 1 is significant, because most of the times when you do machine learning operations, the output of that algorithm, no, is always has 1 in it. That 1 is redundant. That will come with 1. Especially when you're doing an inference on a model which is deployed, you have to pass it as a shape in this way only. 1, let's say 224 is your image size. 1, 224, 224. You are kind of running an inference on a model which is trained and deployed. So you need to actually deploy it this way. 1, 224. The model only takes this input. When it takes this input, but image is only 224 by 224. Your image is only 224 by 224, but the model accepts into 1, 224 by 224. Then you need to add 1 in front of it. That is when you actually add np.expand and np.squeeze. That is where it will be useful, because it's all about how it accepts. Then why it accepts only in this format? Because when you are training it, you don't pass one image at a time, but 10, 20 images at a time. So that's a batch size. If you remember, I had said that that is a batch size. So I am passing 10 elements at a time, 10 images at a time. So it will take 10 at a time. So that's why this additional dimension has to be included. So that time you kind of include it. So that's when you do expand access. Okay. But anyway, let's move on to sort. Okay, sorting of the arrays. So you have an array, okay, and then you just do the sort, np.sort. Okay, that's your original array 316, and then it will do 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, all then let me tell you this. Okay, this is little important. np.sort. Okay, of course you can do, it's in 1D, but in 2D if you can do, you can also sort along a particular axis. Okay, that's your 314625. Okay, then you are sorting along x-axis, along axis 1. So axis 1 is this axis. Okay, that's the axis 1, right? So my down, if I come down, that's my axis 0. If I go right, that's my axis 1. You see, this one you sorted 1 3 4. This one you sorted separately 2 5 6. Here all the elements are sorted together, but in here the sorting is different. So you can also do axis 0. Then sorting will happen this way. 3 6 1 2 4 5. It's already sorted. For example, let's change this and then see that. So originally it is 5 4 and now it is 4 5. Okay, sorting is basically you can do along an axis if it is a 2D or 3D, and then that axis is irrelevant if it is a one-dimensional one. But arg sort is different, because arg sort actually returns indices. Okay, sorting will give you the array back and a matrix back, sorted array. Okay, arg sort actually will give you the indices of the sorting also. Okay, that's your original array. Okay, 3 10 50 20 40. It will give you those indices. Okay, which is first. Okay, which is the first element. Actually 10 is the first element, but the index of the 10 in the original array is 1, correct? And then sorted array is 20. So 20 is, where is the 20? 20 is here in the original array. That is 0 1 2 3. Third is the index. So it will also give you an array of indices, sorted indices, so along with the sorted array. Okay, that's the difference between arg sort and sort. Whenever you see in the NumPy arg, that means you are getting index back. We will also see later np.max and np.argmax, np.min and np.argmin. So whenever you see arg, that means you are getting an index back. Okay, so here this is the original array 30 10 50 20 40, and this is the sorted array. Okay, that's there in the sorting also. In the arg sorting, you will also get indices. Okay, indices corresponding to the sorted array. Okay, so 10 is actually index 1 in the original array, correct? That is because it is 0, 0th index, 30 is at 0, 10 is at 1, 50 is at 2, 20 is at 3, 40 is at 4. Okay, so my 10 is 1 because that's at index 1. Where is my 20? Next element is 20, correct? Where is my 20 here in the original array? Here, that is 0 1 2 3. That's 3. Where is my 30 in the original array? In the beginning position, that's 0th index. Where is my 40? 40 is at the end, that is 0 1 2 3 4, correct? 50, where is my 50 here? 50 is here, so that is 0 1 2. So that is why it is 2. So it will also return you those indices.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in Tableau, what is a dashboard? And your options are a type of data source, a collection of worksheets and other objects displayed together, a data connection, or a Tableau server configuration? Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state of the art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Now you can see there is all the data is available here. Okay. And how many rows are there? You can just click on here and you can just find out that how many rows are available here. So you can see there are 9,994 rows data is available in our data set. So we will be working here about 10. So this type of a visualization we are creating here. If I want to share this visualization, so I will not be able to share this visualization in this. In this, what I have to do, I have to go on the file. I have to save as the Tableau public as, then he will be asking me for the login. Okay, I will be doing the login, and after that it will be creating a account, and after creating the account it will be giving you a link. That link you can share, but in the case of the paid version you can directly share this screen to the other guys who are also having the Tableau public. That is the main difference. So guys, let me start from the various from the scratch. So guys, you can just see here, once you have connected the data source. Okay, so guys, before going to this data source and all those things, so what is Tableau? So I'm getting the answer, guys. Data which are in tabular format, which help that we can visualize of data. Guys, the main thing is that it is a business intelligence tool, okay, which converts the large complex data, or you can say the raw data, into the readable and understandable format. Okay, it can be in the form of a tabular format, or it can be in a form of a visualization like bar chart, line chart, any chart you will be having. Okay, I'm repeating it again. It will be it is a business intelligence tool or analytical visualization tool or visual tool which is used to convert the raw data or a large complex data into a meaningful and readable format. Is it clear to you guys? Okay. Now these days it has been widely used most of the business sector as it is providing quality with ease. Okay, most of the business sectors is using the Tableau here right now. Okay, and Tableau can connect to 50 plus data sources and gives us 24 types of the charts. Okay, that is the main thing. 50 plus data sources. I will be sharing you the, like we have shared 5 data sources, so I will be showing you that how you can connect with the 5 data sources at a one time. Okay, so you can similarly connect to the other sources also when we are using the Tableau. So guys, I am repeating my definition again. Please write it down, or please it should be clear to you. It is a data visualization tool which is used to convert the large complex data or raw data into the meaningful or readable or understandable format. We can analyze the vast volume of the data, like if you are using 10 to 15,000 or 20,000 or 50,000 K rows. So really it will be really helpful for us to have the visualization. Okay. First is that, guys, all of you are saying it can convert large data set, it can convert a large data set into a meaningful information, vast volume of data set. All of you are saying like this. Okay, but the thing is that if this Tableau is converting the large data set into a meaningful information, it means the first thing is that it has a good speed. Okay, so the speed is a main issue, a main thing that why we are using the Tableau. Okay, because it is very fast. Second, it is user friendly because in this we just have to drag and drop and you will be able to draw the visualization. First is speed, second is user friendly. Third, if we are drawing the various visualization, you can make various visualization that are eye catching. Okay, and interactive dashboard. Somebody has already told me that it is an eye catching and interactive dashboard we can make in Tableau. The fourth point is that we can have directly connect with the server. We can also connect with the other data sources. Okay, we can connect more than 50 plus data sources in Tableau. Okay, easy publishing and sharing. Like if we want to share the something with the help of the Tableau, so we can easily share the Tableau things to the other by sharing the screens or by sharing the link. You can also share your dashboard or you can also share your story with the other guys or the clients of the company so they can easily visualize your thing. Okay. And the last point is it has been widely used, so it is in a growing market. Okay, so it is growing market day by day. Near about 38% of the market share is captured by the tab. Which is speed. Second, you can say the user friendly. Third, eye catching and interactive dashboard. Fourth, we can have the n number of connections, like 50 plus connections we can have with the Tableau. Easy publishing and sharing, like you will be able to share the things easily in this Tableau public or Tableau desktop. And growing market. Growing market means like it is growing day by day. Till now 38% of the market share has been covered by the Tableau. Okay, I think this two part is really clear to you. So now guys, we will be talking about the various Tableau products which we are having. We are having first Tableau desktop. Okay. Second, we are having Tableau public. Third, we are having Tableau online. So Tableau preparation is guys used for cleaning the data. Okay. Tableau preparation is basically used for cleaning the data. Tableau reader, it is used to view visualization created in Tableau and cannot edit. In reader, we can visualize it, but we cannot edit the thing. In Tableau preparation, used for cleaning the data. Tableau reader is to view the various dashboard, or you can say various visualization which you have created, but we cannot edit the visualization in Tableau reader. Now the Tableau server. To share the visualization with the people in the organization, we can use Tableau server. Okay. To share the visualization with the people in organization, we can use Tableau server. Okay. Next is Tableau online. Tableau online is basically done when the cloud platform to share the visualization. Okay. So it is like a cloud platform. It is a cloud platform to share the visualization with the other members of the organization or the client. Tableau reader to view the visualization created in Tableau and we cannot edit it. Tableau server to share the visualization with the people in the organization. Okay. Tableau online, cloud platform to share the visualization. Now the remaining two are Tableau desktop and Tableau public. Tableau desktop is used to create the visualization, and Tableau public, it is a free version to create interactive visualization. Both are used for the visualization purpose only. Okay. Tableau public is a free version. Tableau desktop is just a paid version. So you can use any one of them. We will be having the Tableau public here. Everyone guys, Tableau desktop, Tableau public, Tableau online, Tableau server, Tableau reader, Tableau preparation. Now guys, I will be telling you the basic steps that how you will be connecting with the data source, how you will be starting. So once you are opening the Tableau guys, you will be getting this screen. Okay, always you will be getting this screen and you will not be having this data available here on your screen right now. So you can just ignore this. You will be having this connect there option there, and you are having the Microsoft Excel. You can just click on the Microsoft Excel and just connect, load the file. That load file, which file you have to load? You have to load the orders data. Just double click on the orders data and orders data will be loaded here. Once you are loading the data guys, you will be getting the orders here, and you can see there are three files available in this orders data. Order orders, people, and return. You can just click on the orders, drag the orders data here. Drag the orders data here. Once you are dragging the orders data, you will be getting the, please drag the data, and once you are on the same screen, just ping in the chat box on the same screen. I'm telling you again, guys. First of all, you have to connect with the source. You click on the Microsoft Excel. Okay. Once you are clicking on the Microsoft Excel, you can just load the data. Once you are loading the data, you will be getting this connection is orders data. After that, there are the 3 files here, orders, people, and return. You can just drag the orders data here, and you will be getting the orders data here. And you can also check how many rows are there. I am writing here 9,999. You can just check out how many rows are there. So you can see 9,994 rows are available. Now you can see here, there are various data types which are available here. You can see the type here, various data types which are available here. So we will be discussing about the various types. And you can see these are the various attributes, right? Row, order ID, order date, ship mode, customer, customer name, segment, country, city. There are various columns available here. Okay. So we will be seeing this on the other screen now. Guys, you can see at the bottom of your screen, there is an option sheet 1. There is an option sheet 1. You can just click on the sheet 1 and you will be on the data source and sheet 1. You can, if you are clicking on the data source, you will be getting on the data source file. Okay. You will be on the data source file. If you are clicking on the at the bottom data source, if you are on the sheet 1, you will be having this visualization, this worksheet. Okay. Once you are on the sheet 1, you can see this is the thing which we require, on which we will be working. Okay. So we should be familiar with this. Like we are having the category, city, country, customer ID. These are all the various attributes which are available in that sheet. Okay. Now we will be talking about the few things. First of all, you can see if I'm dragging the cursor here, scrolling the cursor here, you can see the light blue color, or you can say the grayish color, but it is a light blue color we can say here. Okay. And here you can see the green color. It is a blue color, and you can see the green color at the bottom. Okay. So the things which are in the highlighted in green, the things which are highlighted in green are measures. Okay. The things which are highlighted in green are the measures. You can say measures means the measurable quantity. Discount we can measure. Profit we can measure. Quantity we can measure. The things which are in green are known as what? Measures, or you can say measure values. Okay. These are known as measures. The things which are highlighted in blue are known as dimensions. The things which are in blue are known as dimensions. Guys, it is clear. The green are known as measures. The blues are known as dimensions. Okay. After this, you can also see that there are various measure values and measure names. You can also say that the things which are in blue are known as measure names, and the things which are available in green are known as measure values. Now we will be discussing about the various data type, guys. So now you can see the various data type. Here it is written ABC. You can see here ABC is written. It is called the text or string data type. Text or string data type. ABC is known as text or string data type. Here it is a globe. It is known as geographical data type. Globe is known as geographical data type. Here ABC is known as string or text data type. Here there is a calendar. It is known as date data type. Calendar is there. It is known as the date data type. And if you are having calendar and a watch here, then it is known as the date and time data type. Date and time data type. But it is not available in this data. But if you are having a calendar and a watch together, then it is the date and time data type. So 4 data types I have already told you. ABC is known as a text or a string data type. This globe is or earth type structure is known as geographic data type. This calendar is known as date data type, or this calendar or watch is known as the date and time data type. Okay. After that, you can see the hash here. This hash is known as the number data type, or you can say numeric data type. This hash is known as number or numeric data type. Okay. And there will be another data type. It is not available here. If you are seeing T/F, that is called Boolean data type. Okay. This ABC is known as text or string data types. This globe is known as geographic data type. This calendar is known as your date data type calendar, and this watch is known as date and time data type. This hash is known as numeric data type. And if you are having T/F, then it is a Boolean data type. Calendar and watch, then it is a date and time data type. Okay. This hash is known as numeric data type. Guys, the difference between the dimensions and the measures is, I have already told you, the things which are coming in green, these things are known as measures, and these things are known as dimension. Measure things are those things which are measurable, like discount, profit, quantity, sales. These are the measurable things, measures. We can measure these things. Okay. And these are known as dimensions, dimensions which cannot be measured. Okay. These are known as the dimensions. Dimension means like you will not be having the numerical data, you will be having like categorical data. Okay. That is known as the dimensions. And in the case of measurable values are known as the measure. Okay. These are the measure values. These are known as the measures, and these are the dimensions. I think it is clear to you the difference between measure and dimension. In the measures, we can measure it. In the dimension, it will be just labeling it. Example for that, like category, it cannot be dimension, it cannot be measured. Length into breadth into height. Length is length. If you are talking about the length value, that will be in the measure, but length is like you can see here, discount. Discount, it is in the numerical value. Okay. Profit, it is in a numerical value. It can be measured. Quantity, sales, latitude, longitude, orders, these are the numerical values. It can be measured. Category, no measurable value. It is a dimension. City, no measurable value. Country, no measurable value. Customer ID, it cannot be measured. It is just a category. So we have discussed about the measurable value, measures and the dimensions, or measures can be known as the measurable values, and dimensions can be known as the measure names. Okay. So it will be related to the names. We cannot measure them. Okay. So guys, there are the various things we can do in this visualization. Okay. And I will also give you, I will be also giving you the assignment. Okay. So guys, related to the assignment, I want to tell you these assignments which I am giving to you, you have to submit on my email ID. And the assignments which will be available on the portal, those you have to submit on the portal only. Okay. Now guys, let me make you familiar with this worksheet. Okay, the things we can measure, like profit, we can measure. We can tell how much is the profit. Discount, we can tell how much is the discount we have given. How much is the sales we have done. How many quantities we have sold. So those are the measurable things. Okay, but row ID is not measurable. Guys, there are two ways to draw the various visualization. First is in the form of a chart, and the second is in the form of a way. You can draw it in any way. You can draw in tabular format. You can draw in like you can also draw in chart format. Let me tell you that how you will be getting the charts, how you will be getting the the visualization related to the Tableau. First, if I am selecting the measure values or measures, like I am selecting sales versus category. So what I am doing, double click on this sales, it will automatically go where at the appropriate place according to the Tableau. Okay. If you are double clicking on it, it will go to the appropriate place according to the Tableau. If you want to change it, you can change it as per your requirement. Okay. I will be telling you that how you can change it. But first, what you have to do, you have to double click on this sales, and after that double click on the category. So you can see in the rows there is a sales, and in the column there is a category. Okay. So so this is the bar graph which we have made. If we are using measure values first and measure names second, then you will be getting the charts. Okay. Measure first, then dimension, or measure values first, then measure names, you will be getting the chart. Okay, you will be getting the chart. But if you don't want the chart, you can select the dimensions first and then the measurable value. Dimension first, then measurable value, then you will be getting the particular tabular data. Is it clear to you guys? If you are selecting measures and then dimensions, then you will be having the chart. If you are selecting dimensions first and then measures, you will be having the tabular data. You can just try it and try the things and then tell me if it is working for you or not. Double click on the sales, double click on the category, see it will be converting into a bar chart. Okay. And if you are after that, again in the next sheet, you can just try double click on category first and then sales, you will be getting the tabular. Now guys, I will be telling you first thing that how you will be doing the making the graphs first. First of all, if you want to clear the sheet, you can see there is an option clear sheet. There is a sheet and there is a cross in the bottom. You can click on this, the sheet will be cleared. Okay. For drawing the graph, what you can do, you can double click on the sales and double click on the category. This is the first way you can draw the graph. The another way, if you want to draw the graph, simply you can drag sales here in the rows, category into the columns. Okay. Drag sales here and category into the columns. I am repeating how I am doing. Just drag the sales here and category here. Okay. Just drag the sales here and category here, and you will be getting this visualization. Okay. Now, if you have entered the incorrect input, if you have incorrect chart, so how, if you want to remove it, then how you can remove it? You can just clear the sheet. Another way how you can remove it, you can just drag the sum of sales here. You can drag the category here. It will be removed. Okay. If you want to do it at once, you can just click the clear sheet here. If you want to do one by one, you can just drag the sum of sales here, drag the subcategory here. It will be removed. Okay. Now I am drawing a graph sales versus category. Now this symbol is used for the presentation mode. Okay. The last symbol is used for the presentation mode. The next one will be used for showing and hiding the cards. We don't require it right now. Okay. Because we need all the cards. So it is not necessary right now. Next is, this is the standard view on which you will be drawing, but most of the cases we are 99.99% we are using the entire view, because if you are doing the presentation mode of this, you can see this visualization is not looking good. Okay. There is, my data is available in the left hand side in the very small format, but whole data is not available. Okay. So what you have to do? You have to make a chart. Okay. So do the entire view. Okay. Do the entire view, label it, drag the category into the colors. Okay. You have to use the entire view. I am repeating it again. What you have to do? Use sales versus category, do the entire view. After that, this is a T button there. This is called show mark labels. You have to label the data. Label the data means you will be getting the label that what is the furniture says, what is the office supply says, what is the technology says. You will be labeling the data. And after that, you can do the entire view here. Okay. And after that, you can sort the data in the descending order, ascending order, descending order, ascending order. You can do anything you want, ascending or descending order. Okay. If you want to change the color, you can also change the color. Okay. You can just drag the category into the colors. You can change the color of your data. Okay. Now you can see it is a technology. This is the furniture and this is the office supplies we are having. Okay. Now this is the horizontal, this is the vertical bar graph you are having. I want the data in a vertical. I want the data in the horizontal format. Here we are having in a vertical format. So what you can do, you can just click on this. It will swap the rows into the columns and column into the rows. You can just use this and it will be swapped. Okay. You can see here rows into column and column into rows. Guys, I am telling you again, I am having the sales versus subcategory. I told you sales versus subcategory. I am having this part. Okay. Clicking on the entire view instead of sender, I am clicking on the entire view. Then what I have to do, I have to label it. After that, I will be swapping rows into the column, column into the rows, anything you want, you can do it. Okay. Putting category, like if you want to put the subcategory, you can put the subcategory into the colors. You will be having the visualization. Subcategory into the colors. Okay. Or you can also put category into the colors. It totally depends upon you that how you want to showcase, how you want to do it. Right now, we are just talking about the subcategory into the colors. You can see the subcategory into the colors. Now, guys, what is this chart? This chart is sales versus subcategory, but I am not able to see where is the sales versus subcategory. And you can see here sales versus subcategory is available at the top. Okay. Now, if you want to do the changes, like it is not looking good, you can see the drop down option is there. Okay. You can see the drop down option is there. You can just drop down it, edit the title here. And now you can write here sales versus size. I'm having 20 bold. I want it in green, centralized, apply and okay. Now you can see it is coming here sales versus subcategory. Now, if you want to change the background, you can click on the format title. And you can see the option, title option is there. First is the shading. In the shading, I am putting it is black. And border is coming none. And you can see the difference. This is your visualization right now. And if you want to check, you can just click on this presentation mode and you can see it on the screen. Now the visualization is looking a little bit better. Okay, Clary, I am repeating it again. Sales versus subcategory, I have drawn entire view, labeling it, sorting it, ascending, descending as you want, putting subcategory into the colors. You are having it. Okay. After that, you want to edit the title, click on edit title. You can just select it. And after that, you can just write sales versus subcategory here. Times New Roman, 20 bold, italic and green I have used, and you can click on apply and okay. Now you can see the background color is not there. Click on the arrow drop down for you can just see the format title and you can see the shading is none. Shading can be done as black and you can see the difference. Okay, guys, now you can see here. Okay, now guys, the another thing you want to you can do it. Like I am not getting any theoretical relation, or you can say the theoretical thing related to this worksheet. I am not getting what this worksheet is showing. It is just showing the sales versus category, but it is not proper. So what you can do, I'm using the worksheet, so you can just click on the worksheet. I'm also not getting mean, mode, median, or you can say the average sales, the maximum sales, minimum sales. I'm also not getting in the exact way. So what you can do, you can click on the show caption. So show caption will give you the detail like sum of sales for each category. Color shows the detail about the subcategory. So it is summarizing you the details. You again, there is an arrow. You can just click on it, edit caption. You can just select the data. You can just write in Times New Roman. After that, you can just select the size of the data. You can select is 14, green, apply, and okay. Now you can see the data. But if you want to change the background, you can just format caption. Now you can see the caption shading is there, so you can do the caption shading. Now your data is being changed. Guys, for getting the caption part, you can just click on this worksheet. There is an option show caption. Click on this show caption. It will be available here. Okay. And after that, you can just click on the arrow and click on edit caption. And after that, you can select this data and you can change the things like you can write Times New Roman, size is 14, you can bold it, green, center, you can align it, click on apply, and after that, okay. Again, go on this and format caption, and you can just do the shading part as per your requirement. Any shading you can just use it. I'm using black here. Okay, this is my caption, and you can just fully screen it. You will be getting a better visualization. Now, if you want to have the summary of this sheet, you can also click on the worksheet, click on show summary. You will be getting the summary here. Now, if you want to create the tabular data, so what you can do, you can just click on the subcategory first, and after that, you can just click on sales. You will be getting this. You will be getting like this. You can do to the fit to the height, okay, or you can say fit to the width. You will be getting like this. The fit to the height is looking, or you can see the standard, or you can see entire view. It totally depends upon you how you want to show. Fit to height is looking okay. Can you tell about the maximum one from summary? What do you mean by Bhavya? Maximum, it is showing 330,007. This is the maximum sale. This is the minimum sale. Maximum sale is of phones. Minimum sale is of fastener 3024. Now, guys, you can do the as per your requirement. You can do the changes. Okay. Now, if you want to little bit extend this, you can also extend this thing. Okay, now you can see the sales versus subcategory. This is the tabular data. Okay, this is the tabular data which we have done. Okay, now if you want to put the category into the color, you can put the category into the color. Now you can see that things has been changed. Okay, if you want to change the text size, is automatic. Okay, let me increase the size. If you want to increase the size will be here. The font size of this data has been increased. And if you want to in a colored way, you can also have in a colored way. If you want to change the color, you can also change the color, guys. Yeah, we will be talking about later in the classes. You can just click on the color, edit colors. There are so many colors available here. You can do the color changes also as per your requirement. Okay. But right now we will be not discussing it. We are just going through the tabular data and that how we can make the graphical chart. Just click on it and you will be getting this type of a thing. No issues. Like I am getting label here. Okay. I am getting a label here. But if you are getting into the sheet in the tabular data, then it is showing me text. Afreen, in this format, if I'm using about the tabular, see, initially, if you are using this, then it will be converted into the labels. Okay. Like for example, I am taking sales versus, like now you can see, once I have selected the sales, it convert into the labels. Okay. So Otherwise, we are having the text. Now, if we are talking about the subcategory versus sales, now it is still the same. But if we are talking about the various charts, then it will be converted into the labels. Now, guys, the next thing is that if you want the distribution, okay, like if you want to do the distribution, like I want sales versus subcategory versus sales versus category versus subcategory. Okay, just try to make a chart of sales versus category versus subcategory. Just try how we will be making it. I will be asking you. I want sales versus category versus subcategory. How you will be making it. Just try it. I'm giving you 5 minutes to draw it. Once you have done, just ping in the chat box, done. Okay, Afreen, I'm just telling that how the Tableau data is done. Guys, you can just click on the subcategory first. After that, you can just click on the reason. And after that, you can click on sales. So it will be say reason versus subcategory versus sales versus profit you can take. If I have told you profit, you can just click on the double click on the profit. Now, guys, my next thing is that what we're gonna do, I'm gonna just tell you one thing. Like I'm having the sales versus category versus subcategory. And I want it in the entire view, labeling it, sorting it, putting categories into the color. Now, guys, I want to sort the data. Like sort the data, all the data has been sorted, but I want it according to my choice. I don't want, like I am giving the presentation. Okay, this is my presentation mode. Okay, I'm giving the presentation, but my client says that I don't want this phones and I don't want this chairs. So what I am doing, I'm just excluding in front of him. I'm just excluding these two things. Now it is saying I don't want the storage. I'm excluding it also. Now it is excluded. But now he says I want the phones data. So how I will be getting it? There is no option here. How I will be getting it? There is no option here related to the include part. How I will be getting it? If I have excluded it and if I am using Control Z, so the last data will be coming again and again. Okay. So this is not the proper way you will be doing it. Okay. So you have to do the various changes. So you have to make the things properly as per the requirement. So this is like we cannot do the exclude part. So for that purpose, what you have to do now. Okay, but that is not the proper way we will be doing the things. So what we can do here, guys, what we have to do, we have to put the subcategory into the filters. I'm putting the subcategory into the filters. After putting the subcategory into the filters, there is an option coming out here. Okay, so tick mark all the things, or you can select all, click on apply and okay. So you can see the subcategories available in this filter. After this, you can just click on this arrow and click on show filter. So all the things will be available. Now, if you want to remove the phones, you can remove the phones. Okay. Now, if you want to remove the fasteners, you can remove the fasteners. If you want to remove the binders, you can remove the binders. Now, if you want to remove the chairs, you can remove the chairs. Again, if you want to add anything, now you want to add the phones, you can just click on it. You can add the phones. Okay. So by this way, you can do the presentation. By this way, you can do the various changes, and by this way you can show your client. Now, if you are on the presentation mode also, like I am on the presentation mode. Now I am on the presentation mode. If I'm on the presentation mode, my client says I don't want the chairs, so I will be removing the chairs. It says I don't want the phones, I will be removing the phones. He says I don't want tables, arts, binders. I can just remove within a fraction of second. Now he says that I want furnishing, I don't want furnishing, but I want chairs. So I can just click on it and I can include it. So as per his requirement, I can do the changes. Okay. Another thing is that now he can also say that I don't want this furniture, whole furniture I don't want. I want only office supplies and technology. Okay. I want only office supplies and technology, then how you will be doing? You have to put the category into the filter. Click on apply. Okay. Now show filter. Your category is also available here. Now he is saying, I don't want the category furniture. You can just remove the category furniture. I don't want the technology. You can just remove the technology. You want to remove office supplies, you can just remove the office supplies. So as per the requirement of the client, we can do the various changes with the help of the filter. And filters are really required, because when we are on the presentation mode, we cannot do the changes again going to the worksheet. We have to do the changes at once on the current screen only. Okay, that's why this really required at the starting. We should know the filter part. So it is clear to you guys, the filter. Okay, I'm repeating it again, guys. I'm repeating it again, don't worry. I'm using sales versus category versus subcategory. Okay, entire view, labeling it, sorting it. Okay, putting categories into the color. Now I am putting subcategory into the filter. Drag the subcategory into the filter. Click on all, apply. Okay, and then go here and in the subcategory and just click on it and show filter. You will be getting the category subcategory filter. Now, if you want category filter also, drag the category into the filter box. Click on all, apply. Okay. Now go to the category option. Click on the drop down here. Click on show filter. It is also available here. Okay, guys. Okay. So you can just practice it related to the same thing. You can just try category versus subcategory versus profit. Okay, guys, I think most of you have done it, right? So how we can do it? We can just click on the, like what I have done, profit. Okay. I want it according to the category and subcategory. So like this, you can do it. Okay. And entire view. Okay. It totally depends upon you that how you want to sort it and which you want to put the color into it. I want to put profit into the colors. You can put the profit into the colors. You will be getting like this. The darker the bluer color, the higher is the profit. The lighter is the color, the lesser is the profit. And if you are having the orange color, then it means your profit is not there. It is the loss. Okay. You can also put as per your requirement. If you want to put category into the colors, you can put category into the colors. Okay. But it's good if you are putting, in the case of the profit, you are putting the profit into a color, then it will be giving you the better view. If you want to change the color, you can change the color, edit the color as per your requirement. I want the green one. So you will be getting this green one. You can change as per your requirement. You red and gold. Red and gold will be there. So as per your requirement, you can change the color, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
So guys, I'm using sales versus category. Just double click on the sales, double click on the category. You will be getting this visualization. You have to do the entire view, labeling it, sorting it. Okay, ascending or descending, any way you want. Putting categories into the color. You will be getting this. Okay. The sales according to the category, entire view. Okay. Entire view, labeling it, sorting it, ascending or descending, anything you want, putting category into the color. we are having the color. If we want the title box, we can edit the title box, sales versus. I'm writing sales versus category. Okay, sales versus category, selecting it times New Roman. Okay, now it is in 20, bold, green, centralized, apply. Okay, now you can see it. Now we have written the title, and after the title you can just click on the format title and do the change coloring, and if you want to do the bordering, you can do the bordering as per your requirement. Okay, so this is the thing which we have done. Now another thing what we have done, if we want only the furniture and only the office supplies and only the technology, so what we can do, we can put the category into the filter, click on all, click on apply and click on OK. And after that, we can just show the filter. If we want furniture, if we don't want furniture, furniture will be removed. If we don't want technology, technology will be removed. But if we want all, we can get all back. Heading. If I'm removing the furniture, still it is showing sales versus category. If I'm removing the office supply, still it is showing sales versus category. But according to the graph, it is sales versus only technology, not the all categories. Okay. It is sales versus office supplies, not all categories, right? So how we can do it, guys? How we can do it? Okay, that is the main thing. So you can see here, again, I'm going to this edit title, clicking on edit title, sales versus category. I'm putting sales versus category. Okay, I'm inserting it, sales versus category, apply. Okay, now you can see it is written all. Again, I am editing it, sales versus all category. Apply. Okay. Now you can see it is showing sales versus all category. Now I'm removing furniture. So you can see what it is saying, sales versus office supplies and technology category. If I am removing office supplies also, so it is saying sales versus technology category. Now it is looking good, guys. It is dynamic. Okay, so you have to make all the things dynamically. You have to do the changes. The changes should be done dynamically, not like this only. Like if you have done changes one time, it will be reflected only one time. But the changes should like this. It should be done dynamically. Okay, got it, guys? You can just click on this arrow and you can click on show filter. You will be getting the tick mark arrows there. Okay. Now, guys, the next thing is that, like if I'm having sales versus subcategory, entire view, labeling it. Okay. Now, guys, there are various sorts. Okay. Now you can see this is the sorting. Ascending, descending, ascending, descending, ascending, descending. This is called toolbar sort. I am repeating it again. If you are doing the sorting from here, this is called toolbar sort. Ascending and descending, this is called toolbar sort. The first sort is toolbar sort. This is called toolbar sort. Another way how we can sort it, you can see there is a symbol here. Over the cells, you can see the symbol here. Ascending, original data, descending, ascending, original data. This is called quick sort. The symbol which is here, this is called quick sort. Okay. The first one is the toolbar sort. Okay. And this one is a quick bar sort. Okay. you can see this, there is a subcategory and sales here. This is like, you can see this, what is this? This is like a capsule. Okay. The medicine which we are taking like a capsule, it is in a format of a capsule. We call it as a pill, P-I-L-L. We call it as a pill. Okay. So next sort is sorting by pill. So this is a pill. Click on this arrow and you will be click on this arrow. Okay. Like you can see by clicking on this arrow, you will be getting the sort. In the subcategory, you can see it. There is an option sort here. Okay. These are the pills and you can just click on the pills of the subcategory and there is an option sort here. Okay. Click on that sort and you can see there are the various sorting here. Data source sort order. Okay. So it is a data source sort order is available here. You want alphabetical order, the alphabetic descending and ascending will be according to the alphabets. You can see according to the alphabets, T is the last letter in this data. If we are talking about the ascending, the first it will start from A and go up to the T part. Okay, it totally depends upon the data, how much data is available there. Okay. After that, there is a field. According to the field, you want according to the sales, according to the discount, you want as per your requirement, but we are dealing with the sales, so we will be taking with the sales. Now you want the aggregation. Aggregation means you want the average according to the average, or you according to the median, or according to the count you want. So according to that purpose, according to that way, all the things will be sorted. Okay, you can sort in ascending as well as in descending order. Next is manual. If you want to drag the manual, so you can drag the manual things like labels, anything you want to do up and down, you can just drag the things from here to here. Okay. And the last is the nested one. Nested one is used when we have the different things, but right now we are only having the one thing. So nested will not be used anymore. But nested is simply like we are having two or more things, then it will be done. But here we are having only one thing, so it is not required. So now you can see the reason, segment, category, subcategory. This is like what? This is a hierarchy. In the reason you are going to the segment, in the segment you are going to the category, in the category you are going to the subcategory. Okay. But if you want to see the auto hierarchy or auto generated field auto hierarchy, so now you can see here, I'm having the sales order date. Now you can see here, this is my continuous graph. I'm taking, this is my continuous graph. My graph is running properly. Okay, my graph is running continuously. Okay. Now I'm clicking, you can see the plus sign here. Okay. This is called hierarchy. After the year, it is coming quarter. And this continuous graph is been broken into the discrete graph. Okay. This continuous graph is been broken into the continuous graph. You can see here. This continuous graph is broken into the discrete, and again you can see the hierarchy. Year, quarter, quarterly, monthly, orderly. Okay, this is the hierarchy. Okay, if you want to remove anyone from the hierarchy, you can just drag it and remove it here. It will be removed from the hierarchy. If you want to do any other changes, you can do other changes also. So it totally depends upon you how you want to show it. Okay. I'm taking sales according to the order date. Okay. And this is entire view I'm talking about. You can take the entire view. This is called continuous graph. Okay. Line is continuous. Once the line is being broken, then it will be in discrete format. Okay. Then it will be in discrete format, and how you can see the plus sign here after the year. You can just click on it. It will be reflecting the quarterly. I have already told you, if you are just selecting, double clicking it, so according to the Tableau, it will be taking the appropriate place according to his requirement. Just double click on the sales, double click on the subcategory or you can say anything you want. I'm taking subcategory right now. You can take according to the subcategory. Okay. Now you can say it is not coming the line graph. Okay, because subcategory is not in the line graph. So what you have to do, you have to take the graph which is in the format of hierarchy. So you have to click on the order date. Order date is in the form of a hierarchy, like it is having quarterly, it is having monthly, it is having day wise. Okay, all the things are available here. Okay, so what you have to do now, first of all, put the entire view here. Entire view. Now you can see this is a graph and it is a continuous line graph. Okay. Now you want to break it. You can see the plus sign here. You can just click it. It will be quarterly. Again, click it. It will be monthly. Again, click it. It will be once. It will be days according to that. Okay. Now, if you don't want to show the year, you can just put down the year. Okay. You don't want to showcase the quarter, you can just put the quarter here. If you don't want to share the order date, you can just put the order date here. Only the month chart will be available here. Okay. This is the continuous graph is known the continuous line is known as the continuous graph. The broken graph is known as the discrete graph. Okay. And this is called auto-generated hierarchy. Okay, this is the auto-generated hierarchy. You can see it here. In the order date, it is the auto-generated hierarchy. Sales versus order date. And you can see that this is auto-generated hierarchy. Okay, guys, this is the auto-generated hierarchy. But if you want to create the hierarchy by your own, for example, I want reason, I want category, my bad. I want reason, I want category, I want segment, I want subcategory. Click on it and you can see there is a create hierarchy. Can you see it, guys? There is an option create hierarchy here. Okay. So what you have to do, you have to select it and you have to just create hierarchy. I am just clicking on the create hierarchy. So hierarchy will be created. You have to name it. I'm just using PD here. I'm using PD. Okay. Now you can see the hierarchy has been created. Now you want to check it. What you can do, you can take the sales and you can just drag the PD here. Okay. Or no, this will not looking good. Now you can see sales. Okay. Now you can see the category and the sales. After the category, you can see there is a plus sign. You can just open it. The reason will be there. Again, you can just click on the reason. The plus sign will be there. All the subcategories will be, the segment is there. And after the segment, you can just click on it. Subcategories wise also been divided. Okay. So this is an auto-generated hierarchy. You can, if you don't want to see the subcategory, you can just close the subcategory. If you don't want to see the segment, you can just remove the segment. Okay. So guys, this is the auto-generated. Have already created the auto-generated hierarchy by yourself. Okay. This is the generated hierarchy which we have done in the category reason and category reason I have taken. You can plus click on segment and subcategories. Okay, this is the auto-generated hierarchy which is created by you only. Once you have been created, you want to remove the hierarchy, you can just right click on it and you can remove hierarchy. The removing hierarchy will again, it will be coming in its original position. What do you mean by the limitation? Limitation is there is no limitation, but if you are having the various data, if the data is very, very large, then while creating the hierarchy, it will be very difficult to read the data. If the data is small, so you can create the hierarchy easily. Generated hierarchy. You have to do, just listen it very carefully. You have, what you have to do, guys, you have to click on this arrow, edit title. Instead of writing by yourself all category, what you have to do, you have to Let me show you. What you have to do, remove all the things, write sales versus, go to the insert option. Okay, click on categories. It will be coming like this, and after that write category. Okay, and click on apply. Okay, it will be coming like this. Now if you uncheck it, then it will be removed. It is say sum versus year. Okay, and after that you can just click on this year. Quarters will be there. Again you will click on quarters. It will be monthly. Monthly you will be clicking on, it will be day wise. After that you can just click on this plus sign. You will be getting this quarterly. Again on this quarter there is a plus sign. Click on this quarterly. You will be getting the month. Again on this month you click on this plus sign. You will be getting this format. Are you getting this? Okay. Now I am just removing this year. I am removing the quarters. I am removing the order date, and we will be getting the month. Guys, I am taking sales according to the order date and doing the entire view. Now you can see it is 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017. But if I'm clicking on here, you can see here the condition of the date, or the, if I want only on the month, I want the date of month only. 2014 month, 2018 month, 2019 month, I want that data. But here you can see there is only January to December, only 1 year data is available here. I am not getting the 4 years data. Are you getting my point, guys? We are having 4 years data. Once we are selecting the order date, you can see. Once we are selecting the order date, we are having 4 years here on the x-axis. Okay. Once I am opening it, it is showing me 4 years data quarterly. Okay. If I'm talking about the monthly, it is again showing me the 4 years data. If I'm talking about day, it is also giving me about the 4 years data. But right now, if I'm removing the year, if I'm removing the quarter, and I want only month data, so I'm getting only 1 year month data. But I want it for 2014 also, 15 also, 16 also, 17 also. I want all the data according to the month of those years. Okay. So what you can do, you can just click on this month. Okay. And there is an option month. There is an option month here. You can see here. Okay. So you can just click on it. Now you can see it will be month wise. It will be month wise. 14, 15, 16, 17. Can you see it? It will be month wise. Just click on this arrow, and if you want to remove it, it will be removed. Okay. You can see there is a option, second option, there is a month, and there is a year option too. Now you can see it will be according to the 1 year only. If you want for all the years, you can just click on this month, and you will be getting according all the months in there. For the generated hierarchy by own. So guys, what you can do, generated by hierarchy by own, you can just click on the, you can just select reason. After that, you can select anything like category, segment, subcategory, click on the arrow, hierarchy, create hierarchy. You can name as anything. I am name as PD. Okay. Okay. Now put the PD into the rows. Okay. And putting profit or sales there. Anything you want, you can put it. This is the thing you are getting it. Now this is the category, and after category, you can see the plus sign. Click on this plus. It will be according to the reason. Click on this reason. It will be bifurcated again with the segment. Again, if you want, it will be bifurcated according to the subcategory. In that case, what you have to select? You have to select sales according to the Let me remove this one first. Date, sales, you can take. Just wait a minute, guys. You can take sales according to the order date. Okay. According to the order date, you can put entire view. Sales, order date, entire view, year, quarterly, monthly, daily. Okay. Now you want to change it. Now click on it, click on month only. So it will be according to the month only, but you have to remove these things. You can see according to the month. Now guys, we are having a different things here. Now I'm taking here, now you can say I'm taking sales according to the subcategory. Okay, and I'm doing the entire view, labeling it, sorting it, okay, and putting rows into column. Okay, now you can see here the things is that we are using sales versus subcategory. And now you can see the phones, chairs, storage, tables, binders, machines, all the subcategories are available here. Okay. Now I am selecting storage, tables, accessories, and you can see there is an option here, group members. Once you are selecting it, there is an option, group members. Okay. Okay. So you can just click on the group members and you can see all the three things have been grouped together. Now you can see all the three things have been grouped together. You can see accessories, storage, and the tables have been grouped together. If you want to change the group, you can just click on it and you can click on this edit group. Okay. If you want to do the changes like the group name, if you want to do, you can write as PD. Okay. You want to change the name of the group here also, you can just write PD here. Okay. Apply. Okay. So you can see the name PD has been changed. And you can see the group icon is available here. The group icon is available here in front of the PD. Just click on it, edit group. Now again, you can see if you want to change the name, I want to change the name PD. Okay. Apply. Okay. Now you can see the group name is also been changed. Okay. So by this way, you can do the grouping. This is the first way you can do the grouping. I'm taking sales versus subcategory, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, changing rows into column. Okay. Now you can see this is this thing is here. Okay. Now you want to group it. You can just select like I'm selecting storage, tables, binders. Then there is an option group members here. You can just click on this and you can just click on it and it will be grouped. Okay. Now you can see it has been grouped and you can just sort it. It is in sort. You can see the group here. And in this left hand side metadata, you can also see that this is also available here. You can just click on it, edit the group. Okay. And if you want to change the group name, you want PD here. You want to change the group name here also, you can just use PD here. Click on apply. Click on apply and okay. Now you can see the PD name is here. PD name is here. You can see the name has been changed. If you want to see the name has been changed here also. I'm taking sales versus subcategory. Okay. I'm just putting the entire view here, labeling it, sorting it, swapping it. Now you can see it has been swapped. Okay. Now I'm just selecting tables, binders, machines, and I'm using the group icon is available here. I'm grouping it. You can see the group, it has been grouped. I'm putting into again in the ascending and the descending order. Now it has been grouped. Now you want to change it. You can see that it is available here. You can just click on this, go to the edit group here, click on edit group. Now you can change the name, like this is like you want to change the name here, PD, apply. You can see the PD name has been changed here. The PD name has been, if you want to change the name here also, you can just edit the group and change the name PD here, apply. Okay. Now the another way how you can group it. Now again I'm taking sales versus subcategory, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, okay, swapping it. Now if you again you want to do the grouping part, what you can do, you can just select binders, anything, any 3 to 4 things you can select. And you can see the option here at the top in the toolbar near the show mark labels, there is a group members is available here. In the toolbar, you can see there is a group members available here. You can just click on this group members subcategories. It has been grouped. From there also, from the toolbar also, you can do the grouping part. Okay, guys, from the toolbar also, you can do the grouping. Again, you want to change the things, you can just edit the group. Okay. If you want to change the name, you can change the name from here. PD, I am saying. Again, you want to change the things here. PD, apply. Okay. Now you can see the things. PD is there, and now you can see the things has been changed, right? So there are two ways. One, you can just directly do it, or the second, you can do it from the toolbar. You can do the grouping. The next is the sets. Okay. I'm just removing this grouping part here now. Okay. Like I'm clicking on sales subcategory again, same thing, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, putting rows into the column and column into the rows. Now you can see it's the same graph have been there. Now I'm selecting storage, machines, appliances, and I'm creating a set. You can see there is an option here, create set. Okay. There is an option, create set. Okay. Once I'm clicking on it, it will be asking create set. The set will be created. You can name the set name. I'm using PD. Okay. And putting the PD into the colors. Now you can see it. The set has been highlighted. The subcategories which are available in set is been highlighted, and other things are in the different color. Or you can say the things which are available in the set are in the blue color, and the things which are not in the set, outside of the set, that are in gray color. What I'm doing here, putting sales into the subcategory, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, putting rows into the column. Okay. After that, I'm just selecting, you can just select 3 to 4 things. Okay. And I'm creating the set here, create set, or you can also add to the same set which we have created, PD. You can just click on create set. Create set is been done. Now again, you can write PD2. I have created PD2. Now you can put the PD2 into the colors. Now you can see the difference. Okay. Now you can see that the things which are highlighted are the members of the set, and the things which are not highlighted are not the members of the set. Already you can just select it by pressing the control or holding the control or pressing the shift and then select. You can hold the shift and then select, or you can hold the control and then can select. Okay. Just think about it, guys. This is the interview question. In every interview, this question will be asked, that what is the difference between group and set? I think in 99.99% interviews, all the time it has been asked that what is the difference between group and sets. Guys, we are merging the data. It is correct. We are merging the data, or it is merging the data in the case of groups. But in the case of set, it is not merging the data. But this is the practical aspect. Okay. You are just telling me the practical aspect that once we are doing it, it will be grouped in the set, it will be highlighted. But what is the main thing it is doing? What is the main thing it is changing? Okay, guys, you can just note down the difference between the set and the group. These things which you are telling me, all these things are correct. But the exact meaningful difference is that in the case of the groups, the members or the members of the group loses their identity. Okay, the members of the group loses their identity, but in the case of the set, identity of the members is maintained. I am repeating it again. In the case of the groups, the identity of the members is being lost. Okay, but in the case of sets, the identity of a group, identity of the member is maintained. Because you can see in the groups, all the things are being combined together and we cannot separate them. All the identity has been lost. Okay, but in the case of the set, they have been combined together. They have been in a set, but the identity is not lost. I'm taking sales versus subcategory, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, putting rows into columns into rows. Okay. Now you have to create a set. You can just click on any one of more than one. And there is the option set here. You can just click on this set and create set. And you can just create a set. Set has been created, and put the set into the colors. And you will be getting it. Now guys, I'm taking sales versus subcategory, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, swapping it, putting categories into the color. Okay. Now I'm having this graph. Okay. Or I can just remove the category from the color. Okay, 17 subcategories are there, right? So guys, I want top 5. I want to showcase only top 5 categories, subcategories of subcategories versus I have taken sales, right? So I want top 5 subcategories, or I want bottom 5 categories. Okay, so that is my task. So how I will be doing it, that is the main thing. Okay, I'm putting the subcategories into the filter. Okay, guys, I am putting subcategories into the filter. Guys, I want the top 5. So what I am doing, I am putting the category into the filters. Okay, now I'm selecting this furniture. Oh, sorry, my bad. It should be subcategory into the filters. I am putting subcategories into the filter. Now you can see there is an option top at the last. Now you can see the top at the last. You can click on by field. Now you can see it is asking top 10. I want top 5. Click on apply. Okay, you are having the top 5. Right? You are having the top 5. Again, I am repeating. I want top 5 of the categories. I am putting subcategories into the filter. Going on the top, I want top 5. Put it here 5. I'm applying it. Okay. Now guys, again your user want top 7. So what you will be doing, again going to it, edit filter. Now you are doing top 7. Okay. Now again the user want the top 2 only. Again you are going here. Again edit it. Okay. Again you want top 2, you will be having top 2. Okay. Again it is saying I want top 12. So again you are going here, again edit filter top 12. is really not a proper way that we have to again select again and again, and we have to do these changes, these type of changes. Okay, so guys, what we can do here, we can just click on this edit filter. Now, as we have the top, let me tell you first the top and the bottom. If you want the bottom, you can click on the bottom, and you want bottom 5, you can click on 5 and apply and OK. You will be getting the bottom 5. Again, if somebody says that I want bottom 7, you can click on edit filter, select the bottom, after that 7, again apply and OK. So guys, we are doing like this again and again, and this is really not a proper way. Once you are on a presentation mode and somebody says that I want to see this, I want to see that, so again and again you will be going and doing the changes again and again, and it will be not looking good. Okay, it will not be looking good that we are going again and again and doing the changes in the present worksheet, and then after that we are showcasing it. It is not a proper way. So what we have to do, guys, for that purpose we have to create a parameter. So how you will be creating a parameter? Just click on subcategory, edit filter. Now we want, I'm talking about the top only right now. Now you can just click on it and you can see it is an option coming out there, create parameter. Just select the by field, and after that you can see there is an option coming out, create a new parameter. So what you can do, you can just create a new parameter here. Okay. After creating a parameter, you can see the current value. What is the current value? Is 7. Daily format is 7. You can say minimum, maximum. Okay, so you can see the current value 5 I am putting, 1 to 17 I am putting. Okay, because how many minimum, or there will be 1, or maximum will be 17. How many subcategories are there? As you have already told me, 17 subcategories are there. So minimum can be 1, maximum can be 17. Okay. After that, I am clicking on OK, apply. Okay. Now you can see it is showing me top 5. And after that, you can see the parameter here, and you can click on show parameter. Now you want top 4, click on top 3. You want top 3 will be here. You want top 7 will be available here. You want top 12 will be available here. Now if you are on the presentation mode also, you can do the changes. Oh, he is saying that I want a top 10. You can just drag this and it will be top 10. And subcategory, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, swapping rows into columns and column into rows. Now I'm putting the subcategory into the filters. Click on this top by field. Now I want the top, so I can just click on create parameter. Once this pop-up box is open, you have to click 1 to 17. And currently you want top 5, so you can just select top 5. Okay. Click on OK. Okay. Top 5 will be there. After that, click their parameter will be at the bottom. Click on it and you can just write show parameter. So parameter will be showed here. Now you can just drag as per your requirement. You will be seeing it. All the files. But guys, please remember, you have to save the file one by one. You will not be able to save whole sheet at once. Okay. So guys, what you can do it, you can just name the sheet. Like I have done the dynamic title name here. Okay. So you can go on this file, save to Tableau public as. You have to go through the save to Tableau public as. Click on this save to Tableau public as. Click on it. And it will be asking you a sign. Okay. It will be asking you a sign in. Okay. Just do the sign in and just follow the instruction and save it. Once you are saving it, it will be available on this location here.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does Tableau's dual axis feature allow you to do? And their options are create two separate dashboards, overlay two different visualization on the same axis, combine two data sources into one, or link Tableau to a database. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state of the art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Okay. Now the first topic is, okay, granularity means like if we are having a big stone, so then we are dividing that big stone into the data. It is means like we are having the data and we will be dividing the data into the smaller parts. Okay. So for example, if I'm taking here sales versus profit, so you can see there is a small bubble out there. Okay. I'm taking sales and profit, both the measures I am taking. And if you want to increase the size, you can just increase the size from here. Okay. Now you can see this is the bubble. So what is this, guys? It is a sum of total sales, guys. It is a sum of total sales and it is a sum of total profit. Like in all categories, or you can say in all subcategories, what are the total sum of sales and sum of profit? These are the total values. Okay. So these are the total values and I want to divide it into the further part. So I want to divide it according to the category. So I can just drop the category into the color. You can see according to the category into the color, it has been divided. Now again, you want to divide it according to the reasons. You can just put the reason into the shapes. So you can see the blue color will be showing you the furniture and the cross will be showing you the west, plus will be showing you the south, east and central. So according to that, you can see the various visualization. Okay. Now further you want to do it according to the, we have done, now we will taking the segment. And now you can take according to the segment, you can put on the labels. Now you can see it is becoming so messy. Okay, so this is not so you can just try the various things, but it is getting messy. So I'm just removing it. So now it is looking better. Okay. So you can see on, if you want to label it, you can put anything into the labels. Okay. So this is your granule chart. Okay. Or you can say the granularity. We have divided the total number of sales and total number of profit into the smaller part. Correct? It has been divided into the smaller part. So this is called granularity. Next, we will gonna discuss about the marks card. Okay. This is your marks card, guys. So you can see there are various things in the marks card: color, size, text, detail, and tooltip. So there are various things. Okay. Uh, let me, okay. Okay, let me tell you, before starting the marks card, we should talk about the filters first clearly. I'm having the sales according to the subcategory and entire view, labeling it, sorting it. Okay. Putting categories into the filter, sorry, categories into the color. You are seeing the category. Now I am putting the subcategory into the filter. Okay. Now I am seeing the subcategory into the filter, guys. Can you see the pop-up box here? Okay, this is the graph which we have done. Now I'm putting the subcategory, or you can put anything in the category. Let me put category first. Category into the filters. Now you can see there is a pop-up here. Okay. These are the, like, if you want to unselect office supplies, so office supplies will be removed once I have clicking on apply. You can see the both the all the things are available here, like all the categories are available here. If you are removing the office supplies, you can just click on apply and office supplies will be removed. If you want it again, you can just click on the office supplies and apply. You will be getting it again. Okay, it totally depends upon you that what you want to do. Now, guys, we will be going to the various things related to this. Now, this is a wild card. Okay, wild card. Wild card contains matches. Like if I am saying contains S. Okay, contains S. Apply. Apply. Okay. Okay, you can see here now on the basis of office supplies. Okay, we have put what? We have put the category here. So on the basis of the office supplies, it is showing to you. Okay, what we have done? We have done edit filter. We have done wildcards. In the wildcards, you are taking all the things which are which messes with S. So furniture, there is no S. Office supplies, there is S. Category, there is no S. Okay. So according to that purpose, only according to that, only office supplies will become. So only office supplies is coming out. Okay. If you want it again, you can just click it, apply again, it will be back. Now the next is let me take out this category here and put the this not sum of discount subcategory here. Okay. Now apply. Now you are removing borders. So now you are removing bookcases, envelopes, furnishings. Okay. And click on apply. So these data will be out of your data set. Out of this diagram, it is not available here. Now you can see here it has been removed. And once you are clicking on the edit filter again, if you want it, click on all and apply. All things will be available here. Okay. Now again, you can just click on the edit filter, go on the wildcard, starts with, if I am writing with starts with S, only office supplies is containing S. Both furniture and technology is not containing S. Okay. So only office supplies will be available here. So you can see here starts with, you can tell me starts with like T, capital T. Okay, starts with capital T. So only or you can see only tables is available in the subcategory. Okay. Now you can see if you put all here and click on apply or okay. No is no other thing is available except this one. Okay. Again, I'm going to the edit filter wildcard T table is coming. Okay. I'm ends with S. Ends with S. Apply. Okay. So you can see furnishing, bookcases, tables, chairs, fasteners, labels, all the things are ends with A. So these things are visible. Okay. Again, I am going there. Hit filter. Now you can see the wildcard exactly matches. In the exactly matches, you can just use the tables here or you can use anything. You can just click on apply. Exact thing will be available there. Okay, you can do like this. Again, click on edit filter. Now the next is conditions. Okay, condition. If you want to put the condition, you can just write sales sum. Anything the sum is greater than the sales should be greater than you can write anything. You can write 25,000. Click on apply and okay. Now you can see there is no one available there. Okay, only tables is coming out. Let me make it more clear to you. Just click on this edit filter. Okay, wildcard exactly matches. We have to match the tables is there, so exactly matches is coming. Now we will be talking about the condition. We have to remove this condition. Okay, apply. Okay, now condition we have to 25,000. The sales sum is greater than 50,000. Let's say 50,000. Click on apply. Now you can see all the sales which are greater than the 50,000 will be available here. Okay, guys, just remember the previous filter should be removed. Then only again the next filter will be working properly. Again, if you are going here in the condition, you can also write less than is equal to like 1 lakh. Click on apply. Okay. Less than 1 lakh, all the sales are available here. Okay. Again, go to this filter, edit filter, condition. You can put various condition as you want. Okay. Next is the top. You already know top 5, top 10, top or you can say bottom 5, bottom 10. You can do it, or you can create a new parameter. I'm just clicking on this edit filter condition. Now you can see sales and sales according to the sum. It can be according to the average. It can be according to the count, median, anything you want. You can just select it. Okay. Now I'm saying that yes, you have to edit the filter, because in every case there will be only one filter. Okay, you cannot be creating 2 or 3 filters in the same sheet. Okay, so I am editing this filter because I want to show all the types of the filters here. Otherwise you will be having only one filter when you are doing something. Okay, you can use on the same parameter on the other worksheet, it will be available. Okay, sales on the basis of the sum, I am asking sales and sum. You have to select by field here, same sales on the basis of sum, and you are writing less than is equal to 1,000. Okay, sorry, 1 lakh. Less than is equal to 1 lakh. If my sales is less than is equal to 1 lakh, it will be displayed. So you can just click on apply, and you can see all the sales is less than 1 lakh. Kalpana, it is totally depending upon the situation, what type of situation you have. Okay. So we cannot assume that that which is the most filter we will be using. It totally depends upon the data and the requirement. Granularity is here. What we have done, okay, we have just created this granularity graph. I have told you that this granularity chart is like if you are having a rock and you want to divide it into the different parts. So so you can use a granularity. Similarly, here we are having the total number of the sales and the total number of profit, and I have divided into I have divided that according to the category and according to the reason. Okay, if you are clicking on any one of that, you will be getting the category, reason, and the profit and the sales. So this is the technology category, and it is the reason is south. And according to that, the profit of this south region or the technology in the south region is 19,992, and the sales is 1,48,772. I think it is clear to you. Slowly and steadily, you will be able to do the various R&D in it. Like this granular chart is used whenever you are on a word map. Okay, like if you are on a word map or a word scale you are having, so you will be showing that we are having the furniture sales here and we are having the like profit and the sales is like this. If you don't want to represent in the tabular data, or if you don't want to represent in the form of a line, in the line we cannot do that. But in the case of a stack chart, we can do that. You don't want to show the stack chart, you don't want to show the bar chart, then only the thing is left, that is the granularity chart. So we will be showing according to that. And in this chart, we have already taken the category, we have already taken the reason. You can also take the segment also. So now you can see it is looking like little bit messy. Okay, we can use the various granularity charts. Okay, it totally depends upon everyone and the client who wants the which type of about charts he want. Like I love black color. Might be you loving any other color. So it totally depends upon the client that what he wants. That's why we are having the different charts, and we can apply as many charts as we can. Now, guys, I'm taking sales according to the order date, entire view, putting order date into the filters. Now you can see there is another pop-up on your screen. Okay. Okay, this is called as a date filter. That one is the normal filter which we have done. What we are doing, we are putting the date. We are putting the order date into the filters, guys. Okay, once you are putting it, you will be getting a pop-up. Click on next. Now you can see there are the various things available here. Okay. Now range of the dates, you can change the range of the dates as per your requirement. Okay. You can change the range of the dates and click on apply. So according to that, the graph will be changed. Okay. According to that, the graph will be changed. Like if you want to do various other changes, like this is the start point, this is the start point, and this is the end point, and you can vary the end point. Okay, guys. Next is the starting date. In the case of the starting date, the end date is fixed. The starting date can be varied. Now you can see the starting date can be varied, but end date is fixed. Okay. Next is the ending date. In this, the start date is fixed and you can vary the ending date. Start date is fixed and you can just vary the ending date. After this, range, starting date, end date, relative dates. Relative dates, like we want the previous year data, so that is why we should be having the correct data, but we are having 2014, 15, 16, 17 data, 6 years back data I am having. So that's why we cannot use the relative dates right now, but you can have the years, previous year, this year, or next year, you can have it, or you can have last week, last month, last next year to the date. You can have the various combinations with here. Okay. Quarterly you can change, monthly you can change, weekly you can change, days you can change. It totally depends upon you that how you want to do it. Belly, just click on this order date, put the order date into the filter, and after clicking on the order date, you can just click on this arrow and click on edit filter. You will be getting it. Last is the special, like you want all dates, click on apply. All dates that data will be available here. All dates data will be available here. Okay. Now you find non-null dates. So non-null dates are all the non-null dates. There is no null value in this data set. Okay. So if we are just clicking on non-null dates, so there will be nothing. Okay, it will be blank. Okay, there is nothing for that data. But we are having few things here. So we will be putting all dates, apply, and okay. Date format is automatically detected by the Tableau. Okay. It is not compulsory that you will be having the same format which I am having. You can change the format of all the dates, and you can just once the Tableau will be fetching the data, it will be just showing it in this way only, the way the things are available in your data. Okay. For example, if I'm clicking on the edit filter, relative dates or range, so these range are automatically taken by the data set. Okay, from the data set, it is automatically taken by the Tableau. It is not done by us. Okay, so if you are having the changes in the units, or if you are having the changes in the various data set, or you can say the dates, so it doesn't matter. It will be automatically detected by the Tableau. It is not by default DDMMYY. It is a data set which is taken due by the data set which we have entered. There is no default in it. The dates which are available in our data set, that format is taken by the Tableau itself. Date format is done, guys. The date format is done in the SQL. If you remember, if you have learned about the SQL, so the date format or the database is being created with the help of SQL. If you have done the SQL, okay. So that format comes from the SQL, not from Tableau. Tableau is just extracting the data which you have entered. Okay, and if once you are creating the database, so you should strict to the you should have the constraint there that date should be entered in this format only, otherwise it is an incorrect data. Frame the difference between the graphical and the tabular representation means like this is the graphical representation, and if you are talking about the tabular data, then this is the tabular data in the tabular representation format. Guys, now we will be talking about the metadata. Okay, so what do you mean by metadata and managing the metadata? These all the things are known as the metadata. Okay, so you can have this data, you can manage this data, or you can rename this data. Like for example, if you want to change the name, you can rename it. Okay, if you want to rename, you can rename it. If you want to hide the data, you can just hide the data. Okay, anything you want to hide, you can hide it. Okay, there's an option hide, you can just hide it. Okay, or if you don't want to, if you want to show it, you can just use hide here to hide. And if you want to show hidden fields, so you can just click on the show hidden fields. All the hidden fields will be here, and once you can unhide it, you will be able to show it properly. Okay, so you can change the name by just clicking on it, rename. You can just change the name if you want. If you want to check out the height, you can just click on this. Sorry, if you want to check out, if you want to hide anything like country, you want to hide it, you can just hide it with the help of this. And here is the arrow, you can just click on it and you can click show all hidden files. Once you are getting it, click on unhide. It will be written like that only it was earlier. We can also do the group by folder, but right now it is not required because it is not opening it. Third option, Kalpana, where is a group by folder is there? Yes, only group by folder is there. Group by is the option create. Yeah. Now guys, the next thing is that you want to create is a problem. We can just change the name from here. If you are changing the name here, it will be reflected here. Profit, I am just renaming profit. It will be P. You can see it is being changed. If you want sales, sales will be changed. Rename S. Sales will be changed. You can see P and S is there. So guys, the next thing is that like I am having a tabular data here. Okay, I am having the subcategory. Okay, and I am having profit and I am having sales here, but I am not having the cost. We will be creating a calculated field. Okay, once you are clicking on this right button, there will be a drop down button. There is a create calculated field. Just click on it, create calculated field, and you can say here as name as cost. Okay, now what is the formula? Formula is sales, so you can just write sales minus profit. You can just write profit. Okay, click on apply and okay, and you can just double click on it and you will be getting the cost. Now you can see the cost here. Okay, so if you want to drag it, you can put the cost. You can put the cost at the last, profit, sales, and the cost. Like for example, you are having rows and you are having the like I am taking subcategory here and I am taking profit and I am taking sales. Okay, so profit and sales are available here. Okay, profit and sales are available here. You can see here. You want the cost. So what you can do? You can just create the calculated field. What is the formula? And you can just put it here cost. Okay, what is the formula? Formula is sales minus profit. You can just here sales minus profit, apply. Okay, and double click on it. It will be coming out the cost here. You can just drag the cost here as you want. You can just drag the cost at the last. The cost will be at the last. I want to have the number of count of the sales. I want to have the number of count of the sales. So what you can do, you can just create a calculated field here again. You can just use count. You can just write here count, and you can write count. What you have to count? You have to count sales. Just count sales, apply. Okay, double click on it. So you will be getting the count, that how much count is available. Okay, so count will be there. If you want to calculate the average sales, okay, if you want to calculate the average sales, you can just click on here. You can create the calculated field. Okay, AVJ sales. Okay, what will be the average sales formula, guys? It will be what? Sum of sales divided by count. Sum of sales divided by count. Count of what? Sales. Apply. Okay, you will be getting the average sale. You can do one thing. You can just click on this create calculated field, and you can, there is a small arrow here. Okay, there is a small arrow here. All the things are available. There are various functions available here. There is a small arrow here, and all the functions are available here. If you want to find out the average formula, you can just search average. You will be directly getting the average. Average of what? Sales you want. Average of sales, apply. Okay. So we will be removing average sales from here. We will be removing. Okay. Now you can just double click on the average sales. You will be getting the average sales directly. Okay. You don't need to create the formula. See sum of sales divided by count. You don't need to create the formula. You can also use from there. You can just click on this create calculated field. Okay, create calculated field. You can just click on it. You will be having this. The shortcut is like, you can just type here average sales. Okay, average, double click on it, and you can just sales here. Click on apply, and you can just double click on it. Average sales will be there. Okay, so if we are talking about the count, guys, you can just do one thing. You can just click on this. Like I have told you, create a calculated field. You can just create a calculated field, and you can just use this thing. Like you can use count here, and you can just click on count. Okay, and you want to do the count of what? You want to do the count of sales. You can just click on it, apply. Okay, so it will be available here. You will be getting the count. Yeah, just wait. It will take some time. First of all, we haven't created any visuals. Okay, we have only created bar chart or granule chart or line chart. I will be telling you where so many visuals. So it will take some time. Sales. Now you can just create a calculated field here. And once you are creating the calculated field, you can just find the rank here. There is an option rank for sales. Okay, click on apply. Okay, now you can see it is showing you the error. Let me edit it. Now it is showing you the error. Okay, expression is sales comma ascending. It is showing you error, guys. Sales is the expression and ascending will be here. Rank according to what? According to average sales. According to average sales, I want according to the average sales, rank according to the average sales. Now you can apply. Okay, now you can see. Okay, so guys, all the things which you can do it are available here in the create calculated field. All the things are available here. You can search down each and everything. Okay, these are the functions. Like if you want to create the index, the option is available how you will be creating the index. If you want anything like null values, you can also find out the null values, is null is there in profit or not. Okay, If you want the length, you can also find out the length of that particular column. You can, if you want to get the maximum value, you can also get the maximum value of sales. If you want median, you can get the median, middle value. If you want minimum value, you will be getting all the things here. Okay, so guys, this is the calculated field. You can just write loss here. Okay, there is no loss function is here, so you have to create the loss. You have to create the formula for that loss. Double click on the rank. After that expression average sales, you can take average sales. Okay, you can see the expression here. The expression is here, average sales, and you can see here, according to the average sale, it will giving you the rank. Written the standard completely, you can read this, and the expression is on the basis of anything, or you can say if you want the, like, on the basis of sum, you can do. Guys, for the loss formula, it is cost price minus selling price. Okay, the cost we are having and minus the selling price, the sale price we are having, not the number of sales, the sales price. Now guys, we have already discussed about the things. Okay, now we will be talking about the filtering in the charts. Okay, we have already discussed about the filter, but there are other things we need to discuss in the filters. Okay, so this is related to the calculated field. Okay, guys, like we have done the sales according to the subcategory. Okay, and we have done the entire view, labeling it, sorting it. Okay, we have done this. But guys, the thing is that if I'm putting the category into the filter, then it will be showing me like this. Okay, and I'm putting show filter, it will be giving me like this. But guys, this is a tick mark. Okay, and I want to change it. I don't want to have like this. I want to change it. So what I can do, there is an option drop down here. You can see there are various options available here. There are various options available here. First of all, I will be telling you edit filter. You will be having the same option which you are having from here. Okay. Next, if you want to remove the filter, you can remove the filter. And if you want to apply on the various worksheets, you can apply on the various worksheets. Okay. Various worksheets you can apply. You can apply on the selected worksheet, or using this data source, this filter should be applied, or using a related data source, this filter will be applied. You can do like this. Okay. Next is format filter and set control. Once you are clicking it, you will be having the format filter. Like if you want to like do the changes, you can do the changes. Okay. Alignment central, you want to do it. Body, you want it black, you can have it black. You want it shading as black, you can have shading as black. You want as green, you can have it green. Border you want is like this, you can have like this. Okay, so there are various changes you can do in this advanced filter box. This is called advanced filter box. Now next is customize. Now you can see all the values is being shown. Okay, now you can see furniture is removed, office supplies is removed, technology has been removed. You can just select on this, but the all option is gone. Okay, all option is gone. Show search button, you can see if you are hiding the search button, there is no search button. Okay, show include and exclude, show include and exclude button is removed. Show control type is been removed. Show all values button, show all values button is been removed. Now this is a normal filter. You can see, now you can see I'm using customize, show all values. So all option is available here. Earlier it was not available. Okay, again I'm clicking on it, customize, show search button. Now you can use a search button also. Okay, now going on the customize, show include and exclude. So another option is available, include and exclude will be available here. Okay, show control types. So you can just click on it and show the control types. Show control types will be available here. Okay, after that show more fewer buttons, but it is not required. Show apply button. There will be a, once you are clicking on it and you have to click on apply, then only it will be applied. Otherwise, if you are clicking on all, it automatically will not done until or unless you click on apply. Okay, so it's totally depends upon you that how you want to do it or how you want to showcase it. Okay. After this, we are having a single value list, like all the things will be available in a single value list. Like only one of them you can see. I am using furniture, only one of them you can select. You cannot select multiple of them. Okay, you can select only one of them, otherwise you have to select all for all the three values. If I want furniture and office supplies, we cannot do it with the help of this. What is the control type? Control type is giving you the control, like you will be having various, like you can see the show all values is not given here. Okay, show control types. Okay, now you can see the various things related to it, like you can drag this. Okay, search button. Control type will be like controlling all the things related to it, but it is not available here right now. Okay, but we can control the various things related to customize. Okay, next is guys, we are having the title. You can just change the title. Okay, title is been removed. If you want title again, you can title. If you want to edit the title, you can also edit the title, like it is a category, then you can have it. Yes, control type is not showing you the things because it is not available in this version. All the things will not be available in this, like show the fewer button, no fewer button. Now you can see all relevant values. You can have all values in the database. You can have. Okay, now you are having the control button. Now you can see here again the things are having, but it is not available in this free version, control values. Okay, but other things are available here. You can include, exclude from here. Exclude from here. You can do the things directly from here. We are not having. Include and exclude is done by this single value list. You can include and exclude by like this. Okay, now guys, next, now you can see the show control types. Now you can see the difference if you are not showing the control types. Okay, you are not getting single value list. All these things are not coming. If you are showing the show control types, now you can see the single value list and all these things are coming. Okay, now you are having the single value list, single value drop down. So you will be having a drop down. So in the dashboard, we are using the drop down things because it consumes less space. Okay, so we are having single value drop down. Next is single value slide bar. So you can just slide the bar here. According to it, it will be working. So first is for the all, second is for the furniture, third is for this. You can also write office supplies, and next is for technology. So you can slide the bar like this. Again, multiple value list. So in this, you can select the multiple value list as we were doing earlier. Okay, for furniture and office supplies we can do like this. After this, there is another thing, multiple value drop down. If you want a multiple value drop down, like if you want furniture, if you want multiple value, so it means you can select it. Furnitures I want, technology I want. So this is called multiple value drop down, and it is also reducing the space. It is also reducing the space. Multiple value drop down. So in most of the things we are using multiple value drop down, or we are using single value. We are using multiple value list, or we are using multiple value drop down. Multiple value custom list. Now you can just make a multiple value custom list, like I want office supplies. Office supplies. So I will be having the office supplies. This is my customized list. I want furniture. I have to type furniture. So I'm just clicking on it. This is my customized list. Okay. By this way, you can also do it. Wildcard match. You can match with anything. Office supplies. Okay. So office supplies will be there. If you are writing nothing, like nothing, there is nothing matching here, so it will coming nothing. Okay, if you are writing furniture, you will be getting the furniture. right? Okay. After this, guys, what we gonna do? We are having the only relevant values. First of all, I'm selecting multiple value drop down, or I can use multiple value list. Okay. Now you can see only relevant values. Only relevant values is reflected. All the values in the database, all the values has been reflected right now. Mostly we are selecting all the values in the database. Include values and exclude values. You can check the include values or the exclude values. All the values has been included. So all the values has been shown here. Okay. Hide the card. If you want to hide the card will be hidden. Okay. The card will be hidden. Now, if you want to show it, show filter will be available here. Hide card, show card. You can just hide the card from here. Okay, there is an option at the last. And if you want to show it, you can just click on show filter. It will be available here. This is called, guys, advanced filter. This box is known as advanced filter, which we are doing here. The normal filter, we have done it. We have done the date filter and we have done the advanced interactive filter. The full name is advanced interactive filter. For changing the background to the back, you can click on this and edit. There is an option there. Format filter and set controls. So now you can see now shading is been done in orange. Okay. Now, guys, another thing is that what we can do in the filter. Okay. Like we were having this filter, interactive filter. You can just click on this edit filter and you can see in the condition there is a first is none, second is by field, and third is by formula. Okay. Third is by formula. Now I want the number of, like I want to find out that how many subcategories are having sales between 1,50,000 to 2 lakh or 3 lakh. Okay. So what I can do, I can just write sum of what? Subcategories greater than is equal to 2,000 or 22 lakh, and sum of subcategories, sorry, sum of sales will be there. I think subcategory is not. Sum of sales, again there will be sum of, let me check it out. Sum of sales greater than is equal to 2,000 and sum of sales lesser than is equal to 3 lakh. Okay, click on apply. So all the sales which are having sales between 2 lakhs and 3 lakhs will be available. There is nothing, no data is available here. No data is available here related to it. Okay, let me put categories out of it, putting subcategories here. Now I'm putting this condition formula, sum of sales, okay, greater than 2 lakh and sum of sales lesser than 3 lakhs. Click on apply and you can see it. Earlier it was a category and we were having the graph between subcategory and sales. So that's why it was not showing to you. But here you can see once I have put the subcategory into the filter, then you can see the number of sales which is between 2 lakh and 3 lakhs. So you can use the formula, various formulas. Okay. You can use the various formulas here. You can just click on edit filter. If you want to change the formula, you can also change the formula like this: sum of sales less than 1 lakh. Click on apply. Okay. All the sales which are less than 1 lakh are available here. How can we use the formula? Okay. In the top also, you can use the same thing. Okay. Show me top 5. Okay. whose sum of sales is less than sum of sales is less than 1 lakh. Apply. It is coming in Boolean. Sum of sales, apply. So you can see here top 5. You can see the sum of the sales of top 5, in which we are having the formula sum of sales less than 1 lakh. In less than 1 lakh, what are the top 5 sales? These are the top 5 sales in less than 1 lakh. If you remove this and click on apply, so it will be showing you the top 5. You have filtered out the sales which is less than 1 lakh. Okay. After that, you are just finding out how many the top 5 out of less than 1 lakh data. 1 lakh sales, who is having less than 1 lakh sales, you are getting the top 5.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
So guys, let me start with a few basic example. Like for example, I have taken the sales and the subcategory. Okay, I have taken the entire view, labeling it, sorting it. Okay, this sorting I have done. Okay, now guys, if you want to change the color, first of all, we will be talking about the colors one by one. Okay, if you want to change the color of the bar, you can change the color of the bar as per your requirement. You can do it. Okay, everything as per your requirement, you can do it. Then there is an option of more colors. Okay, if you want to select the more colors, you can select as per your requirement and you can click on OK, and you can see the edit color means more colors which you are editing. It will be available here at the bottom. Like for example, if you want a new color like this, okay, the combination, it will be available at the bottom. Okay, so you can add as many as color you want, okay, as per your requirement. After that, there is a opacity. If you are decreasing the opacity, you can see the bright, you can see the transparency. Okay, if you are getting at 0%, there will be 0% transparency, and you can decide that how much opacity will be there. Okay, so it is totally depending upon you that how much you want. Effect borders, it is automatic. If you want the borders with like this, let me show you. Now you can see the borders are with the black. Okay, you can see that the border line are with the black. If you want it with red, you can have it with red. Blue, you can have it with blue. Any color you want to select, or more colors you want, you can do as per your requirement, as I have already told you. Okay, so this is all about the color option, guys. You can just change the color whatever you want. Okay, next is the size, guys. If you want to increase the size or reduce the size of the bar, you can increase or reduce the size of the bar as per your requirement or as per your visualization. What type of visualization you are looking for, you can increase or decrease the size of the bars. Next is the labels, guys. We have done the labeling part here. Okay, but I will be telling you with the different example that how we can have the different types of the labels. Okay, I think colors and the size is clear to you, everyone. In the colors, you can change the colors. In the size, you can change the size of the bars. Okay, so this is about marks card, color and size. Okay, now I will be talking about the next part. Like I have taken the sales according to the order date. Okay, I have taken sales according to the order date, entire view, labeling it. Let not label it first. About the data, you can just click on this Microsoft Excel. Once you are opening this Tableau, you can just click on the Microsoft Excel. and you can load the data. The data, whichever orders data is there, you can just load the data. Once you will be loading the data, you will be getting on this screen. Okay, you will be getting on this screen. This screen will be empty. You have to drag the orders data here. Okay, just drag the orders data here and you will be getting the screen like this. After that, there are the various sheets. You can come out here. So guys, I have taken sum of sales according to the year. Now I'm just opening all the things. David, I have shared the data set. So guys, we have already discussed about the colors and we have already discussed about this size. Now I will be talking about the labels. For the labels part, what I have done, I have taken the sales according to the order date I have taken. Just click on this plus sign and you can just open it. Okay, like this. After that, I'm dragging this years here. I'm dragging the quarter here. I'm dragging the orders data here. Okay, I'm getting this type of a graph and I'm putting it entire view. Okay, I'm getting this type of a graph. Now I'm clicking on labels. Okay, there is no mark labels here right now. Okay, I'm putting the discount here in the labels, or this is a sales. So let me put sales. I'm putting sales. I'm putting quantity also, and I am putting discount also. Okay, I am putting three things, but I am not able to understand which what are these things. So what I'm doing, I'm just clicking on this labels, and there are three dots here. Okay, I'm just clicking on this label and I am writing here. This is quantity. Quantity. This is discount, and this is sales. Okay, all this should be in Times New Roman. Times New Roman, the size should be 12. The size should be 12, bold, central. I want this. Bad. I want this quantity. Let me unbold it. I want quantity into red, this into green, and this into blue. Click on apply and OK. Now you can see the difference. Okay, each and every point is having the visualization, like each and every point is having our mark labels. It is showing that what is the quantity, what is the discount, and what is the sale. Okay, again, if you want it font size, you can just change the font size and the color again. Okay, if you want the alignment is like, if you want to do the alignment like this, if you want to do the alignment like this, if you want to do the alignment like this, it totally depends upon you how you want. You want like this, you want like this, you want like this. It totally depends upon you that how you want. Okay, how the alignment you want, you can do it as per your requirement. Okay, now the next thing is that you can see there is a all selected minimum maximum value. Now you are getting all the points. Now you have selected. So only the points which you will be selecting, the data of those points will be visible. Like for example, I want the data of these 2 points. You will be getting these 2 points. I want the data of these 2 points. You will be getting these 2 points, because what you have done, you have used selected. Next is the minimum and the maximum. So you will be getting the minimum and the maximum value will be labeled. Okay. After that, you can see the highlighted, the things which you highlight, only those points will be available. Okay. Or you can see if you are pointing on one, it will be showing you the one data. Highlight means that the point which you are highlighting, only that data will be available. Okay. Next is lines end. So the lines ends here. So it will be showing you that data. Most recent data will also be your last data. Okay. By this way, you can show the various visualization. Okay. Now I will be using all here. You can see the all, and by this way, you can see how we can do the visualization with the help of labels. Sales according to the order date. I am having the entire view text. entire view. I'm putting like, you can also put the category into the color. Now you will be having 3. Now I want to put the labels. So how I will be putting the labels? I am putting the sales here. Okay. And I am putting the profit here. Clicking on the labels. Okay. Let me talk about one only. Clicking on the labels. You can just click on here. I am putting profit quantity. Okay. Putting profit into red, this into green, Times New Roman. Anything you want, you can select it. 12, and you can see. Just selecting, you can take the, we are talking about the sales, so you can just select the sales. Okay. You can do anything you want. It doesn't matter that if you are selecting profit and quantity, you can also select sales. Okay. Rest, you can just try it by yourself. You mark label, you want the alignment as per your requirement, how the alignment you want. You can do the alignment, you can do the direction, what direction you want the data. You can do it vertically, you want automatic or what, you can do it as per your requirement. Next is the marks to label. You can use a selected one, only the selected one will be there. Minimum and maximum will be there. Okay. Or you can the highlighted one which you select is called the highlighted one. After that line ends, the line ends is here, starting and the end point. And after that, most recent will be the last one. Click on this label and there is a 3 dots here. You can just click on this. Then after that, you can just try. So we have done about the labels. Next is, guys, like for example, sales according to the subcategory. Entire view, labeling it. Let's not label it. Now there is a details option there. Okay, you are just clicking on the details. Nothing is coming out right now. I'm just clicking on this detail and nothing is coming out right now. I am putting sales into the details. Okay, now you can see again it is not coming out anything. You can see here, if I'm going here, the sales is subcategory accessories versus sales. If I'm putting the quantity into the details, now you can see you are getting the quantity also. If I'm putting the profit into the details, now you are getting the profit also. Okay. So by this way, you can add as many as details you want. Okay. But if you are clicking here, you will not be getting anything. Okay. You will not be getting anything. If I want to put this discount also, you can put the discount in the details. Now you can see take the cursor there and you will be getting the visualization that accessories and all those things are available there. Okay, guys, now this is the basic thing. Okay. You are getting color, size, text, detail, and the tooltips. Only these 5 things you will be getting. Okay. Rest, we have to see what we can do. Okay. I will be telling you that how you will be getting the shape, how you will be getting the path. So it totally depending upon the data which you are selecting. According to that, you are getting those things. Okay. Now I am taking sales versus, what happened to my system? Sales versus subcategory I'm having. Okay. Entire view, labeling it, sorting it, putting category into the colors. Now you can see the tooltip. In the tooltip, you are having technology, means category you are having, subcategory you are having, sales you are having all those things. Okay. Now I want to do the modification in this tooltip. Tooltip is like this. You are taking this cursor here and it is showing you what details are there and how you can change the tooltip. So just click on the tooltip. You will be getting this visualization. Okay. So category is according to the category. You can change the color of the category. I want it as red. This I want it as blue. So this color will be as okay. Now you can see the category is coming in red, subcategory is coming in green, sales is coming in blue. So by this way, you can change the color of all these things. Again, you are going here. Okay. Now you can also change the font size. You can change the font size, bold, green, anything you want. Okay. You want to insert anything else, like for example, if you want to insert anything, like you can click on insert. You want to sheet data source name. You want date update time. You want sheet name. You want workbook name. You want page count. How many page count are there? You will be also having page number. You will be having default caption will be there, default title, all the things will be available here. It totally depends upon you. Now you can see here. You can just have these into the different lines. But if you want to do, you can do so many things in the tooltip. Okay. Now guys, see it very carefully. The tooltip will give you nothing. You can see the tooltips. We are having nothing in the details. In the details, we will be getting the detail about the product. Okay. And tooltip will be showing you that details of the product. Tooltip is for the visualization. Detail will give you the details. Okay. Once you are putting your tooltip on the different bars, you will be getting the details of that. Yes, tooltip is covering everything that details does. Yes, Gaurav. Okay, guys. Now see it very carefully. I am having sales according to the profit. Tooltip will be showing you the details only when you are taking the cursor to the various location. Details will not give you the details directly. You have to, if you want to see the details, you have to follow the tooltip. You have to open the tooltip. Okay. Now, guys, you can see this is the granule which we have done, and this is the granule which we have taken between the sales and the sales and profit. Okay. So this is my granules, and you can see once you are having this granule, you are having the shapes here. I'm clearing the sheet. See, shapes is not available here. So whenever you will be using two measures value, then you can see you are getting here the shapes. You can see the shapes here. Okay. You are getting the shapes. Now, if you want to change the shape of it, you can change the shape. Like if you want it square, you can put it square. If you want triangle, you can put it triangle. If you want the circular part like this one, you can have it. If you want to put it as a star, you can also put it as a star. Okay. There are more other shapes are also available. You can select from these shapes. Okay. There are various shapes. Like if you want it as a debugging part, you can just put it here. So it will be apply. It will be like a bulb here. You can see here. Okay. Similarly, you can do any type of changes you want. Okay. So there are many shapes available here, and I will also be telling you that how you can add the more images later on. Okay. We will be able to add various images in it. Now, guys, you are getting the shapes. So it is marks, shapes. Okay. And this is marks dash tooltip. Okay. Now next is like I am having the sales and the order date here. Now you can see the path is coming out. Once you are drawing the line graph, you will be getting the path. Okay. Once you are drawing the line graph, you will be getting the path. And there are various paths, like this is the continuous path which we are having. You can also select this type of a path. You can also select this type of a path. So it totally depends upon you which type of a path you want to show. Okay. Let me take another example. Sales or sales versus, it will be same. Sales versus only this will be possible right now. So you can see the entire view, and after that you can see the path, the various path you can make. Okay, the various path you can make here. You can see this first one is the continuous. This one is the line. Line, you can say the different lines between the 2 points, and this is the another. They are just having these lines. Okay, so guys, you can just try these three things: tooltip, path, and shapes. For getting the shapes, guys, what you have to do, you have to just have sales and profit, and after that you will be getting the shapes, and after that you can choose any type of a shape. First of all, what you have to do, go, if you are using Mac, then you can use the search button here. If you are using Windows, you can just go on the search button and type my Tableau repository. My Tableau, or you can write Tableau repository. Tableau repository. Once you are typing Tableau repository, you will be getting this my Tableau repository folder. You just click on it and open it. Once you are having this my Tableau repository, there will be a shape folder there. Okay, there will be a shape folder there. If there is no shape folder, then create a shape folder. If there is no folder, then create a shape folder. S should be capital HAPES. There should be a shape folder. Okay, there should be a shape folder. After that, double click on this shape folder. All the shapes will be available. If your shape folder is empty, copy those images, copy those shapes, or copy that folder and paste it here in the shape folder. You can see in the shape folder, I have created an Intellipaat folder. Okay, and this in Intellipaat folder, I have downloaded the 4 images, Adidas images there, Puma, Nike, and Reebok. Okay. Open the Tableau repository. After the Tableau repository, you will be getting this. If there is a shape folder, if there is a shape folder, then it's okay. If it is not, then you have to make a shape folder. Make a shape folder, and after that, use that folder in which you have saved the images. Copy that folder here. Okay, and name that folder. And you can see I have created an Intellipaat folder, and I have saved the 4 images. Now, after this, what you have to do, I will be telling you how you will be getting. Like now you can see I have taken the things like this. I have taken sales versus profit, and you can see the granule here, putting into the entire view. Okay. Let me increase the size. You can see the size has been increased, and you can see the circle here. Now I am putting the category into the shapes. Now you can see the 3 shapes are there. Let me put the reason into the shapes. Now you can see the 4 things available here: cross, square, circle, and plus. After that, what you can do, click on the shapes. Click on reload shapes, or you can reload shapes. You can click it. All the shapes will be reloaded. Now you can say there will be an Intellipaat folder. Now you can see the Intellipaat is there. Now you can also remember the folder name which you have done. Click on this Intellipaat folder. Now you can assign the various values to the various data. And you can see the visualization. Now you can increase the size and you can see. See, okay, we are having the Reebok, Nike, Adidas, and Puma. By this way, you can load the images. Okay, I'm repeating the process again. Listen it very carefully. I'm taking sales versus profit, entire view. Okay, entire view, increasing the size. Size has been increased. Okay, after that, I am putting reason into colors. Reason into the colors, or reason into the shapes. I am putting reason into the shapes. Now you can see the images are coming. You can just change the images. I should change the images first. Now you can see once you are putting the reason into the shapes, you will be getting this. After that, click on the shapes, reload images. Now the images will be reloaded, and after that you can select the folder in which folder you have saved it. I have saved in the Intellipaat folder, so I am selecting Intellipaat here. Okay. Now central, I am putting Reebok. East, you can put anything you want as per your requirement. Okay. Click on apply and okay. Now you can see all the images are available here. Now if you want to increase the size, you can increase the size. You can go in the search option. Available in Tableau. Yes, it will be available in Tableau public. You have to go for the search option here in the Mac. Otherwise, in that, if you are using Windows, there is a start button. You can have a search there. Order date. Let's suppose this is only the thing, and you are putting sales. Let me put the profit into the details. Okay, now you can see the profit. If you are removing the profit from the details right now, okay, then you can see it will be removed permanently. Okay, but if you are removing from the tooltip, then it will be removed only from the tooltip, not from the marks card. Now, if you are putting this like discount in the tooltip, okay, now you are getting it on the tooltip, but details, if you are checking about the details will not be working. Okay, so the thing is that in some cases when we will be doing the various charts, then detail will be like, if you want to do the detailing part, then we have to use the details. Like you are saying that there is no issue of there is no particular use of the details if I am putting all the things in the tooltip, right? Is you are correct, but it will take some time. In the some time you will be able to understand that why details are important. Okay, because about the details related to the charts, but if you are talking about the details related to the tabular data, then you will be seeing the difference. And when we are doing compute using, we are using the table calculation, then you will be seeing the difference. Now guys, we have done the various things. Now the next is, like for example, if I am having subcategory, okay, let me show you the next another thing. Guys, I want to make a graph. Like I am having sales according to the category, according to the subcategory, entire view, labeling it, sorting it, putting category into the colors. Okay. After that, I am having this edit title. I am having this what? Sales versus category. Okay. Sales versus category I am having. Sales versus category times new Roman. 16, bold, green, central, apply. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going again. I'm going on format title, shading it. Okay. Now I'm having this, putting category into the filter, all, apply. Okay. Show filter. Now I'm again clicking on the format. Now I want to click the format part. I am clicking on the screen and you want to change the background. I am just changing the background here. Now I'm clicking on the alphabet. You want the whole worksheet to be in green. I want all my data is in green right now. You can see here. Okay. Now I want to fill the color whole worksheet. I want to fill it with black. Now you can see whole worksheet is filled with black. Okay. If you want to remove the grid lines, row divider you want to remove, or anything you want to remove, you can just remove. Grand total line, if you want to remove, you can just click on none. Grand total line will be removed. Header line you want to remove, it can be removed. Row divider will be removed. Header will be removed. Header line will be removed. Okay. Column divider will be removed. Okay. Now similarly header will be removed. Now you can see the various line has been removed. Okay. More you can remove the row lines or the column lines, you can remove it. Okay. Now this is the visualization which I am having. Now I am making another graph. I am making sales versus reason versus segment. Okay. Just wait a second, just wait. Now I want to entire view. Guys, now I want to label it again. I want to give the header name and all those things. And again, I have to do the various changes which we have done here. So it will take a lot of time. So what I will be doing, I will be just clicking on this sheet and you can see the copy formatting. I will be just copy the format part and I will be just pasting it here. And you can see all the formatting has been done as per the requirement. Okay. All the formatting has been done as per the earlier requirement. What is the formatting which we have done? We are getting all the things. Okay. The formatting has been done. Like we are having all the things in green. We are having colors like this. We are having the various this visualization background color, our title color. You can see all these color will be fixed at once. Now if I want to paste, you can see here I'm just pasting the formatting part here. Now you can see the formatting part has been done here automatically. I have done nothing. Again, if you want to change the format, you can just click and paste formatting. All the formatting will be done. Okay. Guys, for the background color, what you can do, you can see this screen. Just right click on it and there is a format option there. Just right click on it. There is a format option there. Click on it. And after that, you can see the fill color option is there. There is a ink button there. Fill option color, shading option color is there. And in the Tableau worksheet, okay, sheet in the Tableau worksheet, you can just select this black color, this black, green, blue, purple, any color you want, you can just fill with that color.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is not a common data visualization type in Tableau? And your options are bar chart, scatter plot, video animation, or pie chart. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So now, coming to the first question, what are the steps involved in data analysis? There are several steps involved in data analysis. So now, talking about the first step in data analysis process is to define your objective. And in data analytics, this is sometimes called the problem statement. Now let's move to the second step, that is collecting the data. Once you have established your objective, you will need to create a strategy for collecting and aggregating the appropriate data. A key part of this is determining which data you need. This might be quantitative data or qualitative data. Moving ahead, the third step is data cleaning or pre-processing. Once you have collected your data, the next step is to get ready for analysis. This means cleaning or scrubbing it, and it is crucial in making sure that you are working with high quality data. Key data cleaning tasks include removing major errors, duplicates, and outliers. Also, it is used to remove unwanted data points and bring structure to your data. So now, moving ahead, we are having next step as data exploration. Data exploration is used to explore and visualize data to uncover insights from the start or identify areas or patterns to dig into more. Next, we are having data modeling. Data modeling is the process of analyzing and defining all the different data your business collects and produces, as well as the relationship between those bits of data. The next step is data validation. Data validation is the practice of checking the integrity, accuracy, and structure of data before it is used for a business operation. And last, we are having implementation. So in this, we're gonna implement our business operation. So these are the important steps for data analysis. So now, let's jump into the second question. What are the key differences between data analysis and data mining? Talking about data analysis, it involves the process of cleaning, organizing, and using data to produce meaningful insights, whereas data mining is used to search for hidden patterns in the data. Also, data analysis produces results that are far more comprehensible by a variety of audiences than the results from data mining. So this was the difference between data analysis and data mining. Now moving to the question number 3, what is data profiling? Data profiling is a methodology that involves analyzing all entities present in data to a greater depth. The goal here is to provide high accurate information based on the data and its attributes such as the data type, frequency of occurrence, and more. So this is all about data profiling. So now, moving to the question number 4, what are the top tools used to perform data analysis? So there is a wide spectrum of tools that can be used in the field of data analysis. Here are some of the tools. The first one is the Microsoft Excel. As we know that Microsoft Excel is used in major companies for the data analysis. Along with that, we are having Power BI, Tableau, RapidMiner, and many more. So these are the top tools that are used to perform data analysis. So now, let's check out the next question. What is an outlier? Outliers are the data points or observations that are significantly different from other data points because of their abnormal distance from the rest. Here you can see that in this graph, we are having the outlier present, that is marked with an orange color, right? So as I told you the formal definition, that outliers are the data points that are significantly different from the other data points. Here you can see that the data points are having some pattern, right? But this is an outlier that is significantly different from other data points. Now talking about the outliers, there are two types of outliers. The first one is univariate and the other one is multivariate. So this is the basic idea about an outlier. Now moving ahead, what are some of the popular tools used in big data? There are multiple tools that are used to handle big data. Some of the most popular ones are as follows. The first one is Apache Hadoop. Moving ahead, we are having Apache Spark, Apache Storm, Flink. You can also use MongoDB and RapidMiner. So these are the popular tools that are used in big data. Moving to the next interview question. What is the use of pivot table? So this is a question of Excel, right? So talking about pivot tables are one of the key features of Excel. They allow a user to view and summarize the entirety of large datasets simply. Most of the operations with pivot tables include drag and drop operations that aid in the quick creation of reports. So this is the idea about pivot tables. So now let's move to the question number 8. Explain different types of data validation techniques used in data analysis. There are many types of data validation techniques that are used today. Some of them are field level validation. Talking about the field level validation, it is done across each of the fields to ensure that there are no errors in the data entered by the user. The next one is form level validation. Here, validation is done when the user completes working with the form but before the information is saved. The third one is data saving validation. This form of validation takes place when the file or the database record is being saved. And the last, we are having search criteria validation. This kind of validation is used to check whether valid results are returned when the user is looking for something. So this is the basic idea about different types of data validation techniques. Moving to the next question, we are having what are the top Apache frameworks used in a distributed computing environment? So we already know that Hadoop and MapReduce are considered to be the top Apache frameworks when the situation calls for working with a huge dataset in a distributed working environment. So we are using here Hadoop and MapReduce for the distributed computing environment. Moving to the next question, what are the ideal situations in which t-test or z-test can be used? It is a standard practice that a t-test is used when there is a sample size less than 30. Now, coming to the z-test, it is considered when the sample size exceeds 30 in most cases. So this is the situation in which we use t-test or z-test. When the sample size is less than 30, we use t-test, and when it is greater than 30, we use z-test. Now, moving to the question number 11, what are the disadvantages of data analytics? Compared to the plethora of advantages, there are few disadvantages while doing data analytics. Some of the disadvantages are listed below. The first one is data analytics can cause a breach in customer privacy and their information such as transactions, purchases, and subscriptions. Moving ahead, some of the tools are complex and require prior training. So this is the biggest disadvantage of data analytics. And the last point, it takes a lot of skills and expertise to select the right analytics tool every time. Alright guys, it's time to move to the next question. Moving ahead, how can one handle suspicious or missing data in a dataset while performing analysis? So let's suppose if there are any discrepancies in the data, a user can go on to use any of the following methods. The first one is applying several strategies together to find missing values and using approximation if needed. Moving to the second point, user can replace the invalid data with the corresponding valid and up-to-date data. Moving ahead, It can create a validation report with details about the data in discussion. And the last point is that escalating the same to an experienced data analyst to look at it and take a call. So this is a way to handle missing data. Also, you can replace the value with mean, median and mode. So these are the ways to handle missing data. Moving to the next question, what is the difference between the concept of recall and the true positive rate? So let me clarify you, recall and the true positive rate are totally the same. Talking about the recall, recall is a metric that quantifies the number of correct positive predictions made out of all positive predictions that could have been made. So when somebody is asking you the formal definition of recall, you can say that out of the total positive, what percentage are predicted positive. Now talking about the formula of recall, it is true positive upon true positive plus false negative. Now moving to the question number 14, what is the simple difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients? In the case of standardized coefficients, they are interpreted based on their standard deviation values, whereas the unstandardized coefficient is measured based on the actual value present in the dataset. So this is the difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients. So basically it is asking what are the ways or techniques that are used to detect outliers. So the first one is box plot. So we know that while using box plot we can easily find outliers, right? The second technique is z-score and the last one is interquartile range. So these are the techniques to detect outliers. Moving to the next question, what are z-test, chi-square test, f-test and t-test? As I already told you about the t-test is used when your sample size is small, basically when the sample size is less than 30. Alright guys, so now after understanding what is t-test, now let's see what is z-test. So z-test is used for large sample. Basically when your size of the sample exceeds more than 30, we are using z-test. Now coming to the chi-square test, people used to pronounce it chi-square test also. This kind of hypothesis testing is used when there is a requirement to find out the level of association between the categorical variables in a sample. The test of significance is to determine the difference between observed and expected frequencies of certain observations. Now, moving ahead, we are having f-test. So in f-test, hypotheses of interest are about the differences between population means. So this is the idea about z-test, chi-square test, f-test and t-test. Moving ahead, we are having what are the advantages of using version control. There are numerous benefits of using version control. Now let's see. The first one is it establishes an easy way to compare files, identify differences and merge if any changes are done. Moving ahead, it creates an easy way to track the life cycle of an application build, including every stage in it such as development, production, testing, etc. It also brings a good way to establish a collaborative work culture. Along with that, it makes ensure that every version and variant of code is kept safe and secure. So these are the numerous benefits of using version control. Moving to the next question, what is collaborative filtering? Collaborative filtering is an algorithm used to create recommendation systems mainly considering the behavioral data of a customer or a user. For example, when browsing the e-commerce sites, a section called recommended for you is present, right? This is done using the browsing history alongside analyzing the previous purchases and collaborative filtering. So this is the idea about collaborative filtering. Moving ahead, the next question is what are the properties of clustering algorithms? Any clustering algorithm when implemented will have the following properties. The first one is hierarchical or flat. Moving ahead, we are having iterative and the last one is disjunctive. So these are the properties of clustering algorithms. Now moving to the question number 20, explain the term normal distribution. Normal distribution is also known as Gaussian distribution. It is a type of probability distribution that is symmetric about the mean. It shows that the data is closer to the mean and the frequency of occurrences in data are far from the mean. In normal distribution, mean, median, mode are equal. So this is the basic idea about normal distribution. Now moving to the next question, that is question number 21. What is the difference between overfitting versus underfitting? Overfitting and underfitting are the two main problems that occur in machine learning and degrade the performance of the machine learning models. Now talking about overfitting, it occurs when our machine learning model tries to cover all data points or more than the required data points present in the given dataset. Because of this, the model starts catching noise and inaccurate values present in the dataset, and all these factors reduce the efficiency and accuracy of the model. The overfitted model has low bias and high variance. The chances of occurrence of overfitting increases as much we provide training to our model, the more chances of occurring the overfitted model. For example, the concept of overfitting can be understood by the above graph of linear regression output. For example, you can see this graph. In this graph, the model is trying to covering all the data points, hence it results in the overfitting. Now after understanding overfitting, let's see how to avoid overfitting in the model. So there are several ways by which we can reduce the occurrence of overfitting in our model. The first one is cross-validation, the second one is you can train with more data, and the last one is removing features. And there are some other techniques such as ensembling, regularization, and many more. So after understanding overfitting, it's time to understand what is underfitting. It occurs when our machine learning model is not able to capture the underlying trend of the data. To avoid the overfitting in the model, the fed of the training data can be stopped at an early stage, due to which the model may not learn enough from the training data. As a result, it may fail to find the best fit of the dominant trend in this data. In the case of underfitting, the model is not able to learn enough from the training data, and hence it reduces the accuracy and produces unreliable predictions. An underfitted model has high bias and low variance. For example, in this graph, you can see that the model is unable to capture the data points present in the plot. So this is the basic idea about underfitting. Now let's see how we can avoid underfitting. So we can increase the model's training time, and also we have to increase the number of features to avoid underfitting. So this is the basic idea about overfitting and underfitting. Now moving to the question number 22, what is RMSE in a linear regression model? RMSE stands for root mean square error. It is computed by taking the square root of MSE. The lower the RMSE, the better the model and its predictions. So this is the basic idea about root mean square error. Moving ahead, we are having the question number 23, what is naive Bayes? Naive Bayes classifiers are a collection of classification algorithms based on Bayes' theorem. It is not a single algorithm, but a family of algorithms where all of them share a common principle. That is, every pair of features being classified is independent of each other. The fundamental naive Bayes assumption is that each feature makes an independent and equal. So this is the basic idea about naive Bayes. Moving ahead, we are having the question number 24, that is, explain univariate, bivariate and multivariate analysis. So now, talking about the univariate analysis involves analyzing data with only one variable, or in other words, a single column or a vector of the data. This analysis allows us to understand the data and extract patterns and trends out of it. For example, analyzing the weight of a group of people. Now, let's move to the bivariate analysis. Bivariate analysis involves analyzing the data with exactly two variables, or in other words, the data can be put into a two-column table. This kind of analysis allows us to figure out the relationship between the variables. For example, analyzing the data that contains temperature and altitude. Now moving to the last one, that is multivariate analysis. Multivariate analysis involves analyzing the data with more than two variables. The number of columns of the data can be anything more than two. This kind of analysis allows us to figure out the effects of all other variables on a single variable. For example, if you want to analyze data about house prices, which contains information about the houses such as locality, crime rate, area, the number of floors, etc. So this is the basic idea about univariate, bivariate and multivariate analysis. Now, moving to the next question, what are the different statistical techniques used in data analysis? The first one is the correlation. It establishes and measures relationship between different variables. For example, let's suppose if you are having a data set, so in that data sets you will be having features as well as the output variable. So basically the correlation will establish the relationship between the features and the output variables. Now talking about the regression, it allows identifying if the evolution of one variable affects the other. So we are having different types of regression such as linear regression, multiple regression, right? So in linear regression we can see that one variable can affect the other dependent variable. For example, you can consider experience versus salary. So as the experience will increase, your salary will also increase. So this is an example of linear regression. Now, the last one is time series. It predicts future values by analyzing sequence of past values. So basically, you can use the time series for the forecasting, right, based on the past data. So this is a basic idea about the different types of statistical techniques used by data analysts. Moving next, we are having type 1 and type 2 error. So the question is, what is type 1 and type 2 error? Talking about the type 1 error, so type 1 error is also known as false positive. Basically, it occurs when a null hypothesis is rejected based on the statistical findings, even if it is true. For example, if a person is having a symptoms of COVID and he knows that he is COVID positive, but in the end the results come negative. So this is a type of false positive case, right? That is type 1 error. Now talking about the type 2 error, it is also known as false negative. It occurs when the null hypothesis is not rejected based on the statistical finding, even it is false. So this is the basic idea about type 1 and type 2 error. Now moving to the question number 27, what is the difference between where and having? So the first difference that I will tell you about where, that in where you are not allowed to work with the aggregate functions, whereas talking about the having, you can work with the aggregate functions. Now where is a clause which is used to filter records prior to grouping, whereas having clause is used to filter values within a group. Also, where is implemented in row operations, whereas having is implemented in column operations. So now talking about the last point of where clause, this clause can be used with the select, update and delete statements, whereas having clause can only be used with the select statement. So this is the difference between where and having. So now let's move to the next question. Next question is, what are the different types of methods to create a data frame? Now you can create a data frame with the dictionary, with the list. Also you can create a data frame by uploading the CSV file or Excel file. So now let's see the first way, that is dictionary. So here I will create a dictionary with the variable name as dict1, right? So as you know that dictionary will have key as well as value pair, right? So this is the key. So the key is here as student and the value is here Gaurav, Nilesh, Rishabh, Vasim and Priyansi. So the another key that we are having as marks. So this is a key and the values are here, right? Now if you want to create a data frame, then I have to upload the library, right? So I'll just simply write here import pandas as PD. Okay, so here I am writing here as PD. So PD is an alias. So I'll just simply write here PD dot data frame function. Make sure that D and F are capital, and inside that I will put the dictionary, right? So this is a dictionary variable name dict1, right? So when I'm just writing this, you can see that the output will be displayed with the student and marks as the column, right? And here the value of the key will be displayed, that is nothing but Gaurav, Nilesh, Rishabh, Vasim and Priyansi, and so as the marks. Okay, so this is the way to create a data frame via dictionary. Now if you want to create with the list, so what I will do here, simply I'll just create a list with list1, and here I will simply write Gaurav and 82, right? And then I will just simply write the another name with the marks. So you can see that when I'm writing here PD dot data frame list1, so there will be no column, since I'm just writing here the records. So now if you want to print the column, so I'll just simply write PD dot data frame, and inside that I will pass the list, and I will just pass another parameter with the name columns, and inside that I will just write student and marks. So what will happen when you are executing it, you will see that student and marks are the columns, right? And these are the records. So this is a way to create via list. Now another way, as I already told you, that you can upload a CSV or Excel files to create a data frame. So for that, let's suppose if you are having a CSV file, so you have to write pd.read_csv and inside that the file name. And for the Excel file, you have to write pd.read_excel. So in this way, you can create a data frame even through the CSV or Excel files. So these are the ways to create a data frame. So this is the basic idea about how to create a data frame. Now moving to the next question, that is question number 29, extract, store and type columns from the data frame. So here you can see that this was our data frame, right? And from this data frame, I want to only extract, store and type, right? So our data frame variable name was df. So I'll just simply write here df, and inside that I'll just create a list and I will just write the column name, that is store and type. So you can see that this is a way to extract, store and type columns from the data frame. So now coming to the question number 30, is telling that fetch the records where size is greater than 50,000 and type is B. So you can see that it's basically a condition based statement, right? You have to write here condition. So first I have to write here the data frame, and our data frame is having the variable name as df. So inside that df, I will just write the column name as df size and greater than 50,000, and here I will use the AND operator. And what is the type here? Type here is B, right? So simply I will write here df type is equal to B. And when you are writing this code, you can see that here we will get the type that is of B type and size is greater than 50,000. So this is a way to fetch the records where size is greater than 50,000 and type is B. Now moving to the question number 31, is telling that add a new column with an address. So in our data frame, let's suppose if you want to add any new column. So the data frame variable name is df. So I'll just simply write here df, and inside that I will just write here address. So our new column has been generated. Now I have to put the value there. So I'll just simply write random values. Let's suppose Bangalore, Chennai, Gurugram, Mumbai and Delhi. So when you are writing df.head, then it will display the new column also along with the records inserted in it. So this is a way to create a new column. Now moving to the question number 32, what are the different types of sampling techniques? So there are different types of sampling. So now let's see the first one, that is simple random sampling. In a simple random sample, every member of the population has an equal chance of being selected. Your sampling frame should include the whole population here. To conduct this type of sampling, you can use tools like random number generators or other techniques that are based entirely on your choice, right? So this is the basic idea about simple random sampling. Now, let's see what is systematic sampling. Systematic sampling is similar to simple random sampling, but it is usually slightly easier to conduct. Here, every member of the population is listed with a number, but instead of randomly generating numbers, individuals are chosen at regular intervals, right? Moving ahead, we are having the cluster sampling. Cluster sampling also involves dividing the population into subgroups, but each subgroup should have similar characteristics to the whole sample. Instead of sampling individuals from each subgroup, you randomly select entire subgroups. So this is the idea about cluster sampling. The next one is the stratified sampling. It involves dividing the population into subpopulations that may differ in important ways. It allows you to draw more precise conclusions by ensuring that every subgroup is properly represented in the sample. Alright guys, after that we are having the purposive sampling. Purposive sampling refers to a group of non-probability sampling techniques in which units are selected because they have characteristics that you need in your sample. So these are the different types of sampling techniques. Now coming to the question number 33, what are the different types of charts that Tableau provides? So there are several charts that Tableau used to provide, starting from bar chart, line chart, pie chart, maps, Gantt chart, scatter plot, tree map, box plot, density maps and many more. Okay, let's move ahead. Now coming to the question number 34, explain hypothesis testing. Now let me give you an idea about the hypothesis testing. Talking about the hypothesis testing, it is the process of testing assumptions for a population parameter on a sample of data. The process involves different hypotheses and statistical proof to accept or reject the hypothesis. Here, the null hypothesis is represented by H0, whereas alternate hypothesis is denoted by H1. Now, let's see the steps involved in hypothesis testing. The first one is stating the hypothesis. Moving ahead, we are having the collect data. Then we will see the evidence to fail or accept the hypothesis. Then we will test the hypothesis, and according to that, we will make the decisions. For example, let's suppose there is a student with height more than 5 feet have BMI more than 20. So this will considered as a null hypothesis. Now, what will be the alternate hypothesis? The students with height more than 5 feet do not have BMI more than 20. So this is our alternate hypothesis. Now, what we'll do, we'll apply here statistical test to support the hypothesis, whether we have to accept null hypothesis or reject null hypothesis, right? And at last, we'll make our decisions. So this is how hypothesis testing works. Moving to the next question, what do you mean by the term data wrangling? Data wrangling, also called data cleaning, data remediation or data munging, it refers to a variety of processes designed to transform raw data into more readily used formats. The exact methods differ from project to project depending on the data you are leveraging and the goal you are trying to achieve. Now let's see some examples of data wrangling. It is used to merge multiple data sources into a single dataset for analysis. It also identifies gaps in data and either filling or deleting them. It deletes data that's either unnecessary or irrelevant to the project you are working on. Data wrangling can be manual or automated process. In scenarios where datasets are exceptionally large, automated data cleaning becomes a necessity. That being said, this is the basic idea about the data wrangling. Now, moving to the question number 36, what is the difference between count, count blank, and countf in Excel? The count function in Excel is used to count cells that contains numbers. Talking about the count blank, it is used to count cells that are blank. Now what about the countf? Countf is used to count the cells that meets a specified criteria. Now moving ahead to the next question, we are having what is the difference between correlation and covariance? Talking about the covariance, it indicates the direction of the linear relationship between variables, whereas correlation is a statistical measure that indicates how strongly two variables are related. For example, in a data set, we are having the feature and the dependent variable. So what will correlation do here? It will see how much a variable. So here, the correlation will tell the collinearity between the two variables. Now, next point is covariance range from minus infinity to infinity, whereas correlation ranges from minus 1 to 1. Right? Now talking about the covariance, it is affected by scale of a variable, whereas correlation is not affected by a scale. So this is the difference between correlation and covariance. So now let's see when do we use normalization and standardization. So first I will discuss about the normalization. Normalization is used when features are of different scales. Also, it scales values between 0 to 1 or minus 1 to 1, depends. Along with that, the important point is note here, it is really affected by outliers. Now, if you want to implement normalization, then there is a library known as scikit-learn. So using scikit-learn, you can apply a transformer called min-max scalar. Now, it is useful when we don't know about the distribution. So now, after understanding what is normalization, let's see standardization. So the most important point of standardization is that it is useful when the feature distribution is normal or Gaussian. Talking about the standardization, it is used when we want to ensure zero mean and unit standard deviation. Also, it is not bounded to a certain range like normalization. In normalization, the range was from 0 to 1 or minus 1 to 1. But here, it is not bounded to a certain range. Along with that, it is much less affected by outliers. So here also there is a scikit-learn library that provides a transformer called standard scalar. So if you want to standardize your data, you can apply this library. So this is the basic idea about normalization and standardization. Now let's move to the question number 39. So what is the use of p-value? We use the p-value to understand whether the given data really describe the observed effect or not. Basically, p-value is the measure of statistical importance of an observation. It is the probability that shows the significance of output to the data. If the p-value is less than 0.05, we will reject the null hypothesis, or we will accept the null hypothesis if it's greater than 0.05. So this is the basic idea about p-value. Moving to the last question for this top 40 data analyst interview question. What is a skewed distribution? A skewed distribution takes place when one tail is longer than the other. So there are basically two different types of skewed distribution. The first one is left skewed distribution and the other one is the right skewed distribution. Talking about the left skewed distribution, it occurs when the long tail is on the left side of the distribution, whereas in right skewed distribution, it occurs when the long tail is on the right side of the distribution. Now, let's see the figure to understand in a simpler way. So here you can see that in this graph, the tail is on the left side, right? So what is it? This is a left skewed distribution. And here the tail is on the right side. So this is a right skewed distribution. Okay. In left skewed distribution, mode is greater than median and median is greater than mean. You can clearly see that mode is greater than median and median is greater than mean. Now talking about the right skewed, here the mean is greater than the median and the median is greater than the mode. Also talking about the left skewed distribution, it is known as negatively skewed distribution, whereas right skewed distribution is known as positively skewed distribution. So this is the basic idea about the skewed distribution.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.
Technology is thriving and it is impacting each and every business sector, be it healthcare, education, research, or innovation. And since the world is moving towards a new age of technology, the possibilities of employment are increasingly abundant. But people are not just looking for employment these days. In the context of past, never has there been such a large exodus of people seeking better prospects that include potential for high salary, remote work opportunities, flexible working circumstances, and office respect, etc. Data science, analysis, or engineering end up being one of the most sought after positions of current times. While all these three disciplines appear to be the same, the credentials and job descriptions differ greatly. But for those looking to make a quick switch to a different field without having to spend years studying, becoming a data analyst may be the right fit. And today, with this video, we are going to explore how you can launch this journey of becoming a data analyst. But before we do that, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and bell icon so that you never miss any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel. First of all, let me help you contemplate what this field of data analysis is all about. Since all of us use mobile phones, we know that different companies are collecting loads of data all the time. But in its raw form, this data doesn't really mean anything. This is where data analytics comes in. Data analytics is the process of analyzing raw data in order to draw out meaningful, actionable insights which are then used to inform and drive smart business decisions. A data analyst will extract raw data, organize it, and then analyze it, transforming it from incomprehensible numbers into coherent, intangible information. Having interpreted the data analyst will then pass on their findings in the form of suggestions or recommendations about what the company's next step should be. You can think of data analytics as a form of business intelligence used to solve specific problems and challenges within the organization. It's all about finding patterns in a dataset which can tell you something useful and relevant about a particular area of the business. How certain customer groups behave, for example, or how employees engage with a particular tool. So if I have to put forward who data analysts really are, then I would say data analysts are the people who have capacity to convey a story that data entails. They take existing data and utilize technologies like SQL, Excel, and data visualization tools like Tableau to create visuals and reports that represent the current state of data. Besides that, while dealing with complex data, they also require a fair bit knowledge about R and Python programming. Not only the coding expertise, but this role demands a great understanding of mathematical skills, especially about statistics and probability. I hope you guys now understand the basic responsibility of data analyst. Moving forward, let me tell you guys about the career prospects this field brings to the table. According to the research done by careerfoundry.com, there are currently more than 86,000 open jobs worldwide that are seeking data analytics skills coupled with massive shortage of data talent. In many cases, these positions are no longer simply titled as data analyst. That's because nearly every industry benefits from data analysis, and data jobs are branching off into a variety of different niches. Niches such as finance, business, healthcare, e-commerce, and marketing. To help you visualize major types of organizations hiring data analysis, we have divided them into 5 categories. Those categories are business intelligence, finance, sharing economy services, healthcare, and entertainment. Business intelligence is one of the top 3 industries hiring data analysts right now. While doing a thorough sweep on Indeed, we found out that almost 20% of data analytics jobs currently open globally are in the business intelligence sector. Companies such as Amazon, VMware, Netflix, Paytm, Wipro, Hitachi, Oracle, LTI, EY, HTC, and many more are currently hiring candidates who possess strong analytical skills. Data analysts in BI sector combine data gathering, data storage, knowledge management, and data analysis to evaluate and transform big data into actionable insights that can be used to inform business strategies, operational optimizations, and other important decision making. If I have to talk about the paycheck about BI analysts, then in USA it averages around 87,000 US dollars per annum, and in India it averages around 8.33 lakh rupees. Then we have finance. Finance was truly the first industry to take full advantage of big data to advance their business ventures. Finance positions, especially fintech positions, are rather lucrative for data professionals. Plus, finance is responsible for a large chunk of jobs in the northern hemisphere. Finance companies like investment banks, venture capital firms, and consumer banks use data analytics to conduct risk assessments, inform investment decisions, spot trends, and make predictions. The big banking tycoons such as PayPal, Barclays, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Citibank, Deutsche Bank, BlackRock, Vanguard Group, Goldman Sachs, Allianz, and many more consistently hire data analysts who understand how the financial market works. The salaries for financial analysts in USA averages around 83,660 US dollars per annum, and in India it averages around 9 lakh rupees. Third up is sharing economy services. This field is kindly hot right now, and they are hiring data talent in nearly every urban area. Now you must be wondering what exactly are these sharing economy services are. Well, think about Uber, Lyft, Rover, Airbnb, Verbo, Zomato, Swiggy, Rapido, eBay, or Ola. All these companies fall under the category of sharing economy services. If you look into their apps and web platforms, you'll find services from ride sharing to grocery delivery to a room rent for night or pet care. And in all of them, data is used to sort tasks for workers, set prices, grow their use bases, drive advertising, catalog data, and recommend services. Furthermore, roles in this industry are usually simply titled as data analyst, data scientist, or data engineer. These jobs are essentially tech adjacent because the service that most of these firms are delivering is actually an application and web platform. The salaries for data analysts in the field averages around 83,600 US dollars per annum in USA, and in India it averages around 8 lakh rupees. Next up is healthcare. Data analytics is rapidly being employed in healthcare, an area that has historically depended mainly on paper data systems. Data in this context can drive insights on practitioner performance, determine drug makeups, sort clinical data, identify diseases present in images, analyze patient behavior, and much more. Healthcare is actually one of the slowest to turn to big data, but most certainly the industry that could benefit most from data analyst insights. With the rising stars like the ever-improving electronic health record systems, healthcare and pharmaceutical apps, online patient portals, telemedicine and teletherapy, healthcare is blossoming into a data-heavy field with an abundance of career options. Companies such as CVS, Healthcare.com, Aster, United Health Group, McKesson Corp, Care Partners, Humana, Siemens Healthineers are consistently looking out for healthcare analysts. The salary for healthcare analysts in USA averages around 79,715 US dollars per annum, and in India it averages around 9.8 lakh rupees. Finally, we have entertainment. The entertainment sector is developing at a breakneck pace. Streaming services are dominating this sector and they are fueled by big data. Netflix uses data so well that they can propose movies to its viewers with an 80% success rate and save over $1 billion each year. Each user of a digital streaming service is churning out tons of data while they consume the content that subscription services offer. Everything from when a user paused, scrolled, clicked, what time they used the app, what the weather is like where they are, their demographic information, which advertisements they click on, and more is being collected continuously. This data is further used to drive revenue, tailor recommendations, and improve the offerings of streaming companies. Companies such as Amazon, Netflix, Disney, Comcast, Sony, Apple, AT&T, Tata Communications, HBO are always on the lookout for skilled data analyst professionals. The salaries for data analysts in entertainment industry averages around $79,715 in USA, and in India it averages around the whopping amount of 12 lakh rupees. Well, now that we know data analytics has abundant job opportunities in the market right now, and it's quite a lucrative job role that you guys can take on. Not only that, but its challenging nature allows you to gain that sense of satisfaction as well. So moving forward, let's try and understand how you guys can approach and launch your journey of becoming a data analyst. Well, actually there are two ways you could go about this career choice based on your experience. First scenario is when you are a fresher, and the second scenario is about when you have few years of experience on your back. Let's first discover how you can become a data analyst if you are a fresher with no knowledge about the field of data analysis. Well, the position of data analyst requires strong analytical skills. So being fresher, it's best if you start your data analysis preparation by revising concepts of mathematics. If you have completed the first few years of college, you already have learned all the mathematics required. Cool, right? Unlike data science, where you need to have a deep understanding of linear algebra, calculus, and further mathematical disciplines which can take years to master, most data analyst positions will require just the basic mathematics that you learned early on in your education. Therefore, this phase should be just a review of what you have already learned and possibly knocking the cobwebs of statistics and probability knowledge. After gaining some confidence in math, it's time to move on to the next phase, that is programming. Programming requirements for data analysts can vary widely across fields and positions. However, most data analyst positions can be fulfilled with the knowledge of Excel, SQL, and some simple Python or R. While Excel may seem old school, it's still much used and very valuable tool that is easy to learn and produces quick results that explain the current state of your data. Excel is mostly used for analyzing the data to determine summaries and trends. SQL is used to retrieve data for analysis from databases, whereas Python and R are essentially the two go-to data analysis programming languages used to derive insights from complex datasets. At the end of this phase, you should be able to write code. It's not like that you require extensive knowledge about these programming languages, except for the parts that are necessary for conducting the analysis. Third phase we have is understanding data analysis. Data analysis is the meat and potatoes of what a data analyst does. As a result, it's critical to understand how this procedure is meant to work. The process of carrying out this data analysis can simply be broken down into 5 parts. First one is determining driving question. This is important because recognizing the driving question or overall objective of the data analysis helps you set the stage for what data you need and what the results of the analysis should reveal. Then the next stage is data collection. It's important to understand what sort of data you need to collect, and defining the feature or parameters you need to answer your driving question will help you collect the right data for the job. Then comes third stage. Third stage in data analysis is data cleaning. This is the stage where we convert the collected raw data into something that can be analyzed. This involves amending or removing incorrect or irrelevant data, checking for data completeness, removing duplicates, or producing important values such as mean and average. Next stage we have is data analysis. Here you'll look out for insights within the data, including patterns, relationships among features, and possibility of predictions. Finally, we have interpretation. In this step, you can actually produce the visualizations of your findings. Generating easy to understand dashboards, creating presentations that provide thorough key performance attributes are the major tasks involved in this stage. Well, just knowing these things is not enough. You will require hands-on exposure to take on difficult industry projects. So it's always a better option to go for bootcamp certification, which can help you become the master of all these stages. Having said that, let's move towards the next phase, that is data visualization. I know, I have already covered visualization among the 5 points of data analysis. But it gets its own special phase here because it plays such a large part in daily tasks of data analysts. Being able to create compelling, accurate visualization is one of the fundamental cornerstones of this career. Therefore, special attention should be paid to these skills. You should learn about frameworks such as Tableau, Power BI, Data Wrapper, Plotly, etc. Alright, now that brings us to the fifth stage, that is gaining industry knowledge. By now, you have learned how to perform the data analysis, but we saw that data analysis expands across multiple fields from finance to healthcare. So it is critical that you gather the insights into what are the KPIs of industries, what sort of data you'll get to analyze, and how the industry functions, etc. After that comes the next stage, that is building portfolio. Building your personal portfolio is the most enjoyable aspect of this roadmap. You'll have the opportunity to create personal data analysis projects that will display your talents and convince companies that you deserve a place in their team. These projects should incorporate all of the abilities you have acquired thus far and be relevant to your intended industry. These projects should be one of a kind, inspired by one seen on the internet or pro bono work done for a small business in your region. A fast search on the internet may provide you with a plethora of ideas and datasets to get this done. Finally, the last phase we have here is creating job application and preparing for interviews. Well guys, by now you have developed the skills. You have built your portfolio. Now you just need to tie it all together and get that job. Mention your project's technical skills on your resume. Apply for different job openings on different web portals. Be patient. You'll get that interview schedule call. Meanwhile, start preparing for that interview. Go through different interview preparation questionnaires and also do mock sessions with your friends to gain more confidence. Now that we have gone through the roadmap for total beginners, it's time we divert our attention towards people with experience. For experienced people, the process of transition is a tad bit easier since they have been into the industry for long and they have sensed how it functions. All they have to do is master the hard skills and provide the demonstration of the same through their portfolio. Well, let's look at the roadmap for experienced people step by step. The first step we have is getting familiar with fundamentals. This first step is all about immersing yourself in the world of data analytics and getting familiar with some of the key tools and principles. Actually, you can split this step into two parts. Part 1 will be embracing the theory behind data analytics, and part 2 will be getting hands-on with some key data analytics tools. Before you do anything else, absorb as much theory as you can about data analytics. Familiarize yourself with the kinds of analysis that data analysts must perform. Discover concepts such as regression analysis, cluster analysis, time series analysis, cohort analysis and factor analysis, etc. Next stage is commit to the process with structured course. Now it's time to get serious about your career change. While the internet is full of wonderful and free resources, it won't give you the structured approach or the hands-on practice that you need. If you want to become an employable data analyst, the most effective way to do so is through a specialized program or course. Intellipaat thus provides state-of-the-art certifications that are designed accordingly to different sets of industries that data analytics spans across. And it can definitely act as a ladder for your career change with an exciting salary hike. That being said, let's move to the next step, that is build your portfolio. Your portfolio is arguably the most important asset you'll have when it comes to applying for jobs. It showcases how you work and demonstrates to employers that you have not only mastered the right practical skills, but that you know how to apply them in the real world. Being an experienced person, make sure that you take on some of the complex projects out there in your targeted industry. Kaggle is one of the biggest resources of datasets, from where you can look into the number of problems uploaded by multiple companies. Try to tackle them and produce insights that can contribute towards the business. After done with that, the last phase will be networking, creating job applications and preparing for interviews. Networking can really speed up your process of career transition or change. So make sure you build that camaraderie with your colleagues and friends from the industry. After that, Develop your resume and write emails querying about referrals. Be patient with the process. And meanwhile, arrange mock sessions with the people from the same field to gain insight into what improvements you need to make. That will allow you to contemplate the best way to showcase your skills and get that offer letter from the employer sitting on the other side of table. That's all we have for this video. I hope this video was informative for all of you guys out there willing to take your career to new heights with data analytics. I wish you all the best in your journey of becoming data analyst. Thank you for being here till the end of this video. If you have liked the video, make sure to hit that thumbs up button and also don't forget to enable subscribe button to never miss any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers state-of-the-art data analytics course in association with IITM Pravartak. Through this course, you can learn all the important tools and concepts of data analysis such as Power BI, data wrangling, data mining, etc. from esteemed IIT Madras faculties and industry experts. With this course, we already have helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of data analytics.